Chapter 441 Terrible New Talent. After only 2 seconds of consideration, he decided to combine the two talents into one and strengthen them. Lin Zhao's strengthening style has always been to take the streamlined route. Elite plus simple. Just like the previous strengthening. Combining a bunch of talents into a powerful overlord. Time is money, the ancient goblin talent, which allows the goblins to maintain the highest efficiency in everything they do. Just like obsessive-compulsive disorder. Although this talent cannot directly increase strength, it allows the goblins to maintain high efficiency in everything they do, which is quite practical. Goblin's Afterglow, the ancient goblin talent, which allows the ancient goblins to have extraordinary talents in alchemy and engineering. The ancient goblins have super powerful talents in alchemy and engineering, and created a super brilliant culture. The peak state of the ancient goblin empire once created virtual gods. A terrifying existence that can be compared with gods. These two talents, which originally belonged to the ancient goblins, were extracted, and then the endless flow of creation energy was injected into them and integrated into them. The special power of the creation energy that could not be described in words was integrated into the talents, resulting in some changes that ordinary gods could not explain. In the past, Lin Zhao could not understand these changes at all, and could only rely on the creation cube to adjust. Now he has the creation priesthood, and his understanding of the creation priesthood has reached more than 18%, which is a very amazing mastery. Generally, the creation gods, who are about to be promoted to medium-level divine power, are estimated to have this much. This degree of mastery of the creation law has already made his understanding of the creation law reach a very amazing level. At a glance, you can see the various changes of these two talents in the creation cube after the fusion of the creation energy. Very magical changes. Even with this degree of mastery of the creation law, the changes in the creation cube are still very magical in his eyes. Lin Zhao carefully observed the changes in the creation cube and tried to understand this magical change with the knowledge he had mastered. After all, the strengthening of the creation cube does not belong to his own understanding of the laws of creation. He was ignorant before, but now that he is strong and can understand it initially, he can't continue to be ignorant. He must understand the mystery of this change by himself, hoping that one day in the future, even without the creation cube, he can create a sub-legendary, or even a real legendary species by his own ability. When that time comes, it will be time for him to be promoted to a powerful god. Any true god with a creation priesthood, when he has the ability to create a new legendary species by himself. The feedback from the laws of creation in the dark is enough to make him promoted to a powerful god. In the creation cube, with the continuous injection of creation energy, the two talents began to undergo huge changes in the indescribable mysterious changes, but also produced a problem that entangled Lin Zhao. That is the conflict between the talent of time is money and the afterglow of the goblin. The talent of time is money allows goblins to be highly efficient in everything they do, while the afterglow of the goblins gives goblins extraordinary talents in alchemy and engineering. One is comprehensive, and the other is only effective for alchemy and engineering. Now he is struggling with which point to focus on, whether to develop comprehensively or continue to focus on alchemy and engineering. Now that these two talents are combined, they must be strengthened, and there must be a focus. Then, Lin Zhao fell into deep thought. In this regard, almost no one can give him advice now. Those who can give him advice are not familiar, and those who are familiar cannot give advice, including the class teacher Jean Cece. Creating a sub-legendary species is a high-end creation method that Jean Cece cannot access. Besides, he dare not say it. He is a university student who has just been promoted to a demigod. Suddenly, he told people that I am creating a sub-legendary species. Can you give me some advice? People's first reaction is not advice, but wondering how you can create a sub-legendary species. What makes you create a sub-legendary species? Even Jean Cece cannot avoid this doubt. She can help keep secrets, but she certainly can't give advice. So this choice can only be decided by him. He didn't wait long. At this time, he didn't have much time to think. In less than 5 seconds, he made a decision to develop comprehensively. Time is money. The talent covers the afterglow talent of the goblins and develops comprehensively. This also means that the new species has gradually become less related to the goblins. After making a choice, a steady stream of good fortune energy is integrated and fused, and it begins to strengthen. 1 unit of good fortune energy. 5 units of good fortune energy. 10 units of good fortune energy. 10. 7 units of good fortune energy. The input of good fortune energy stops here, and can no longer be strengthened. In other words, 17 units of good fortune energy have reached the strengthening limit of this talent. When the last unit of good fortune energy is integrated into the chaotic light ball representing the talent in the good fortune cube, the light ball takes shape and the attributes are presented in front of him. Unknown talent, no matter what you do, you can maintain the highest efficiency. In this state of concentration, no matter what you do, you will greatly improve your keen sense of smell and temporarily gain an extremely excellent talent. Real academic master state. Lin Xiao gave this new talent a very appropriate name out of mischievousness. True academic master status means that after activating this talent, one will be as focused as a real academic master and have a super learning ability. Very good. Lin Xiao was very satisfied with this talent, which not only retained the advantages of the original 2 talents, but also greatly strengthened and expanded the scope. Almost perfect. Next was the synthesis of the second talent. Lin Xiao glanced at the remaining talents. Multiple talent synthesis made him have a sharp eye, and he had a very promising fusion idea at a glance. That is, Son of the Sun, Son of the Moon, Spiritual Power Genius, Spell Talent, Super Spiritual Power Talent from the Mind Sucker, and Outstanding Wisdom. These 5 talents are combined into one. These talents are all related to the magic system. Whether it is a genius of mental power, a talent for spells, or outstanding wisdom. While the Son of the Sun and the Son of the Moon are the talents of the 2 high elves, the Sun elves and the Moon elves, which give them super talents in controlling sunlight and moonlight respectively. What will you get if you combine these into one? Integrate them into one, and use the energy of good fortune to strengthen them? Lin Xiao expressed great anticipation. Compared with the previous talent, which was a real academic master, this talent will be stronger, and the corresponding consumption of good fortune energy will be more. At least, he didn't blink when he integrated 20 units of good fortune energy in one breath. At this time, Lin Xiao didn't have much else, but he had a lot of good fortune energy, up to more than 1,400 units of good fortune energy, which was enough for his maximum consumption. In the end, integrating these 5 talents according to his idea and strengthening them consumed a total of 52 units of good fortune energy. The consumption was indeed a little surprising. After the strengthening was over, the talent appeared in front of him, and he felt it for the first time. Unknown talent. This species is blessed by the power of the stars, and is born with a super strong mental power talent. It can freely control the power of the stars, and can convert elemental energy into star power and store it in the body, greatly reducing the damage and effect of elemental spells. There is no actual data for the talent, only a few words with adjectives. But Lin Xiao was extremely happy after reading it. It is difficult to describe how perverted this talent is now. Lin Xiao is very eager to name this talent the Son of the Stars, and then merge it with the talent of the true academic state, and then load it into the blood chaos that has merged the blood of the Sun Elves, Moon Elves and Wise Goblins, and then continue to strengthen the remaining 3 spell-like talents. Life Absorption, Mental Power Absorption, Energy Absorption, Life Force, Mental Power, and Energy Absorption basically contain the spirit of a living body. Lin Xiao put all the 3 similar talent abilities into the creation cube, merged them, and then invested in the creation energy to strengthen them. Soon a super new talent that combines all the advantages of the 3 talents appeared in front of him. Unknown talent. Continuously devour the target's vitality, mental power and energy to replenish itself, and can also transfer its own vitality, mental power and energy to companions, and can freely choose the type of extraction or transmission. The meaning is very simple. That is, you could extract the enemy's spirit, or you can pass your own spirit to teammates, and you can freely choose to only extract vitality, mental power, or energy, which is very flexible to use. Let's call it essence transformation. Then, it is the last step of bloodline strengthening and fusion. Pure bloodline strengthening is very simple. 1 unit of good fortune energy is integrated into it, until it reaches the upper limit and can no longer be strengthened. And then several talents are solidified in the bloodline. Thus, a new species bloodline that consumes a total of 129 units of good fortune energy is formed, condensed into a card under his mind, and reloaded into the divine domain. After this species card was reloaded into the god's domain, the power fluctuations in the dark quickly spread to the entire god's domain, with this card emitting dazzling golden light. The wise goblin hero ailment, who was designing the internal structure of the floating city in the tower of the god's domain, suddenly looked up at the sky and murmured. The voice was transmitted through a special channel, and all the wise goblins in the entire god's domain were sensitive to it. They put down their work, relaxed, and prepared to welcome the upcoming great changes. As the pulse light waves slowly spread to the entire god's domain, one by one, the wise goblins began to transform into light cocoons and entered a state of transformation. Lin Xiao looked down at the god's domain, looking at the light cocoons that exuded a faint attraction and absorbed the energy of the surrounding elements with expectation. Just after the transformation, it has begun to absorb the surrounding energy and transform it into the power of the stars. This is enough to show that this talent is stronger than he imagined. Boom! The void battleship suddenly shook violently, and Lin Xiao, who was doing experiments, stood there speechless, looking at the various bottles that exploded in front of him. He shook off the corrosive liquid on his hands, picked up the towel beside him and wiped them, then opened the door and saw a soldier standing at the door, ready to knock. What happened? Chapter 442 Harvest in the Void. The soldier quickly answered. We hit a huge rock. The observer guessed that there was a plane collapse not far away, and there would be many plane fragments in the nearby void. Plane collapse? Lin Xiao strode to the bridge. The central observation screen was pitch black. Looking at the porthole observation port in front of the bridge, he could see nothing outside except the rolling void energy. He was about to retract his gaze when suddenly a huge irregular mountain emerged from the surging void storm in front of him like a wave and crashed into him. The driver quickly adjusted the angle of the warship, and the flying snake barely passed by the irregular mountain that was thousands of meters high. It was really a plane collapse. Lin Xiao saw traces of buildings on the edge of the irregular mountain that he had just passed by, indicating that there was an intelligent civilization in the collapsed plane, and the level of civilization was estimated to be not low. He suddenly became interested and ordered loudly, slow down, approach slowly, and be prepared to escape at any time. If something goes wrong, evacuate immediately. Plane collapse is a rare thing. Either it encounters some terrible natural disaster, or there is a battle between some super powerful people above the level of true gods, and the plane is accidentally cracked. Of course, there is another possibility. That is, some super void monster passes through the plane. If the plane is not large, it may be accidentally knocked open. The collapsed plane has basically lost its value. The plane is shattered, and the fragments fall into the void. It won't take long for the earth to be corroded and melted by the void energy, and finally become nothingness. However, after the plane collapses and melts, some precious minerals and magic materials with very solid texture will remain. These are usually difficult to dig in the plane, but they may appear after the plane is decomposed. Lin Xiao's purpose is to try his luck and see if he can encounter them. The flying snake slowly flew forward, and soon another piece of corroded and riddled land flew over. When passing by, the observer saw a large piece of blue crystal on the other side of the boulder and immediately shouted, "Look over there. What a large piece of sapphire raw stone." Lin Xiao looked over and saw a piece of blue crystal that was almost as big as a small room with a faint blue light on the surface. There were many blue crystals of different sizes nearby. He shouted with joy, "Come over and dig it up. This is going to make a lot of money." Everyone in the bridge was very happy to see the blue crystal. This is not an ordinary sapphire, but a gem that can be used as a magic material. The most common and largest way to use it is to grind it into powder. After processing, it can be mixed with other materials to make magic ink, whether it is used to carve magic circles, make magic props, or make magic scrolls. The unit price is not high, but it can't stand such a large piece here. You have to know that one unit of this thing is only as big as an egg, and the standard price in the market is that one divine power crystal can buy a full 1,000 units. There are probably hundreds of thousands of units here, and they can probably be sold for hundreds of divine crystals, which is a lot of money. Everyone who sees it will get a share. If you dig it up, you will get a big red envelope. Lin Xiao waved his hand and made such a promise. Everyone applauded after hearing this, and felt that their movements were much more agile. The flying snake maintained the same flight trajectory and speed as this plane fragment that was probably several kilometers high. Several members of the Marine Corps drove several machines similar to the Pioneer Golem, but larger, to detach from the warship and fly towards the plane fragment. Two mechanical arms were fixed on the surface of the cliff, and the tops of the other two mechanical arms were transformed into chisels to chisel along the edge of the sapphire. This thing is extremely powerful. The hard ore layer was broken, and soon the ore layer and the sapphire block were loosened and separated. The two machines each extended several mechanical arms to clamp and push them to the flying snake. It is worth mentioning that these magic sapphires are associated with iron ore, and there are iron ore all around it. If these iron ores would not be wasted under normal circumstances, but now they do not have enough space to accommodate these iron ores. They can only be wasted. When Lin Xiao came to the rear cabin, he saw a sapphire as big as a small room lying quietly on the hard metal floor, and a circle of faint blue light illuminated the gem. Shen Yuexin walked around the gem, picked up a small irregular piece of broken gem on the ground and said, "This kind of magic gem is very useful and is in short supply in the market. Do you sell it to others or use it yourself?" "Of course. For your own use. There is a magic race in his divine domain, which consumes a lot of this material. In the past, he bought the materials himself, which was a considerable expense." He stretched out his hand to the flying snake next to him and said, "Borrow my sword." The flying snake quickly took off his sword and handed it over. Lin Xiao held the sword and aimed at the sapphire as big as a house and slashed it. Dazzling light burst out from the sword, and quickly turned into a 5-meter-long sword, which chopped the sapphire in half with one sword, and then chopped the sapphire into more than a dozen smaller pieces with a few strokes before stopping. Returning the sword to his men, he pointed at the pile of sapphires and said to his girlfriend, "Here, you take half, and I take half." His girlfriend was not polite, and she took half of the sapphires with a wave of her hand. Although she was not short of money, she had to take what she should take when exploring in a foreign land. Lin Xiao temporarily stored the rest in the space props, and prepared to transfer it to his real body through the magic cube of good fortune when he had time. Then, they dug out the smaller sapphires on this plane fragment one by one, and blasted this plane fragment with a cannon, and found a large number of gems of different sizes and other precious associated minerals from it, and collected them all. When they left, this plane fragment had been dismembered into countless fragments and swallowed up by the void storm. Then they continued to move forward and found several plane fragments of different sizes. They dug out some rare minerals from them, but they did not see the magic gem mine as rich as before, until they had been flying forward for tens of thousands of kilometers. They had not seen plane fragments for a long time. He estimated that the flying snake had passed the void full of plane fragments, but did not see the broken plane core, nor did he see the creatures left in the broken plane, let alone the culprit who destroyed the plane. Lin Xiao guessed that it was too long after the plane was broken when they arrived, and the broken plane core was probably taken away long ago. If there was some regrets, some relief, the regret was that I did not see the center area inside the broken plane, so naturally I could not see the plane core. Fortunately, I came too late and did not see the murderer of the broken plane. If I really saw them, I would probably be in danger. The so-called plane core, also known as the star core, is the original core of a plane, containing extremely terrifying energy. If this thing is made into a card, it will be an 8-star ancient card that even the true gods dream of. This thing, when integrated into the gods' domain, can make the gods' domain undergo a qualitative change that countless sons of the gods' domain dream of. That is, crossing the limit, and giving birth to true god-level strongmen in the gods' domain. Let's put it this way. Generally speaking, the upper limit of the strength and energy of the gods' domain through various conventional means is the 10th level. That is, the demigod stage. This is the conventional upper limit. Even if the son of the gods' domain is deified, even if he is promoted to a powerful divine power, as long as he does not use special precious treasures to increase the upper limit of the gods' domain, then the upper limit of the strength of the family in the gods' domain will be limited to below the 10th level, and it is impossible to exceed this upper limit. Even if the son of the gods' domain takes the godhood to the core family, it cannot break through. This is the upper limit of the world, and the plane core has the function of breaking through this upper limit, which shows how terrifying its value is. It's just that although the plane core is good, it is extremely rare. This does not mean that any plane has a plane core. The conditions for the formation and acquisition of this thing are extremely harsh. First of all, it must be a plane with intelligent creatures, and the birth of the plane will, regardless of the size of the plane, its plane core can be formed. Yes, it is just a possibility, not a certainty that the plane will be born. No matter how big the plane is that does not meet these conditions, its plane core will not be formed. Note: this formation is a conceptual formation. In fact, the plane core exists in all planes, but it is just a matter of whether it is useful or not. You can use eggs as an analogy. Some eggs can hatch chicks, while some eggs can never hatch chicks. That's the meaning. In addition, how to obtain the plane core is also a big problem. You should know that the plane core is the basis of the existence of a plane, which is equivalent to the brain and heart of a person. If someone takes away your brain and heart, and takes it away alive, can this person still live? Definitely not. Therefore, the appearance of each plane core represents the destruction of a plane with a large number of intelligent life. People will resist, and the plane will naturally resist. People will fight to the death in despair, even if they commit suicide, and the plane will also. When the plane will finds that it is completely unable to resist, there is a high probability that it will directly burn everything and launch a suicidal final blow to the target. Regardless of whether it can kill the target, it will also be annihilated. Once the plane will falls in advance, this plane core will naturally be useless. No matter who destroys a plane with a large number of lives, they will be rejected and hostile by the entire crystal-walled universe. So this thing is extremely difficult to obtain. Even the children of wealthy families do not all have it. Every time this thing appears, it will attract countless wealthy sons of the god realm to exchange treasures. That's right. This thing is only exchanged for goods, and it is exchanged for treasures of the same level or price. It is generally not sold directly. Although he didn't find this thing, Lin Xiao didn't feel sorry. If he really found it, he would have to struggle whether to return immediately. Of course, if you really want to get a complete plane core, it's not a loss to return immediately. They didn't plan to return to search, so they ran too far and ran too far. They continued to move forward and plunged into the void storm and disappeared in the divine realm. As time passed, the light emitted by the light cocoons formed by the essence of wisdom gradually dimmed, which was the appearance of the complete transformation. With a slight click, the largest light cocoon inside the city of truth cracked open, and a stream of crystal starlight gushed out from it. Lin Xiao's expectant eyes descended, and Slaughter, who had been guarding the side, slowly lowered his head and called his divine name softly. Chapter 443 New Core Clan Star Spirit. Lin Xiao nodded. His eyes focused on the light cocoon that was constantly breaking. The starlight was extremely rich, and the aura emanating from it was far more powerful than before. Although it was not as good as Slaughter, it had indeed reached the 9th level, which was the limit of the divine realm. Moreover, with the addition of racial talent and hero template, his true strength was comparable to that of a general 10th level existence. He was second only to Slaughter in the divine realm and became the second combat force under him. The light cocoon cracked, and the starlight mist gushed out. A tall figure slowly stood out from it, and then a circle of air waves pushed the starlight away, revealing a tall and handsome man surrounded by starlight. Regardless of his body shape and appearance, he was very similar to humans, and was extremely handsome. His ears were slender and pointed like elves, with fine silver lines on them. He was about 2 meters tall, and his strong body was covered with silver star patterns all over his body, including his face, which looked like a kind of enchanting beauty. What attracted Lin Xiao's attention the most was his long starlight hair. The tiny strands of hair condensed from pure star power hung down behind his head, and as they swayed, they sprinkled starlight, which was quite beautiful. The silvery eyes were the result of the star power and mental power being too strong to be controlled. Ordinary people would have to withstand the test of willpower to look at him, and if they failed the test, they might be shocked. And this was just what was seen on the surface. In the body that ordinary people could not see, there was an even more powerful force. Lin Xiao summoned the attribute table, and saw the extremely powerful talent of the new species that he had consumed a full 129 units of creation energy to modulate. Race, Star Spirit. Category, Advanced Humanoid Race. Level, Sub-Legendary Race. Occupation, Mage. Talent, Son of the Stars. A true academic master. Skill, Essence Transformation. Expertise, Dexterity. Constitution, 5 points. Strength, 5 points. Agility, 5 points. Spirit, 30 plus 20 plus 10 points. Evaluation. This is a powerful race that can naturally master the power of the stars. Yes, Lin Xiao named this sub-legendary species that can control the power of the stars as the Star Spirit. They have little to do with goblins and elves, and are already a brand new species. The newly adult star spirit is comparable to a fifth-order life form just by mastering the power of the stars and its powerful talent. With a little more skill, it can pose a threat to any sixth-order extraordinary creature. Its growth limit is the seventh order, but because of the special nature of its talent, it is easier to break through the species limit and become a legendary creature than other sub-legendary species. The star spirit has a super strong mental talent and is born with a spirit of up to 60 points. This is a talent that is more than 10 times stronger than that of the intelligent goblins. Whether it is mental talent or spellcasting talent, it is a natural caster, and it is very easy to become a powerful magician. It can be said that any Protoss who starts mage training from a young age can become a 6th level archmage when he grows up. And with a little more effort, he can become a 7th level archmage, even if they cannot break the racial limit. Their talent is enough to support them to break through the legendary level with the mage profession and become a true legendary mage, or even an arcanist. Lin Xiao has enough ambition for this. With such excellent spellcasting talent, he must get them an arcanist profession template. With the talent of the Protoss, arcanists and arcanists can be born continuously. In them, Lin Xiao saw a stronger talent and a brighter future than the Great Naga. Yes, in Lin Xiao's eyes, their future may be stronger than the real legendary species, the Great Naga. At any time, the Magic Master has a better future than the melee of the kitchen knife. Not to mention the ceiling of the magic system arcanist. Any arcanist needs a 6th level archmage as a prerequisite to advance, let alone the arcanist. At least a legendary mage can take office. The weakest arcanist is stronger than the average legendary mage, and the strongest arcanist is better than the average true god. Theoretically, there is no upper limit to the power of the archmage, while the power of the true god is still limited by the plane, and its flexibility is far less than that of the archmage. So, in the near future, the core clan in his domain will change from the Grand Naga, which is the only one, to the Grand Naga and the Protoss, the strongest melee Grand Naga, and the strongest magic Protoss. The two work together, invincible in the world. Don't worry about whether he can suppress the powerful Protoss. If it is replaced by other sons of the domain, it is highly likely that they will not be able to suppress the future Protoss. But Lin Xiao does not have this problem, because he has the priesthood of truth, and he is the creator of the Protoss. As long as he does not commit suicide, it is not a problem to control them. As a sub-legendary species, with the blood of the long-lived High Elves and strengthened, and as a magic species, the Protoss has a longer lifespan than the Grand Naga. Any Protoss has a lifespan of up to 800 years as long as he reaches adulthood, while the basic lifespan of the Grand Naga is only 300 years, less than half. When they are promoted to the 6th level, they will easily have a lifespan of 1,000 years. When they are promoted to the 7th level, they will have a lifespan of 1,200 years. If they can break through the race limit and be promoted to the legendary star spirit, they can easily have a lifespan of 2,000 to 3,000 years, while the lifespan of the legendary Great Naga Lord is 1,500 years. However, while having an extremely long lifespan, the star spirits also inherited the shockingly low reproduction rate of the High Elves. The pregnancy period of the star spirit is 15 months, which is 3 months shorter than that of the Great Naga, but it has a full 10-year infancy, 30 years of childhood, and about 60 years of adolescence. It is considered an adult when it is 100 years old. In 100 years, ordinary humans have experienced the life journey from birth to death, while the star spirits have just reached adulthood. It can only be said that the long-lived species is indeed long-lived. Fortunately, the intelligent goblins have multiplied to 50,000 people during the adjustment, and there is already a certain foundation. If he starts from scratch, the reproduction rate will give him a headache. All I can say is that these 129 units of fortune energy were worth it. Extremely worth it. Turning decay into magic, combining many unrelated talents into one and strengthening them qualitatively, creating a powerful new sub-legendary species. After creating the star spirits, Lin Xiao's understanding of the laws of creation has improved a little bit. Although it is less than 1%, it is a huge improvement compared to the current mastery. You should know that if other gods want to improve their mastery of their priesthood, they must consume a huge amount of divine power to deduce. The more they deduce, the higher the divine power consumed. When they are promoted to powerful divine power, the divine power consumed for deduction can bankrupt ordinary true gods. When all the star spirits in the entire divine domain, more than 51,000 intelligent goblins, transformed into star spirits, The strength of the entire race also transformed, and earth-shaking changes occurred when the entire species transformed in a leap. From the original medium race directly leaping over the high species to the sub-legendary species. The strength of all individuals in the entire race has been improved to varying degrees. Originally, the entire intelligent goblin had only 50-something 7th level archmages and more than 1,500 6th level archmages. Now, after the transformation, the number has increased several times. Among them, 4 of the original intelligent goblin leaders broke through their limits in this transformation and were promoted to the 8th level legendary star spirits. They are Alan King, Jane Connie, Grover Kinney, and the only female star spirit Musser. In addition, more than 300 7th level star spirits were born, and there are a total of 346 with the original ones. Nearly 10,000 new 16th level star spirits were born, and with the original ones, there are now more than 13,000. In addition, there are more than 46,000 ordinary star spirits. But it can be foreseen that after the transformation from intelligent goblins to star spirits, their strong talents will make it easier for them to be promoted. The 7th level star spirit may be a little difficult, but it is still very easy to be promoted to the 6th level extraordinary star spirit with only one breakthrough with the talent of the star spirit. In other words, it will not be long before there will be tens of thousands of 6th level star spirits in the divine domain. If they are well cultivated, it is not impossible to achieve the 6th level extraordinary for all members. If that happens, the Star Spirit clan will become a trump card in Lin Zhao's hand. After all, tens of thousands of level 6 grade mages are still quite awesome. And this is a luxurious lineup that some less experienced true gods cannot bring out. They can crush Lin Zhao with their absolute comprehensive strength, but they definitely cannot bring out such a luxurious lineup of mages. When the entire race transitioned from the original intelligent goblins to the star spirits, their bloodline roots changed from the original goblins to the current high elves. Lin Zhao found that the character, habits and aesthetics of the star spirits have changed greatly compared to before. In layman's terms, they seemed to start to dislike their clothes and surroundings. When they were intelligent goblins, they didn't have any special habits, and the food they ate was very casual. Now that they have become star spirits, they dislike the place they used to live in, and their mouths are picky. Even Ailment, who has changed from a thin and intelligent goblin to a tall and handsome guy, looks at the mage tower where he used to live with disdain. Speaking of it, after the transformation, all the men of the Star Spirit clan are tall and handsome, and all the women are beautiful women with good figures. This difference makes Lin Zhao feel very strange, and it is difficult to associate these handsome men and beautiful women with goblins. It has to be said that the creation is too magical, turning decay into magic, directly changing a race from the root, and making it undergo earth-shaking changes. It can be predicted that the work of the Protoss to build the floating city will stop for a long time. In addition to adapting to the new appearance, they have to rebuild their homes. The original residence will definitely not be lived in again, and it will not be forced, and it must be greatly transformed. Lin Zhao also encouraged this. It would be good to build a beautiful elf city in the god's domain. There happened to be an ancient creation tree in the center of the god's domain. In the future, a beautiful city can be built with this ancient tree as the center. Although the current ancient creation tree is not very useful and seems a bit useless, with the development of the god's domain, this ancient tree will continue to grow in the future. And even in the future, this ancient creation tree can be adjusted again through the creation cube. Speaking of it, in the totem world before, Lin Zhao was going to bring back his golden ancient tree totem incarnation, and then extract the advantages of the ancient creation tree and integrate it into the golden ancient tree to create a new powerful ancient life tree. I never thought that after the Gaia node was established, the golden ancient tree totem was occupied by Gaia's will. Later, the totem world was directly exiled to an unknown corner of the void. Until now, there is no information, and I don't know whether it still exists. Chapter 444 Totems and Earth Gods. 3 years later, a small void warship rushed out of a void storm that stretched tens of thousands of kilometers and came to a plane with a dark red spectrum on the surface. The warship circled the plane and sent 3 small probes to explore the plane. More than 10 minutes later, the probes were retracted and the void warship turned around and left the plane. Shortly after the aircraft left, a tall humanoid creature covered with scales emerged from the plane and looked into the void, silent for a long time. 6 days later, The flying snake came to another plane with a pale green flame on the surface. The spacecraft quietly parked outside the crystal wall of the plane, and two small probes approached the plane to explore. Lin Xiao stood in front of the bridge and carefully observed the plane not far away through the observation porthole. While updating the star map, he asked, "This is the nth plane discovered this month?" His subordinates immediately answered, "These four. An average of one discovered per week." With such a high frequency, it should be a dense plane group, he said to Shen Yuexin beside him. "Have you found anything?" She retracted the brilliance in her pupils and shook her head. "For the time being, I haven't found any traces of the seniors. But it cannot be ruled out. If they have not appeared outside the plane for a long time, the traces they left behind will have disappeared and cannot be checked. This is her divine supernatural ability after obtaining the ancient priesthood of destiny, called destiny trajectory. As the name suggests, she can see a certain destiny trajectory of the target. The specific understanding depends on the strength comparison of both parties. The stronger the strength, the more difficult it is to spy. However, after all, it is an ancient priesthood, and its power is stronger than ordinary people imagine. With her current strength, ordinary indigenous true gods can spy on it for a short time, and demigods of the same level can track its trajectory for a long time. Weaker than her can even track it completely, if it is a creature below the 6th level of extraordinary. As long as there is no powerful magic weapon or special talent, she can see through the target's entire life in one breath, from now to the source of shaping, until just born. During these few days, every time they approached a plane, they would ask her to observe the fate trajectory near the plane, looking for traces of seniors or unknown powerful beings. Although they didn't find anything, they did find a lot of terrible void creatures or traps, allowing them to avoid danger in advance. They had entered the void where this plane group was located a year and a half ago. The planes in this plane group were somewhat dense, especially as they went deeper and deeper. The number of large and small planes increased. From the beginning, they encountered one every 1 or 2 months to now. They can find 4 or 5 in a month. And the density is getting higher and higher, judging from the planes they have come into contact with in the past year and a half. This should be a plane group that has not been discovered by the Son of God. Or it can be said that there are not many sons of God. At least until now, the Son of God has not been officially discovered. But traces suspected to be left by the Son of God have been found in several planes. But there was no evidence to prove whether it was the traces left by the Son of God, and no marks were seen. But for the sake of safety, they left those planes without contact. The detector was embedded in the crystal wall of the plane, and soon sent a piece of collected information. The light curtain in the center of the bridge popped up, showing a sea that stretched for thousands of miles. It was very coincidental that the area detected by the detector was clear and cloudless. From time to time, fish jumped out of the endless sea, and occasionally huge sea monsters could be seen chasing prey. Large plane. 2 detectors. One detected a sea that stretched for thousands of miles, and the other saw an equally large continent of mountains. The picture that quickly passed by vaguely showed the figures and traces of civilization that rose into the air. 2 completely different terrains in the same plane. Combining the two, the size of the plane was preliminarily estimated, and it was estimated that it could meet the standards of a large plane. Put 2 more detectors, and check if there are any marks left by the senior. Lin Xiao was a little moved. From the picture shown now, this is a large plane with a high possibility of intelligent life. Apart from other things, whether it is the energy intensity of the plane or the richness of the plane resources, it is not important. What is shown now is enough to prove its extremely high value. Lin Xiao has already planned to descend to this plane to establish a space beacon. Now he can descend only after confirming that the plane has no owner, and no other seniors have discovered it. The 4 detectors circled the plane and continued to detect, and the flying snake circled the outer wall of the plane to search carefully. This search lasted for a whole month. After searching back and forth 3 times, Lin Xiao was relieved and prepared to descend. In this month of exploration, the detector has explored most of the terrain in the plane and drawn a detailed map. First of all, this is indeed a large plane, with a total area equivalent to 2 Pacific Oceans, which is about the same size as the Moon Sky Realm. It's a bit coincidental. There are 3 continents in the plane, the main continent in the east, and 2 twin continents in the west that are almost the same size and very close to each other. There are intelligent creatures on the continent, and there are more than one kind. The main species is indigenous humans. The level of civilization is equivalent to the Bronze Age, the transition stage from tribes to city-states. And there are slaves. To put it bluntly, it is equivalent to the Xia and Shang dynasties in ancient China. In addition, there seem to be other alien races in this plane, which are much smaller in number than humans, but very powerful individuals. Indigenous humans are mainly concentrated in the main continent, but there are also city-states of indigenous humans in the Gemini continent. Therefore, when choosing a landing site, Lin Zhao's initial choice was not the continent, but a larger island outside the continent, ready to build a space beacon and return first. With the value of this large intelligent life plane, it is enough for him and his girlfriend to get a good score together. At that time, whether it is selling the plane coordinates or developing it by himself, it will be very good. Of course, he chose not to land on the continent but on the island, mainly because of the extraordinary power in this plane. Although the civilization of this plane is not high, it also has extraordinary power, and its strength is quite strong. According to the information collected, this plane also has the power of developing faith, thus giving birth to a totem similar to a god but not a god. Note that this totem is different from the totem of Lin Zhao's previous totem crystal wall system. It has the same name but belongs to another power system, which is a variant of faith deification. In simple terms, it can also be called ancestor worship, or earth gods, because civilization is in the transition from tribe to city-state system. It still retains the most primitive ancestor worship. Some famous ancestors are worshipped by their descendants, slowly collecting the power of faith, and eventually become a totem with a specific priesthood, no kingdom of God, and no incarnation, also called earth gods. The most common priesthood is the totem of different tribes, such as the Thunder Tribe totem, the Wolf Fang Tribe totem, etc., or local earth gods, such as the Guardian of the Quiet Mountain, the Guardian of the Cenarian Mountains, the Guardian of the Night Song Forest, etc. Generally, totems are deified by human ancestors, and most of the guardians are powerful life forms in some regions, worshipped by ignorant mortals and deified. But there are also humans who become guardians. The strength of this kind of totem is between demigods and true gods. Because of the restrictions on the priesthood, there is no kingdom of God, and it is impossible to separate incarnations like true gods. No matter what they do, they must go out in person, and their real strength is far lower than that of true gods. But no matter what, no matter how bad it is equivalent to demigods. If it is some powerful totems or guardians, their strength is far stronger than that of ordinary demigods. Even the true gods can't do anything about the strongest in their own home. This large plane has many tribes or city-states, and almost every tribe has a totem of its own. Some powerful planes may have several, plus guardians from different places, so that although this plane has no true gods, there are many totem guardians equivalent to demigods. It is estimated that there are hundreds if not 1,000, which is quite dangerous. They, a group of outsiders, would be rejected simply by entering the plane. If they were to build a space beacon, they would be directly hostile to the will of the plane. At that time, there would definitely be enemies to destroy it. If they landed in the main plane, they would probably face a group of totems or earth gods to attack them at any minute. Although it was dangerous, as the saying goes, wealth and honor are sought in danger, and the value of this plane is worth their risk. After making all preparations, the flying snake broke through the crystal wall of the plane and entered the plane. The moment he entered the plane, Lin Zhao felt a repulsion on himself. Turning his head to look at his girlfriend, Shen Yueshi nodded. But the many men on the warship didn't feel anything. They have no divinity and divine power. Strictly speaking, they are just mortals. As long as they don't come with obvious malice, the will of the plane will generally not reject them. Fortunately, they are only a demigod incarnation, and their strength is nothing compared to the hundreds or thousands of totems in this plane. If it were a true god, it would be thunder and lightning. After entering the plane, the flying snake stayed in the air for a long time, allowing him and Shen Yueshi to slowly adapt to this repulsion, and then turned into a meteor and flew towards an archipelago on the edge of the main continent. At the same time as they landed, in the south of the main continent, on a plain between two mountain ranges, there was a city made of huge stones. On the city stood tall warriors with bare arms and bare feet, toothed chains around their necks and spears in their hands. The city was heavily guarded. Although the stone and wooden buildings in the city were rough, they were well organized. Most of the civilians wore linen clothes and hung various ornaments such as beast teeth or bones. Although they were not very rich, they were quite clean. There were many people on the street. The civilians walked on both sides of the street. Only the nobles' ox carts could pass through the center. Going forward along the street, passing a huge square, the terrain began to rise, and layers of stone stairs went up like a pyramid. Looking down from the sky, you can see that this huge city with a length and width of more than 10 kilometers is divided into 3 levels. The outermost layer is the lowest. The middle layer is more than 30 meters higher than the outer layer, and the central core layer is 30 meters higher than the middle layer. In the center of the huge bluestone pyramid in the center of the city, there is a huge and ancient stone palace. A halo that ordinary people cannot see emanates from the stone palace and spreads to the entire city. Chapter 445 Landing and Campsite. Is there someone else coming? A deep male voice came from the stone hall. And then another voice replied, I saw too. And the direction of their arrival was overseas. Overseas? That means it has nothing to do with the 2 juniors? It should be an accidental discovery of this world. By the way, didn't the school leader say low before? The first class of the freshmen this year is in this crystal wall system, and it seems to be placed in this void. Could this newcomer be a freshman? Another voice was silent for a while, and said, It is possible. The voice suddenly became relaxed and laughed. If this is the case, it would be interesting. The school leader said low and asked us to entertain them well. Think about how we were entertained by the seniors when we first entered school. It's our turn. Pass the message to senior sister Chuemo and senior Ichin. I believe senior Ichin will be very interested. No problem. The same situation occurred in the northernmost part of the main continent. There were many tribes in the boundless primeval forest. They lived in the jungle and hunted for a living. Most of these tribes were ruled by a large tribe, with a huge city located in the primeval forest as the center. The name of the dark night forest guardian resounded throughout the forest. On the top of the towering ancient tree stood 2 figures shrouded in divine power. One of them was painted with divine-like camouflage and decorated with divine power. The man withdrew his gaze from the distance and said to his companion, They are so cautious. They should be new here. You go and drive them out. The companion next to him smiled slightly. Don't worry. Don't you think it would be fun to add a few freshmen to us and the 4 sophomores? It would be boring to drive them out now. Let them develop for a while, and come out when they are about to successfully establish a space beacon. I believe that they will give you an unforgettable memory at that time. You are too bad. Same here. In the boundless sea, the flying snake was flying fast in the air more than 500 meters above the sea surface. In the distance of the flat sea, a huge outline was approaching rapidly. This is a large island with an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers. It is the largest main island among the thousands of large and small archipelagos nearby. It was initially observed that there was a tribe on the westernmost side of the island, but it was not very large. The corresponding tribal totem should not be very strong, and they could deal with it. The warship slowed down when it was more than 10 kilometers away from the island, and chose to land slowly on a wide beach of dozens of kilometers on the easternmost side of the island. The first team is ready. The captain of the Marine Corps squadron, Flying Snake, looked at the soldiers ready to go in front of him with a serious face, and was giving orders, while Lin Xiao was observing the situation nearby. There are no trees near this large and gentle beach. All wasteland, which is obviously difficult to ambush at a glance. It is a good landing point. As the hatch opened, a small landing cabin of only about 10 meters flew out of the Flying Snake and floated towards the island. With a muffled sound, the landing capsule landed on the wasteland, splashing a piece of gravel. Many snakes and insects behind the undulating gullies and rocks around were frightened and fled in all directions. But 2 lizards with brown and yellow skin of 5 or 6 meters long were seen quietly lurking nearby. The hatch opened, and the Marines dressed in reinforced plate armor like space warriors rushed out quickly. The deputy captain of the team jumped more than 10 meters high to the top of the landing capsule, pulled out a short javelin about 1.5 meters thick from the mouth of the pot behind him, and threw it at someone fiercely. The javelin flashed, and the next second, blood spurted out from the sand in the distance. A 5 or 6 meter long sand lizard with a yellow skin was nailed to the ground by the short javelin and struggled wildly, raising a large piece of gravel, restricted by the rules of the foreign land. Their combat method is cold weapon combat. Each Marine has superb combat skills and various combat experience, including close combat and long-range combat. and some can also use some simple spells. Although these sand lizards were well hidden, they could not escape their sight at all. A casual glance would reveal their hiding places. Next, the team members successively took action to eliminate all hidden creatures within a mile around them, and then began to deploy 4 teams one after another, leaving one team to garrison here, and the other 4 teams dispersed in all directions to scout the surrounding situation. At the same time, the Flying Snake also released 4 detectors to cooperate with the 4 teams to conduct joint ground and air reconnaissance. Lin Xiao stayed in the Flying Snake with his girlfriend and waited for news. After the team has explored, determined the surrounding situation, and determined the location of the temporary base, the family will be summoned out. 50 minutes later, the third team heading north sent a warning message. The Flying Snake in charge of the Flying Snake quickly ordered the warship to take off and fly in that direction. After flying about 6 kilometers, they saw the lush trees in front of them shaking violently, and a huge roar came from inside, and the sound of trees breaking was endless. When the Flying Snake flew over, the third team was seen fighting with a giant lizard that was 20 meters long and covered with fist-sized green bumps. This thing was brown and green and ferocious, and its bumpy scales were very strong. The team members could not penetrate it with javelins or crossbows, and they did not dare to get close to it. No one could bear the size of this big guy. When the Flying Snake flew over, the Flying Snake decisively ordered the ship's gun to charge, and the fighting team members below quickly retreated. Boom! When the energy of the ship's gun muzzle contracted inward to the extreme, accompanied by a loud bang, a dazzling energy column sprayed out and hit the giant lizard. A shot blasted a large pit with a diameter of nearly 2 meters and a depth of half a meter on its back, and bloody dark red flesh flew all over the sky. The giant lizard was immediately severely injured. Its huge body stumbled and knocked down a big tree. It looked up at the sky, and the Flying Snake, which was hundreds of meters high, roared and opened its mouth to spray a stream of dark green venom. The venom could be sprayed over a very long distance, reaching a height of over 500 meters. Unfortunately, the Flying Snake had already activated its defensive formation to prop up its shield. The venom only made a sizzling corrosion sound when it hit the energy shield, but it was completely unable to corrode the shield. Instead, a large amount of venom fell and corroded a large area of trees. Then the Flying Snake chased the giant lizard for several kilometers, and fired more than a dozen shots before completely killing this extremely tenacious beast. At the moment of the giant lizard's death, Lin Xiao discovered that the soul of the giant lizard did not dissipate, but could still condense into a physical entity. However, it was just a tree without roots, and its body began to shake and disintegrate when the mountain wind blew. Lin Xiao thought about it and took action to collect the soul. Generally, the souls of creatures in other planes will dissipate or enter the underworld of the current world after death. The souls of creatures in this plane can be recondensed after death. This is an anomaly, and perhaps it can be studied in time. As for the corpse, it was ignored. The corpse of the giant lizard was highly poisonous and could not be eaten. Moreover, it had been blown to pieces by more than a dozen naval guns equivalent to the 9-ring spell, and it could not be resurrected even with the necromancy spell. Next, they spent 2 days to kill all the beasts and monsters that were threatening within a radius of more than 10 kilometers. Then, they set a fire to burn the weeds at a certain distance from the shore. The Flying Snake landed slowly, and the remaining Marines left the ship and began to build a temporary camp. The magician team led by Vice Captain Quetzalcoatl used the spell of turning fossils into mud to turn a large amount of stones into soft mud. The other team members dug and shaped the soft mud into long mud slabs that were 2 meters long, 1 meter high, and 30 centimeters thick, or mud pillars that were several meters long and thicker than a person, and then used the spell of turning mud into stone to solidify it into hard stone. Then the legendary wizard Quetzalcoatl used magic to pull up a piece of ground that was 100 meters by 100 meters, and stopped at a height of 20 meters in one breath. Then these stone slabs and stone pillars were transported to this high platform that was 100 meters long, wide, and 20 meters high, and pieced together to form a series of solid stone houses. In the following time, Quetzalcoatl pulled up 4 platforms of this size in 4 directions, and then gathered the power of all the mages in the team to pull up a platform of 200 meters by 200 meters and 30 meters high in the center of the 4 platforms, and connected the 4 platforms together with stone bridges to form a whole. Then, a stone wall of 10 meters high and 5 meters wide surrounded the 5 platforms in a circle, with a total length of more than 5 kilometers. Thus, A large-scale temporary camp was formed. It is called a camp, but it can actually be regarded as a city. And it took less than a month. This is the power of the wizard. If there is no mage team, there is no need to think about building a camp of this scale. If there is no mage team, the remaining 90 Marines will probably not be able to build the 5-kilometer stone wall outside in a year. And this is based on the fact that they are all 6th level extraordinary warriors, or above. If mortals come to build it, it will take thousands of people several years to complete it. As soon as the base was established, Lin Xiao immediately started the follow-up action, which was to build a space beacon to communicate with the outpost as soon as possible. However, it is easy to build a base, but it is not so easy to build a space beacon. The biggest problem is to make the materials needed to build a space beacon, which is the most troublesome. Although this thing is also a kind of magic circle, it is much more advanced than ordinary magic circles. The materials required are very precious. They collected so many precious minerals and magic materials along the way, but only a few pieces of mithril can be used, and other materials such as magic sapphire cannot be used. Although magic sapphire is one of the main materials for making magic ink, the requirements of space beacon are too high. The magic ink made of magic sapphire is not qualified. Better magic gems must be used to make special magic ink. In other words, he now has to find materials that can build space beacons in this plane. There are 4 main types of these materials, namely, gems with space attributes as ink materials, mixed with the essence and blood of powerful creatures with extraordinary powers at the lowest legendary level, such as dragons, titans, and other super powerful extraordinary creatures. Then take mithril and fine gold as the base. These 2 materials are considered to be popular materials among all precious magic materials. Many exotic planes have them, but the quantity is a bit too much. Chapter 446 Summoning the Family. The base of the space beacon is not small. In addition to other precious magic materials, its main body is refined gold and mithril, and the demand is about 100 million points. This is very troublesome, but there is a chance. Generally, planes with extraordinary power have such materials, but it is a bit troublesome to find and collect them. There is no rush for this matter. Anyway, he still has more than 20 years to collect them, so he can take his time. For Marine Corps teams were sent out by him to explore the island, and the remaining Marine Corps continued to transform the camp. According to Lin Xiao's idea, it is estimated that they will stay in this plane for a long time, maybe until the end of this class. At least more than 20 years. With such a long time, a complete base must be established, which means that he can live better and defend against possible dangers. He always remembered that there are many indigenous tribes in this plane. In the future, the establishment of a space beacon will definitely be hostile to the will of the plane, and will definitely face attacks from these indigenous tribes. It is very necessary to have a strong base. After the exploration team explored more than 30 kilometers around the camp, Lin Xiao and his girlfriend decided to summon the family. The family had been summoned early and put into the disposable storage props, just waiting to be released. Shen Yuexin summoned her core family, the advanced race thunder-winged man, a giant birdman with a wingspan of more than 10 meters, with thunder wrapped all over his body, and the power to control thunder. When the thunder-winged man is promoted to the 6th level extraordinary level, he will be a Sky Wrath warlock with a stronger ability to control thunder, with flying units and thunder spells. Her family is stronger than ordinary sub-legendary races. At least, non-legal non-flying sub-legendary races generally can't beat it. The advanced race only takes up 4 people, and 1,000 people are enough to summon 250 thunder-winged men. The thunder-winged men she summoned are all Sky Wrath warlocks above the 6th level, including 27th level Sky Wrath guards and 2 8th level legendary Sky Wrath lords. It can be said that it is a very powerful force. In a head-on battle, it may be stronger than the Marine Squadron and the Flying Serpent in Lin Xiao's hands. After all, there are 2 8th level legendary Sky Wrath lords. The power of thunder, which specializes in racial talent, is combined with the Thunder Warlock profession, and then promoted to the legendary level. The explosive power of the Sky Wrath Lord will be very terrible. Thunder is originally a high burst, and when it reaches the legendary level, there is almost no legend of the same level that can match it. It may be possible for a legendary mage to be comparable if he is prepared, but in a head-on encounter, a legendary mage cannot beat the Sky Wrath Lord. This type of flying soldier is a very good aerial reconnaissance unit. Lin Xiao formed a team of 2 7th level Sky Wrath guards and 10 Sky Wrath warlocks. a total of 4 teams, to catch up with the Marine team sent out before and continue to explore with them. Ground-air cooperation can greatly improve efficiency and safety. The girlfriend's family has been released, and Lin Zhao's family will naturally be released as well. Throw the disposable space prop in the hand into the air and activate it. The dazzling white light quickly shuttles and outlines like a spirit snake, forming a huge light array on the ground, accompanied by a wave of space fluctuations. A huge dragon head and dragon body figure walked out. This guy is 15 meters tall, with a tail nearly 20 meters long. His body is covered with scales like gold. His head is as ferocious as a dragon and majestic. A pair of thick dragon horns are curved and winding. The thick and powerful dragon body is full of power. A row of sharp dragon thorns on the back extend all the way to the tail like a battering ram. 2 extremely thick spikes rise from the dragon's back, like a pair of wings, looking extremely majestic. Even Shin Yueshi was surprised when she saw his core family for the first time, and couldn't help asking, "Is this your core family? The Naga tribe?" But there is a certain difference from the Naga tribe. Isn't it that the Naga has mutated and promoted to a sub-legendary race? Lin Zhao took her hand and smiled. Not a sub-legendary race. Not a sub-legend? Impossible. A high-level race cannot have such a thing. The voice suddenly stopped. Her mouth slightly opened in surprise, showing a rare look of shock, and asked, "Could it be that you are a legendary race?" As soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to have thought of something and quickly asked, "I have never seen a legendary race in this form. Is yours a new legendary race?" Lin Zhao nodded. "Yes. This is a brand new legendary race. I named it Shuranaga." Shuranaga. Very appropriate. The girlfriend smiled sincerely on her face, shook his hand and said, "The sons of the gods who have been able to create new legendary races will all be legendary figures in the future. Congratulations." He gently pinched her little hand and held it tighter, smiling and said, "When I become a legend, it will be the time for me to formally propose to your father." His words caught his girlfriend off guard, and her delicate and beautiful face suddenly flushed. Shy. One by one, the legendary Naga lords came out of the teleportation array. They came out 30 at a time before stopping. This accounted for a total of 600 people. However, these were all 8th level legendary Naga lords. Even if there were only 30 of them, they could easily defeat the Thunder Wing people of 1,000 people. Although the thunder spell of the Sky Wrath Warlock was powerful, the great Naga, who perfectly inherited the blood and talents of the Dragon Clan and strengthened them, had resistance that ordinary people could not imagine. The Sky Wrath Warlock's super high burst could not do anything to them. 30 huge Naga lords, who put great pressure on the Marine squadron, came out and retreated to the side. Then, starlight gushed out of the teleportation array, turning into star mist that filled the entire array. And figures taller than ordinary people came out one by one. 106th level and above star spirits, 27th level star spirits, and 86th level star spirits. Speaking of which, Lin Zhao made a profit. When he summoned the star spirits before, they were still intelligent goblins, just a medium-sized race, and each accounted for only 2 people. Now the intelligent goblins have transformed into sub-legendary Protoss that occupy 10 people, which is equivalent to earning 800 people for nothing. Next are the 50 red furnaces. Although this race is a high-level race, with strong talents and considerable individual combat power, if it is given to other sons of the gods, they will be properly cultivated as core clans. However, in Lin Zhao's hands, their brilliance is completely overshadowed by the powerful Great Naga and Protoss, and they can only be reduced to a supporting role. Lin Zhao got 50 red furnaces because of their talent in forging. To build a base, they may conquer the natives in the future. At that time, in order to arm the natives, a large number of weapons and equipment will definitely be needed. Without support, they can only forge by themselves. Compared with the Great Naga, Shin Yueshi prefers the Protoss with explosive appearance. Girls like good-looking things. Most of the core clans of the Sons of the Goddess domain are good-looking races such as elves or half-elves. Many clans were summoned one by one, adding up to more than 400 people, and the empty base at least became a little popular. It's just that 30 Shura Nagas take up a bit of space. After all, they are more than 10 meters tall, and their tails are more than 20 meters. This size is already larger than the average dragon. Only 30 of them take up more space than the other nearly 400 followers combined. Lin Zhao assigned them tasks. The Thunder Wings can fly, and their main task is to patrol the air nearby. The Red Furnace clan started forging. It happened that they had collected a lot of materials on the way. They just need to wait for the patrol team to find iron ore on the island before they can start working. The Nagas were divided into two halves. One half stationed at the base, and the other half went to the sea to fish. So many followers have a big problem with food. These 30 Shura Nagas are super big eaters with very high food needs. If they don't rely on themselves, they will all starve to death. The star spirits were also divided into two halves. One half first processed the magic sapphires collected on the way, and first ground them into powder, and mixed them into magic ink for use. The other half is to build the defense system of the base, such as enchanting the city walls, enchanting the weapons and armor forged for the Red Furnace clan, etc. And some are directly made of precious minerals and magic materials collected on the road to make magic props. As many clans entered the working state, the base entered a state of vigorous development, almost changing every day. In less than 2 months, the entire base has undergone earth-shaking changes. All the 100 Protoss are mages, although they have transformed from intelligent goblins to Protoss. Their race has changed, but the mage profession has not changed. Not only have they completely inherited the original mage profession level, but also because of the powerful spellcasting talent of the Protoss. They are more powerful than when they were intelligent goblins. The combination of racial talent and mage profession makes the current Protoss several times stronger than the original intelligent goblins at the same level. Apart from other things, the mana limit and casting speed have been comprehensively improved, and the mana consumption and casting difficulty have been greatly reduced. Not to mention the racial talent. It can be said that the real strength of the Protoss can almost be increased by 1 level by combining racial talent with the powerful real mage profession. The 6th level species level plus the 6th level mage professional level, plus the bonus of the divine domain relics, can make them comparable to ordinary 7th level mages. 100 star spirit mages cast a spell together, forcibly pulling the entire ground of this 1 kilometer diameter base up by about 2 meters. And the ground full of gravel within the range of the city wall was forcibly flattened and pressed into flat ground by magic. The most important thing is that the star spirits inherited 2 high elf bloodlines, and the aesthetics of the high elves influenced them, whether it is the pulled up city walls or buildings. Even the rock ground solidified by the spell of turning mud into stone is deliberately formed with various beautiful patterns and shapes. Although it is just a rough draft now, it is indeed much better looking than before. Just like the weapons and armor of the elves. Whether the defense is strong or not is one thing. It must be beautiful. Although the elf armor looks thin, it actually has strong defense. My girlfriend is very interested in this aspect. She spent half a month drawing a beautiful design for the entire base, and asked the Protoss to build it according to the design. Sometimes she would discuss with the Protoss how to design it better. Lin Xiao saw it, and occasionally went over to accompany her with interest. Chapter 447 The Divided Natives. Lin Xiao knew very well that this was because she was interested in this, and she was also deliberately looking for something to do. The two of them came together, and ran the base together. She had long been aware of the need to put her boyfriend first. Since entering the void, she had always put him first in everything. After summoning her clan, she directly handed over the command of her clan to him. Such a smart, well-behaved, cute and beautiful girlfriend made him cherish her even more. This morning, Lin Xiao was eating breakfast with his girlfriend, which was some fruits unique to this plane that he had collected before. Suddenly, a red warning light came on at the door of the restaurant. He ate a few bites and stood up, apologetically saying, "You eat first. I'll go and deal with it. I'll come over later." After making an okay gesture, Lin Xiao walked out of the door and took a few steps. He saw the deputy captain of the Marine Corps, Quetzalcoatl, rushing over. Seeing him come out, he whispered, "The second team heading north just sent a message that they found a human indigenous tribe with a size of about 10,000 people. This tribe seems to still maintain the most primitive hunting method. There are extraordinary warriors similar to knights, as well as many wizards commonly seen in the plain. At the same time, traces of earth gods were found in the tribe. Are there extraordinary warriors? How strong are they? How many are there? And how strong are the strongest ones?" Lin Xiao's face did not change, and he asked slowly. At this time, he had come to the end of the passage, stretched out his hand and pressed on a crystal on the door. The crystal lit up, and the metal door opened silently, and the two entered the bridge. Although a base has been established below, he and his girlfriend usually live in a safer worship. Quetzalcoatl came to the control console and summoned a light screen, which quickly showed a picture. He turned around and said to Lin Xiao, "According to observation, the scale of this indigenous human tribe is about 10,000, and it is still in a very primitive tribal state. The average physical fitness of individuals is stronger than that of humans in many worlds. It has a unique totem system that is extremely powerful. According to observation, the most powerful tribal warriors now have the physique and strength of the 6th order extraordinary level, and some have some extremely strange abilities." It happened that at this time, the drone shot a picture of a jungle, where a tribal warrior with a naked upper body covered with ferocious totem squatted quietly on a tree more than 30 meters high, when a black beast with a body as agile as a cheetah, but nearly 4 meters long quietly crawled under the tree. The warrior directly raised his spear and jumped down from the 25-6 meter branch. The beast reacted very quickly to avoid it and turned around to pounce on it. As a result, the native warrior threw away the broken spear in his hand, fought with the beast with his bare hands, and finally twisted the beast to the ground with his barbaric hands and beat it to death with his fists. It can be observed from the picture that as he pushed hard, the ferocious totem on his body emitted a faint blood light, forming a giant beast phantom attached to him to suppress the beast. Then the native warrior tore open the blood vessels in the neck of the beast and sucked the blood. This is not the point. The point is that as he bit the blood, the totem on his body seemed to be replenished and became brighter and brighter. The totem phantom let out a silent roar and sucked out a phantom that was exactly the same as the beast from the beast. Lin Xiao recognized that this was directly extracting the beast's soul. What a weird method. By swallowing the beast's essence and soul, it can be clearly seen that the warrior's totem is brighter and the warrior's physique is stronger. This method of extracting souls is very evil, and it is comparable to that of the necromancer. However, in primitive society, there was no so-called concept of evil and justice. There was only survival. What was the point of sucking blood and souls in order to become stronger? However, this was not a good thing for Lin Xiao. Such a fierce opponent would probably be very troublesome to fight head-on in the future. Of course, the alarm in the morning did not mean that the tribe was discovered. It would be impossible to send out any alarm just by discovering a tribe. The main reason was that the exploration team found that the tribe seemed to be preparing to split up, and the direction of travel seemed to be the base. The so-called separation means that if the tribe grows and prospers, and the food produced nearby is not enough for the tribe to eat, the tribe will be split into 2 or more branches and migrate to other places to establish new tribes. This tribe is in the jungle. Usually, they can only rely on collecting wild fruits and fungi in the forest, hunting wild animals, fishing in the river, etc. to eat. The output is limited, and it is difficult to meet the survival needs of more than 10,000 people. To be honest, a tribe can feed tens of thousands of people just by collecting wild fruits and hunting wild animals around. This is enough to show that the products in the forest on this island are rich enough. Now it seems that one of the split parts of this tribe may choose to develop in the direction of the base, which is very likely to cause conflicts. And we must prepare early. Lin Xiao pinched his chin and thought about it, and made 2 preparations. One is to send a team to continue reconnaissance to determine whether they will really run to the base. The other preparation is naturally combat preparation. If they are really sure to come here, they must be prepared for battle. 5 days later, Lin Xiao looked at the huge indigenous team of more than 4,000 people in the picture, and the advanced team about 10 kilometers away from the base. And he knew that war was inevitable. It was speechless. These indigenous people did not have the idea of exploring in advance to find a good place before moving. After the tribe split, they directly went out with their families and rushed forward. Fortunately, no trace of the totem was found in this tribe. It is speculated that this tribe should have only one totem, and a new totem will be worshipped after the split. For example, if the leader of the current branch tribe dies and is worshipped as an ancestor, absorbing the power of faith for a long time, he will gradually gain the power of the totem and become a new totem over time. Or if a super powerful leader appears in the tribe and can protect the people of the tribe with super strong force, then he will be able to gain the faith of the people of the tribe before he dies, thus realizing that he can become a totem before he dies. This totem is more powerful than the posthumous deification, but it is also more difficult to achieve. 8 days later, Lin Xiao looked at the screen in silence, exchanged glances with his equally speechless girlfriend, and said with a smile, "It can actually be like this." The information sent by the reconnaissance team showed that this tribe that split from the previous tribe got lost halfway. Yes, they got lost, turned around halfway, and turned towards the center of the island. Now they are dozens of kilometers away from them, and getting farther and farther. Well, to be precise, their original target was not them, but they were just coming towards them at the beginning. It is normal to deviate slightly after a few dozen kilometers. For a period of time afterwards, a small team of Thunder Wings kept watching them. When they were sure that they were getting farther and farther away from the base and heading towards the center of the island, he breathed a sigh of relief and returned to his previous state. Until one day, about a month later, Lin Xiao and his girlfriend were standing on the huge platform with a diameter of 200 meters in the center of the base to discuss what kind of defense array should be designed for the base. Suddenly, they heard a long horn sound from afar. It was a warning from the patrol team around the base. After more than a month, the initial exploration team had already gone deep into the island. Now there are only a few small patrol teams around the base, which generally patrol back and forth within a range of 10 kilometers from the base. The warning horn sounded, indicating that a powerful enemy had entered the 10-kilometer range of the base. After all, with the strength of the patrol team, the hunting team of the general indigenous tribe is not their opponent, and there is no need to warn. Lin Xiao quickly rushed into the sky, and several star spirits quickly gathered towards him. One of the star spirits named Isaiah quickly cast a spell to condense a water mirror in front of him, which showed the picture 10 kilometers away. When the picture took shape, Lin Xiao was surprised for a moment. The picture did not show that the tribe he imagined was coming again, but that the two tribes were fighting. To be precise, a stronger tribe is hunting down the small tribe that split off before. The stronger tribe has more than 5,000 strong warriors, while the small tribe has only over 4,000 people, most of whom are women and children, many of whom are injured. There are less than 1,000 warriors who can fight, and warriors keep falling down while fighting and retreating. If it weren't for the forest terrain restrictions, they would have been surrounded and destroyed on the plains. Lin Xiao's eyes quickly swept across the water mirror and stopped when he looked in a certain direction. The screen showed an old man who was as skinny as a stick with a bone-toothed necklace on his neck, holding a skull emitting a faint black gas in his hand. He held up the skull and muttered something, and after a while, he sprayed a thick green breath on the skull. The skull suddenly seemed to be alive, and the pupils lit up. One pupil had a thick black gas gushing out, and the other pupil had a thick green gas gushing out. The old man stretched out his hand and pointed forward. The skull's eyes turned one black and one green. The aura entangled into a black and green aura condensed into a misty poisonous snake that sprayed into the distance and hit a brave warrior on the battlefield in front. The black-green gas python sprayed, and the warrior was quickly entangled by the black python. He roared, and the bloody totem on his body turned into a strange beast and bit the black python. But the black python quickly expanded into a huge mouth that swallowed the warrior and the totem in one gulp. Yes, it swallowed it. When the black python transformed by the green-black gas returned to its original state and returned to the skull in the wizard's hand, the strong tribal warrior had become a skeleton with many holes corroded. Then, another wizard took out a bone flute, and a green bone snake was wrapped around the bone flute, and the snake's mouth was the flute mouth. The wizard blew the bone flute at the snake's tail, and black gas floated on the surface of the bone flute, which quickly became thicker, and finally condensed into a black snake shadow as thick as a finger and flew out, swelled in the wind, and soon turned into a giant snake more than 20 meters long and fell to the ground, raised its head, and screamed and rushed into the battlefield. Another wizard used a magic weapon to summon a large number of poisonous creatures to rush into the battlefield, and the wizard on the opposite side immediately summoned a large number of the same poisonous creatures to respond. A powerful warrior from the split tribe activated a totem that looked somewhat similar to a flying dragon, and then he merged into the flying dragon, turning into a huge flying dragon with a wingspan of nearly 20 meters. He raised his head and chanted an incomprehensible chant, and then sprayed a huge dark green venom ball that exploded among the enemies, poisoning a large number of tribal warriors without totems on the spot. Chapter 448 Plan. The battle was very fierce. There were many strong men in this group of split tribes. Their individual strength was not inferior to the unknown tribal army that surrounded them. At the same time, they fought very hard to protect the old and weak tribesmen. But the difference in numbers was too great. How could more than 1,000 people fight against 4,000 or 5,000? They collapsed in less than half an hour. One part of them fought to the death to cover the rear, and another small force escorted the other tribesmen to retreat. And the direction of retreat was exactly the direction of the base. Lin Xiao pinched his chin and watched the real-time picture in silence. At this time, Xin Yuexin also flew over and asked after seeing this scene. The direction they came from was exactly the base. It is estimated that they will see the base in less than half an hour. How to deal with it? He thought for a while and said, let the subordinates go to the city wall to prepare to prevent them from attacking. If they are just passing by, forget it. And never let them rush into the base. He dared not rashly take in the attack. They were not familiar with him. For him, whether the pursuers or the escapees were natives, it didn't matter to him. As long as they didn't attack the fortress, he would not care. More than 20 minutes later, the first group of pioneers, consisting of more than a dozen tribal warriors, appeared outside the base. When they rushed out of the jungle and suddenly saw the tall city wall that ran through the jungle, they were stunned. They stopped behind the bushes more than 100 meters away from the city wall and observed carefully, not knowing that their every move was under surveillance in the city. These natives almost just came out of the wild era. They were naked, with important parts wrapped in animal skins, bird feathers inserted in their heads, animal tooth necklaces representing trophies hanging around their necks, and tattoos and totems all over their bodies. Ordinary native warriors have tattoos of ferocious beasts on their bodies, which generally have no effect, but can only scare ordinary beasts. The tattoos on the powerful native warriors are not tattoos, but real totems, real extraordinary powers. This team has only one leader with a totem tattoo. He carefully observed the base for a while, and was about to instruct 2 men to return to report to the large army behind, when he suddenly saw a huge, ferocious, and terrifying head sticking out from behind the city wall. A great Nanda lord appeared behind the city wall. With its strong and powerful dragon tail, it leaped up and landed heavily on the city wall. A circle of aura that was almost real exploded and spread rapidly. It was also because the city wall was wide and strong enough that ordinary city walls could not bear his weight. The aura of mixed dragon power quickly passed 100 meters away. The natives were swept by the aura. A pressure that made them feel terrified surged like a tide. They quickly showed expressions of fear. Many native warriors, who did not have totems, screamed and fled in all directions. Only the native leader stimulated the power of the totem on his body to stand still. He suppressed the fear on his face, threw the weapon in his hand to the ground, raised his hands and bowed to the ground, and said in a slightly trembling voice, #%#%. Lin Xiao quickly performed the magic of understanding language and immediately understood what the other party meant. Because of the other party's speaking habits and cultural differences, it sounded strange, but the content was still clear. That is, powerful existence, I'm sorry to bother you. If you can let us leave, I will offer tribute after my tribe is out of danger. That's what it means. Obviously, in the eyes of these natives, the great Nanda lord with a huge body and a combination of elegance and terror is a terrifying existence similar to a totem or a land god in their eyes. According to the books that Lin Xiao had read before, in some primitive plains where civilization had just sprouted, those primitive natives with no power liked to worship and offer sacrifices to those very powerful beings. Except for a few pure beasts without wisdom, most of the super strong life forms with a certain degree of wisdom would be happy to accept the offerings, either actively or passively. The natives provided food tributes to these powerful life forms, and these powerful life forms provided protection for the natives, specifically to resist the invasion of other powerful beings. From this, Lin Xiao suddenly had an idea in his mind. Could he disguise himself as a totem or a land god to become the protector of this embarrassed native group? Or directly become their totem? Anyway, they just separated and didn't have their own totem. He thought far ahead. Anyway, he would stay in this plane for a long time. At least 10 or 20 years. It would be too difficult to gather the materials needed to build a space beacon all over the world with just a few hundred clans and 100 marine squadrons. Why not conquer one or more indigenous tribes and let them collect materials for themselves? He told Xin Yuexin about this idea, and she smiled and said, I have this idea too. We have too few people. If we find a mineral vein, there will be no manpower to dig. We can conquer this indigenous tribe and become the totem worshipped by their tribe. Then we can use our technology to arm and strengthen them. Let them conquer other tribes on the island, and borrow their power to serve us. So it's settled? She smiled and shook her head and said, Of course we can't just do this. We have to disguise ourselves, and think about how to face them, and how to control them. His girlfriend asked a lot of questions in one breath. But Lin Xiao didn't think too much about them. His idea was very simple. He just asked a big Naga lord to come forward. But from her look, it seems that there is a lot of knowledge involved. So I asked humbly, how should we do it? There are two ways. One is that you send a great Naga lord to come forward and use his powerful strength to become the guardian of this indigenous tribe, and further become a totem in the future. The second way is that we disguise ourselves as a powerful population and enslave them in the form of a population. Population? Yes, in the form of a population. Shin Yuexin pointed to the Protoss and the Great Naga in the base and said, and you have to consider whether to focus on the Protoss or the Azura Naga. We only have these two races that are most suitable to be the rulers. Lin Xiao looked back and forth at his two followers, and soon came up with an idea, saying to her, it's still the Shura Naga. They are stronger and their appearance is more suitable to be the ruler. If it's in other civilized planes outside, the star spirits, who look more like humans, are definitely more suitable to come forward. But in this primitive plane, the Naga, who is huge, ferocious, and stronger, is more suitable than the star spirits to be the ruler of all the conquered natives in the future. After all, for the natives, strength mainly depends on appearance. The Naga is full of visual impact and mental oppression from any aspect, and is easier to rule. In this case, you need to change your current form. The girlfriend pointed at the Naga below and smiled. Your incarnation has to change its form. Become the same as your follower, and be stronger. Then she asked with a little concern, in the future, if this native is strong enough, you may become their totem. At that time, there may be some strange changes, or it may attract the attention of the plane's will. Can your transformation be stable and flawless? Lin Xiao waved his hands and laughed. Don't worry about this. I am their creator. Do you think I can completely transform? Well, that's no problem. By the way, what about you? Me. The girlfriend quickly reacted, thought about it, and said, I will naturally transform into a thunder-winged man, and then show it in the name of your symbiotic race. How about it? Okay. Then, they discussed for a while, confirmed some details, and then began to transform. First, the girlfriend. She transformed into a thunder-winged man who was taller than the two strongest legendary thunder-winged men. What distinguished her from her clan was that she was wrapped in golden thunder and lightning, and held a huge scepter wrapped in lightning. There was a huge golden thunder ball hanging on the top of the scepter, exuding a suffocating and terrifying pressure. When she finished transforming, Lin Xiao praised her. Her thunder-winged man clan was indeed very excellent. Spellcasting profession plus flying units. This is stronger than the general sub-legendary race. With her identity, it is impossible for her to use this family all the time. It is estimated that she will have a legendary family in a short time, or directly promote the thunder-winged man to a legendary race. Lin Xiao guessed that she may have the ability to promote the thunder-winged man to a legendary one. But because the legendary race is too difficult to reproduce, she may be preparing to wait for the thunder-winged man to reproduce more, and then promote it in one fell swoop. At that time, she can directly harvest a large number of legendary families in one go without having to reproduce slowly. This possibility is either possible or certain. Anyway, he will not worry that his girlfriend's strength cannot keep up with him. He can cheat. She is also cheating. And the ability to make money is also cheating. With such a powerful father, she can be said to be the most powerful second generation in the main world. And her growth speed is no different from cheating. The key is that she opened it openly, unlike him who had to hide something to avoid being known. Lin Xiao calmed down with some sighs, and the figures of Slardar and the black dragon Nigel Ram appeared in his mind. With them as reference, his divine power surged, and the dazzling golden light expanded. His figure began to expand rapidly, turning into a rapidly growing Shura Naga. Since he was the leader, he was naturally different from his subordinates. Not only was his body larger and more ferocious, he also added a pair of dragon wings to himself. The pair of sky-high spikes on the shoulders of the normal Naga were replaced by a pair of huge dragon wings. This looked like an abyss lord from the crystal-walled universe of Azeroth. A huge body made of pure gold, hard dragon scales, a thick and powerful body, a curved dragon horn that soared into the sky. A ball of golden light condensed between the dragon horns to form a golden vortex. It seemed that there was an endless supply of power converging into the vortex in the center of the dragon horn, exuding a terrifying power that made people palpitate. Transformed into the species he created, Lin Xiao can adjust his body and form at will. After the transformation, he turned into a supergiant beast about 50 meters tall and 70 meters long. When the golden light exploded and even the void was distorted, Luo, the totem warrior of the vine snake tribe, felt a sting in his eyes and subconsciously lowered his head. After a while, he shuddered and fell to the ground involuntarily. In the golden light, he felt a heavy breathing sound that made his muscles tremble involuntarily. Chapter 449: The Ambition of the True Body. According to Luo, the former leader of the Tingsha tribe, and later the second legion commander of the kingdom of the original god. At that time, I felt like I was in a furnace, and the power of the great original god burned every inch of my muscles. At that moment, I thought I was about to return to the embrace of my ancestors. But before I saw my ancestors, I heard the voice of the great original god. Human, you have invaded my territory. Luo slowly raised his head and saw a noble existence hovering in the air, emitting a suffocating and terrifying aura. At this moment, he suddenly bowed his head and said the crucial words. Great existence, my Tingsha tribe is willing to offer sacrifices to you and pray for your protection. At this moment, Luo felt that the air seemed to solidify. He was tormented in anxiety for an unknown period of time before he heard a voice that felt like the sound of nature at the time. Yes. Then, the tribe was saved. The great original god sent his tribe, and the symbiotic tribe, to defeat the pursuing poisonous lizard tribe with a crushing attitude and rescue the remaining tribesmen of the vine snake tribe. Although the wizards and totem warriors of the poisonous lizard tribe were powerful, and the strange poison curse was also terrible, they were completely helpless against the great Naga. 10 great Naga rushed directly through the battlefield and killed a large number of wizards guarding the other side in one breath, and had to flee in embarrassment. Next, as Lin Xiao and his girlfriend planned, the rescued vine snake tribe members served the original god and the tribe of the original god as the main force, and settled down not far from the base to recuperate. Lin Xiao settled the vine snake tribe not far from the base, and sent the Protoss Mage Corps to move mountains and fill the sea, and rebuilt a huge city rough. That is, a circle of city walls to enclose a large piece of land. And then, the rest depended on their own construction. The Vine Snake tribe lived on one side, and the base was on the other side. It is worth mentioning that he asked a part of the Marine squadron to disguise themselves as natives, who had been conquered by them long ago, and mixed into the Vine Snake tribe, and asked them to find ways to obtain various information. He was not convenient to ask directly about many things he wanted to know. After all, he was disguised as a powerful higher race. In this world, it was common for native humans to submit to higher races and powerful creatures. He had never heard that these totems or guardians would specifically understand the situation of human natives. He did not dare to ask directly to avoid alarming the snakes. The members of the Marine squadron were all humans, and there was no flaw in their disguise as natives. Lin Xiao was very interested in the various power systems and totem gods possessed by the natives. In addition, he accepted the offerings of the Vine Snake tribe, and he would definitely have conflicts with the Poison Lizard tribe in the future. The Poison Lizard tribe had totems and guardians, so it would be easier to deal with them if he knew more about them. The worst members of the Marine squadron were also at the 6th order extraordinary level, equivalent to the powerful totem warriors in the Vine Snake tribe. There were only a dozen such totem warriors in the entire Vine Snake tribe. They disguised themselves as natives and easily mixed in and obtained high positions. In the primitive society, tribes often fought against each other. The fighting was very fierce during the hostilities. But once the opponent was completely defeated, the hostility would disappear. The defeated tribe could easily integrate into another tribe and consider themselves as one of them, and would fight to the death to protect the new tribe. Just like before. If the Poisonous Lizard tribe completely defeated the Vine Snake tribe, the remaining Vine Snake tribe would completely integrate into the Poisonous Lizard tribe after surrendering, and the previous hatred would be wiped out. It is difficult for modern people to understand this idea, but it was normal in primitive times. So, in the Flying Snake, Lin Xiao was standing in front of a table with his girlfriend and the Flying Snake Feathered Serpent. On it was a very rough map. This was a map of the Snake Island obtained from the Vine Snake tribe, because there were too many snake lizards on the island, and there were many huge snake lizards. The island was called Snake Island by the indigenous tribe. This map was brought by the Vine Snake tribe before it split up. The inaccurate map marked different tribes and the territories occupied by powerful creatures explored by many tribal members. It was a new map obtained by verifying the island map drawn by the exploration team sent by the base. According to the map, there are two huge tribal groups on the entire Snake Lizard Island. One is the Snake tribe and the other is the Lizard tribe, which worship the snakes and lizards on the Snake Lizard Island respectively. The Vine Snake tribe is a part of a branch of the Snake tribe that split off. The one who attacked them before was a branch of the Lizard tribe. Snakes and lizards are feuds on this island. The source is naturally the totems of the two main tribes. A powerful snake totem and a powerful lizard totem. In Lin Yao's words, it is the grudge between a powerful snake demigod and a lizard demigod. The huge Snake Lizard Island was divided into two. The main tribes of snakes and lizards were at the north and south ends of the island. Because there was plenty of food nearby, some animals were specially raised. In addition, they were close to the sea and could fish, and each supported more than 100,000 people. There are 7 or 8 branch tribes that split from the main tribe and are distributed throughout this archipelago. There are several on the main island and several on other islands of the archipelago. After a long period of development, the branch tribes will split up because they cannot support too many people. All in all, it is estimated that the snake and lizard tribes in this archipelago are about 1 million. This population is not enough for a small city in modern times. But in a primitive society when civilization was just born, this is already a very large group of tribes. Both of them are threats. Lin Xiao pointed his fingers at the snake and lizard main tribes in the north and south of the Snake Lizard Island, and looked at his girlfriend. Shen Yuexin understood what he meant in an instant and nodded. It is necessary to clean up, at least before the space beacon is built. The two main tribes must be eliminated, and all the tribes in the entire island group must be unified. When the space beacon is built, it will be rejected by the will of the plane. At that time, there will definitely be various dangers and powerful enemies. If these two tribes are not eliminated, they will be enemies at that time. Potential enemies must be eliminated before the space beacon is built. At this time, the girlfriend said, we can slowly conquer the nearby lizard tribe in the name of the Vine Snake tribe, gradually grow stronger, and then slowly annex other tribes. When we have enough strength, we will attack the two main tribes. That is inevitable. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and said to Feiyu, your people must master the power of the Vine Snake tribe in a short period of time. It is best to take the initiative to integrate into it, and let your subordinates try to obtain the power of the totem and become a totem warrior. Only in this way can you legitimately master the tribe. He looked at the captain of the magic team, Quetzalcoatl, and said, let your people take the initiative to learn various witchcraft. Formal mages can easily master witchcraft. Then select some excellent seedlings in the tribe to teach, so that when they grow up in the future, they will be your direct subordinates. In addition, we need a totem with a unique style, which is different from the two totems of snakes and lizards. He looked at his girlfriend and said seriously, if you want to unify the Snake Lizard Island and defeat the snake and lizard, you must remove the influence of these two powerful totems. The best way is to create a new totem. A totem that is more powerful than the snake and lizard. Do you have an idea? Lin Xiao nodded and said, of course. What do you think of Shuranaga? Girlfriend asked curiously. Do you want to use Shuranaga as a template? Of course. My current form is Shuranaga. If the Vine Snake tribe grows stronger, and I become a totem in the future, my totem warriors will of course be based on my form. I can't still use the snake lizard totem. This is naturally the case. But what I mean is, girlfriend explained, if Shuranaga is used as the template for the totem warrior, where do you get so much blood of the Naga to create the totem warrior? Lin Xiao smiled and said, who said I want to use blood? I didn't say to use the blood of the Naga directly. Diluted blood is also fine, although the potential is a little worse. It is a legendary species after all. Even if one blood is diluted to 10, it is still a sub-legendary level. It is enough for an indigenous person. However, this is not enough. You only have 30 great Nagas here. Each time you extract blood essence, it will affect their strength and lifespan. You cannot extract blood essence frequently. When the population of the tribe is too large in the later stage, you will not have enough blood essence available. Don't worry. Lin Xiao waved his hand and sent her a message with confidence. I have a channel to communicate with the real body. There are tens of thousands of great Naga families in my divine domain, including some elderly great Nagas whose lifespan is about to end. rather than dying and turning into dust. It is better to use the useful body. Before an elderly great Naga dies, it can slowly extract blood essence more than a dozen times in a gentle way, which is equivalent to more than 100 diluted blood essences. It doesn't need to be too much. 1,000 elderly Shura great Nagas can obtain more than 100 diluted blood essences, which is completely enough. After all, totem warriors are rare in themselves. There are only a dozen in a vine snake tribe of several thousand people. These hundreds of thousands are enough for tens of millions of people. And the natives of this snake lizard island add up to less than 1 million, which is enough for any use. After he said that, Shin Yueshi naturally had no objection. And the idea was set. Of course, this is just an idea, and it is not suitable to change immediately now. At least we have to wait until the subordinates have completely mastered the Tingsha tribe before we start to change. But it is not difficult. It just takes a little longer time. At the same time, he can also prepare in advance and implement the transformation plan as soon as everything is ready. Lin Xiao told the real body about this plan through the creation cube. After Lin Xiao got the note in the Yushao realm, he fell into deep thought and asked Slaughter to fetch 10 portions of the great Naga essence blood. The descending incarnation only considered how to gain a firm foothold in the plane and successfully establish a space beacon. But he considered whether the power system of this world is special, and whether there is anything to learn from it. Ordinary sons of the God realm plunder resources. The powerful sons of the God realm of the true God plunder power and system. And those super powerful beings, who are determined to be promoted to great divine power plunder civilization and history. Although Lin Xiao is still only a demigod, his current achievements and vision have already surpassed those of ordinary sons of the gods. What he is considering now is not only plundering resources, but also power and systems. Chapter 450 Goodbye Senior Sister Chu Mo. As for civilization and history, he couldn't consider it. It's not that he didn't want to, but he couldn't consider it, because this thing is too ethereal and ethereal. With his current strength, he can't start even if he wants to. Resources are easy to plunder, and there is room for power and system. But who tells him how to plunder civilization and history? This is completely beyond his understanding. Just like asking elementary school students to learn advanced mathematics. It's just a black eye. What is this? Where am I? What am I doing? I can't even understand it. How to plunder? So now the most valuable thing for Lin Xiao is power and system. Plundering the power system in the foreign crystal wall and turning it into his own use. Because there is a famous saying in the main world. When you open up a power system that can surpass the powerful divine power from nothing, that's when you are promoted to a great existence. It is not just an ordinary great existence, but a great existence that relies on this power system. As long as there is life walking on this power system anywhere in the chaos void sea, you will be immortal. And even if you die, you can be resurrected from the long river of time and space. There are countless power systems in the chaos void sea, but there are only a few power systems that can surpass powerful divine power. Such as the belief in the God system, the mage system, and some systems that Lin Xiao is not very clear about. Such as the main power systems of several other divine civilizations he knows. Things like knights, thieves, priests, etc. do not count. These can only be considered as professions, not power systems. This is also a path to promotion to great divine power. But it is too difficult and troublesome. At least at this stage. No one has promoted to great divine power in this way. But after all, it is a path. And it is a hope in the absence of other promotion paths. Even if Lin Xiao now has a path to promotion to greatness, it does not prevent him from preparing. And there is no rule that after being promoted to great divine power, he cannot take another path. Combining the two will only make him more powerful. Lin Xiao certainly doesn't have his own power system now. Not even the beginning. But it doesn't prevent him from understanding this aspect and trying it. After all, there will always be a day in the future. Now that he has the opportunity to encounter some interesting and valuable new power systems, he must understand them well. However, how to plunder is a problem. It is easy to understand how to plunder resources. Just bring the resources produced in the foreign plane back to the main world in the form of cards, and sell or use them yourself. However, plundering the power system is a conceptual form. He has no physical objects for him to plunder. Whether in high school or college, teachers will not talk about this aspect in class, because this is too far away from them. Generally, only those elite true God-level sons of the divine domain will consider this aspect. Even the network of the main world does not have any knowledge about how to plunder the power system. This high-end knowledge has long been monopolized by various institutions. Ordinary people may know it because of some special encounters, but it is limited to themselves. They can also teach others, but they cannot spread it everywhere on the internet. Lin Xiao thought about it, and wrote a letter to Xie Yufei to ask about this. The class teacher Jean Cece should also know about this. But she certainly doesn't know as much as Sister Xie Yufei, who is affiliated with the military. She is in a high position, and has a big boss father. She must know more about this than Jean Cece, who comes from the academy. Well, I said something with the letter. There is a very strange flower in a small plain of Yushao realm. There are not many of them. Usually, it will only bloom under the moonlight. Once it blooms, the huge buds will unfold layer by layer, which can attract the surrounding moonlight to gather. And then some beautiful elf phantoms will appear in the moonlight, dancing gracefully, which is very beautiful. Lin Xiao has figured out the habits of this flower, and is ready to open up that plain to cultivate a living environment suitable for this strange flower named Yueshia Beauty. The entire plain will only plant this strange flower as a specialty of his plain. In the future, he will study this flower to see if he can use the means of creation to make it more fantastic and beautiful, and transplant it to the god's domain to grow. After all, Yushao realm will disappear in 1,000 years. Although this thing is not very useful, it is beautiful, and beauty is valuable. The best money to make in the world is women's money, and it has been like this since ancient times. With such a beautiful flower, I believe that many female sons of the god's domain will be willing to plant a few in their own god's domain. Of course, he can't favor one over the other, and he prepared a few Yueshia Beauty, and made them into cards, with divine power, to give to his girlfriend and Jean Cece respectively. Not long after, Lin Xiao received a letter from Xie Yufei, and there was only one line of words on the homepage. The flower is very beautiful. I like it very much. On the side, a flower exactly like the beauty under the moon was drawn with a pen, which was very delicate and beautiful. Lin Xiao smiled slightly, and he seemed to see her smile when she received the flower. Click on the attachment below. The light screen opened, and the first line read, "The following content is not allowed to be spread outside. Remember to delete it after reading." Lin Xiao nodded in his heart, and moved his eyes to look at the text below. The content is simple and clear, and you can understand it at a glance. To plunder the power system, the first step must form a de facto unification of the current plane. The second step is divided into two ways of plundering. The first way of plundering refers to only obtaining this set of power system and condensing it into an original card containing this power system. The original card can be separated into professional cards for use or sale after consuming a certain amount of resources. The second way of plundering refers to plundering this power system from the current plane from the root. After plundering, a power system origin card will be formed, which can also be separated into professional cards for use or sale after consuming a certain amount of resources. The difference from the first method of plundering is that the first method only obtains this power system, while the second method is to directly uproot this power system. After taking it away, the plane will lose this power system, and all the power obtained from this system by the individuals in the plane who originally used this power system will be stripped away. The origin card thus formed will be unique in the world, and only you have it. Of course, it does not include the same type of power system in other worlds in the Chaos Void Sea. For example, the totem warriors of this plane actually appear in the original planes of many worlds. Not only, if you plunder them in the second way, only the totem warrior road in this plane will disappear, and another type of totem warrior of the same type in other worlds will still exist. So that's it. Lin Xiao already knew it, and deleted this paragraph. However, although he knew the way to plunder, he didn't know which path to choose. He hadn't made a decision yet, and the incarnation sent him a message through the creation cube again, which made him dumbfounded. Damn it. Seniors and seniors. Lin Xiao's incarnation looked at the visiting senior sister Xiong Chumo and another senior named Chao Yichen in the hall of the base, and felt that 10,000 what the heck were running through his heart. The two seniors appeared suddenly. When he first saw them, he thought he was dazzled. It was not until they called out his name that he reacted. Then, 10,000 thoughts turned through his mind, and thousands of words converged into one sentence. It's over. It's not just the misery of meeting the seniors. Even if they know each other well, they still have to listen to the school leaders. They must be taught a lesson by the seniors. At most, They will be gentler when they are familiar with each other. The point is that they met the seniors in this plane. Which means that this plane has nothing to do with them. All the previous ideas and plans have gone down the drain. He doesn't think he can do anything in this plane under the eyes of the two seniors. In terms of real strength, he is not very weak against these two seniors. After all, they are only one level higher than him. The powerful legendary clan Gaia legendary star spirit is enough to make up for this gap. But the key is that he is in class at this time. He only has this small number of clans in his hands. How can he compare with the seniors who have no restrictions? This is embarrassing. He greeted the two seniors silently. Senior Chao Yichen was smiling, while Senior Chu Imo was laughing with her hands covering her mouth. His girlfriend was not in a good mood either. After a while of silence, he finally broke the silence and said, "Are you two seniors here to use courtesy first and then force?" Senior Chao Yichen smiled and waved his hand and said, "I had this idea originally, but after observing your strength, I have a new idea." Lin Zhao's expression eased a little and asked, "I wonder what new ideas you have." "Of course. Cooperation." "How to cooperate?" he asked with a look of surprise. Chao Yichen did not beat around the bush and said directly, "Junior Lin Zhao may not know that there are not only a few of us in this plane. In addition to the 4 of us, there are 2 sophomores and 2 juniors. By the way, during this period of time, we found that no less than 5 juniors have landed in this plane. Lin Zhao, before you came, the 4 of us had been united to resist the 2 junior seniors, but we were always at a disadvantage. If nothing unexpected happened, this disadvantage would gradually expand until one day in the future, we would be eliminated. Your arrival may change this situation. So after discussing with the other 2 companions, we decided to invite you to fight against the 2 seniors together." Chapter 451 News of the Supreme Priesthood. It's very simple. In the first few years, you will unify this archipelago. We will cooperate with you to kill the snake and lizard totems on the island. The unification of this archipelago should be able to gather millions of natives. We need you to train an elite force of hundreds of thousands of people within 10 years. And at least 1,000 totem warriors to assist us in the battle. 1,000 totem warriors? Will it be? This may be a bit difficult. Try your best. At least 800 or more. This is the main force of the battle. Lin Zhao originally wanted to say that 1,000 totem warriors might be a little less. But he didn't expect Senior Chao Yichen to say so. After a pause, he asked, "Is this totem warrior rare?" Senior Chu Mo nodded and said, "Totem warriors are the most common and most important supernatural system in this plane. The wizards of the tribal totems need to use special materials, mainly the essence and soul of powerful beasts, to carve a totem tattoo on the body of the powerful warriors of the tribe, and then activate the totem through a special ceremony to obtain supernatural power. The difficulty of the totem warriors lies in the limited power of the tribal totem, which cannot be given unlimited power. And the activation of the totem requires the warriors to forcibly suppress the backlash of the beast's soul when activating the totem, which is extremely dangerous. Without intervention, only 1 or 2 of the 10 indigenous warriors can activate the totem successfully. There are few warriors who are capable of obtaining totems, and the success rate is so low that the number is naturally not large. At this time, Senior Yichen said, it is precisely because of the difficulty that only 1,000 totem warriors are required. You have 10 years to prepare. I hope that there will be enough totem warriors as the main force by then. Okay. Anyway, agree to it first. It's best to do it. But if you can't do it, there's nothing you can do. He agreed, and it was considered an alliance. Then, Senior Chao Yichen's attitude changed a lot. Lin Zhao took the opportunity to ask him about the situation of this plane, and he mostly answered. But he changed the subject directly, and didn't answer some questions that seemed a bit sensitive. For example, he only answered some questions about totems that were not secrets, and warned them not to become totems easily. When the conquered indigenous tribes grow stronger, it is best to let a family member replace themselves as totems. Lin Zhao was a little confused and asked why he couldn't become a totem himself. Senior Chao Yichen said that becoming a totem had sequelae, so he deliberately changed the subject when he asked again. Lin Zhao remembered this in his heart, and didn't say anything. Soon Chao Yichen wanted to say goodbye and leave. But Senior Chu Mo didn't leave with him. Instead, he waved to Chao Yichen. You go first. I'll come later. The expression on the senior's face did not change. But Lin Zhao could feel a trace of haze in his eyes. And he smiled heartily, and flew into the air. After he left, Senior Sister Chumo said to him, as if she had let out a sigh. It's really annoying. Lin Xiao and his girlfriend were puzzled. The senior sister waved her hand and said, Don't talk about him. By the way, he was lying to you when he said not to become a totem. In fact, if you can, you'd better become the totem of your tribe as soon as possible. Because the totem is a kind of status recognized by the will of this plane. Once you have a totem, it is equivalent to integrating into this plane. So we can't locate you at any time. Hearing this, Lin Xiao suddenly realized and said, What the senior sister means is that you can now sense that there are outsiders coming to this plane at any time. And accurately sense our location. But if you have a totem, you can't sense it? Yes. But it's not just that. The senior sister looked at him with her beautiful big eyes and said seriously, This is only one aspect. On the other hand, it is also to prevent you from discovering the most valuable place in this plane. The most valuable place? Yes. The most valuable part of this plane is the totem status and totem warrior power system. Perhaps you know that these totems are similar to the earthly priesthood, but they are incomplete. They contain a whole set of independent priesthood systems. I really don't know. Lin Xiao complained in his heart and listened carefully to the beautiful senior sister who continued to say, This plane is not mature enough. And the civilization is in its infancy. But it has extremely excellent potential. In theory, it has the potential to become the main plane. Once it becomes the main plane, this incomplete totem system will become a complete priesthood system. And there will be a chance to give birth to the supreme priesthood and the pantheon. In fact, after we discovered this plane, the pantheon was destined to be impossible to be born. And this plane could not become the main plane. But the supreme priesthood was possible. Supreme priesthood? Yes, it is the supreme priesthood. The supreme priesthood that can open up the supreme god system. Hiss. Lin Xiao took a breath of cold air, and the indoor temperature dropped a little. The so-called supreme priesthood is the priesthood that the main god of the supreme pantheon must possess. The so-called supreme pantheon. This point should start from the pantheon. Normally, a fixed alliance is established with many true gods as the head, which is commonly known as the pantheon. Most of the pantheons in the main world or foreign lands are of this type. The supreme pantheon is also a kind of pantheon. The general rules are no different from ordinary pantheons. The only difference is the supreme priesthood owned by the main god. The supreme priesthood is a very powerful priesthood. But this priesthood cannot be owned alone. That is to say, there is no single supreme god. By the way, there are legends of supreme gods in some crystal wall systems. But this supreme god is only the main god of a powerful pantheon with the supreme priesthood. It is not necessarily a great divine power, but it also includes great divine power. In the legend, there is a special name for non-supreme great divine power, called God on God. The main god who possesses the highest priesthood possesses several powers that only the supreme god can possess. The most famous of these is the famous deification technique. Some very powerful masters of the supreme pantheon can directly bestow divinity on mortals and deify them. In addition, the main god with the highest priesthood has the power to convene the pantheon meeting. If there is a pantheon in this world, it is said that the masters of the pantheons represented by many top forces in the main world all have the highest priesthood, which is also one of the criteria for whether they are the top forces in the main world. Any main god of the pantheon with the highest priesthood has a place in the pantheon of the crystal wall universe where he is located. In fact, the main world also has an organization similar to the pantheon. Its official name is the Gaia Council. Unlike other crystal wall pantheons, because there are too many true gods in the main world, only powerful gods and previous Tianjiao Zhongbang players are eligible to join the Gaia Council after they are deified. They have the right to make suggestions and vote on major decisions of the main world. Lin Xiao is the son of Gaia, and he can join after he is deified. Moreover, because of his special identity as the son of Gaia, he will have a high decision-making weight at that time. Even if he has just been deified, it will be higher than the average powerful gods. The decision-making weight of the Gaia Council only depends on the contribution to the main world, and has nothing to do with strength. But strength is also an important criterion for whether to join. For any son of the god realm who has a certain ambition, the supreme priesthood is a good thing that must be obtained and will not be missed. Then the reason why Senior Chao Yichen did not tell him is very clear. That is, he wants to have fewer competitors. Knowing this, Lin Xiao also fell into sorrow. It was okay if he didn't know about this thing. But once he knew it, he would want it too. looking at the senior sister with some resentment. She covered her mouth and chuckled. Don't blame me. If it wasn't for your help last time, I wouldn't tell you secretly. If I do this, I will have to explain to my teammates when I go back, which is very troublesome. At this point, she didn't know what she was thinking about, and the smile on her face disappeared, revealing a trace of sorrow. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help asking, Senior sister, is it difficult to explain the sorrow? Yes. And no. She sighed. If I simply explain to my teammates, it's okay. I still have a personal favor and they can understand. But Chao Yichen who came with me will definitely tell my parents. And I have to explain when I go back. What to explain? Our two families are preparing for a marriage. She didn't say anything later, but he understood it immediately and didn't know what to say for a moment. After a moment of silence, she regained her previous smile and waved her hand. I'm leaving. I'm now in the southeast of the main continent. I'm the totem of the Silver Moon Bear tribe. If you go to the main continent, you can come to me. Lin Xiao nodded. Definitely. She soared into the air, paused in midair and said, Be careful of Chao Yichen. It would be good if you can ruin his plan. Lin Xiao. Shen Yuexin waved her hand with a smile. And when she disappeared, she turned around and looked at her boyfriend thoughtfully. He asked with a puzzled look on his face. Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. She was a little suspicious, but didn't delve into it. Lin Xiao didn't think too much and discussed with her enthusiastically. If it's the same as what the senior sister said, this senior Chao has ulterior motives, and there is something wrong with his previous promise. I think so too. What should we do? We have already agreed. If we go back on our word, he will have sufficient reasons to get rid of us first. That's not necessarily true. He chuckled and said, Didn't you say before that you would give us 10 years? These 10 years are the time for us to develop. In 10 years of development, it's hard to say who will win or lose. Shen Yuexin didn't understand where her boyfriend's confidence came from, and asked, In 10 years, we can unify the Lizard Islands at most, with a maximum of 1 million people, without universal military service. There will be only a few 100,000 or even hundreds of thousands of combat soldiers, and at most 1,000 or so totem warriors. How can we compete with the sophomore seniors who have no restrictions? I know you have a way to communicate with your true body, but communication and a small amount of material exchange alone are not enough for you to turn the tables. Lin Xiao stretched out a finger and shook it back and forth, and said confidently, 100 or 200,000 combat soldiers and about 1,000 totem warriors are certainly not enough. But what if there are tens of thousands of totem warriors? What if there are tens of thousands of totem warriors? Is this enough? How can you have so many totem warriors? Do you have a way to mass-produce totem warriors? It's hard to say now, but I have a certain degree of certainty. Chapter 452 Expansion. My girlfriend showed a hint of joy and said, If there is really a way to mass-produce totem warriors, we can indeed turn the tables. We will prepare whatever you need now. The most urgent task now is to help the Vine Snake tribe conquer several surrounding tribes to expand their population and territory, so that the two of us can be promoted to totems first. He looked up at the horizon and said, We are not totems yet, and have not been included in the system of this plane. We have been under the watchful eyes of the seniors. This is too unsafe. The first step is to ensure our own safety. When we become totems and are included in the plane system, even if they know that we are on the Snake Lizard Island, they don't know the specific location and cannot catch us at any time. For this, Lin Xiao has a complete set of plans in his mind. The first step is to become a totem to save his life. The second step is to defeat the two main totem tribes of snakes and lizards. And the third step is to unify all the tribes in the archipelago and establish a complete system. At that time, we can slowly study the secrets of totems and how to mass-produce totem warriors on a large scale. The first step to become a totem is the simplest. As long as the population of the tribe reaches a certain level, the population of the Vine Snake tribe can be directly expanded. Next, he sent a great Naga as an envoy to convey his wishes to the Vine Snake tribe, and sent 10 great Nagas, 30 Protoss, and 50 Thunder Wings to help. In most cases, totems will not participate in tribal wars. Generally, they only protect the tribe when the tribe faces a life and death crisis. But there is no rule that prohibits this. It's just that most totems are not interested. Although the current Vine Snake tribe is very weak and not very willing to fight, the current tribal leader means that they will prepare to recuperate for a few years before starting. But they don't have time to wait that long. So they directly sent the Great Naga over and forced them to prepare to send troops. He made such a strong request that the tribe could not refuse and had to send troops. Of course, this is also because the 10 Great Nagas are too powerful. Plus the 30 Protoss and 50 Thunder Wings gave them enough courage. After all, under normal circumstances, the appearance and force displayed by each of these Great Nagas are qualified to become the totems of some small tribes. Such a powerful force can easily defeat a not very strong tribe. As the indigenous people of the island, the Vine Snake tribe is very clear about the nearby tribes. After some discussion, they chose a target. After spending half a month to store military rations, the Vine Snake tribe officially set out. While they were preparing to go on the expedition, Lin Xiao was also working on reclaiming nearby land. Use magic to transform the terrain. Send the void ship Flying Snake to flatten the surrounding rocks and protruding terrain. Cut down trees. Reserve large trees. Burn branches as firewood. And pile up weeds to burn ashes. Then send the legendary wizard Quetzalcoatl to cast a legendary fire spell. Burn and smash large areas of rocks into lime. Cool them. Mix them with soil. Turn a large area around the tribe into arable land. And then sprinkle the ashes of the burned weeds into it. Then, a batch of seeds such as sweet potatoes and potatoes that are easy to plant and have high yields were sent through the real body for planting. Rice and wheat are not suitable for planting here. Only sweet potatoes and potatoes have a high survival rate, low land requirements, and high yields. The elders, women, and children of the entire tribe were all mobilized to reclaim wasteland and farm. Lin Xiao consciously cultivated their awareness of farming instead of hunting. Hunting can satisfy a few people. What he wants is a kingdom that can accommodate millions of people instead of a tribe. He wants to transition them from the tribal hunting era to the farming era. Only the farming era can produce enough food to feed so many people. At that time, there will be extra men to do other things. And more strong warriors will become professional soldiers to fight for him. If it were still the tribal era, most of the strong tribal warriors would go out hunting every day to get food. Who would fight for him? Under normal circumstances, it would take hundreds or even thousands of years for the tribes on this island to slowly transition. In other words, with the rich resources on the island, they would always live a hunting life and would not enter the farming era. So Lin Xiao had to take the initiative to let them in, reclaim the wasteland and plant food. As long as they see that the food planted in these lands is enough for the entire tribe to eat, and there is still surplus, they will not think about hunting in the future. The first tribe they attacked was a small tribe located in the south of the Snake Lizard Island. It was a branch of the lizard tribe. There were about 5,000 or 6,000 people, which was stronger than the Vine Snake tribe. But that was in the past. Now it is different. 10 big Nagas rushed into the battlefield when the battle was the most intense, directly breaking through the battlefield and killing the opponent's main wizard on the spot. The Thunder-Winged Man sent down thousands of thunders from the sky to cut off the connection between the enemy and the tribe. The Star Spirit cast a spell and teleported 200 Vine Snake tribe warriors to the interior of the enemy tribe. The battle was decided and the enemy surrendered. A month and a half later, the branch of the lizard tribe migrated and merged into the Vine Snake tribe, forming a large tribe with a total population of about 8,000. At this time, the potatoes planted on the land reclaimed near the tribe had entered the fruiting period. Normal potatoes only take 2 or 3 months from sowing to fruiting. He planted high-quality seeds that had been trained and could bear fruit and mature in 2 months. At this time, it had been 2.5 months since the two tribes merged after the war. They had already matured and borne fruit. After the merger, there were just enough people to harvest. This wave of potatoes harvested was enough for the entire tribe to eat for several months. And this was just the beginning of the test field. And there was no large-scale planting. At the same time, with this harvest, Lin Xiao didn't need to urge him next time. The tribe had tasted the sweetness and was very enthusiastic about this. A large number of warriors gathered and marked out a large piece of land not far from the tribe. And they were busy logging and reclamation. The land reclaimed the second time was more than 10 times the amount of the last time. And it was estimated to be about 50 times. While reclaiming the land, the mages also took great pains to build a high wall to enclose the area to prevent wild beasts in the jungle from rushing in to eat the potatoes, sweet potatoes, and other crops planted in the second trial. For example, plants such as flax, sisal, and jute can be used to make linen clothes in the future. These natives still use leaves, barks, and animal skins as clothes, which is simply unbearable to look at. For the development of civilization, they must be given clothes. Next, they will have to teach them various things by mixing into the tribe, most of whom are already high-ranking Marines in the tribe, such as building houses, firing pottery, etc. They don't need to be very advanced. At least, they must have all kinds of things that represent agricultural civilization. After 2 months of recuperation, 3,000 tribal warriors went out again. With the cooperation of the Great Naga, they successively destroyed 2 nearby small tribes. After the merger, the total number of the Tingsha tribe has reached more than 14,000. This number is already more than before the Tingsha tribe split. If it is still in its original state, it is necessary to consider splitting the tribe at this time. But now the potatoes of the tribe have experienced 2 maturity, especially the second batch of potatoes that have expanded 50 times, and the first batch of sweet potatoes have matured. The food produced is enough for 14,000 people to eat for several years. With enough food, the tribe is more enthusiastic about expansion than Lin Xiao. In the words of the leader of the tribe, they need more tribesmen and a tribal totem. Because without a totem, new totem warriors cannot be produced. The seeds for activating the totem that the wizards brought from the original tribal totem during the previous split are almost used up. They must produce new totems as soon as possible to obtain new seeds and produce new totem warriors. Lin Xiao understands this point, because as the population of the tribe increases, he can sense that in addition to the power of faith generated by the tribe's offerings, something is condensing towards him. Although he can't explain what it is, he knows that when this unknown thing condenses successfully, he will obtain the totem status and become a real totem. According to the current population of 14,000, it is estimated that it will take several years to condense successfully. He certainly can't wait for several years, as he doesn't have much time left. Then, he has to increase the population of the tribe and shorten the time, or defeat a tribe with a totem and forcibly plunder the totems of other tribes. They chose the second one, because the nearby tribes that belonged to the lizard tribe and had no totems were all conquered by them. And now the weakest lizard tribe nearby has its own totem. After reconnaissance, the tribe closest to them is the poisonous lizard tribe that intercepted the vine snake tribe before. It is a large tribe with a population of 25,000 to 27,000. Its totem body is a giant poisonous lizard, and its strength should be stronger than that of an ordinary legend. This is also the weakest totem. No matter what creature, no matter what strength, as long as it becomes a totem, it will have the strength comparable to that of an 8th level legend under the blessing of the totem. The stronger the tribe, the stronger the power it will have. For example, the 2 main tribes of snakes and lizards have totems that are comparable to demigods. If they are in the tribe's home field, ordinary demigods cannot beat them. So these 2 main tribes have been in a stalemate for many years, because no one can do anything to the other. Even if Lin Xiao and his girlfriend went together, they couldn't break through either of the 2 totems of the snake and lizard, which had the advantage of home court. So he wanted to take the totem route and expand his tribe. As long as the strength of the vine snake tribe expanded to the point where it was not inferior to either of the main tribes of the snake and lizard, they could defeat the 2 main tribes of the snake and lizard at the same time and conquer the entire archipelago. At the same time, considering that he would not be attacked from both sides, he still used the name of the branch of the snake tribe and did not change the name of the tribe. Poisonous lizard tribe. Chief Hall. The chief, wizard leader, and warrior leader, 3 tribal leaders, were gathering together to discuss the threat from the vine snake tribe not far away. They had sniped the vine snake tribe before, but failed. And later they had thought about organizing a second expedition. However, when the tribe was preparing to store food for the next year's action, they suddenly heard the news that several nearby small tribes were annexed by the vine snake tribe, one of which was a small tribe that split from the poisonous lizard tribe many years ago. After annexing several small tribes in succession, the vine snake tribe now has more than 14,000 people. Although it is still far inferior to the poison lizard tribe, it is no longer weak, and is not as easy to deal with as before. Chapter 453, Battle against the Totem Poison Lizard King. Next spring, we must destroy the vine snake tribe. The chief of the poison lizard tribe, who had a string of animal teeth and a small skull hanging around his neck, took a bowl of blood-red wine and drank it in one gulp. He then tore off a large piece of meat from the unknown animal leg on the rack in front of the fire pit in front of the 3 people, and took a bite. He threw the bone aside, and a poisonous lizard lying on the green scales, with a row of spikes on its back, opened its mouth, and bit the animal bone and chewed it. The old wizard took the blood-red wine, and took out a handful of things from his leather pocket, and threw them in. A closer look revealed that several small insects struggled in the blood wine for a while without moving. He took a sip and drank it. The old wizard's face quickly turned green, then quickly turned red, and a faint black gas spurted out of his nostrils. He suddenly looked rosy and energetic. They had a new guardian, a powerful creature that they had never seen before. The old wizard's green eyes gleamed, and he said, "I want to catch one to try my latest goo." The tall warrior leader picked up the wine glass made of human heads and drank it in one gulp, and said in a buzzing voice, "It will be as you wish, my warriors, and I will destroy the vine snake tribe. That's the best." The old wizard grinned and showed his black and yellow teeth, took out a wrist-length hollow bone flute from his pocket, and a slippery black tentacle stretched out from one end of the bone flute and turned in the air, handed it to the warrior and said, "See their guardian crush the bone flute and throw it out." The warrior was about to take it, when suddenly there was a huge noise outside, and it felt that it was much brighter outside, and the temperature was rising. The three of them quickly got up and went out, just bumping into a panicked guard. They pushed the guard away and looked up, and the three of them were shocked at the same time. The sky was rolling with fire clouds, illuminating the nearby sky and earth, and the rain of fire fell from the sky and sprinkled on the entire tribe. While the poison lizard tribe was discussing when to attack the vine snake tribe, the vine snake tribe came out in full force to attack the poison lizard tribe. This time, they came out in full force, leaving only 10 great Nagas, 20 star spirits, and all the red furnace people to guard the house. The rest, including his girlfriend and more than 200 thunder wings, were all dispatched. Even he and his girlfriend came, without any nonsense. The first wave was the wizard's meteor shower covering the entire tribe. Regardless of whether it would cause a forest fire, the troops ready to go stayed outside the poison lizard tribe. Many vine snake tribe warriors opened their mouths wide and looked at the sky full of fire clouds and the falling fire rain. The poison lizard tribe was now submerged in the sea of fire. Lightning fell one after another, shooting down some flying beasts that took off from the poison lizard tribe. These were all creatures summoned by the wizards of the poison lizard tribe, both physical and soul beasts. After many battles, they already knew the methods of these tribes very well, and had ways to deal with them. When the poison lizard tribe finally gathered their panicked warriors, and prepared to rush out of the tribe to counterattack, they were greeted by the vine snake tribe, and the mixed force of the Nagas, who had been waiting for a long time. Lin Xiao and his girlfriend stood in the air, not paying too much attention to the battle below, but looking at a canyon in a small mountain range with lush vegetation behind the poison lizard tribe. In his perception, there was a very strong breath there. If he guessed correctly, it should be the totem hiding place of the poison lizard tribe. In the poison lizard tribe, the old wizard led a group of wizards to a giant totem pole wrapped around a giant lizard in the center of the tribe, offering rich sacrifices. The heads of the beasts were cut off one by one, and the blood was poured into the groove on the stone slab in front of the totem pole. The blood quickly gathered along the gully to the center, and then was attracted by an invisible force to extend upward along the totem pole, quickly outlining a huge lizard beast, accompanied by a dizzying roar. Black gas rose in the canyon, and was constrained by an invisible force into a column that soared into the sky. Then a huge figure rushed out of the valley, jumped hundreds of meters away, and landed on a boulder. It was a giant lizard with 2 tails, more than 80 meters long from head to tail. It looked a bit like a dragon, but less majestic and more ugly. Its body was covered with large hard scales, covered with ugly bumps, and there was a row of black spikes on its back from head to tail. Wisps of black flames were wrapped around the black thorns, forming a row of black flames extending from head to tail, and the black flames floated back and forth as its body rose and fell. There was a circle of gray halo under his feet, and the dead leaves and weeds on the ground were quickly corrupted into ashes by the gray halo. Although this thing looked ferocious, it had a high level of intelligence. It swept across the battlefield and quickly locked onto Lin Xiao and Shen Yuexin. A hoarse voice appeared in his ears out of thin air. "You are provoking Baylor, the king of poisonous lizards." Baylor, the king of poisonous lizards? And his own name? Lin Xiao was a little surprised. He looked at this guy carefully and said loudly, "In the name of the guardian of the vine snake tribe, destroy the poisonous lizard tribe." His words were a declaration of war. Baylor, The king of the poisonous lizard spewed out a thick black gas to corrupt the nearby plants and screamed, "You are seeking your own death." The thick lizard tail smashed the stones on the ground and leaped towards Lin Xiao. It rushed all the way, and the tall trees fell down quickly like a wheat field. Lin Xiao twisted his neck and said to his girlfriend, "Leave me alone. I will take the battle." After speaking, he flew out, and the golden light exploded in the air. His body expanded rapidly, and soon turned into a golden Shura Naga with a length of 120 meters from head to tail. It fell down with a bang, and the surging air wave blew away the surrounding gravel and fallen leaves. A circle of dazzling colorful halo opened as he stood up, looking both beautiful and full of danger. This was the abnormality caused by his extremely terrifying physique squeezing the void, which would only occur when the physique reached a certain level. This abnormality directly stopped the charging poison lizard king. His huge pupils looked at Lin Xiao, who was even bigger than himself, with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. But Lin Xiao did not give him the chance to hesitate. He flapped his huge golden wings behind him and soared into the air, aiming at the king of poisonous lizards like a meteor. The king of poisonous lizards screamed and opened his big mouth full of dense sharp teeth, and a black gas bomb formed by thick black gas was sprayed out. At the same time, his body quickly twisted and moved horizontally hundreds of meters away. He opened his mouth for a while, and a ball of smelly venom as big as a house rolled in his mouth. The dark green venom flowed from the gaps between his teeth and fell to the ground, and the ground instantly rotted out small holes. "Oh!" Lin Xiao smiled strangely and uttered a few syllables. His huge body disappeared in the flashing golden light, and appeared again in the air not far behind the king of poisonous lizards, and fell like a meteor. Chaos Roar. This powerful skill of the hero-class god warrior, driven by the body of a demigod, hit the unprepared poison lizard king. In an instant, it was like Mars hitting the Earth. A chaotic shock wave exploded with the two landing points as the center, quickly spreading hundreds of meters away and forming a circle of substantial dark gold halo on the surface. Chaos Roar Ancient shocked the ground with force, causing a large amount of physical and explosive damage to enemies within a radius of 15 meters plus X around itself, stunning for 2 plus X seconds, slowing down for 5 plus X seconds after stunning, and leaving a chaos force field for 30 plus X seconds at the same place after the skill ends. It can be used 3 times a day. Note 1. The power of the skill is related to personal strength. The stronger the strength, the stronger the power and effect. Note 2. When in the chaos force field, you will gain strong physical resistance and spell resistance as well as strong regeneration ability. Greatly increase attack hits, and friendly forces will gain half of your own effect, and weaken the enemy's defense and resistance to a certain extent, with the strength of a demigod and the skills of a hero. Even the totem body of the poison lizard king could not be immune to the various effects of the skills. He was knocked unconscious on the spot, and the ball of venom as big as a house in his mouth was squeezed out, and a large area of surface rock and soil was corroded into pits several meters deep. In the dark golden chaos force field formed by the roar of chaos, Lin Xiao's huge body of more than 100 meters was covered with a layer of dark golden light film. The huge dragon arm raised and clenched into a fist, and the golden fist as thick as a building slammed into the head of the poison lizard king. Boom! The dust exploded, and the huge head of the poison lizard smashed directly into the soil, deeply embedded in the ground more than 10 meters deep. Then the giant claw grabbed the poison lizard king and pulled it out to turn over, and the giant foot raised and stepped on it. The huge claws pressed the mouth of the poison lizard king to pry it open, and a ball of golden flame brewed deep in the mouth and quickly brightened. The fatal threat awakened the unconscious king of poison lizards. He struggled madly when he opened his eyes and saw this scene. At the same time, the force field that had been everywhere since he entered the poison lizard tribe suddenly erupted. This should be the advantage of the poison lizard king as a totem. But all these were useless. He was completely unable to break free under his absolute power advantage, and watched the golden dragon breath overflow from his mouth. At the same time, the old wizard on the chaotic battlefield not far away saw that his totem was at a disadvantage. He pulled off a small poison lizard with green light that had been lying on his shoulder and stuffed it into his mouth to chew it up. He held a crystal skull in his mouth and closed his eyes and muttered something. After a while, his whole body was burning with green flames. He suddenly opened his pupils that were spewing green flames and pointed at the chief of the poison lizard tribe not far away. In an instant, The green flames all over his body disappeared, and he fell unconscious. Then, the activated totem on the body of the chief of the poisonous lizard tribe suddenly burned with blazing green flames, raised his head, and let out a painful scream. And the whole person quickly merged into the totem, and turned into a huge poisonous lizard, and violently rammed into the Shura Naga incarnation of Lin Xiao. Boom! This 40 to 50 meter giant lizard hit Lin Xiao's head, causing his head to tilt violently. The extremely condensed golden breath spurted out from the mouth of the poisonous lizard king, directly melting through half of the poisonous lizard king's face, melting through his body and penetrating into the ground. And as he raised his head, a giant gully 20 to 30 meters deep was swept out on the ground, extending to thousands of meters away. So fierce. The fierce attack of her boyfriend made Shen Yuexin, who was watching the battle not far away, sparkle with stars in her big eyes. And she had a new understanding of her boyfriend's strength. The king of the poisonous lizards managed to escape by chance, and took advantage of the short period of weakness caused by Lin Xiao's power-up attack, and broke free, turning around and running without looking back. This scene made the leader of the poisonous lizard tribe, who was hoping to rescue his totem and fight back, dumbfounded. He looked up and saw pupils spitting golden flames because of anger. A giant claw fell from the sky and accurately pressed the fleeing giant lizard. With a bang, a large piece of rock was crushed, and the giant lizard was pressed into the ground. Chapter 454 Hunting the King of Poison Lizards. You can't run away. The huge dragon head raised its head and looked in the direction where the king of poison lizards fled. The golden pupils spewed golden flames and spoke human words. Slowly lowering his head, the giant lizard incarnated by the leader of the poison lizard tribe had been pressed into the ground by him. It was deeply embedded in the ground, and the surrounding rocks all collapsed into a big pit. I saw your courage. As a respect for your courage, I will personally send you on your way. Lin Xiao stretched out his other giant claw to press the giant lizard's head. With a grip, the giant lizard's bones broke, and his nails were deeply embedded in the flesh and blood. With a dark golden flame spewing from the pupils of the golden great Naga, the giant lizard screamed and was torn into two pieces. There was no blood sprayed. Only countless black gas that made up the body of the totem leaked out. And the leader of the poisonous lizard tribe, who was integrated with the totem, was also torn into two pieces. Compared with the giant claws, the pitifully small corpse slipped out from the claws. Lin Xiao opened his mouth and sprayed a golden flame to burn the corpse. As a Shura Naga who has completely integrated the blood of the dragon, it is reasonable to have the ability to spit dragon breath. The chieftain died in the battle. The old wizard was in a coma, and the remaining tribal warrior leaders were struggling to resist. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. But the most critical thing was the collapse of the tribe's guard totem. This was the straw that broke the morale of the poisonous lizard tribe. Although the battle was not over at this time, the overall situation was basically determined. Lin Xiao let his girlfriend sit in the battlefield and chase the fleeing poisonous lizard king alone. Compared to the king of poisonous lizards, who can only flee on the ground, he can fly. This behemoth can easily crush trees thicker than humans. From the air, a huge and eye-catching trail extends to the distance. He just needs to follow the trail to catch up. After using 3 consecutive teleports halfway, Lin Xiao, who was flying in the air, found the king of poisonous lizards rampaging in the forest. Countless ferocious beasts were frightened and jumped all the way in the direction of his escape. There were frightened beasts escaping from their hiding places. Lin Xiao did not pounce at the first time, but looked in the direction where the king of poisonous lizards fled. There was a strong breath rising slowly in the distance, and from time to time, there were screams that ordinary people could hardly hear. According to the map obtained by the Vine Snake tribe after conquering several tribes, there was a lizard totem tribe in that direction, looking for reinforcements. He smiled. According to the mark on the map, the totem called the River Lizard King was a totem of a lizard totem tribe that was slightly larger than the poisonous lizard tribe. Its strength should be stronger than the poisonous lizard king, but it was limited. The poisonous lizard king was an easy opponent for Lin Xiao. He stepped on the poisonous lizard king before, and he didn't even have the ability to break free. One more was not his opponent. Moreover, the River Lizard King might not dare to come out. Although they were both branches of the lizard totem, the relationship between them might not be to the point of fighting to the death. He was not in a hurry, so he chased the poisonous lizard king to the River Lizard tribe. When the poisonous lizard king was more than 10 kilometers away from the River Lizard tribe, A giant lizard with a body size not much different from the poisonous lizard king rushed out of a huge pit not far from the river lizard tribe. It raised its head and roared, and kept hissing and communicating with the poisonous lizard king. However, after a few words, the river lizard king saw the flying golden light and the rapidly approaching golden Naga incarnation of Lin Xiao. He could see his shock and hesitation from a distance. Then, the river lizard king roared at the poison lizard king, turned around and ran with a flick of his tail, rushed back into the pit and disappeared. Poison lizard king. Lin Xiao. The poison lizard king was obviously stunned for a moment, roared at the disloyal river lizard king a few times, and continued to run away. However, this time Lin Xiao did not let him continue to escape. He teleported directly in front of the poison lizard king and spoke in human language. I said, trees must not be destroyed here. Otherwise you will be punished. Lin Xiao directly set a punishment mechanism that the poison lizard king could never avoid, and then spoke in human language again, his voice majestic and powerful. In the name of truth, those who destroy trees will not be able to move. As soon as the voice fell, an invisible force of rules descended from the void. The fleeing poison lizard king suddenly froze in a certain action. With a boom, the surrounding void swelled. That was because he was forcibly solidified in the void by the invisible force, and the kinetic energy generated before was absorbed by the surrounding space. In the name of truth, those who destroy trees will lose their power. Another 1,000 divine powers were consumed, and the second small judgment came. The poison lizard king, who was trying to mobilize the power in his body to resist the previous small judgment, felt that his whole body's strength suddenly disappeared, and his huge body fell down softly. Then a huge black shadow descended. He tried to look up, and saw a huge golden figure descending with a breath that made him feel suffocated. Boom! Lin Xiao fell from the sky, and stepped heavily on the poison lizard king. The effect of the small judgment can only last for a short second for the poison lizard king, who is a totem. For ordinary people, it is a matter of blinking an eye. But for them, a second can make the difference between life and death. Just like last time, he stepped on it, and the king of poisonous lizards recovered from the effect of the small judgment spell, but was unable to break free. This time, there was no interference from outsiders. Lin Xiao forcibly opened his mouth, and a strong venom sprayed towards him, but was immediately sprayed back by the golden dragon breath of the golden big Naga from top to bottom. The dragon breath and venom were poured back into the mouth, and golden flames overflowed from the mouth of the king of poisonous lizards, burning the entire head of the king of poisonous lizards. This mouthful of old phlegm sprayed for a full 10 seconds, until the entire neck of the king of poisonous lizards was melted, and the flesh and blood on the head melted, leaving only a charred skull. The body of the king of poisonous lizards still maintained strong strength and activity, and was not completely dead, but it was also certain to die. The entire head was gone, and now it was just struggling to death. Once the vitality was exhausted, it would die. A giant lizard soul emitting a faint golden light flew out in a certain direction. Lin Xiao stretched out his hand to grab it, but he felt a force of attraction attracting the soul of the poisonous lizard king. The force was extremely strong, and the direction was exactly the east of the island, which was the direction of the lizard master tribe. Interesting. If I guessed correctly, the direction that the soul of the king of poisonous lizards wanted to fly was the lizard master tribe. The totem of the lizard master tribe was called the king of 10,000 lizards. He was an extraordinary totem. It was said that he had been a totem for tens of thousands of years. The king of poisonous lizards and the king of river lizards were both his descendants. As a senior otaku for thousands of years, the king of 10,000 lizards was probably quite powerful. He might not have been able to do anything to the other party before he became a totem. You should know that when he attacked the poisonous lizard tribe just now, he felt a force suppressing him. It should be the home advantage of the king of poisonous lizards in his own tribe. But their strength was too different, and this home advantage was not enough to change the situation. If the king of 10,000 lizards could be on par with Nung Lin Xiao, plus the home advantage, it would be hard to say. So he must also become a totem. At that time, he can borrow part of the power of the totem to offset the influence of the enemy's totem, and it will be a relatively fair duel. Picking up the remains of the poison lizard king, Lin Xiao looked up at the huge pit next to the river lizard tribe not far away. He could sense a gaze hidden in the pit. He wanted to kill the river lizard king as well, but he thought that this would easily lead to the wrath of the 10,000 lizard king. Although killing the poison lizard king would definitely cause the wrath of the 10,000 lizard king, There is still a certain difference between killing 1 and 2. Take your time and don't rush. As long as the river lizard tribe is here, this totem can't run away. While the totem gains strength and power, it will also be subject to certain restrictions. It can leave the tribe for a short time, but not for a long time. Even if it wants to give up the tribe, it is not so easy. At least before the next step of attacking the river lizard tribe. The river lizard king cannot get rid of the tribe's restrictions. Don't rush. He dragged the remains into the air and returned. When he returned to the poison lizard tribe, the battle was over, and the vine snake tribe had already invaded the poison lizard tribe. The tribal totem pole was knocked down, and all the wizards belonging to the king of the poison lizard were killed. These wizards are equivalent to the priests of the gods, and are the spokespersons of the totems. They can be accepted by civilians in other tribes, even if the tribal chief is willing to lay down his weapons. But the wizards cannot accept it. Once the tribe is breached, the wizards will surely die. Many civilians of the poison lizard tribe and the poison lizard tribe warriors, whose weapons were confiscated, were gathered in an open space in low spirits. But the tribe had already been defeated, especially seeing their own totems escape. The totem poles behind them extinguished, and all the totem warriors lost their power, which represented the fall of their own totems, which made them lose any thoughts and surrendered. One by one, the totem poles were knocked down, and the symbols of the poison lizard tribe were burned together, and replaced with the symbols of the vine snake tribe. All the food in the warehouse was collected, and all the ore dug in the small mountain range not far from the tribe was packed into boxes, and prepared to be transported back to the vine snake tribe. The leaders of the vine snake tribe discussed it, and decided to establish a temporary base here. They used the magic of the mages to build a small city to surround the mine in the nearby hill. This small mine produced iron ore, which was exactly what the tribe needed now. They didn't need to worry about the next series of relocation work. The leaders of the vine snake tribe were overjoyed, and the tribal warriors were also excited to collect spoils. Lin Xiao brought the corpse and soul of the king of poisonous lizards back to the base, and began to study the soul of the king of poisonous lizards. The secret of the totem was in his soul. There was no need for the creation cube. At this time, Lin Xiao's creation of the laws of creation was extraordinary. Even if the non-real body was just the incarnation of the life priesthood, the previous memory was still there, and the understanding of the existing laws of creation of the real body was still there. He saw through the essence of the totem at a glance. The so-called totem is the sustenance of the beliefs of all living beings. Strictly speaking, it is also a kind of priesthood, but it is not the priesthood of the gods, mainly because of the particularity of this plane. The real priesthood cannot be born, or this plane can give birth to priesthood, but because of the will of the plane. In the stage of condensing the priesthood, it will interfere with the rules of the plane, thus condensing a special status. Chapter 455. The name of Totem Golden Dragon Lord. This status has some of the power of a priesthood, but it is not a true priesthood. If you have to use an adjective to describe it, perhaps it can be called a castrated and shrunken priesthood, because the power of the totem is basically the same. Or in other words, all totems are very similar. Whether it is the king of poisonous lizards, or the king of 10,000 lizards, there is only a difference in the strength of the totem. But the totem is essentially the same, with only a few differences, which may be the difference in the priesthood. Is this the secret of the totem of this plane? Recalling what senior sister Chu Mo said to him about the supreme priesthood, Lin Zhao's mind flashed, and he seemed to have grasped something. Combined with the information he had a bold guess. But now he only had one totem in his hand, and this guess was not very sure. He had to find a way to plunder more totems to verify each other, and then he would know whether his guess was correct or not. As for the current totem, use it for yourself first. The method of use is very simple. Just erase the will of the soul of the poisonous lizard king. This totem is an ownerless totem, and then he can inherit it. This requires the magic cube of good fortune. It's not that he can't do it, but it takes a lot of time and energy to erase the soul will of a totem with the strength of his incarnation. Time is easy to say. It can be erased in a few months at most. He can wait, but he can't afford to waste the large amount of divine power required. It takes several months and tens of thousands of divine power to do something. The magic cube of good fortune can erase it in minutes. No divine power needs to be consumed. Why not do it? The soul of the poisonous lizard king with the blank will erased is saved first, and it can be given to subordinates in the future. The wizards in this plane have the means to summon soul beasts, which is to summon the souls of powerful creatures with secret methods. Depending on the summoning method, the strength of the summoner, and the quality of the sacrifice. The soul beast has a minimum of 30% and a maximum of 80% of the strength of the real body. As for the corpse of the king of poisonous lizards, it was useless. The head of this thing was melted by his golden dragon breath. The remaining body could not be driven by undead spells. If it was left, it would rot and emit highly toxic substances to pollute the environment. After using the corpse of the king of poisonous lizards to completely surrender the poisonous lizards tribe, he burned it with a fire. After conquering the poisonous lizards tribe, the tongue snake tribe began to recuperate. A large amount of iron ore stored in the warehouse of the poisonous lizards tribe was moved to the base. The red furnace tribe finally had work to do. The furnace fire that had been empty for a long time was raised, and large-scale steelmaking began. Although the iron ore in the small mountain range near the poisonous lizard tribe is not large, it is still enough to support the current tongue snake tribe. The Protoss directly used magic to dig up the surface of the mountain, and the iron ore buried deep underground was directly exposed. A large number of rock golems were created to dig, and the small iron ore was completely dug out in less than a month. At this time, Lin Xiao also entered the final stage of Fusion Totem. When he integrated this totem into his incarnation and combined his own will with the status bestowed by the totem, everyone in the tribe, from the leader to the common people, raised their heads and looked towards the base. Many wizards knelt down in his direction and called out his name loudly. Powerful primitive dragon lord, you are the guardian of the vine snake tribe, the totem of the vine snake tribe, and your will be our will. Several kilometers away, Lin Xiao also heard this voice over and over again in the haze. He slowly raised his head, and the whole person turned into countless golden mists and soared into the sky. A golden light flew over the vine snake tribe in a short while, and quickly turned into an extremely huge golden body. Lin Xiao, who had transformed into his true body, could sense that he had some kind of inexplicable bond with the tribe in front of him. Looking at the tribe with a majestic gaze, his huge voice resounded throughout the tribe. In the name of the primitive dragon lord, the tribe is named Dragon Tribe. Follow the will of the guardian. No one in the entire tribe objected, but instead they were jubilant, singing and dancing, and began to celebrate. The name of the tribe itself is named after the tribe's totem. Although the tribes of the entire Snake Lizard Island have been either snakes or lizards for generations, and there are very few other totems, it does not mean that only snakes and lizards can be chosen. It's just that the powerful creatures on the island that have always been qualified to become totems are snakes and lizards. To become a totem, Lin Xiao has to choose a new wizard for the tribe, similar to a priest of a god, who needs to be designated to grant the identity and borrow his power to activate the totem. This is easy to do. Just select some young tribesmen who are smarter and have higher mental power than other tribesmen. After these young tribesmen become wizards, they are qualified to obtain totem seeds from him by offering various sacrifices, and then give them to powerful warriors in the tribe to activate the totem for the warriors to become totem warriors. The most common sacrifice is to sacrifice various powerful beasts or enemies alive, which even Lin Xiao cannot change. It doesn't mean that all totems are so cruel that they must be sacrificed alive. These powerful creatures that have become totems are no longer as ignorant and bloodthirsty as they were before they were enlightened. The main reason is that they need to consume their own strength to divide the totem seeds. It's okay to divide a small amount of totem seeds, but if they want to divide a large amount of totem seeds, no one can bear it. The flesh and soul of the powerful beasts sacrificed alive can replace a large part of the consumption. This is one of the main reasons why primitive tribes like to sacrifice alive. They must save if they can. When the Vine Snake tribe was renamed the Dragon Tribe, it represented a change in the entire tribe. The totem warriors, who were the main force of the tribe, naturally had to change. In the past, most of the totems activated by the totem warriors in the Vine Snake tribe were snake totems, and there were only a few non-snake totems. For example, the tribe's first strongman had a flying dragon totem, but he died in battle to cover the tribe when he was chased by the poisonous lizard tribe. Now that the tribe has a new totem, and the tribe has changed its name, the totem warriors must naturally be replaced. Through the magic cube of creation, a full 1,000 portions of diluted Naga blood essence were obtained from the real body, and then 100 portions were given to the tribe after several blood sacrifices. The first step was to replace the totem of the tribe's original totem warrior, because according to the rules between tribes, after the new totem is born in the split new tribe, the totem of the original tribe before the split will take back the power bestowed. The totem power of the old totem warriors of the tribe now comes from the original tribe. When Lin Xiao becomes the new totem, their power will gradually disappear, and eventually they will not be able to activate the totem and become ordinary mortals. Similarly, like many tribes he conquered, such as the poisonous lizard tribe, the original totem king of the poisonous lizard has died, and their totem warriors will also face the situation of power extinction. After the dragon tribe conquered the poisonous lizard tribe, there were nearly 40,000 tribesmen, and the remaining ones added up to less than 60. Of course, this is because most of the totem warriors died in the war. Normally, the proportion of totem warriors born among the warriors who are qualified to carry the totem of a tribe is about 1/10 or 2/10. This kind of candidate totem warrior is called a warrior. That is, a tribe with 1,000 warriors can have 100 to 200 totem warriors. In general, there are not many warriors qualified to be called warriors in a tribe, and there may be only about 10 out of 100 strong warriors. Lin Xiao gave the first batch of 100 portions of the Great Naga's blood essence. He planned to first get 100 totem warriors to see the situation, and see how strong the totem warriors activated by the Great Naga's blood essence are, and then adjust the blood essence concentration according to the situation. Under his full attention, many selected wizards began to use the 100 portions of the Great Naga's blood essence as materials to tattoo totems for the selected tribal warriors. The so-called totem is a tattoo. The blood essence is used as the material to tattoo the shape of the totem on the body. And then the totem is activated through secret methods to obtain the power of the beast represented by the blood essence. For example, if the dragon's blood essence is used as the material to tattoo the totem, the dragon totem is activated. He used the Great Naga's blood essence as the material, and the Great Naga totem was activated. As the first warrior washed off the original totem on his body and re-tattooed a new totem. A lifelike Great Naga wrapped around his body, looking particularly majestic and terrifying. A wizard stood in front of a naked tribal warrior kneeling on a totem pole. It was not known if it was a coincidence, but this tribal warrior was the totem warrior Luo, who had discovered the base. The wizard reached out and pressed his hand on Luo's forehead, where the Great Naga totem tattoo was tattooed. He muttered something, and an invisible force slowly descended. At the same time, in the far northern continent of the Gemini continent, there was a river that ran across the entire continent from west to east in the easternmost part of the continent. There was a huge alluvial plain in the delta where a tributary of the river entered the river mouth. There was a highland to the west of the plain. There were a lot of houses scattered on the highland, and a large number of primitive people wearing simple linen clothes were busy. In the center of the tribe, a large number of tribal warriors gathered here, and several wizards were tattooing totems for several warriors. There was a mountain not far from the tribe. A stone staircase road stretched up along the mountainside until it reached a platform on the mountainside. There was a cave here, and a faint mist poured out of the cave. There were no insects or ants around. There is a different world deep in the cave. Li Xiaoshan sat on a stone platform, and a curtain of light unfolded in front of his eyes. On it was a scene showing the tribal wizard tattooing totems on the tribal warriors. He frowned as he watched his wizard activate the totem for the warriors after the tattoo was completed. As the totem seeds were activated, the totem tattoos on the 5 warriors glowed with a faint emerald green light. Many warriors showed a trace of pain on their faces, and their facial muscles began to tremble, as if they were enduring some pain. This is the most difficult stage of totem activation. The so-called totem is to forcibly integrate into the new blood. Although the extraordinary power of the totem can reduce the repulsion between humans and totem blood, there is still repulsion even at a low level. It is not only very painful, but also has a high probability of failure. Once failed, it is naturally certain to die. In less than 10 seconds after the fusion, a warrior roared in pain and jumped up. The skin with the totem tattoo on his body exploded in midair, and blood gushed out. The whole person fell to the ground and twitched for a few seconds before dying directly. In the next less than 30 seconds, 2 more warriors failed one after another, which made Li Xiaoshan frown. Fortunately, the remaining 2 warriors, although their facial muscles kept twitching, finally survived the most dangerous stage. Even though they were shaking all over and their muscles were cramping and deformed, they did not lose control. After going through the most painful and dangerous stage, the power of the totem emerged and covered their entire bodies. Their naked bodies began to change color, from red blood color to stone gray, and soon from petrified gray to emerald green. Chapter 456 Researching Totem Seeds. Yes, the blood essence that Li Xiaoshan prepared for the tribe was the blood essence of his core clan, the Emerald Dragon Snake. The previous Emerald Snake Man was promoted to a sub-legendary species, the Emerald Dragon Snake, after integrating a part of the dragon bloodline. This new clan is between 3 and 4 meters tall, and has far more powerful strength and talent than the Emerald Snake Man. After incarnating into an emerald body, it can be immune to a large part of spells, and has super resistance to physical attacks. You should know that the emerald he incarnated is not the kind of emerald commonly seen in the mortal world. Strictly speaking, it looks like emerald, but in fact it is a completely different substance, which is very hard. However, it also inherited the weakness of emerald. It has super strong defense when facing attacks from sharp and pointed weapons, but it will be restrained when facing heavy weapons such as giant hammers. Of course, this restraint is relative. Even if a mortal swings a sledgehammer, it cannot hurt them. 2 Emerald Dragon Snake totems are formed. After activating the totems, these 2 warriors can borrow the talents of Emerald Dragon Snake. If the totem fusion level reaches advanced level, they can directly transform into Emerald Dragon Snake, possessing all the power and talents of Emerald Dragon Snake, which is very powerful. Next, the 2 warriors who have just successfully activated the totem successively showed their strength in front of the tribe members, namely, the transformation into emerald, and the petrification talent. As for the transformation into Emerald Dragon Snake, it cannot be displayed with the newly activated totem. There are 4 stages of totems, namely primary, intermediate, advanced, and final. Primary is the state of the newly activated totem, generally releasing up to 20% of the totem strength. Intermediate generally refers to the activation of the totem for a period of time, at which time more totem power can be released, about 40%. Advanced generally means that the totem warrior can tap the power of the totem in large quantities, and can release more power, about 60%. The most important thing is that the advanced totem warrior can completely activate the power of the totem, and transform into the totem in a short time, like the original strongest of the Vine Snake tribe, and the chief of the Poisonous Lizard tribe. They are all high-level totem warriors, with the ability to transform into totems. As for the ultimate totem, it is naturally the most powerful totem warrior, generally with more than 80% of the strength of the totem, and it is impossible to obtain 100% of the ability of the totem under normal circumstances. In addition to being able to maintain the state of incarnation of the totem for a long time, the ultimate totem warrior also has the ability of partial totemization. In simple terms, a part of the body is transformed into a part of the totem, and has extremely powerful force. In the following days, new totem warriors are born every day in the dragon tribe. The newly born totem warriors show the power of the great Naga in the tribe. The terrible power, cool appearance, and powerful talents of the Shura Nagas have attracted the elite warriors in the tribe. They have formed teams to go out hunting, hunt powerful beasts as sacrifices, and offer sacrifices to the dragon master of the tribe to pray for totem seeds. The totem warriors born in the dragon tribe are naturally called dragon warriors. The beautiful golden dragon scales cover them, which look majestic and powerful. No matter what aspect, they are better than the previous totems. In the following days, Lin Xiao combined all the faith power and prayer thoughts obtained from the tribe's prayers with the essence of the blood and flesh and soul of the fierce beasts sacrificed, condensed them into totem seeds, and then purified them through the magic cube of good fortune. Because he found that the totem seeds bestowed by the totem were mixed with the essence of the blood and flesh and soul of the fierce beasts. And there were also the faith power and thoughts mixed with countless believers' distracting thoughts. Countless messy things were mixed together to form a totem seed. Once bestowed, these warriors with painted totems would need to endure the pain of different bloodlines merging into their own blood, and they would have to rely on themselves to resist various distracting thoughts. The success rate would definitely be pitifully low to bear these with a mortal body. This is still using totem tattoos to suppress these pains. Plus, the selected warriors are all determined. If it were a mortal, I'm afraid 10 out of 10 would fail. After studying these problems, Lin Xiao decisively used the magic cube of good fortune to purify the remaining will of the fierce beasts contained in the totem seeds, and purify the distracting thoughts and various thoughts of the believers. After doing all this, the only problem the totem warriors had to face was the rejection reaction caused by the fusion of different bloodlines, which was unavoidable. Even the magic cube of good fortune could not avoid it. He could use his divine power to purify the blood of the great Naga to minimize the impact, but he could not change the blood of the warriors who accepted the totem seeds. With so many warriors accepting totem seeds, he couldn't spend divine power to purify one by one. which was obviously unrealistic. Solving other problems basically solved most of the problems. At least the original success rate of 1 or 2 tenths has now reached a success rate of 7 or 8 tenths. And 7 or 8 out of 10 can succeed, which is a considerable improvement. In the following days, he gradually condensed the blood of other great Nagas and sacrifices to condense totem seeds one by one. In order to enhance the strength of the dragon tribe as much as possible, he relaxed the standards for becoming a totem warrior. Some warriors with weaker strength have a chance as long as they show their courage. Although their success rate is lower than that of real warriors, they also have a success rate of nearly 50% after purifying the totem seeds, which is enough for them to be willing to take this risk. While the tribal warriors were excited to become totem warriors, the first batch of weapons were finally forged after the Red Furnace tribe opened the furnace in the base. They melted a large amount of iron ore into steel and made a batch of standard jungle warfare equipment for tribal warriors, including a set of light armor that does not affect flexibility, a round shield, a one-handed long sword, a pair of hook claws, and a batch of javelins with wooden bodies and steel heads. Then, they integrated a batch of precious materials collected from the plain fragments on the road to refine an alloy that is harder and tougher than steel, and used this batch of alloys to make a batch of standard equipment for totem warriors. The style is similar to that of ordinary warrior suits, but the materials are better, and the defense is stronger. In particular, the Protoss also enchanted this suit to add a bunch of buffs and practical spells, which can be activated as long as the mine moves, such as improving defense resistance, weapon sharpness, acceleration, flashing, flying, and other spells. The tribe is developing rapidly, and its strength is growing almost every day. The morale of the entire tribe is almost different every day. The strong strength gives them stronger confidence. The current tribe leader and wizard leader summon many warrior leaders to gather and actively discuss how to conquer more tribes. Lin Xiao saw all this in his heart and ignored it. He is not a nanny. He is only responsible for making the tribe stronger. As for how the tribe develops, it is up to them. And he is not free now. He also has a lot of things to do. For example, in the void battleship Flying Snake, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes. And his girlfriend, who was sitting cross-legged opposite him, also opened her eyes and asked, "How is it? Did you sense it?" He nodded and replied, "I sense that there are 2 to the west of the main continent, 1 to the south of the Gemini continent, and 3 on the sea outside the main continent. It is estimated that they have just entered this plane not long ago like us. There are a lot of people." Shin Yueshi frowned and said, "If I guess correctly, this plane should be the main plane of this void. There are more than 2,000 students sent to this void. It is normal for a few to enter this plane. There may be a group of students who discover this plane later. In addition, the sophomores and juniors. The competition is a bit fierce." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Don't worry. They are not our competitors, and they can't threaten us. Our competitors are the sophomores and juniors. It has been a year now." "Right? Yes, it has been a year. Are there totem warriors in the tribe?" 785. "Not a few." Lin Xiao thought for a while and said, "It's time to expand. Let the Marines who have infiltrated the tribe push for a tribal meeting to prepare for the expansion of the territory and destroy the 2 nearest lizard tribes near the tribe. It's time for you to become a totem." "Wait a minute." His girlfriend suddenly reached out and held his hand, shook her head, and said, "I don't need to be a totem." He looked at his girlfriend's beautiful face with a puzzled look, and she said, "We don't need to be totems. Don't you think it would be more advantageous for one of us to be a totem hiding itself, and the other not totem to appear under the vision of others?" Lin Xiao thought for a while and nodded. "You mean you want to use yourself as bait?" "Yes. In this plane, the totem can hide itself, and can also sense all non-totem outsiders in the plane. One of us is in the light, and the other is in the dark. At that time, we may be able to ambush and solve several competitors." Lin Xiao was speechless. Her idea was indeed very good. He gently pinched her soft little hand and kissed it on his lips. "Then don't stay too far away from me in the future, so as not to be attacked by surprise and I can't catch up." "Yeah." 2 months later, the tribe officially set out to attack the River Lizard tribe. But Lin Xiao and his girlfriend did not go with the army. Hundreds of Great Naga Totem warriors plus 28th level legendary Great Nagas and the sole beast of the poisonous Lizard King are enough to wipe out the 2 river lizard tribes. After the expedition, he did not pay attention to it, but just asked his girlfriend to pay attention. His main focus was on the matter at hand. He was now studying the totem seeds of the totem warriors. This thing is the most direct thing to improve the strength of the tribe. But elite warriors are rare. He has to find a way to reduce the conditions for using this thing, so that ordinary warriors can also use it. And the success rate cannot be too low. Now the 50% mortality rate of ordinary tribal warriors is still too low. This is a warrior in his golden age. It would be a pity to die like this. This time, he did not study it slowly by himself, but directly used the magic cube of creation to analyze it. For this, he did not hesitate to consume the energy of creation to study it, since he wants to covet the supreme priesthood that may exist in this plane, and also wants to plunder the power system of this plane. Then the investment must be willing to be made, willing to sacrifice. Only by sacrifice can you gain. It is a dream to expect to gain without investing anything. The will is immersed in the magic cube of creation. In the huge space, there is a blood ball emitting golden light, which is spinning. This is a complete Great Naga totem seed. As long as you pass the test, you can integrate it into your body and become a Great Naga totem warrior. Chapter 457, The Backlash of Plain Will. Inside the creation cube, everything about this totem seed appeared in Lin Zhao's eyes. Whether it was the surface or the inside, even the most primitive composition of the many materials that made up the totem seed was clearly presented in front of him. And it was clear at a glance. The strands of creation energy turned into mist and permeated the creation cube space. His will took the creation cube as a perspective and the creation energy as nutrients, which made his will enter a very strange state, which can be called enlightenment in the words of Eastern fantasy. In this state, he easily understood the deepest mystery of the core of the totem. In this state, he saw the deepest level of the core of the totem. And there was a thread that could not be detected by the naked eye passing through the void and connected to his body. To be precise, it was his totem that was connected. Of course, everyone knows that the totem core is related to the totem. It is not a secret. But knowing is one thing, and no one can see this connection thread so clearly, as well as the deeper mystery. In this state, Lin Zhao's true body, who also put his consciousness into the magic cube of creation, suddenly had a strong feeling in his heart. With a thought, his consciousness urged the energy of creation and began to make some changes to the totem core that was like being under a microscope, and appeared in his eyes in every detail. This change was not a sudden whim, but based on Lin Zhao's existing knowledge and mastered priesthood rules, especially the crystal wall system origin core that constituted his soul SHL. He reconstructed the underlying rule network, thereby obtaining some knowledge that only the master of the crystal wall system would have, and thus came up with some ideas. The idea is simple to say, but other gods can't do it. He was thinking that this totem core is a combination of priesthood, power of faith, plain rules, powerful soul, and the essence of the Great Naga. But in the current microscope level analysis, the structure of the totem core can actually be changed. Or in other words, some parts except the main part can be replaced by other things. The main part is the essence of blood and a large amount of soul power, and other parts can be replaced by other things, such as divine power, or other powers of the same level. Of course, if replaced by other things, the effect of the totem core will also change accordingly, which is inevitable. Lin Zhao does not mind some changes. Everything is gradually improved, which makes the totem core of the totem warrior so high now. The mortality rate is obviously not perfect. He changed the previous mortality rate of about 80% to the current success rate of 80%. Even if the requirements are lowered, there is still a success rate of 50%, which is perfection. Now he needs to go a step further and readjust this thing to further improve it. He now has two ideas and needs to try them one by one. The first idea is to adjust the totem core into a similar profession, such as the totem warrior profession. One can change professions with just enough conditions, and then slowly gain power similar to that of a totem warrior by increasing the profession level. The biggest advantage of this idea is stability and safety. After all, it is just a profession. The power obtained at the beginning is very small, and the corresponding danger is also low. But there are also disadvantages. That is, the upper limit is not high. After all, it is just a profession. If you give up the powerful blood inherited by the totem warrior, the upper limit will definitely not be as good as the totem warrior of the same level. The second idea is to extract the essence of the totem core, such as the Great Naga blood of the Great Naga totem warrior, and adjust a bloodline profession with this as the core. That is to directly use the modulated Great Naga blood to integrate into the native's own blood, and use the powerful Great Naga blood to cover the weak human blood, so that it has the blood of the Great Naga, so that it has the possibility of being promoted to the Great Naga like the Little Naga. After all, when the blood is excavated to the extreme, it is to return to the source of the blood. Not only is it similar to the totem warrior in the high-level stage, when he transforms into a totem, but it is also more powerful and durable than the totem warrior. Moreover, this bloodline is not a simple bloodline, but a bloodline profession, which is mainly based on bloodline and gradually taps into the blood volume of bloodline. Or, I don't need to plunder the power system of the totem warrior, but only use it as a reference to create a more suitable profession or system. No, the system is better. Compared with professions, systems have greater potential and wider applications. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao had an idea in his mind, and focused his mind on the totem core that was close to the microscopic level, and began to remove the redundant things in the totem core, and then add what he needed. The core of it is a blank career template. This is easy to solve. Before, the wise goblin was adjusted to transform into a star spirit, leaving a Frost Warlock career card. Strip off the Frost Warlock career system in this career card, leaving only a blank career card template, and then integrate it into the totem core that has been stripped of many core bloodlines, and integrate the Great Naga bloodline into the framework of the totem core. Although the core of the totem was stripped of all its elements except for the Great Naga bloodline core, the most important thing was the framework of the totem core. Without this framework, his ideas could not be established. The totem core framework was the core of the totem warrior power system of this plane. After all, the blood inside could be replaced at will. It could be the essence of the Great Naga, the essence of the giant lizard, the essence of the flying dragon, or the essence of the star spirit or the thunder-winged man. The core framework integrated the professional module, but the new system could not be formed yet. Lin Xiao glanced at the remaining more than 1,300 points of good fortune energy, with a thought. A full 100 units of good fortune energy burned. Infinite chaotic good fortune energy gushed out of the space of the good fortune cube, and quickly gathered into the space of the cube to form a vortex that slowly contracted inward. Boom! A thunderbolt suddenly appeared in the clear sky, and the cloudless sky suddenly lit up. A huge lightning bolt appeared out of thin air, carrying the anger of almost the entire plane and blasting into the base. To the north of the main island of the snake lizard, there is a huge lake to the south of a huge tribe that stretches for more than 10 kilometers. With this thunderbolt, the lake water boiled, and a huge black-scaled snake head as big as a building stretched out from the water and looked at the sky, motionless for a long time. At the same time, in the center of a large swamp in the south of the main island of the snake lizard, countless black bubbles exploded, and wisps of black flames rose from the exploded bubbles, gathering into a black mist that covered most of the swamp. In the haze, a black shadow like a hill slowly rose, and a gray halo flew out of it, quickly spreading to dozens of kilometers away. At the same time, countless powerful beings in the entire plane sensed this thunderbolt with extremely angry energy, and looked in the same direction. A platform made of leaves was built on the top of a huge tree that was 100 meters high. There was a small wooden house on it. Chao Yichen, who was covered with a layer of light green light, sat in front of the wooden house and looked in that direction with a frown. Shao Qing said to himself, "That is the main island of the snake lizards. Those two people are over there. Is this abnormality related to them?" Sitting next to him, another man with pigtails said, "Do you want me to go and see it myself? I heard that the boy was disobedient, so I warned him by the way." Chao Yichen stretched out his hand to stop him and shook his head. "No need. Anyway, I didn't plan to let them leave safely from the beginning," he said coldly. "They are just cannon fodder. Let them develop freely and harvest them 10 years later. Our main enemy now is still the two seniors in the 3rd year. However, I heard that the boy is quite famous. He was one of the Tianjia Vice list in high school. I heard that the girl who came with him is the daughter of a big shot. Should we? He is only a Tianjia Vice list player. Let's wait until he can sit firmly on the Tianjia main list next year. The 1st year of college is just a continuation of the high school vice list. The boy has a very ordinary background. If the restrictions are relaxed in college, he will be caught up and kicked out of the Tianjia list in a minute. I think he is capable of staying in the 3,000 talents list after 1 year." The braided man smiled and said, "That is not ordinary. In the past, Many super elites in high school entered college and were caught up by other classmates who were not as good as them in high school. This gap is unbearable for ordinary people. However, I heard that the girl with him has an extraordinary status. How should we deal with it? Chao Yichen thought for a while and said, "It depends on the situation. As long as she is not clearly against us, we don't care. If she is really upset, then don't be polite. She has an extraordinary background. Are we ordinary? Yes. They can only summon a limited number of followers. Even if they develop for 10 years, they will not be that strong. It is just right that they can prepare hundreds of thousands of cannon fodder for us in 10 years. Although these cannon fodder cannot fill the gap between us and seniors, it is good to narrow the gap. Recently, freshmen have discovered this plane one after another. So far, there are 22 of them. Most of them are willing to cooperate with us. By then, as long as half of them can develop to meet expectations, we can obtain millions of cannon fodder and nearly 10,000 totem warriors. This is a strong force that is enough to change the direction of a large-scale war and thus affect the overall situation. By the way, maybe influenced by us, I found that the 2 seniors in the 3rd year seem to have started to contact the newcomers who have just entered the plane. Don't worry. We have taken the first mover advantage, and they can't catch up with us. In the west of the distant lizard island, which the 2 of them could not see, the base not far from the dragon tribe was in a mess. The lightning came suddenly, and Lin Zhao's divine supernatural ability did not have any warning at all. He and his girlfriend were caught off guard by the explosion. As a result, the huge rock platform with a diameter of more than 200 meters in the center of the base was swept away, and some statues and ornaments carefully carved by many star spirits were all wiped out. Even this rock structure platform was blown away, and the rubble collapsed outside the base. Fortunately, they are all demigods, carrying sufficient divine power. He carries millions of divine power, not to mention his girlfriend, a little rich woman, who has a much richer net worth than him. So although it was very embarrassing, he was fine. Chapter 458, Sneak Attack on the Lizard Lord Tribe. It is obvious that Lin Zhao's current behavior should have touched some kind of taboo, which made the plane will feel threatened. Fortunately, this behavior was carried out in the creation cube. The plane will could not directly sense what happened in the creation cube. It just felt the threat and struck a lightning warning. If it could be seen, it would not be a lightning, but the infinite malice from the entire plane. By then, everyone will be the enemy, and the totems of the whole world will be disgusted by the plane will and become his enemy. Not to mention other places. Powerful creatures such as the terrifying sea beasts on the Snake Lizard Island and the nearby sea will come to be his enemy. At that time, there will be no place for him in this plane. Good luck. Lin Zhao wiped the non-existent sweat and said to his girlfriend, "My luck in this plane will be at a low point for the next period of time. You must always be careful. Although there is no evidence, the plane will not strike him all the time, but it is definitely disliked by the plane will. Next, he will enter a period of bad luck. There will be some small troubles from time to time, and he will be struck occasionally. From time to time, there will be wandering powerful creatures that break into the base. This is inevitable. Fortunately, he has done nothing now. Now it is his real body that is still analyzing and integrating the totem core and the career template. The incarnation is doing nothing now." He stretched out his hands and spread his hands to the sky, indicating that I did nothing. In response to him, the sky suddenly started thundering, rumbling non-stop. This sound lasted for a long time. I don't know if the plane will has identified him. The rumbling sound of thunder keeps ringing near the tribe. Those who don't know think it's going to rain heavily. Lin Zhao was indeed a little panicked at first, but after a long time, he got used to it and ignored it and let it ring non-stop. Time passed slowly. Half a year later, the tribal expeditionary force returned, bringing with them the tribesmen of the river lizard and tree lizard tribes, as well as the corpse of a huge tree lizard king. After the river lizard king was defeated, he saw that the situation was not good and fled directly without being caught. These 2 tribes are one of the several major branches of the main tribe of the lizard clan, with a population of about 30,000 and 40,000 respectively. 10,000 to 20,000 died in the war, and the rest were integrated into the dragon tribe, making the total population of the dragon tribe barely exceed 100,000. This is already the most powerful tribe besides the 2 main tribes of snake and lizard. The tribe should be happy about its strength. But Lin Zhao couldn't be happy recently, because until now, The bloodline profession template in the creation cube has not been modulated yet. It's nothing if it hasn't been modulated. The key is that it has been consuming creation energy during this period. Now it has consumed nearly 300 units of creation energy, which is outrageous. What is the concept of 300 units of creation energy? You have to know that the previous modulation of the Protoss clan, from the initial adjustment of the goblins into intelligent goblins, and then transformed into Protoss, all the consumption in the meantime, including strengthening talents and skills, did not consume so much. The real body has been studying this for more than half a year, but the research has been intermittent, and it has stopped from time to time to think and add other things from time to time. Until now, Lin Zhao's incarnation has no idea what the real body is doing without careful inspection. However, one thing is certain. The real body seems to have researched something. Otherwise it has spent nearly 300 units. If it had not researched anything, it would have stopped losses long ago. Lin Zhao did not feel that such a large consumption of good fortune energy was unbearable. Anyway, now he has thousands of units of good fortune energy in his hands. If he can really research something earth-shattering, no matter how much consumption, it is worth it. According to past situations, the greater the consumption of good fortune energy, the more powerful the things that are modulated. These 300 units seem to be just the beginning. Lin Zhao is full of expectations for this. Put this aside for the time being. At this time, the modulation of the totem core has been taken over by the real body. Lin Zhao's incarnation does not want to care about this, but continues to take the blood of the great Naga to make totem seeds, and give them to cultivate a large number of totem warriors exclusive to the dragon tribe. It is still the previous totem seed version, with a success rate of 70 to 80%. If the standard is lowered, there is still a success rate of 50%, which is at least higher than the success rate of the totem seeds of the indigenous tribes. The normal ratio of the birth of totem warriors of the indigenous tribes is 1/10 or 2/10 of the warriors who are qualified to carry totem seeds in the entire tribe. The success rate of totem seeds of the dragon tribe has increased by more than 4 times. According to the combined success rates of 80% and 50%, the 50% success rate has the largest number of people, which is about 60%, with a population of 100,000. As long as the adult men of the indigenous tribes can go to war, about 10,000 to 20,000 warriors can be pulled out. But the warriors who are qualified to carry totem seeds, even if the conditions are relaxed, will not exceed 3,000. In other words, in theory, if all the 3,000 tribal warriors accept totem seeds, the success rate of 60% is 1,800 totem warriors. Normally, an indigenous tribe with a population of 100,000 has a totem warrior number of 200 to 300, which is about 1.5% of the total population. That is to say, the 2 main tribes of snakes and lizards located at the north and south ends of the island each have a population of 200,000 to 300,000. Considering that the 2 main tribes have more than 1 totem, plus the branch tribes provide support from time to time, the 2 tribes should each have more than 1,000 totem warriors. In terms of the number of totem warriors, the dragon totem is not inferior to any other party after preparation, but the ordinary tribe warriors are several times less, and there are several fewer totems. If they really fight, there is a fight to be had. He is full of elites and has the support of mages. The ordinary warriors have weapons made by the Red Furnace tribe, which is much stronger than the natives, who are still wearing animal skins and only have a simple spear. Thinking of this, Lin Zhao has already had a bold idea in his mind. That is, ambush the lizard main tribe? Shen Yuexin tilted her head and looked at her boyfriend, her pretty face full of surprise. Lin Zhao nodded vigorously and analyzed his ideas to his girlfriend in detail. We have now wiped out 3 branches of the lizard tribe, and we must have been noticed by the lizard lord tribe. It will not be so easy to wipe out other branches of the lizard tribe in the future. Moreover, we have now given up the snake totem, and the snake tribe will also be wary of us. I guess it won't be long before we will be surrounded and annihilated. Instead of being surrounded and annihilated by them, it is better to strike first and destroy the lizard lord tribe through a surprise attack. We can get rid of a strong enemy first, and then slowly deal with the snake tribe. Your idea is good, but do we have the ability to quickly wipe out the lizard lord tribe? The girlfriend continued. If the lizard lord tribe cannot be quickly wiped out, other lizard branch tribes will immediately support it, and it will be bad if we are surrounded. Of course, there is a way to quickly wipe out the lizard lord tribe. How dare I do it if I am not sure? Lin Xiao stretched out his finger and pressed his girlfriend's red lips, saying, "I am absolutely sure. Believe me." She was about to continue, but suddenly her face turned red, and she rolled her eyes at him charmingly and turned her head away. He smiled slightly and retracted his hand to rub his fingers. The feeling of being deeply immersed in the softness just now was really comfortable. 2 days later, the void ship Flying Snake left the tribe and disappeared in the primitive jungle. It did not return until half a month later. At this time, 15,000 tribal troops had assembled, and then, led by the legendary wizard Quetzalcoatl, all the wizards and Protoss jointly cast spells to build a super-large teleportation array in the base to teleport the 15,000 tribal troops away in batches. South of the Lizard Island, more than 10 kilometers from the sea, there is a huge island swamp. The famous Lizard Master tribe is located on several large floating islands in the swamp, with the name of the Lord of 10,000 Lizards. All creatures in the swamp that threaten the lizard tribe are either driven away or cleared. The remaining swamp creatures are all raised by the tribe as food. In addition, there are a large number of plants and fruit trees planted in the swamp, a large number of fish in the swamp, and fishing in the sea 10 kilometers away. The food harvested every month supports the Lizard Master tribe's population of nearly 300,000. This is a very rare miracle in an era with low civilization. On this day, the young Lizard 17 of the tribe left the tribe with a spear and several young companions to fish in a swamp a few kilometers away from the tribe. This swamp is shrouded in thick fog all year round. You can't see the outside if you enter it not far away. In this area, there lives a very nourishing water snake. This water snake is blood red with golden lines all over its body. It likes to drill into the soft mud. People often come to catch this blood snake and go back to the warriors in the tribe to exchange for a lot of food. As usual, several teenagers happily entered the swamp with only knee-deep water. The thick fog came, and soon they could not see their companions. Lizard 17 also carried a bamboo bag and prepared to enter the thick fog. Just after walking a few steps, he suddenly heard screams from the front. At first, he thought his companions were in danger. Just as he was about to move forward, he suddenly saw a 2-meter-high swamp muddy wave surged out from the depths of the thick fog and knocked him over. He finally climbed up and saw a tall totem warrior covered with golden scales walking out. The ferocious face, the terrible breath, and the cold eyes all proved that this was not the totem warrior of his tribe. The boy quickly picked up the bone flute on his chest and prepared to blow it. A fine steel spear flew out and pierced his throat, killing him instantly. After killing the boy, the totem warrior drew back his gun and turned to leave. At this time, a swamp wind with a faint fishy smell blew through the rolling fog, and it was vaguely seen that there were dense figures inside. Above the thick fog, Lin Xiao and his girlfriend stood in midair. The thick fog area covering several kilometers below had already been cleared, and a huge stone platform was built using the magic of turning mud into stone. At this time, 15,000 warriors had been teleported over. Glancing at the tribal warriors who were ready, Lin Xiao said to his girlfriend, "Wait a minute. You will stay and block the other totems from returning, and I will go and kill the king of 10,000 lizards." The girlfriend was surprised. The king of 10,000 lizards is definitely a demigod, and a senior demigod who has lived for tens of thousands of years. His strength is definitely very strong. "How can you kill him?" Lin Xiao smiled. "Let me keep you in suspense. You will know later." Chapter 459, Face the King of 10,000 Lizards. This area covered by thick fog is not far from the Lizard Lord tribe, almost right under their noses. Previously, the flying snakes sneaked in and entered the fog at night to build a large teleportation platform inside. This thick fog contains strange particles that have the effect of isolating the breath. In addition, they did not cast any large spells, and there were no natives of the lizard tribe running around at night, so they were not noticed by the lizard tribe a few kilometers away, until the teleportation platform was activated and a large number of troops were teleported over. The strong men in the Lizard Lord tribe may have sensed it, and some even looked over here on purpose, but they were not too vigilant. After all, this world has not yet teleported. Even many totems have the power comparable to that of demigods, but they can't cast spells, not even divine spells. So how can they guard against these? So when 15,000 fully armed elite warriors appeared out of thin air at the entrance of the tribe, all the natives who saw them were stunned, and it took a while for them to react and sound the alarm. When the huge and rapid bells rang, The whole tribe was boiling. Countless natives came out of their homes, and many looked outside the tribe without fear. As one of the two most powerful tribes on Snake Lizard Island, the Lizard Lord tribe has existed for tens of thousands of years. In history, there have been several enemies attacking the gate, but it has never been destroyed. After tens of thousands of years of experience, even though it has always been a primitive tribe, the Lizard tribe has developed its own unique civilization characteristics. A piece of wood that is thicker than a person and more than 10 meters long is sharpened and buried deep in the ground. On this basis, the outer wall is made of stone bricks and wood. Large buildings are built with moss-covered boulders, covered with vines and carved with patterns characteristic of the lizard tribe. Statues related to lizards stand in various parts of the tribe. It is said to be a tribe, but in fact it is now a city. After tens of thousands of years of development, the Lizard Lord tribe has naturally developed into a city-state system. If there is no interference, as long as the tribe's food production goes further and allows the tribe to support more people, there will be a foundation for building a city-state. From the tribal system to the city-state system, the bottom line is that the scale of food growth has increased, either by being able to grow food on a large scale or by domesticating some animals that can become food. When the tribal warriors who walked up to the sentry posts and the city walls saw the elite warriors coming out of the thick fog, their expressions all became serious. When all 15,000 elite warriors in full armor appeared, the bell suddenly changed to another frequency, mixed with the sound of urgent horns. This sound seemed to represent a very dangerous signal. The tribal civilians who were observing and pointing before could not laugh now, and left their original places, or went home, or went to other places. All men gathered together, and even underage teenagers were given a weapon. Many high-level members of the lizard tribe gathered to observe the enemies rushing towards the tribe, and their expressions were very solemn. Calling the tribesmen who went out hunting, lighting the wolf smoke to send a dangerous signal to the tribesmen in the surrounding branches, and asking them to come to support. The chief of the lizard tribe calmly issued the order, paused for a moment, and said to the chief wizard, "At the same time, please ask the wizards to contact the totems who are out. The tribe is about to face a life and death crisis." And everyone responded, and quickly went to execute it. No one thought that it was a fuss to face only 15,000 enemies, with nearly 300,000 people. If possible, they hoped that the messenger can arrive quickly, and the nearby branch tribes can provide support as soon as possible. Otherwise, the tribe will suffer a heavy blow. Ordinary people don't know what the gap is here. Only the warriors, who have really been on the battlefield, know how terrible 15,000 fully armed warriors are. Just like Lin Zhao's online keyboards in his previous life. They don't know how expensive and powerful well-equipped warriors are. They just watch too much TV and think that more people are powerful. In TV, no matter how sophisticated and thick the armor is, it will be cut through by the protagonist with a casual knife. Like paper paste. That is pure bullshit. Really well-made armor cannot be cut through by swords. It can be said that if a standard armor and a long sword are made of the same quality steel, no matter how sharp the long sword is, it will never cut through the armor. Even if you chop it 10 times, it will not cut through. Real armor is not as bad as the ones in TV dramas. This can be compared to 2 kitchen knives of the same quality. How long will it take for one kitchen knife to cut through the blade of the other kitchen knife? It won't cut through, even if the blade is curled. The same elite warriors, one side is wearing leather armor and holding crude iron weapons, and the other side is wearing fine steel armor and fine steel swords. There is no need to look at the results of the battle. The one with better weapons and equipment will definitely crush them. Even if 1,000 to 10,000, they can easily win. At most, they will be tired after chopping people in heavy armor for a long time. Don't talk about skills. Even if a new soldier is equipped with excellent equipment, he can easily suppress a veteran who has fought hundreds of battles. No matter how good the skills are, you can't cut through the armor even if you chop 10 times. And the veteran's flesh and blood will kneel down with one knife. Some people may not accept that if I don't cut your armor, I will cut the parts that your armor can't protect. Sorry. The recruits still have shields, and the general armor basically protects all the parts that can be protected. Maybe you can cut the eyes that can't be protected, but they are not fools to let you cut the eyes easily. The recruits are just inexperienced and skillful, but they are not fools. They know that the only weakness is that the eyes can't block. So the 15,000 well-equipped warriors of the dragon tribe can definitely break through the lizard tribe. As long as the main totem of the lizard tribe, the king of 10,000 lizards, does not take action, Other ordinary totems such as the king of river lizards may be surrounded and killed if they dare to go up. In fact, the dragon tribe does not have much iron ore now, which is not enough. When a larger iron ore is found in the future, the red furnace tribe will also tailor-make full-body plate armor for the elite of the tribe. And that will be a truly invincible soldier. There was no strategy or tactics. Shin Yuexin was in charge. And under the leadership of the dragon tribe warrior leader, 15,000 elite warriors headed straight for the lizard lord tribe. Lin Xiao flew alone to another part of the swamp shrouded in black fog. From a distance, he sensed a huge aura slowly rising over there. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be the famous king of 10,000 lizards. There was no intention to hide his body. Just flew naked above the swamp. And waited slowly. There was no other intention. Just wanted to see what the famous king of 10,000 lizards looked like. The black mist was boiling like a boiling oil pan. And a breath that made him feel depressed slowly rose, becoming stronger and stronger. At the same time, a huge figure in the thick fog was pushing open the muddy water of the swamp. Lin Zhao's face gradually became solemn. The breath exuded by this guy was much stronger than he expected. Before, he estimated that the strength of the king of 10,000 lizards should be equivalent to that of a demigod. Now, judging by the breath alone, it is stronger than the average demigod. The most important thing is that this guy's body size seems to be a bit oversized. Just the outline, that is vaguely revealed now, is probably more than 300 meters. What a concept. This is already more than a large aircraft carrier. Fortunately, I am prepared. Lin Xiao sighed, and gave up the idea of testing the water. If his real body was here, he would not be afraid and would dare to fight head-on. But now, he is just an incarnation. And he is not good at fighting. So he will not fight head-on. After much anticipation, the king of 10,000 lizards finally appeared, still holding the lute and half covering his face. It took several minutes for the king of 10,000 lizards to appear. The more he appeared, the stronger his momentum became. The boiling black fog was condensed by invisible forces into a huge black shadow of 700 or 800 meters lying on the surface of the swamp, ready to pounce. Lin Xiao looked back at his own tribe, which had an advantage in the distance. And at the same time, the auras of several totems were gradually approaching in the distance. There are several totems in the Lizard Lord tribe, all of which are the children of the king of 10,000 lizards. Because of the long-term stability, they are outside most of the time. The sneak attack of the dragon tribe caught them off guard, and they have not returned yet. Lin Xiao thought about it, and decided to kill all the totems of the lizard tribe in one wave. He suppressed the idea of taking action immediately and flew into the air, ready to wait for a while. However, he wanted to wait. But the king of 10,000 lizards did not want to wait. If he waited any longer, all the warriors of the lizard tribe would die. The rolling black fog parted, and a huge and ferocious lizard head emerged from it. A pair of pupils glowed with dark golden light and shot towards Lin Xiao. He immediately felt an invisible wave sweeping over, and the surrounding space began to become sticky, and more sticky. Innate ability? Or totem power? Lin Xiao burst out his divine power, and turned into a ball of golden light, and soared into the sky. He stretched out his hand to grab the sky. The sky quickly turned red, and countless fire clouds gathered above his head, and turned into a large fire cloud that stretched for several kilometers. Endless fire rain fell from the sky. The king of 10,000 lizards screamed, and the black fog suddenly expanded and exploded, turning into a black fog tide that surged in all directions, and expanded rapidly to the distance. From the high altitude, it seemed that there was a sea of black fog covering several kilometers below, and it continued to expand. The fist-sized fire rain fell on the black fog, quickly melting into basin-sized pits and dissipating. The fire rain continued, and the black fog continued to expand and melt, and was continuously offset, and froze for a while. Interesting. There is no such thing as magic in this world. Only poison, summons, curses, and totem warriors. Totems are not like legendary creatures in other worlds that can use various powerful spells. They only have special abilities after becoming totems. If they are not legendary creatures of the totem, most of them have no special abilities. For example, if the king of poisonous lizards loses his totem status, he will be an oversized lizard of 80 to 90 meters long, with super strength and life regeneration ability. In other words, the average strength of the extraordinary creatures in this world is weaker than that of the extraordinary creatures in other worlds. This king of 10,000 lizards has been a totem for tens of thousands of years, and has not developed any super powerful extraordinary means. Only this black mist is considered magical in this world. But it is not enough for Lin Xiao. However, even if it is not good enough, it is still a senior totem that has lived for tens of thousands of years. And its body is too big. Yes, as he summoned more than 10 waves of meteor showers in a row, the black mist summoned by the king of 10,000 lizards slowly melted and finally revealed the turbid swamp. And also revealed the supergiant lizard with a body size of more than 300 meters that was entrenched in the swamp. Chapter 460, God's Finger. This is just a small island. When he appeared, accompanied by a roar, a super powerful black fog force field exploded and spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it spread to more than 20 kilometers away, directly including the distant Lizard Lord tribe. In this halo, the air became sticky, the movement was slow, and every action required twice the power compared to before. It was nothing for him. But it was a disaster for the Dragon Tribe warriors who were fighting. The steel armor, shield and weapons they were equipped with were very heavy. The armor had to be thick to have high defense. Even light armor had a certain thickness and was heavy. Now it required twice the power, which directly reduced their immediate combat effectiveness and endurance. In this state, it is estimated that they will not be able to hold on for long before being exhausted. In addition, as soon as the two sides fought, the opponent's wizards kept casting curses on the warriors. And the two overlapped. Shen Yuexin raised the huge thunder scepter and paused. A circle of lightning exploded, sweeping away the curse and halo on the Dragon Tribe warriors. The lightning halo resisted the black fog, and countless small lightning exploded at the intersection between the two. Simply activating the lightning field does not consume much. But at this time, she needs to continuously consume divine power to resist the all-round erosion of the black fog field. And the divine power is continuously consumed. Of course, with her wealth, this consumption is not a problem. She is mainly a little worried about her boyfriend. A field with a diameter of more than 20 kilometers is something that no demigod in the god system of the main god world can do. It is obvious that although this totem of the king of 10,000 lizards is still a demigod, it has some power beyond the demigod. Fortunately, this plane cannot give birth to true gods. Otherwise, with the accumulation of tens of thousands of years, the king of 10,000 lizards would have been enshrined as a god long ago. Now she could only support the lightning field to protect her subordinates. And she couldn't take care of her boyfriend for the time being. Of course, she also had some confidence in her boyfriend, who had repeatedly created miracles. And Lin Xiao was full of confidence before. So although she was worried, she was not too worried. The lightning field protected her subordinates in front of her, and the warriors of the Dragon Tribe regained their footing. She looked up at the distance with confidence. In the depths of the black fog sea that was like a turbulent sea, she saw the huge king of 10,000 lizards looming in the black fog. And, seeing the king of 10,000 lizards' huge field comparable to that of a true god, Lin Xiao sighed, and was somewhat glad that he had a trump card. Otherwise, if he wanted to defeat the two main tribes of snakes and lizards, it would probably take more than 5 years of development before the tribe could devote all its strength and pay a huge price to kill the two senior totems of snakes and lizards who had lived for tens of thousands of years. But now, facing the surging and rising sea of black fog, he just stretched out his right hand as if to grab. And then a ball of golden light quickly condensed in the palm of his right hand. And the surrounding void and air quickly contracted towards his right hand, forming a twisted mass that quickly expanded into a vortex. The king of 10,000 lizards below could not fly. But as the black fog continued to expand and rise, he flexibly shuttled back and forth in the black fog that was like sea water, constantly approaching Lin Xiao as the black fog rose. When the twisted mass in his right hand turned into a vortex, the king of 10,000 lizards in the black fog seemed to feel threatened. With a soul-shaking scream, the black fog sea suddenly arched up, and a huge claw with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters, like a lizard claw, suddenly grabbed Lin Xiao. Boom! The giant claw hit the target, but it was like the sea hitting a reef. The reef stood still, and the sea broke into black fog that filled the sky. Through the gaps in the broken black fog, Lin Xiao had turned into a ball of light like the sun, with blazing golden light blooming. The surrounding black fog was quickly melted away. Soon the sky and the earth were clear, and the black fog sea that had risen more than 1,000 meters below was melted into a huge depression. The king of 10,000 lizards had already shrunk to the bottom of the black fog sea. For the first time, a trace of shock appeared in the huge lizard's eyes. And he spoke in human language. "What kind of power do you have?" Lin Zhao's voice came from the sun-like ball of light. "The power to kill you." As soon as the words fell, the light ball quickly increased in brightness and expanded. The black fog below melted like snow, revealing the turbid swamp below and the king of 10,000 lizards lying in the turbid water of the swamp, waiting for battle. Even the black fog field opened by the king of 10,000 lizards was corroded into a big pit. Then, a strong spatial fluctuation spread from the sun. An infinite light gathered and condensed into a finger with a diameter of only 3 meters and a length of about 20 meters, which was condensed by infinite light and slowly fell down. As the finger fell, the king of 10,000 lizards trembled violently and stared at the light finger falling towards him with a difficult posture of looking up. But he did not move at all. It was not that he did not want to move, but that he could not move. The blow from the true God had locked the space where he was. He could not move at all, and could only watch the light finger press his head slowly and firmly. Then, a roar that resounded throughout the tribe sounded, and the light finger pressed through a layer of black fog and hard scales on the surface of the king of 10,000 lizards, and slowly pressed into the skull. Then, inside the lizard totem tribe, the black flames burning on the huge totem poles suddenly dimmed, and then quickly went out. The great wizard of the tribe, who was praying, looked up at the extinguished totem pole, and didn't know how to react for a moment. Xiaoqing showed a look of horror on his face, and said in a trembling voice, "Our totem has fallen. There will be various strange phenomena when a tribe's totem suddenly falls. The most direct phenomenon is the extinction of the totem pole. Then the wizard who relies on the totem to gain power will find that his own power disappears rapidly, and black smoke comes out of his eyes, ears, nostrils and mouth. More and more. And finally the smoke turns into flames, and the whole person begins to burn." On the battlefield, many totem warriors of the king of 10,000 lizards suddenly felt a little empty, as if something important was suddenly lost. They are not wizards, and have a direct connection with the totem. The sudden fall of the totem did not directly reflect on them, but it can be expected that they will become weaker, and weaker in the coming days, until they lose all the power given by the totem. The changes in the tribal wizards and totem warriors directly affected the battle situation. The totem warriors of the Lizard Lord tribe, who were already at a disadvantage, were caught off guard by the sudden weakness and were killed one after another, even if there are other wizards and totem warriors with other totems that are not affected. Most wizards and totem warriors in the Lizard Lord tribe borrow the power of the king of 10,000 lizards. Now that the king of 10,000 lizards has suddenly fallen, the strength of the entire lizard tribe has plummeted. The body of the king of 10,000 lizards remains roughly the same, but his soul has perished. The treasure given by the ancestor Lin Xiao contains the full force of a senior true god, and even the king of 10,000 lizards cannot resist it. The corpse is of little value, although its strength is comparable to that of a demigod. Its body is not that of a demigod. After death, it has no other value. At most, it can be awakened by the necromancer to become a puppet corpse, although the real body can be transferred through the creation cube to a legendary level of awakening the undead spell scroll. Lin Xiao did not do so because the physical body of this thing is too powerful. If it is awakened as an undead, the breath of death it emits is too powerful and can easily affect the surrounding area within a few kilometers. In other words, if this guy turns into an undead, the surrounding area within a few kilometers will all be transformed into a land of undead. Of course, he didn't need this fighting power now. He had no status, no soul, only a corpse. He had at most the strength of the 9th level high-level legendary level, which was not necessary for him. The totem of the king of 10,000 lizards was a good thing. After 10,000 years of accumulation, his totem level was very high. He quickly collected it and prepared to refine it when he returned. On the other side of the main battlefield of the tribe, with the fall of the king of 10,000 lizards, the morale of the warriors of the lizard tribe had collapsed. Now they were still resisting just for the tribe behind them, and hoping that other totems of the tribe could come back. Lin Xiao said that they thought too much, as he killed the king of 10,000 lizards with thunder. The auras of many totems coming from afar stopped for a while, and wandered back and forth in the distance. But no one dared to come back. They were terrified and confused. But they didn't dare to come back. They didn't know how the powerful king of 10,000 lizards fell. Lin Xiao used the treasure of the ancestor to show the powerful power, which the totems could not know. They could only vaguely sense a power that made them palpitate. But they didn't know what it was. Not only them, but also many seniors in the plane could not sense what happened here. In addition to the fact that Lin Xiao is now a totem, he consciously restrained the power fluctuations when performing this thunder method. Even the totems farther away on the island may not be able to detect it. Not to mention the seniors on the main continent separated by the endless sea. Although Senior Zhu is strong, he is not a true god yet. How can he know everything so magically? Of course, if it is his girlfriend who is not a totem yet, they will definitely be able to sense it. She is now an outsider, and any big movements will attract the attention of the seniors. When he returned to his girlfriend stared with eyes wide open and asked in disbelief, "How could you bring this thing here? The teacher didn't detect it when he descended?" Almost everyone has this life-saving method, but it is not allowed to be carried when descending. At least his girlfriend didn't bring it. No wonder she was surprised. Lin Xiao laughed and said, "You forgot that I told you before that I have a treasure that can contact the real body and transfer some small things. This treasure is transferred here." After hearing this, the girlfriend's eyes suddenly lit up, the kind of flashing light, and said excitedly, "If so, then your real body contact my real body and bring me some things." He touched her extremely soft long hair and said, "It is indeed possible. But you are not a totem now. You are an outsider to this plane. If you use such excessive things, you will be rejected by the plane." She blinked her beautiful big eyes, pointed at his forehead with her green jade finger and said, "You are stupid. I can give it to you. I have a lot of good things. My father, my brother and my father's subordinates gave me them when I went home before. I will write a note for you to pass to my real body and let her prepare it." Chapter 461, Replica of the Book of All Laws. Ah, is this necessary? Lin Xiao felt a little embarrassed. He had already cheated just now. If his girlfriend came instead, who knows what kind of killer weapon she would bring with her wealth? Would this be too stupid? We cheated with our own ability. Who would have any objections? Okay, what else can I say? Just continue. Anyway, the restrictions are relaxed in college, and others can quickly become strong with the support of their families. He can also cheat, as long as he has the ability to avoid the surveillance of the school. It is legal. Soon his girlfriend handed him a piece of A4 size paper with dense handwriting and said, "Give this to my real body, and I will know what to prepare." Lin Xiao reached out to take it, and with a casual glance, he saw the words Book of All Laws written on one of the rows. Book of All Laws? No. This is my father's replica of the legendary Book of All Laws. Oh, that's not bad. Although it's a replica, it's more powerful than the real Wanfa collection, and it contains several 11-ring high-level legendary spells. Looking at his girlfriend's innocent look, Lin Xiao was speechless. Is this the strength of the top second-generation god? The replica is stronger than the original. Well, her father is a great god. It's normal for the replica to be stronger than the original. 11-ring spells. When the bag is delivered, the strongest person in this plane is expected to change. With this strange item, she can kill people and gods. Several sophomores and juniors are probably not her opponents. What is the concept of 11-ring spells? You must know that 10-ring spells are legendary spells, and the power span of legendary spells is quite large. In theory, a legendary wizard who is well prepared can kill gods. Of course, it refers to the true gods who have left the kingdom of God. The 11th ring spell is one level stronger than the 10th ring spell, but the magnitude of this power is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Not only is the direct killing power great, this level of high-level legendary spells can already distort the rules like a true god, and are ridiculously powerful. As for the higher level 12th level spell, it seems that the birthplace of the mage system, the Toril multiverse, has appeared in history. It is called the Kshatsi god spell. Kars has used this spell to deprive the powerful magic goddess of the magic priesthood and instantly replace the goddess. Of course, as a mortal, he certainly cannot bear a powerful priesthood. Kars has died on the spot after becoming a god. But this does not detract from the horror of this spell. After all, just think about how terrible it is to forcibly deprive a powerful main priesthood of a powerful god with a mortal body. Although there are no 12th level spells in the new version of the Book of All Laws, there are several 11th level spells that are also ridiculously powerful. Lin Xiao is quite looking forward to it. The note was handed over, but they would have to wait for a while for the things to be brought over. They were not in a hurry, as they had a lot of things to do right now. The demise of the lizard tribe was a foregone conclusion. If he had not considered that these warriors would become his own after conquering the lizard tribe, he would have personally taken action long ago. Under his witness, 15,000 dragon tribe warriors equipped with steel light armor and weapons defeated more than 80,000 lizard tribe warriors, who came out in full force on the front battlefield. Although not all of them were warriors, many were civilians. But civilians were also adult men, and those with weapons were considered soldiers. In addition to ordinary soldiers, the battles between totem warriors were almost one-sided. The totem warriors of the Lizard Lord tribe were basically related to lizards, whether in terms of talent or basic physical fitness bonus. They were not as good as the Great Naga. What's more, the totem warriors of the Dragon tribe were equipped with alloy equipment specially smelted by the Red Furnace clan, which crushed the Lizard tribe in every aspect. Both the battle process and the war results prove that excellent weapons can play an absolute role in war. Perhaps prepare a batch of magic equipment? The Red Furnace tribe forged elite equipment, and the Star Spirits enchanted them to create a group of super elite ordinary soldiers with combat power comparable to totem warriors to make up for the lack of totem warriors. Keeping this in mind, Lin Xiao walked down the clouds holding his girlfriend's hand. At this time, the warriors of the Dragon tribe had defeated the main force of the Lizard tribe and had already invaded the tribe. At this time, the battle situation was basically determined, and even the totem was destroyed. Next, as long as the Lizard tribe gave up resistance and surrendered, this super large tribe, with a population of 200,000 to 300,000, will submit to the Dragon tribe. It only takes a while to integrate the Lizard main tribe into the Dragon tribe. Then the Dragon tribe will be a super large tribe with a population of more than 300,000. After conquering the remaining lizard tribes around and developing for a period of time, it will be enough to easily defeat the snake tribe. According to Lin Zhao's estimate, it will take at most 2 years to unify the entire snake lizard main island. After a few more years of development, they will be qualified to compete in this plane. If they develop well, coupled with cheating with their girlfriend, they may be able to defeat many seniors and classmates and dominate this plane. Dominating this plane is not just about the first big class in college. This plane itself has great value. After all, a large plane with intelligent life, civilization, and extraordinary power is definitely more valuable than the Moon Sky Realm in his hand. Of course, only the main plane of the Moon Sky Realm is counted, not the Crystal Wall system. 2.5 months later, the first batch of conquered Lizard tribe civilians moved to the Dragon tribe. Lin Xiao came back with them and gathered the Mage Corps to open up the territory and expand the scope of the Dragon tribe. More than 200,000 people suddenly moved here, and the land was not enough. Fortunately, there was enough food stored before, and the sudden increase of several times the population could be fed. This time, the expansion was done in one step. It expanded greatly from the Dragon tribe to the north, south, and east in one breath. It expanded for a full 30 kilometers in one breath, and almost cut down a large area of forest on the west side of the entire snake lizard main island, clearing it out and opening it up as a planting area. In the next 6 months, batches of Lizard tribe members moved to the Dragon tribe and gradually integrated into the Dragon tribe. A total of 330,000 tribal people continuously provided him with the power of faith. Lin Xiao combined this power of faith with the sacrifices and refined it into totem seeds, which he bestowed one by one. The Lizard Lord tribe has tens of thousands of strong warriors, among which there are more than 1,000 warriors who fully meet the requirements of carrying totem seeds. Most of them are previous lizard totem warriors. After the death of the king of 10,000 lizards, their totems gradually disappeared, and they had to replace new totems. In addition, there are more than 3,000 warriors who are not fully qualified to carry totem seeds. Lin Xiao treats them equally and bestows totem seeds on them all to grow as soon as possible. However, before the warriors merged the totem seeds, Lin Xiao suddenly received news that the scouts who had been observing the Snake Lord tribe discovered that the Snake Lord tribe was summoning all the branches of the Snake tribe and summoned an army of more than 80,000 to gather in the Snake Lord tribe, preparing to destroy the Dragon tribe before they grow up. Obviously, their strength after destroying the Lizard Lord tribe scared the Snake tribe, so they wanted to eliminate this threat before they digested the Lizard tribe. Lin Xiao had no worries about this. With the efficiency of the indigenous tribes, it would be too late to wait for them to gather and rush over. In fact, he didn't care about this at all. He was receiving and counting the things transferred through the creation cube with his girlfriend. Before handing over the small note, Lin Zhao's real body wrote a letter to his girlfriend's real body, who was far away in Huiyao. After waiting for so long, the things finally arrived. A small box, about the size of Lin Zhao's computer mainframe in his previous life. Opened it, and there were a bunch of seemingly small, but precious treasures neatly arranged inside. The most valuable of them was naturally the Book of All Laws, which was a replica with greater power than the original, and a set of legendary equipment with powerful enchantments. And then 10 magic scrolls made of pure gold, all of which contained top legendary spells, and more than a dozen cores containing powerful energy. This thing can be used to create powerful golems of legendary level, or drive some super magic weapons. And if you have the ability to build a void ship, you can use it as the core. The girlfriend took the Book of All Laws and the equipment without hesitation. They were originally hers, and they were all women's styles. It was embarrassing for him to wear them out. 10 pure gold legendary magic scrolls were half for each of them. She had 5 of the 15 energy cores, and the other 10 were given to him. Among the 5 legendary magic scrolls, Lin Zhao only knew one spell: the Eternal Blazing Sun. The effect is to create a nuclear fusion miniature sun explosion, causing ultra-high temperature and explosion double damage to a very large range. The power within the core range is theoretically enough to kill a god. The reason why I say theoretically is that the true god is not a fool to stay within the core range. Normal demigods can easily escape from the core range before the power explodes, not to mention the true god. So I have never heard of anyone using this spell to kill a god. After all, if you have the ability to restrict the true god, you can kill the true god long ago. There is no need to consume a lot of precious materials and preparation time to cast this legendary spell. Therefore, the biggest function of this legendary spell is to clear the field or destroy the world. Casting this spell in some small or half planes can directly turn the plane into a lava plane, and all life will be extinct. In addition, Lin Zhao had never heard of the other 4 legendary spells. One was called God's Weakness, which could make the true god extremely weak in a short period of time. Of course, it was only limited to ordinary weak true gods. Strong true gods could break through with their powerful divine power and divine might. The third one was called Virtual Divine Fire, which was quite effective. It could simulate the divine fire of demigods and allow the user to enter the realm of gods in a short period of time. The fourth one was called Eternal Exile, which could exile a target to a special maze and never escape. The fifth one was called Void Realm, which was a summoning spell, but it communicated neither with demons nor celestial creatures, but with void creatures. It was well known that void creatures could not enter the plane. For void creatures, entering the plane was like a fish leaving water. This spell could establish a realm in the plane that could accommodate void creatures and open a gap in the realm to summon void creatures in. These legendary spells were created by legendary wizards based on the situations in different crystal wall universes. Their powers and effects are varied, but they are definitely very powerful and can work miraculously in certain situations. Chapter 462: Unifying the Snake Lizard Islands. So, after mastering the treasure they had just obtained for a month, they did not wait for the snake tribe to attack, but continued to attack the snake tribe. This time, 20,000 dragon tribe warriors went out to fight, leaving only 10 great Naga lords, and the rest all went with the army. Eternal Exile. When they met, Lin Zhao and his girlfriend each opened a golden scroll to exile a totem of the snake tribe and the slowly awakening king of 10,000 snakes. This time, the snake tribe was preparing to attack the dragon tribe together, and all the snake totems came over. When they arrived at the snake tribe, they had seen a total of 4 snake totems, plus the king of 10,000 snakes. A total of 5 totems. With the effect of the legendary spell of Eternal Exile, it would take several months for an ordinary totem without any extraordinary power to come out. Even if the king of 10,000 snakes was more powerful, it would take at least several days to come out, and by then it would be too late. It's not that the king of 10,000 snakes is not powerful. This guy is at the same level as the king of 10,000 lizards, and is also a senior demigod. The main thing is that legendary spells can directly distort the rules. In this plane without extraordinary power such as magic, they can't understand it at all. They can only rely on brute force to break in. The next battle was naturally very easy. The remaining 3 totems were surrounded and beaten by him, and a dozen big Nagas. The girlfriend was equipped with that set of legendary equipment, holding the enhanced version of the Book of All Laws, constantly casting various buffs and auxiliary magic spells to add troops to bless the state. When she saw the injured, She cast various priest magic spells to treat them. All of them were spells below the 7th level. And she didn't dare to use 9th level spells. Although she was an outsider without a totem, her every move would be noticed by the seniors on the main continent. But the premise of this detection is that she casts powerful spells, or bursts of divine power. Some low-level and medium-level spells have such a small impact. How can it be detected in detail? It's not built-in monitoring. A single Great Naga Lord can fight an ordinary totem. 15 Great Naga Lords plus Lin Xiao surrounded, and killed the remaining 3-headed snake totem in just half an hour. And it couldn't even run away. Once all the totems were destroyed, the snake tribe fell into the footsteps of the lizard tribe. Although the king of 10,000 snakes has not fallen, it is powerless at this time. And it is no different from falling. When the remaining Great Nagas rushed into the tribe, rushing around like no one was around, the last resistance of the snake tribe collapsed immediately. The next step was to accept surrender one by one. On the 6th day, when the first batch of surrendered snake tribes were escorted back to the dragon tribe, the king of 10,000 snakes finally got rid of the effect of eternal exile and returned from the void maze. But at this time it was too late. Lin Xiao and his girlfriend squatted in the void above his head, and 20 great Nagas surrounded him in a circle, waiting for him to appear and rush forward. The king of 10,000 snakes is a supergiant blue python with a body length of more than 400 meters and a pair of wings on its back. Although the big Nagas are big in size, they are just tiny compared to him. Finally, Lin Xiao used his divine power to transform himself, consuming a full 10,000 divine powers to transform into a big divine body. And at the cost of consuming 100 points of divine power every second, he temporarily transformed into a supergiant Naga that was 1,000 meters tall, and killed the confused king of 10,000 snakes in one fell swoop. Then he extracted the spirit of the king of 10,000 snakes and burnt his body. Although this guy's body was huge, it was useless to him. After destroying the king of 10,000 snakes, although there were still many snake and lizard branch tribes on the Snake Lizard Island, they could not make any waves. After digesting the Snake Lord tribe, whose population was almost the same as that of the Lizard Lord tribe, the Dragon tribe could easily sweep them away. In fact, the time to unify the Snake Lizard Island was earlier than he thought. 1 month after the death of the king of 10,000 snakes, a tribe called the Barbarian Snake took the initiative to merge into the Dragon tribe. The totem of this tribe fell in the previous battle to wipe out the king of 10,000 snakes. Without the totem, the tribe had no future. In addition, the Dragon tribe was powerful and would definitely unify the entire island in the future. The tribal leaders discussed for a long time and finally decided to surrender and merge into the Dragon tribe. With this beginning, several more tribes came to surrender. It is worth mentioning that the original totems of these tribes were all forcibly stripped of their totem status and left alone. Obviously, the power of the Dragon tribe made them see no hope, and they had to run away. Those who can become totems are all very intelligent. Even those who are not intelligent will force themselves to become intelligent after obtaining the totem. They will naturally know the interests involved. It is a foregone conclusion that the Dragon tribe will unify the entire island. If they continue to stop it, they will die. Although they no longer have the status of totems, they have survived. Moreover, they can go to other places far away from here and find a place far away from the Snake Lizard Island to seize the totems of other tribes and become totems again. A year later, with the defeat of the last lizard tribe, the entire Snake Lizard Island was finally unified under the Dragon tribe. At this time, the Dragon tribe is already a supergiant tribe with a total population of 910,000. Including the elderly and children. This was unimaginable in the past. No tribe could support so many people in the past. Unify the entire island. Combine the maps of all tribes. Find a few small and medium-sized iron mines, and several small coal mines on the island. Build mines, and collect resources. After unifying and digesting all the tribes, Lin Xiao divided the Dragon tribe into two. The main tribe was still in the original place, with a population of more than 700,000. The remaining 200,000 were moved to the largest mine in the center of the island to build a hidden base. The population was mainly in the main tribe, with 700 to 800 totem warriors, specifically used to deal with Chao Yichen's possible peeping. The sub-tribes were specially trained to train additional totem warriors, as well as forging areas, to accumulate strength. Before they were fully prepared, the true strength could not be exposed. The next step was a long period of accumulation. After another half a year, Lin Xiao gathered most of the star spirit mages and 10 great Nagas to leave the main tribe and go to sea to one of the large islands near this archipelago. According to the exploration of the void ship Flying Snake, there seemed to be an open-air silver mine on one of the nearby islands. Preliminary exploration found that there were rare minerals such as mithril, thorium, and true silver. It happened that there were more than a dozen high-level energy cores in hand, which could create powerful golems of legendary level. At the same time, in the Yushao realm, the fusion of the totem warriors and the professional template in the creation cube that Lin Xiao's true body had been paying attention to finally had new changes. This thing has been absorbing his good fortune energy continuously for a long time. The almost endless extraction of good fortune energy made him feel very painful. If he had not seen that he had invested so much and was reluctant to stop it, all his investment would be wasted. And this wait lasted for more than 2 years. In one sentence, I waited until the flowers withered. In fact, he waited until the flowers withered more than once. And he was very anxious. During this period, he consumed 1 unit of good fortune energy almost every day. For more than 2 years. Plus the previous consumption. He had a total of 1,311 units of good fortune energy before modulating this thing. Now it is less than 300. With a total of only 296 units of good fortune energy left. The unprecedented high consumption. Dare not say it is his largest consumption ever. But it can definitely be ranked in the top 3. Considering the benefits obtained from the previous high consumption. Lin Xiao is full of expectations for this modulation. So when the modulation was over, and the energy of creation was no longer consumed, Lin Xiao, who was experiencing the gradually collapsing changes in the rules of the moon sky realm, quickly withdrew his consciousness and reinvested it in the creation cube. And then, he tilted his head and looked at the transparent sphere in front of him that was constantly emitting strange light with a puzzled look, his eyes full of question marks. It was not that he couldn't understand it, but in his eyes, he couldn't see the state of this thing at all. Even in the creation cube, he didn't know what this thing was used for or what it was. Normally, when he used the creation cube to modulate anything, he could clearly know the modulation results. But this time he didn't. He only knew that this thing was a combination of the totem core and the occupation template. And then a lot of other things were invested to integrate it into one. And it was super enhanced. So what should I do? Pinching his eyebrows, Lin Xiao tried to observe this thing carefully. And his consciousness turned into an invisible hand to hold the transparent sphere that was changing back and forth. And carefully experienced it. But still couldn't experience it. He didn't know what to say for a while. But he was not too anxious. As the saying goes, when in doubt, ask an adult. He sent a message to the head teacher and Xia Yufei respectively. He did not describe his thing, but just asked them what to do if they encountered something that they could not analyze. Soon Xia Yufei responded first. She had 2 suggestions. One was to find a true god with medium divine power or above knowledge priesthood and belonging to a large force for identification. Both Huiyao and the 5th War Zone had true gods in this regard. The second was to directly ask Gaia's will for identification. With his identity, he was qualified to apply, but it would consume some of Gaia's favor. Relatively speaking, the first method was convenient and low cost, but his strength was too low, and there was a risk of leaking secrets. Although a contract would be signed before the identification, if the value of the item was too high, it was still possible to leak secrets. The second method was absolutely safe, but it required the consumption of Gaia's favor, which was not something that ordinary people could do, nor would they be willing to do. The class teacher Jean Cece gave the same advice as Xia Yufei, but she also suggested that Huiyao had a powerful god with the priesthood of knowledge, who was one of the members of Huiya's highest resolution committee. He had owed Lin Xiao some favors before, so if you don't mind, you can go to him. Of course, the above are all conventional and most convenient ways. In addition, there may be other beings who will recognize these strange objects. But this kind of luck is definitely not reliable. After reading the news, Lin Xiao pondered for a while, and decided to seek Gaia's will for identification. According to the energy consumed by this thing, the value is definitely not low. He dared not let others identify it. So he consumed the favor of Gaia's will for identification. Anyway, he is now the son of Gaia, and the favor of Gaia's will is very high. Less will not affect his current identity. So he communicated with Gaia's will in his heart. Half a minute later, a huge will descended. Lin Xiao stretched out the transparent sphere that had been taken out of the magic cube of creation and opened it. An invisible wave descended and enveloped him. And then, Chapter 463 Consumption of 1,000 units of creation energy. Until Gaia's will faded. Lin Xiao's mouth remained slightly open. He was always calm. But this time he was really surprised. Gaia's will cleanly and neatly identified this transparent sphere as the core source of a power system. Yes, it was the power system he imagined that was plundered from the plane. The kind that was completely plundered. However, in his hand at this time, this was a combination of the totem core of the plane where his incarnation was located, a blank warlock career module, and other messy skills, talents, and bloodlines, including a basic warrior career module, and Lin Xiao's mind about the concept of the inheritance system of dragon bloodline and profession, etc., like a stew, and then added more than 1,000 units of creation energy to form this unknown power system. In the eyes of Gaia's will, this is already a new power system that already exists. It is not a totem, nor a bloodline, nor a career template, but a power system. But the manifestation of this power system is in the form of a blood warlock profession. That is, on the surface, it is just a blood warlock profession. It is worth mentioning that this blood warlock has not yet been given blood. That is, it is still a blank template and needs to refill his blood. More importantly, in theory, using this module, he can fill different bloods in this module to create different blood warlocks. This is the magic of this power system. After all, there are blood warlock professions in the world, such as the famous dragon warlock, which is a dragon-exclusive warlock profession. Speaking of it, the dragon warlock and his blood warlock do have similarities. After all, he is referred to the dragon warlock in the fusion stage that consumes more than 1,000 fortune energies. But in fact, they are two different concepts. One is the dragon-exclusive blood warlock, which is a profession, and his is a power system with different core concepts. It looks complicated and difficult to understand, but it will be easy to distinguish once you understand his system. Lin Xiao was not interested in explaining it so clearly to anyone. In fact, he had never thought about explaining it to anyone. It was enough for him to know the secret. As for Gaia's will, although it was identified by him, Gaia's will was only a collection of conceptual wills, not a separate individual existence. And there was no possibility of leakage. So now only he knew about this thing. Xie Yufei and Jean Cece would not know. He just asked how to identify something he didn't know. And no one could analyze it through these. So now the question is, how should he use and dispose of this treasure? It's very simple to use it. Just disguise it as a blood warlock profession. And then separate two types of blood warlocks. Namely the two powerful races of Shura Naga and Star Spirit. In his divine domain, only the two powerful races of Shura Naga and Star Spirit are qualified to establish a blood inheritance system. The strength of the Red Furnace clan and the Little Naga is not strong enough. So there is no need to establish a blood inheritance system. Perhaps in the future, I will have enough valuable talents and good fortune energy to strengthen the Qilu tribe into a sub-legendary or even a true legendary species. But I don't have the resources and time for now. The main thing is to deal with this system. How should I reasonably display it in front of everyone? If you want to completely master this power system, you must turn this system into your own priesthood. Because this is a power system rather than a bloodline or occupation system. Integrating the Shura Naga and Star Spirit bloodline does not require the blood essence of Shura Naga and Star Spirit, but requires the racial priesthood of Shura Naga and Star Spirit. Only by mastering the racial priesthood of these two species, and the priesthood represented by the power system of the bloodline sorcerer, the system combines the racial priesthood, and the divine power replaces the blood essence. Can you only need divine power to continuously bestow the bloodline sorcerer profession without the blood essence of these two races? Just like the incarnation of the totem position condenses the totem seed. Because this is not a bloodline and occupation, but a power system. The way of changing jobs is different. If a normal god encounters this situation, there is only this one choice. But Lin Xiao is different. He has a second choice. That is, to integrate this power system into the crystal wall system origin core system in his mind. There is a huge advantage to doing this. That is, in addition to obtaining blood sorcerers of the two races of Shura Naga and Star Spirit, you can also obtain a special sorcerer. In fact, when he nurtured this power system before, he had some ideas. But that thing was located in the crystal wall system origin core, and could not be separated. So he had to integrate the system into the crystal wall system origin core, and merge it with the thing he imagined. In this way, his power system will be integrated into the crystal wall system origin core, and will not be able to be taken out in the future. Well, it doesn't matter if it can't be taken out. Anyway, it's safer to integrate it into the core. After comprehensive consideration, especially the consideration of secrecy, Lin Xiao finally made a decision to integrate this system into the crystal wall system origin core. As soon as he said it, he opened his mouth and sucked it. The transparent ball sank into his mouth and merged directly into his flesh and blood, disappearing, however, in a place invisible to the naked eye. A ball of transparent light was sinking into the layer of crystal light that contained his soul. Lin Xiao slowly closed his eyes, and his consciousness returned to the core of the crystal wall system. He saw the transparent ball of light representing a power system hanging in the sea of gods. He pondered for a while, and his mind moved. A series of interlaced light nets slowly emerged in the sea of gods. This is the network of rules. 99 light nets representing the basic laws of the universe crisscross back and forth, outlining a bottom-level rule network of the crystal wall universe. The transparent light ball fell into the light net, just like a drop of water melting into a water-absorbing paper towel, and disappeared. Then, after an imperceptible passage of time, the entire crystal wall system core began to change. There were no major changes in other things, but the original network of rules inside the crystal wall system core had merged with this power system, resulting in huge changes. Or to put it another way, something in the core's rule net has been stripped out and refined into the power system. And this power system has replaced the stripped thing and reintegrated into the rule net. And the stripped thing is the extraordinary magic net attached to the rule net before. When this thing was first created, Lin Xiao thought it was magical and powerful. It turned out to be magical and powerful, but it seemed to have some limitations in use. The clansmen didn't seem to like to use it, so that the extraordinary magic net had been open for so long. But the clansmen rarely used it. So Lin Xiao was thinking, instead of being useless, it would be better to change it directly, refine the magic net into this power system, and turn the magic net into a profession, and all the various extraordinary powers loaded before into professional skills. If you don't want to use the extraordinary magic net, can you still not use the professional skills? In addition, this power system is integrated into the core of the crystal wall system, integrated into the law net and the 99 underlying basic laws, thus giving birth to 99 professions related to these underlying basic laws. This was beyond Lin Xiao's expectation. He had not thought of this in his imagination. In his perception, there are only 99 professions related to the underlying basic laws. That is, if one is born, the upper limit will be one less, from 99 to 98. As long as the previous one is not dead, no new law sorcerer of the same kind will be born. In any case, the upper limit will only be 99. Yes, he named this profession related to the underlying basic law as the law sorcerer, and each one can master a basic underlying law, because the fusion is the basic underlying law in his crystal wall system origin core. The upper limit of strength is related to the integrity of the crystal wall system origin core. No matter how strong it is now, it will not be that strong. But as long as it is repaired in the future, the origin core will become more and more perfect and powerful, and their strength will become stronger and stronger. In theory, Lin Xiao pinched his chin and rubbed his teeth. This theory is a bit scary. According to the theory, if his crystal wall system origin core can be repaired to its peak state, that is, a crystal wall system that has not collapsed and can give birth to great divine power. They are 99 ancient gods with more powerful divine power than ordinary gods. If he can continue to devour more crystal wall systems, and the origin core reaches a point that is more than 10 times stronger than the origin will of the main world, then they are 99 ancient gods comparable to great divine power. A terrifying one. Okay, I think too much. Devouring 10 main worlds is too unreliable, and it seems outrageous and impossible to think about it. So, I am now accidentally creating a new power system by fusing the totem core of the plane where the incarnation is located with the professional template, and spending 1,000 units of good fortune energy? It sounds incredible, but it is true, and the potential of this system is unusually high, with very terrifying potential. It was hard to say what happened before, but after being integrated into the core of the crystal wall system and fusing the extraordinary magic network with the underlying law network, the potential of this thing skyrocketed to a level that he himself could not predict. It's simply Lin Xiao has decided not to spread this system to the outside world before it has the power to protect itself, and use it for himself first. Putting aside the outrageous things, Lin Xiao retracted his thoughts. Now this power system has been integrated into the core of the crystal wall system, and 3 professions have been derived, from low to high, namely Blood Warlock, Extraordinary Warlock, and Law Warlock. Needless to say, the Law Warlock, because each of them controls a basic law at the bottom, which is equivalent to a shrunken version of the ancient god. So there are only 99 places. The Extraordinary Warlock is a warlock who has integrated the Extraordinary Magic Network, which is equivalent to turning the extraordinary abilities possessed by the Extraordinary Magic Network into professional skills. This profession is not strong now, because there are not many extraordinary abilities on the Extraordinary Magic Network. But as Lin Xiao continues to add various extraordinary abilities in the future, this profession will become stronger and stronger, and more abnormal. Chapter 464 Unique Power System. Blood Warlocks are easy to understand. Currently, there are only 2 bloodlines, Azura Naga and Protoss, because these 2 races are the main bloodlines. The Naga and Protoss races cannot obtain this Blood Warlock profession for the time being. The Red Furnace clan can obtain the Protoss Blood Warlock, thereby obtaining the powerful spellcasting ability of the Protoss. Theoretically, it is possible to transform into a Protoss after digging the professional bloodline to the extreme, but the Red Furnace clan transforms into a Protoss. Lin Xiao always feels weird. Among them, the most compatible is the Little Naga and Azura Naga bloodline, because this Blood Warlock is not just a profession, but also a bloodline. If the Little Naga changes his job to the Great Naga Blood Warlock, it will greatly strengthen the Great Naga bloodline they already have. The combination of the 2 can make it easier to reach the critical point of bloodline transformation, making it easier to transform into the Great Naga, which can also be regarded as an additional benefit. The number of 3 professional Law Warlocks is limited. The number of Blood Warlocks is unlimited. And although the number of Extraordinary Warlocks is also unlimited, because the conditions required to condense professional seeds are much higher than those of Blood Warlocks, they cannot be transferred unlimitedly, which is equivalent to limited. Among them, Blood Warlocks only require Lin Xiao to consume 100 units of divine power to condense a blood core. Well, Blood Warlocks are just his way of saying it. That is, it can be called Blood Core, or Professional Core. Whatever it is, it means that only 100 units of divine power are needed, which is a considerable amount for Lin Xiao now. In the future, as the number of believers increases, it will basically be unlimited. He has already begun to prepare for condensation, and put it in the Moon Sky Realm. Although he only needs a part of the believers in the Moon Sky Realm, most of them are distributed to the many demigods and true gods of the guard team. But he also has a part of his own reservation. That is, the profession of mage. In the Moon Sky Realm, Lin Xiao is the king of gods, with the priesthood of truth and creation. None of the priesthoods of the 2 guard gods and the 20 high-level demigods are related to mages and wisdom. So among all the believers, all mages and poets and artists are his believers. These believers with high wisdom have always been the rulers of the world. No matter which world, mages are more likely to accept this. Lin Xiao gives the blood core of the star spirit as a gift from God to the devout mage believers, so that they have more powerful power. And, if the blood of the star spirit can be excavated to the extreme, it can be transformed into a new star spirit, which is also one of the means to increase the number of star spirits. The Extraordinary Warlock needs a full 10,000 units of divine power, and 1% of the crystal wall origin, or according to the transformation of 1 crystal wall origin into 10 units of creation energy. It is equivalent to 1 unit of creation energy plus 100,000 units of divine power to create 10 extraordinary cores. Theoretically, there is no limit to the number of extraordinary sorcerers. But because extraordinary sorcerers are too powerful, especially the potential of this system is almost endless. Just think about how powerful the first-level extraordinary abilities are now. If Lin Xiao can strengthen a group of extraordinary abilities comparable to legendary spells in the future, just think about a wizard casting legendary spells as easily as eating and drinking. You will know how terrifying this is. Therefore, the Extraordinary Warlock needs a trace of crystal wall origin and a lot of divine power to condense the extraordinary core, which is the limitation of this profession. The only bad thing is that this profession has a very strong exclusivity. Once you change your profession, you will not be able to work part-time in other professions. If you have other professions before, you must choose whether to give up your original profession For example, if the Protoss changes to the Extraordinary Warlock, you cannot change to the Mage profession. At this stage, the Extraordinary Warlock has only 5 extraordinary abilities, namely Foresight, Speed, Extraordinary Violence, Enhanced Water Element Summoning, and Fireball. Taken together, it is comparable to the 6th level Extraordinary Warlock with monotonous, but very powerful abilities. Generally, the 6th level profession is estimated to be better than the Extraordinary Warlock at this stage. But there are too few means, and it will be very embarrassing once you encounter restraint. It must be adjusted. Just thinking of this, Lin Xiao suddenly had a new idea. Can I let my priest work part-time as an Extraordinary Warlock? Priest is a profession, but not a serious profession. The power of priests comes from the gods, and does not conflict with any profession. And the same is true for Extraordinary Warlocks. It just so happens that the number of Extraordinary Warlocks is not large at this stage. So it is better to only give them to your priests in the future, so that they have 2 professions, and have combat power far beyond that of mages, which can also make your priests more powerful and unique. No matter how weak the extraordinary ability is, it is very powerful, such as the extraordinary ability Godspeed. Passive attributes, movement speed 50. Ignoring ordinary deceleration ability. Active attributes, consume mental power to actively perform. Can be used for a single person. Increase the target's movement speed by 200. Jump distance by 500. Slightly increase dodge when running. Lasts for 180 seconds. Cannot be slowed down by any effect below the same level during the duration. And the higher level deceleration effect is reduced by 50. And has the ability to ignore terrain, including walking on water. Can be used on groups, increasing the movement speed of group targets by 100. The jump distance by 200. And lasting for 180 seconds. During the duration, the deceleration effect of those below level 6 Transcendent is greatly weakened, and the ability to stay in special terrain is improved. A very powerful single-person range-enhancing buff, which is stronger than any known low-level divine spell, if a few more powerful buffs are strengthened in the future. The bonus to the army will be extremely terrifying, and it can be used as a unique super divine spell for one's own priest. The more Lin Xiao thought about it, the more he felt that this idea was very reliable. He even thought that his current incarnation was competing with other seniors for that plane. If all the followers brought by the incarnation were transferred to priests, and then worked part-time as transcendental warlocks. Could it be possible? Although the Star Spirit's mage, and the Great Naga's heroic profession God Warrior are powerful. In this situation, the priest plus the transcendent profession is more suitable. After losing the mage profession, the Protoss can only rely on their talent to control energy and cast some simple spells, which will greatly weaken their strength. However, the Great Naga is a supermodel species and is very powerful. Even if the strength is weakened by losing the hero profession, it is still much stronger than the same level. When they become priests and also serve as extraordinary warlocks, their strength will be restored. 166. Lin Xiao wrote a letter to his girlfriend, Xia Yufei, and class teacher Jean Cece, respectively, entrusting them to get a batch of talent skills or expertise cards. With their relationship and the current loosening of restrictions in the school, these can be equivalent to free stuff. And the quality is not bad, since it has been decided to make the supernatural warlock profession exclusive to his priest. He has to prepare now. If he can't get more, he should get a few new supernatural abilities first. 2 months later, Lin Xiao looked at the shining crystal light in the 3 exquisite small boxes that had been opened in front of him and fell into deep thought. Are they all so generous? Although 6-star demigod cards are used in college now, 5-star ancient cards are still valuable. This gives several cards for free. But I have to say that it is still very cool to get them for free. It is also a skill to get them for free. After counting, there are a total of 6 ancient quality cards, 1 6-star and 5 5-star, 60 golden myth quality cards, 11 of which are 6-star, and the rest are 5-star, and hundreds of cards of different qualities, about a quarter of which are 6-star, and the rest are all 5-star. They are all the skill cards, talent cards, or expertise cards he needs. Check these cards one by one. Classify talents, skills, and expertise, and then select some cards that are suitable for strengthening into extraordinary abilities. The rest are cannon fodder for decomposition. However, considering that there is not much good fortune energy left now, it is estimated that too many skills cannot be strengthened. But apart from anything else, The skills and talents on these 6 ancient quality cards are still quite good, and can be used as base templates for strengthening. The 6 ancient cards are 1 talent, 3 quasi-spells, and 2 skills. The only 6-star ancient quality card comes from Xiaoyufei's small box. It is a very powerful talent card. It comes from the Petrification Eye talent of the mythical creature Medusa, which can petrify the target of the gaze. Unlike other petrification spells, this petrification is irreversible. Once completely petrified, it is equivalent to death. There are actually 2 types of creatures like Medusa. One is a race with the name of Gorgon, which has the petrification talent. The other is the Medusa in mythology, which is a special mythological creature. It does not belong to a race, but becomes an extremely terrifying creature because of a curse. Any humanoid creature that is cursed by a specific terrible curse from a god will become a Medusa. 78. It is worth mentioning that the Medusa in the ancient Greek mythology of the earth was cursed by the Greek goddess of wisdom Athena. The petrification talent in Lin Zhao's hand is of this kind. It has the power to petrify a terrible creature like the Kraken. It is very powerful, and can be said to be invincible under the true god. Such a perverted talent card has reached the upper limit of the 6-star talent card, and there is no room for strengthening. But it cannot be directly loaded into the extraordinary warlock system, because this talent is super powerful and also has a curse. That is, this talent is indiscriminate. Whoever is stared at will die. He does not want to load it to the priest, and one day, he will not pay attention to all the family members in the divine domain and turn into stone. So now this talent does not need to be strengthened. But instead, we have to find a way to limit its uncontrollable power and turn it into a controllable talent. Lin Zhao put the card into the magic cube of fortune and pondered for a moment. The magic cube of fortune slowly turned, and a faint light surrounded the card emitting rich crystal light. He planned to observe it first before deciding how to adjust it. In the creation cube, everything about this talent was presented to him. He could see at a glance that this talent was actually an eyeball from Medusa, which was dug out and then sealed. Inside the seal was an extremely strange power, which was the power of Medusa's talent and also contained the power of the curse of the gods. The two were entangled together. However, although he could see its internal structure clearly, what to do was a problem. He could not directly strip off the power of the curse of the gods. The curse had already merged with this power, although he could strip it off with the power of the creation cube. The super petrification ability of the Eye of Medusa would also be lost at the same time. Chapter 465 Extraordinary Warlock. Because although Medusa was cursed by the gods and turned into an evil creature, her power also came from the curse. To put it bluntly, this talent is actually the embodiment of the curse of the gods. After all, Medusa in Greek legend was just an ordinary human girl at the beginning, so separation is definitely not an option. So there is only constraint or transformation. The extremely high mastery of the law of creation gave Lin Zhao an inspiration, or a bold idea. After thinking about it and confirming that it was feasible, a strong energy of creation surged out and turned into a vortex to surround the Eye of Medusa. As he moved his mind, the Eye of Medusa shattered into a piece of plasma, and the energy of creation slowly merged into it, and the plasma began to roll. At the same time, he selected a large number of cards from the card pool and threw them into the magic cube of creation to decompose. 2 of them were 2 of the remaining 5 crystal cards. According to that idea, these cards were decomposed. The unnecessary ones were stripped off, and the necessary parts were extracted, or stored separately, or extracted and fused with other cards. Half an hour later, 11 smaller groups of brilliant light appeared at the edge of the central vortex of the creation cube. This was the essence he extracted from 50 or 60 cards and merged into 11 parts. After the plasma transformed from the Eye of Medusa in the center was refined into high-purity blood crystal. The first group of brilliant light wrapped in a layer of creation energy was thrown into it. And then other brilliant lights were thrown into it one after another. The central plasma expanded rapidly, and an inexplicable breath came from it. Talent. Or talent. It is not only the talent of the extraordinary warlock, but also can be applied to the blood warlock and the law warlock at the same time, because he imagined that this talent is universal to the entire power system, and all 3 can use it. Therefore, this talent must be very powerful, and also universal in different occasions. With petrification talent as the main one, it merges many talents and gives this extraordinary many different effects. After merging so many talents, Lin Xiao named this enhanced talent the Extraordinary Magic Eye. In fact, he wanted to name it the Eye of Law, which would be more impressive. But the power of this talent is not enough to be as impressive as the Eye of Law. A full 100 units of good fortune energy were integrated into it, integrating many gifted spells and skills into one, condensing into a crystal emitting mysterious fluctuations. And under his will, it turned into a prismatic crystal, as bright and beautiful as a godhead. Super Magic Eye, unknown talent. Passive attributes, possessing true vision, dark vision, super long range and other abilities, able to see through all stealth, invisibility and illusions. Active attributes, consume mental power to actively perform. Can perform multiple supernatural abilities on a single target, including petrification, fire, lightning, ice, destruction, and instant death. Note, the power and effect of the Super Magic Eye are related to personal strength. The stronger the strength, the greater the power. Passive as true vision, dark vision, and super long-range effects. Actively, on the basis of the original petrification, it can also shoot powerful flame rays, ice rays, destruction rays, and instant death rays. The first few effects are easy to understand. The Eye of Destruction means directly destroying the target. For example, if the target is wearing a legendary magic armor, normal rays such as petrifying flames cannot penetrate it. But the destructive rays emitted by the Eye of Destruction can break it. And this is just one of the effects of destruction. The real destruction also includes the effects of breaking magic and destroying the target's talent. For example, if the target has a rebound talent, the rebound talent on the target can be broken through the Eye of Destruction, making it invalid within the destruction effect. Instant death is easier to understand. Refer to the famous Death Finger spell, or the Eye of Death, which ignores the target's state and life strength. As long as it takes effect, it will immediately deprive the target of life and make it die immediately. It can be said that only one talent contains many spell effects, which is very cost-effective. Next, Lin Xiao selected many spells from the card pool, consuming about 10 to 20 points of good fortune energy to strengthen them, strengthening for extraordinary abilities in total, consuming a total of 78 units of good fortune energy, plus the Extraordinary Magic Eye consuming a total of 178 units of good fortune energy. And finally only 118 units of good fortune energy remained, almost falling below 100. 166. The 4 supernatural abilities are: Light of Life, immediately expel the target's negative curses, diseases, plagues and other effects below the legendary level, and heal serious injuries, regenerate minor limb injuries including broken fingers, and continue the secondary healing effect for the next hour. 78. Enhanced Healing Magic, including healing, purification, regeneration of broken limbs and other effects. Very excellent. Favor of the Goddess of Life, immediately expel any negative effects on the target, heal any non-immediate death injuries, and restore and regenerate any limb injuries, and continue the high-level healing effect for the next hour, and be immune to any negative effects below the legendary level. Note, only for supernatural warlocks above the 6th level, and the number of uses is related to personal strength. The super enhanced version of the Light of Life can be said to be able to immediately revive as long as the target is not dead on the spot, and restored to a complete state. It is a great weapon for priests to disturb the native strongmen when preaching. Transfiguration, transform into any creature of the same level as the target, and possess all the target's talents and spell-like abilities. The target of the transformation depends on a drop of the target's blood, which lasts for 2 hours. This is equivalent to a universal transformation. As long as there is a drop of the target's blood, it can be transformed into any target, whether it is a great Naga, a star spirit or a dragon, or even if you can get a drop of the legendary 100-armed giant's blood, you can also transform into a shrunken 100-armed giant, because the transformation requires a drop of the target's blood. All the target's talents and spell-like abilities can be obtained after the transformation, which is quite powerful. The last extraordinary ability is a pure buff ability, and the name is very simple. It is called Extraordinary Power. Extraordinary Power, increase the target's all attributes by 10 points, increase resistance to negative states by 50, and be immune to blindness, hypnosis, fear, charm and other effects, so that the target temporarily obtains high-level life regeneration ability. Most of the newly added extraordinary abilities are auxiliary, which can replace many key divine arts of the priest, which is equivalent to the enhanced version of those divine arts, and can be regarded as his priest's exclusive divine arts. The supernatural powers are temporarily strengthened here. These can be used in conjunction with the priest's magic until the legendary stage. After the legendary stage, when there is enough luck energy and powerful spell talent, they can be readjusted. The current extraordinary warlocks are only at the first level. The power system created by Lin Xiao is different from other professions. The 6th level extraordinary and above are the first level, including those below the legendary level. The 2nd level is from the legendary level to the true god level, and the 3rd level is above the true god level. Now he has only deduced the 1st level. There will be no problem in deducing the 2nd level, as long as there is enough good fortune energy to improve talents and skills. The 3rd level and above are a problem. The power system he has mastered is not enough to deduce a higher level. But there is no rush for this now. The boat will naturally straighten out when it reaches the bridgehead. There is still so much time before he can be deified. There is no rush. Let's not talk about other things. Let's take down the power system of the plane where the incarnation is first. The profession has been strengthened. And now it is time to surprise the incarnation. Lin Zhao's consciousness returned to the divine realm and issued a divine revelation. Soon 2 crystal bottles filled with the blood of Shurita Naga and Star Spirit appeared in his hands. Unlike the supernatural transformation and totem core, which require blood essence, ordinary blood is enough. Any great Naga of level 7 or 8 can easily put a bucket of blood and it will be fine. This is not a problem at all. After preparing this thing, he consumed another 1 million divine powers to condense 10,000 blood warlock seeds, and 1 million divine powers plus 10 units of good fortune energy to condense 100 supernatural warlock seeds, which were transferred to his incarnation through the good fortune magic cube. At this time, his incarnation was at the southern end of the Lizard Islands. The flying snake had discovered a small tribe and a gold mine here before. He came to see the scale of the gold mine, and whether there were any associated minerals. In the plane with supernatural, there is a small probability that super rare minerals, such as refined gold, will appear in the associated minerals of gold mines. This is the raw material necessary for making high-strength armor and weapons. At the same time, the legendary super strong golem he was going to make also needed this material. When he received the box from his real body, he was confused for a moment. But after reading the contents of the note inside the box, he was immediately surprised and happy. He did not bother to investigate the gold mine and immediately returned to the main base on the 14th island of the Snake Lizard, which was thousands of kilometers away from the main island of the Snake Lizard. Yes, they have moved the main base now. But the original base has not been abandoned. It is still in operation and is managed by his girlfriend. The main reason is naturally to avoid being discovered, because it is already the 3.5 years since they came. And it is also more than half a year after the unification of the main island of the Snake Lizard. The main reason that prompted him to make up his mind to change the base was that more than 4 months ago, a sophomore senior suddenly brought a super large fleet of 12 large wooden warships and more than 30 large transport ships through the Snake Lizard Island. After seeing the grand occasion of the Dragon Tribe, he took away more than 10,000 elite tribal warriors and a lot of food. Originally, he wanted to take most of the tribal totems away, but was forcibly rejected by Lin Xiao on the grounds that there were strong enemies nearby. It is not a problem for the Dragon Tribe to defeat this fleet. Although the senior is strong, he cannot beat him and Shin Yuexin together. But after the quarrel, they will not be able to survive in this plane. They do not have the ability to fight against 3 sophomores at the same time. Senior Chuemo may not attack them, but she can't help them either. After consideration, he had to compromise once and take out 10,000 ordinary soldiers to deal with it. As soon as they left, he and his girlfriend discussed overnight and decided to move all the core of the base away and accumulate strength from now on to prepare for the quarrel with Chao Yichen and others. Before, he was thinking about when he could accumulate enough strength to compete with the seniors. Now the information from the real body let him know that day is not far away. Basilisk Island number 14 is a medium-sized island with a length and width of only more than 10 kilometers. The island is covered with lush jungle. There used to be a small tribe. Now the tribe was conquered and moved to the main island. Now there is only a base hidden in the lush jungle on the island. In order to avoid being detected, the Protoss mages spent several months digging a huge underground space. The main body of the base is underground, and only a small part of the ground is covered by lush trees. Even if you pass by from the air, You may not notice it if you don't pay attention. Chapter 466 Rapid Changes in the Plane. Of the 10,000 bloodline sorcerer seeds, 9,000 are of the Great Naga bloodline, and only 1,000 are of the Protoss bloodline. There is no way. The Protoss can't give out much blood with that size. Unlike the Great Naga, which can be dozens of Protoss. Of course, the most critical reason is that there is no mage profession in this plane. After becoming a Protoss bloodline sorcerer, they only have limited spell casting ability, and they mainly become wizards. This profession has limited functions, and is not as powerful as the Great Naga. In the underground base, try to activate the bloodline sorcerer with ordinary dragon tribe warriors, and instantly have some of the Great Naga's characteristics and strength. The strong physique and strength, as well as the regeneration ability, make them instantly have the combat power of ordinary totem warriors, and this strength will increase with the passage of time in battles. Unlike the totem warriors who simply need to fight continuously to stimulate the power of the totem, and the efficiency is much stronger. The key is that the efficiency of the blood warlock is much higher than that of the totem warrior. It only takes 100 units of divine power to condense one, while the totem core not only requires various harsh conditions, but also requires the wizard to carve the totem tattoo and then activate it. This is not a big deal. The most important thing is that there is a success rate. If you fail, you will die. The blood warlock does not have this problem. Not only are the requirements lower, ordinary warriors confuse, but also the success rate is almost 100%. As long as you compare, you will know how to choose. So after studying in the underground laboratory for a period of time, he decisively began to transfer loyal and pious warriors from the dragon tribe and began to mass-produce large Naga blood warlocks. Our spring has arrived. In less than 5 years, we can launch a counterattack. When Lin Xiao returned to the dragon tribe and saw his girlfriend, he boasted directly, which made his girlfriend look at him with a puzzled face, and subconsciously reached out to touch his forehead. He grabbed her little hand and smiled. Do you think I'm bragging? Come, I'll take you to the underground base. Next, he naturally received his girlfriend's extreme surprise and joy. She looked at the warriors who were adapting to the surge in power in the underground experimental area and pondered for a while, and suddenly said, Your profession is very magical. If these bloodline warriors are left outside, will there be sequelae? What kind of sequelae do you mean? If they tap the bloodline power to the extreme, will they transform into new Great Nagas? If so, will their bloodline be left outside through reproduction? The smile on Lin Xiao's face froze, and he pondered for a long time without speaking. He really didn't know this, and he didn't consider this aspect at all when he was modulating it before. Or he didn't have enough experience and didn't consider this aspect and ignored it. Of course, it has not yet been determined whether the ability to reproduce is retained, because he is not clear now. He must wait until a bloodline warrior taps the bloodline to the extreme and transforms into Shura Great Naga. Then he can know whether it can reproduce. But then again, even if he really has the ability to reproduce, it is nothing to lose his bloodline. And in some ways, this should be a good thing. And it is also something he must experience in the future. As the creator of the Great Naga and the Star Spirit, he is born with a part of the power of faith contributed by these two races. If he really drifts to other planes and becomes a believer of other gods, no matter how pious, even if he is a fanatical believer or even a saint, as a creator with the priesthood of Shura Naga and Star Spirit species, he can obtain a part of their power of faith. Look at the dragon race in countless crystal wall universes and planes. But no matter who the dragon race believes in, or no one believes in anyone and is a believer, they still have to contribute a part of the power of faith to their founder, the nine-faced dragon god. It can be said that as long as there are dragon races in the infinite crystal wall universe of the Chaos Void Sea, the nine-faced dragon god will be immortal. Even if he is killed, as long as there are dragon races, he can be resurrected from the long river of time. This is the role of the racial priesthood. Of course, this situation only applies to the ancestor who is a great divine power. If the ancestor is not a great divine power, then it is possible that he will really fall. Even if he is the ancestor, at least famous species such as elves, dwarves, orcs, etc. are present in many crystal wall universes. It stands to reason that their creators can definitely use the power of such a huge race to promote to great divine power. But in fact, no news has ever been heard about the founders of these races. Then there is only one possibility, that their founders have already completely fallen. Therefore, before he has no power to protect himself. Lin Xiao will not let the blood of his two core races flow everywhere. In other words, this time he will bring all his subordinates, who have obtained the Shura Naga and Star Spirit Bloodline Warlock professions, back to the God's domain and train them well. If they grow up and can transform into Shura Naga or Star Spirit, it would be the best. If they cannot transform, let them die of old age in the God's domain. And this is also an attempt to see if the probability of these bloodline warriors finally transforming is high. If it is high, it is also a good way to greatly increase the number of Shura Naga and Star Spirit. After observing these bloodline tactics with my girlfriend, we discussed it and decided to wait until the 10,000 bloodline sorcerers and the 100 extraordinary sorcerers were formed before going out to expand the territory, striving to expand the power to the extreme within 10 years, and then compete with the sophomores and juniors to let them taste the taste of being counterattacked. Half a year later, a fleet of 36 ships of dozens of meters left the secret base. The fleet carried a vanguard team of 3,000 bloodline sorcerers and ordinary soldiers, preparing to cross the sea to attack another large island more than 2,000 kilometers away from the Snake Lizard Islands. It was an archipelago slightly smaller than the Snake Lizard Islands. 3 large islands of similar size formed the shape of a Chinese character pin, and each island had a super large indigenous tribe with a population of between 500,000 and 600,000. The vanguard would land near the 3 main islands to establish a base, and wait for the arrival of the second and third main forces before launching the attack. The war lasted for a full year and 3 months, a total of 15 months. The base successively sent out a total of 50,000 soldiers, including 10,000 bloodline sorcerers and 50 extraordinary sorcerers. They fought hundreds of battles, and finally defeated all the tribes on the 3 islands. They unified the 3 super large tribes and other large and small tribes on the islands to form a giant tribe of more than 1.5 million people. Then, the second batch of bloodline sorcerer cores were transferred through the creation cube. In the previous battles, these bloodline sorcerers performed much more powerfully on the battlefield than totem warriors. Unlike totem warriors, which depended on talent, talent did not have such a great impact on bloodline sorcerers. They only needed to fight and kill continuously. As long as they lived long enough, they could continuously develop their bloodline. There was no so-called bottleneck before they reached the limit. After a year and 3 months of fighting, the strength of the first batch of bloodline sorcerers reached the 6th level of extraordinary per capita, and 1/10 reached the 7th level. Although there is no 8th order legendary bloodline sorcerer yet, the legendary level itself is a big hurdle, and the speed of promotion to this step drops sharply. But the Great Naga itself is a legendary species, and the difficulty of this hurdle is much lower than that of other bloodlines. It can be predicted that legendary bloodline sorcerers will be born one after another in the near future. The most important thing is that when a bloodline sorcerer is promoted to the legendary level, it is a kind of transformation in itself. That is to say, as long as many bloodline sorcerers are promoted to the 8th order legendary level, they can tap their own Shura Naga bloodline to the extreme, thus transforming into a real Shura Great Naga, and directly jump to the legendary Great Naga Lord. As long as Lin Xiao thought of this, he was very excited. This shows that this idea works. And in the future, perhaps a large number of new Shura Naga core races can be born in this way. It is worth mentioning that all he said only refers to Shura Naga, and does not include Protoss, because Protoss is only a sub-legendary species, not a legendary race. The possibility of being promoted to legend is much lower than Shura Naga, so it is not very reliable to want to give birth to Protoss in large numbers by this method, and it can only depend on luck. In the past few years, the power of faith accumulated by Lin Xiao's real body and his incarnation has all been transformed into divine power to condense the core of the Blood Warlock. With the core of the Blood Warlock, there is no need to consume a lot of resources to condense the totem core. In fact, after the Blood Warlock, no new totem warriors appeared in the dragon tribe. The number remained the same, but the strength of the tribe was skyrocketing. 2 months after conquering the new tribe, the fleet continued to set out to start the next conquest. Although there are not many tribes living in the sea, there are still many if you look carefully. First conquer the sea, then concentrate them to form a huge kingdom. When enough strength is gathered, it is time to go ashore. Time passed, and unknowingly, the 8th year since Lin Xiao entered this plane had passed. At this time, he had conquered dozens of indigenous tribes on the sea and concentrated all the tribesmen in the 3 islands of Penzi, which is now Dragon Island. Here, He gathered nearly 4 million people and officially established a kingdom called Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Country has more than 4 million people in total. In recent years, the real body has prepared 3 batches of Blood Warlock cores and Extraordinary Warlock cores. Now Dragon Country has a full 30,000 Blood Warlocks and 300 Extraordinary Warlocks, as well as 100,000 warriors with sophisticated equipment. By the way, the original base on the Snake Lizard Island has been abandoned by them, and the millions of tribal people on the island have all moved to Dragon Island, because at this time Lin Xiao had already fallen out with Chao Yichen and other sophomores. In the 6.5 years, Chao Yichen sent people to the Snake Lizard Island again to ask for totem warriors and a large amount of resources, and was strongly rejected by Lin Xiao. Of course, the other party was ready to take action, but was forced away by Lin Xiao and his girlfriend. Then his girlfriend condensed a totem status to hide herself, and left the Snake Lizard Island where he started with him, and moved to Dragon Island thousands of miles away. Then soon, a huge fleet left Dragon Island, heading south of the main continent. After 8 years of preparation, the main continent was officially launched. Lin Xiao and his girlfriend are both confident about this. Chapter 467, the 18th year. South of the main continent, a large river several kilometers wide flows into the sea, and a large amount of silt is deposited to form a huge delta. The delta has fertile land and lush vegetation. The river is rich in nutrients, which feeds a large number of fish. A large primitive tribe, with a population of more than 150,000 lives in the delta east of the river estuary. The tribe relies on abundant food to feed the entire tribe. In particular, as the tribe's new totem teaches its people to breed and find suitable plants to cultivate and plant, the grain output has increased greatly. The tribe has successively annexed some small tribes in the past few years, and its strength has increased greatly. On this day, the tribal totem summoned the indigenous tribe to hold a swearing-in ceremony. A force of 20,000 strong tribesmen and 10,000 logistics officially set out to attack another recently rising large tribe 100 miles away. Ji Feng looked at the troops he carefully selected and trained with modern tactics with full expectations. As long as he defeated the tribe that was also ruled by the Adventers, the two tribes would merge and their strength would soar. At that time, even if they were cannon fodder, they could be sold at a good price. Moreover, he also has his own ideas. If the development goes smoothly and the strength is strong enough, he may be able to get more benefits in the future decisive battle between the two factions of seniors. And even when the army sets out, he will follow with the guards and logistics. The army went south along the coastline. The vanguard passed a huge cape and turned a corner to see hundreds of large ships anchored on the sea surface of the huge bay in front of them. Densely packed warriors were jumping off the large ships and rushing into a large tribe built by the sea in the bay, which was their destination. Ji Feng heard the report from his people rushing to the front, and his face suddenly changed slightly. He immediately ordered his subordinates to retreat 1 kilometer and wait, and he stopped here to observe the situation. The totem of the tribe in front of him is the same as him. His name is Li Bo. He is also a freshman of Huiyao. He arrived almost at the same time as him, and his landing position is not much different. His luck is also similar. He became a totem almost at the same time and conquered nearby tribes of all sizes. Even the size of the tribes is similar. It can be said that if there were no outsiders, it would be difficult for them to determine the winner. Even if he led the main force to come this time, it was because the opponent suffered great losses when attacking a large tribe. He took advantage of the situation, but he was not very sure. But he had no choice. If he didn't come this time, when the opponent annexed the large tribe and its strength increased, he would be the one who couldn't beat it. However, this time he seemed to be late. The troops transported by this unknown fleet were too strong. When he found out, its main force had already invaded the tribe, and he hadn't seen the totems of both sides. Not only did he not see this opponent, but he also didn't see the totems of the attackers. And the places where this opponent usually stayed were also missing. Where did he go? He looked up at the sky in confusion, and then looked at the sea. On the sea more than 70 kilometers away from him, more than 30 large ships were intercepted by a 500-meter-long giant whale. Li Bo stood on the bow and looked at the giant whale that looked like an island, as well as the two figures on the giant whale. His face was very ugly. When the fleet entered the bay, he had anticipated it. He took some core totem warriors from the land to a small port near the bay to take a boat to break out and start over in another place. But he didn't expect the other party to react so quickly and catch up. His eyes swept over the man and woman on the giant whale. And he said in a deep voice, 10 units of divine power crystals. The tribe belongs to you. Let me go! Lin Xiao shook his head. 20 is not enough. Such a small amount. It's too stingy. Li Bo's face sank. That means you don't give face? He smiled and said, first of all, why should I give you face when I don't know you well? And secondly, your life as an incarnation plus the results of the first class are worth 10 units of divine power crystals. Then how much do you want? 100 units of divine power crystals. Do you want to take advantage of the fire? Naive. I'll give you 30 seconds to consider. If you don't agree, I'll do it. Talk about it when you can catch up with me. Li Bo abandoned his subordinates and flew towards the mainland. Stingy. Lin Xiao shook his head and smiled at his girlfriend. His girlfriend stretched out her hands, and the blue light outlined a big book. She opened it. As her fair little hands stroked it, the pages turned and soon stopped at one of the pages. She waved her fair palms, and the golden light gathered and condensed into a light ball formed by a golden magic circle. With a point of jade finger, the light ball flew out and disappeared. The next second, Li Bo, who had flown more than 1,000 meters, was bound in the air by a huge magic circle that fell from the sky. He immediately burst out his divine power, but it splashed golden light all over the sky, and he did not break the magic circle for a while. When he burst out his divine power for the second time to open the magic circle, he looked up and suddenly saw a huge golden figure wrapped in a thick black gas falling from the sky. The surrounding space instantly became like a dry and sticky mud pond, making it extremely difficult for him to move. How can you have such a strong totem field? Li Bo himself has this kind of totem domain, and he has seen many totem domains unfold. But he has never seen such a strong domain, which can even restrict his incarnation. What answered him was a golden scroll torn by Lin Xiao. The legendary spell God's weakness directly made Li Bo's incarnation extremely weak at this moment. And then a giant claw covered with golden scales fell from the sky. And with a boom the sky was full of golden light. And the whole world was quiet. I can't bear to part with the 100 divine power crystals. So I'd rather die. The divine power incarnation exploded. And the divine power collapsed, leaving only a hunter priesthood and a few points of divinity, plus a totem position that has not yet dissipated. As before, the priesthood and divinity belonged to his girlfriend, and the totem position belonged to Lin Xiao. He opened his mouth and sucked the totem position, and immediately felt that his own totem plane seemed to be completed a little more, and it was also a bit stronger. Up to now, Lin Xiao has killed no less than 40 or 50 totems, and all totem planes belong to him. His girlfriend only needs one totem to hide herself. 40 or 50 totem positions are integrated into one body, and all totem positions are united, which has produced a huge quantitative change. Now, the strength of the totem is far stronger than that of the king of 10,000 lizards and the king of 10,000 snakes. Its domain can completely and forcibly imprison any creature below the legendary level, and can also forcibly restrict creatures above the legendary level. The biggest function of this totem position at a low level is to shield itself and create a totem warrior. But when it reaches a high level, the power of the totem position itself will become considerable, and then the position can play its role. As soon as Li Bo died, the wizard of his tribe was the first to notice it and immediately collapsed and surrendered. Lin Xiao obtained the location of the most powerful tribe nearby from them, and set out again after a short half-month rest. However, when Lin Xiao arrived at the target location, he saw a tribe that was moving. After intercepting it, the tribe surrendered directly. After some inquiries, it was discovered that more than 20,000 people in this tribe had left with the totem 10 days ago. Lin Xiao looked at the direction pointed to the departure, and was silent for a while, and did not continue to chase. Next, all the tribes where Ji Feng was located were moved to the port where they first landed. The troops were divided into several groups, and began to conquer nearby tribes and plunder tribal totems. Time passed, and soon it was the 10th year. Chao Yichen personally led a large fleet to the main island of the Snake Lizard. The huge fleet stretched for several kilometers. He and his teammates sat cross-legged on the bow of the flagship. The sea breeze blew, and he looked up and said in a deep voice, "According to the agreement, this is the 10th year. This time, whether he agrees or not, we will annex his tribe and take his people away. If he doesn't want to, don't blame us for being rude. What if he is willing? Li Ran looked into his eyes, and asked in a deep voice. Chao Yichen glanced at him, and said coldly, "He won't be willing." "What if he is willing to cooperate?" "I said he won't be willing." Chao Yichen looked at his teammates, and said word by word, "I understand." A few days later, the fleet arrived near the Lizard Island. The two looked at the abandoned base near the sea, which was covered with vines, and their faces suddenly became ugly. "Ran away?" Li Ran laughed in anger, very surprised. Chao Yichen waved his hand. A ship quickly docked, and a group of soldiers quickly went ashore and flew towards the base. Soon the soldiers brought the news that the base and the tribe were deserted. He showed a sneer on his cold face. "No one can take advantage of me. As long as you don't leave this plane, you can't run away." Soon more than a dozen ships dispersed and spread to all directions of the sea to search for traces. A few days later, the ships returned one after another, and no trace of the large tribe gathering was found. Chao Yichen wanted to continue looking, but he didn't have so much free time at this time. He considered leaving a few ships to continue looking, and the main force returned first. Lin Xiao certainly didn't know this, but even if he knew it, it didn't matter. At this time, his strength was enough to turn against Chao Yichen without fear of blows. Moreover, as more and more bloodline sorcerers are formed, especially the combination of many extraordinary sorcerers and bloodline sorcerers, his strength is gradually catching up with them, getting stronger and faster. After getting rid of Chao Yiren's clamp, Dragon Country entered a stage of rapid development. A large number of troops were sent out to kill the surrounding beasts and tribes, constantly fighting to hone combat skills and improve the bloodline sorcerer profession. As they gained a firm foothold on the continent, he did not take action to conquer other tribes. Even when fighting against totems, the tribes surrounded and killed them. Ultra-high intensity and dangerous battles can stimulate their bloodline more, and can make the bloodline boil more easily and break through. In the 13th year, when the first legion of Dragon Country attacked an indigenous tribe, more than 30 bloodline sorcerers with the strength of the 7th level worked together to kill a totem. In the end, 17 of them died in the battle. The remaining 15 bloodline sorcerers used this battle to make their bloodline boil to the extreme, thus breaking through the limit and being promoted to legendary bloodline sorcerers, thus realizing the bloodline transformation from human to Shura Naga. This was like opening Pandora's box. After that, bloodline warriors who had been trained to the extreme continued to break through the bloodline limit and were promoted to legendary Shura Great Naga. In the 18th year after Lin Xiao's arrival, at the military parade of the 10th anniversary of the establishment of the Dragon Kingdom, the first 100-man legendary Great Naga formation was formed. Chapter 468 Three Kingdoms. The further he went, the more Lin Xiao could sense the horror of this system, which could actually transform into legendary Nagas in batches. 100 legendary Shura Nagas. This is almost catching up with the legendary Naga lords in his divine domain. In 18 years, the Shura Nagas in his divine domain have fully exerted the super talents and potential of legendary species, and Shura Nagas have continuously advanced to the step of legendary creatures. Up to now, the total number of Shura Nagas in the divine domain has exceeded 70,000, and a considerable number of them are small Nagas who have been transferred to blood warlocks. The combination of Shura Naga blood and their own blood makes it easier for them to transform into Nagas. It is worth mentioning that small Nagas do not need to enter the legendary level to transform into Nagas. They only need to be promoted to the peak of the 3rd level, and they have 3 opportunities for bloodline transition. Once the transition is successful, they will become Shura Nagas. The Shura Naga bloodline warlock not only brings them some of the power of Shura Great Naga in the Little Naga stage, but more importantly, greatly improves their success rate of transition. The entire God's domain now has more than 420,000 little Nagas, of which more than 100,000 have reached the 3rd level. And these are all potential Shura Great Nagas. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao does not have enough divine power now, and cannot condense the bloodline warlock seeds on a large scale. Otherwise, condensing 420,000 to load all his subordinates is full of expectations. There are nearly 70,000 Great Nagas, of which several thousand are not yet adults, including those who have just been born to the adolescent stage. And there are a total of 64,000 Great Nagas above adulthood. Among them, there are as many as 20,000 extraordinary Naga warriors, more than 4,000 7th-level Naga warriors, 278th level Naga lords, and 4 9th-level Naga great lords, who were born in the 10 years since Lin Xiao's great class came. Unfortunately, there are too few battles in the God's domain, and the speed of the Great Naga entering the legendary level is still not as fast as that of the incarnation in the outer domain. If the families in the God's domain had been fighting in real battles, with the number of Great Nagas in the God's domain, it is estimated that there would be 400 or 500 legendary Great Naga lords. In addition, although the number of the star spirits in the God's domain has not increased much, the number of strong ones has increased rapidly due to the bonus period of the intelligent goblins from the previous medium race to the sub-legendary race. In the past 18 years, the total number of star spirits has only increased by more than 4,000. Now the total number is more than 56,000, which can be said to be pitifully low, and the growth rate is far less than that of the Great Nagas. However, although the star spirits are small in number, the number of strong ones is quite large. Among the 56,000 people, minus more than 5,000 newborns, there are more than 50,000 star spirits, and as many as 43,000 of them are 6th level archmages and above. It can be said that as long as adults study hard, they can easily become extraordinary archmages. Not to mention the reproduction speed of the race. The talent of the star spirits in the magic system is really outrageous. These 43,000 star spirits include all star spirits above level 6, including 39,000 level 6 archmages, nearly 4,000 level 7 archmages, and a total of 14 legendary star spirits. More than 4,000 7th level archmages are similar to the Great Naga, but there are only 14 legendary star spirits, which is not even a fraction of the more than 270 legendary Great Naga lords. This is the difference between legendary species and non-legendary species. Before the legendary stage, the star spirits can still catch up with their superb magic talents, but they start to plummet when they enter the legendary biological level. Not to mention that the Great Naga has 4 9th level Great Lords. Although the star spirits can borrow the top level treasure Shield of Truth to forcibly break through the species limit and advance to the legendary level, Lin Xiao has no extra divine power at this time, and all of it is used to condense the core of the Blood Warlock. Since the power system of the Blood Warlock was derived by accident, and more than 10 years of attempts to determine its effect, Lin Xiao has never worried about the situation of his incarnation. With 100 legendary Great Naga lords in hand, he can be compared to a flying dragon riding on his face. He can't think of how to lose. No matter how awesome the senior is, he can't have 100 legendary followers. After confirming the situation on the incarnation side, Lin Xiao's real body was relieved and began to concentrate on devouring the Yushao crystal wall system, slowly experiencing the many law fragments that were devoured when devouring the Yushao crystal wall system. The law fragments contain the truth of the world's laws and the reality of the world. This is a very valuable thing for the gods, equivalent to the insights gained when consuming their own divine power to deduce. It can be said that the more the better. Although a small amount of law fragments is not very useful to Lin Xiao, the number is large and continuous. Therefore, even though his mastery of the creation and truth priesthoods has exceeded more than 10% over the years, it is extremely difficult to improve. But with continuous absorption, there is still a significant improvement. Among them, the mastery of the life priesthood has finally broken through 10%, slowly increasing from the previous 8.14% to the current 10.54%. In addition, the truth priesthood has also increased from the previous 11.5% to the current 11.9%. The creation priesthood has increased from the previous 19.85% to the current 20.02%, crossing the 20% barrier and entering another level. The more you master the priesthood, the harder it is to improve it. Moreover, these priesthoods are all high-level priesthoods, which are more difficult to improve than ordinary priesthoods. Correspondingly, with each small step of these high-level priesthoods, the real body strength will be greatly enhanced. According to Lin Xiao's current mastery of priesthoods, Lin Xiao feels that ordinary senior demigods will not be his opponents. Unfortunately, these priesthoods have nothing to do with combat. If he has some powerful combat priesthoods and has such a high mastery, such as war, power, destruction, and destruction, he can definitely easily crush most of the senior demigods. In the Moon Sky realm, Lin Xiao's real body sits in the depths of the void. Outside the Moon Sky realm, the main plane far away from him, there is a demi-plane attached to the main plane. At this time, it has been transformed into a kingdom of God by Lin Bao, one of his true gods, with divine power. Of course, it is only a rough embryo of a kingdom of God now, not a real kingdom of God. but it can already accommodate the souls of believers. It is not so easy to build a kingdom of God. Just a rough embryo of a frame requires a full 100,000 divine power crystals. The rough draft only contains some simple basic rules, which can accommodate the dead souls of believers to live here, and nothing else. Only by continuously investing divine power in the future, which is about several times the divine power crystals of the frame, can the kingdom of God be initially built. And this is just the beginning. In the future, we must continue to invest divine power crystals to reinforce the kingdom of God, add various rules, and expand the kingdom of God, like the kingdoms of powerful true gods in foreign lands. Some powerful kingdoms of divine power are comparable to a large plane, or even a super large plane. It took the owner of the kingdom of God thousands of years to slowly fill it up. No matter whose kingdom of God it is, it will not be big at the beginning. Although this crystal wall system will be destroyed in the later period, the kingdom of God is still needed. Otherwise it will strictly limit the strength of the two true gods. Lin Hong, another true god subordinate, is guarding outside the crystal wall system at this time. Lin Hong has not built a godhead, and their two kingdoms of God will be shared. In fact, the two true gods and 20 high-level demigods in his guard team all share the same kingdom of God. The souls of their dead believers will be concentrated in this kingdom of God and built together. He doesn't have so much divine power to give them one each. This is similar to the divine system. Many divine systems share a kingdom of God. As for Lin Zhao's believers, they will be directly absorbed into the subsidiary kingdom of God in his divine domain after death, where they can choose to become a petitioner or directly reincarnate as a member of the divine domain. The two true gods are one main and one main force. Some of the 20 high-level demigods follow Lin Hong and patrol the periphery of the crystal wall system. The other part follows Lin Bao. Half of them build the kingdom of God with Lin Bao, and the other part patrols the moon sky realm and the surrounding large and small plains. As for Lin Xiao, he concentrates on absorbing and refining the origin of the moon sky realm. The two true gods can feel the changes in the world and know what he is doing. They persuaded him at the beginning, but didn't say anything later, even if he didn't explain. After nearly 20 years of absorption and refining, although Lin Xiao has not swallowed much crystal wall essence at this time, it has a huge effect on him. The crystal wall essence core that wraps the soul in the sea of gods is constantly growing after swallowing the crystal wall essence continuously. Lin Xiao has a hunch that if he continues to absorb for hundreds of years at the current speed, the crystal wall essence core in his sea of gods can be strengthened again. With the current strength of the crystal wall essence core, strengthening it again will increase his divine domain strength by one level again, thus reaching the upper limit of the 10th level. This is the upper limit of a normal son of the divine domain. The upper limit of the divine domain strength of an average son of the divine domain is only this level. Time keeps passing, and another 10 years have passed unknowingly. When Lin Zhao's true body wakes up and communicates with the incarnation again, the news he gets is as he expected. After 10 years of development, the Dragon Kingdom has occupied the entire south and southeast of the main continent, and has formed an alliance with the Silver Moon Bear tribe in the southeast to fight against the Barbarian King Kingdom established by two sophomore seniors Chao Yichen and Li Ran, which occupied the southwest and west of the continent, and the ancient Dragon Kingdom established by two junior seniors in the east and north of the main continent, forming a three-legged posture. At this time, among the four sophomores, Senior Chu Mo has formed an alliance with them. Another of the four sophomores died in the previous conflict, and now there are only two left. In addition, there are dozens of freshmen who have arrived in other parts of the continent and the twin continents. Most of them are average in strength. The strongest one rules less than 800,000 native tribes, compared with the Dragon Kingdom, which rules more than 16 million natives and radiates 1/5 of the main continent. It is just a drizzle. Even if all of them unite, they are not enough. At this time, the Dragon Kingdom had many large-scale battles with the Barbarian Kingdom and the Ancient Dragon Kingdom. But the Dragon Kingdom, which has up to 80,000 blood warlocks, 160 legendary Great Naga Lords, and hundreds of extraordinary warlock priests, did not gain the upper hand. He is very powerful, but the seniors are not bad either. However, Lin Xiao feels that the most crucial factor is that he and his girlfriend are in a large class at this time, and the clansmen they can bring are limited. Unlike the sophomore and junior seniors, who are now seriously conquering this plane, they can not only pull all the clansmen in their own divine domain over, but also send out more than one incarnation at any time. and even their real bodies can come. Chapter 469 The Last Moment. Those who can enter Huiyao are elites. Just imagine how powerful top elites, like Li Xiaoshan and Dongfang Piaoxue, will be when they grow to the third year of high school. Therefore, the Dragon Kingdom, which has more than 160 legendary great Naga leaders, still cannot gain the upper hand against the seniors, who have come out with all their strength. However, although he did not gain any advantage, he was still at a disadvantage among the three major families. The comprehensive strength was always 4:6, with the Barbarian Kingdom represented by Chao Yichen. With the Barbarian Kingdom 4:6, and he 6:6, which was the advantage. But both the Dragon Kingdom and the Barbarian Kingdom were far weaker than the ancient Dragon Kingdom. But he was just a freshman after all. Being able to achieve this step in this plane has shocked countless people and attracted the attention of many school leaders and seniors. Yes, the 30-year course has reached the 28th year, and it is basically at the end. Lin Xiao's sudden rise in this plane has long been spread through the publicity of the seniors. Many teachers and school leaders have cast their eyes on this plane and observed the situation in this plane with interest. There are even some seniors who have nothing to do and have opened a bet for this plane, betting on which of the three parties will win the final victory and take ownership of this plane. Although Lin Xiao is still unaware of the changes outside in the bet, it does not prevent him from trying every means to win. Up to this point, most of the many totem planes in this plane have been cleared by them and concentrated in the hands of the core figures of the three kingdoms. They are Lin Xiao, Chao Yichen, and the one in charge of the two seniors. Lin Xiao does not know his name yet, but he has heard that he is called Brother Qi. Each of the three has gathered at least hundreds of totem positions, which has caused the quantitative change of the totem to produce a qualitative change, crossing the boundaries of ordinary totems, thus generating extremely powerful powers. The most critical power is called Tianci, which is similar to the deification technique obtained by the promotion of the supreme priesthood to a powerful divine power. But it is weaker, and can consume a lot of faith power to forcibly promote the devout believers to the extraordinary or even legendary level. Obviously, this is the embodiment of the power of the supreme godship. After gathering hundreds of totem positions, the quantitative change leads to qualitative change, and finally shows part of the power of the supreme godship. At the same time, this is also what Lin Xiao, Chao Yichen, and the junior senior named Brother Qi jointly seized. It is estimated that it is a bit difficult to completely seize this plane. After all, he only has 2 years left, and the remaining time is estimated to be not enough to flatten the other two, unless the time can be extended, or give up the big class score, and give up the first year's scholarship accordingly. The probability of extending the time is not high. There has never been an example in the past. The school leaders can't give you an extra extension of the big class time because he is so critical now. This is unfair to others. So, if he wants to complete the unification of the plane, he probably has to give up the big class score. But then again, if he can really complete the unification, get the supreme godship and this plane, giving up the big class is completely worthwhile. Whether it is the supreme godship or the ownership of this plane, the value is more than the sum of all the losses of giving up this big class. Unfortunately, it is impossible to divide only a part of it, such as occupying the existing territory and then returning. This cannot be done. Neither Chao Yichen nor the senior students will agree to his retreat. It is not that there is no way to negotiate conditions, but the senior students cannot afford to lose this person. He is a freshman who has just taken his first class, but he can escape from the mouths of them who have entered this plane in advance and developed for a period of time. If the news gets out, will they still be able to see people? Moreover, many senior students and school leaders are paying attention to this plane now, and it is even more impossible for them to negotiate. He must be driven out completely. In fact, even if Lin Xiao can be driven out successfully, both Chao Yichen and the senior student called Brother Qi will be embarrassed. But the difference is how big the loss is. The capital of the Dragon Kingdom is a huge city built on the edge of the plain and built on the mountain. The city is on the plain, and the mountain range it relies on is called Dragon Cliff. Lin Xiao's temple is built here. In order to distinguish from the past, he has now changed the totem name to Dragon God, the church to Dragon God religion, and the temple to Dragon Kingdom. More than 20 of the 160 legendary Nagas are stationed here all year round, and the rest are stationed in various places. Among them, there are 80 legendary Naga lords stationed in the core fortress near the ancient dragon country in the north. Now the main continent is in a state of 3 kingdoms. and the three parties are restraining each other and deadlocked. Although some are strong and some are weak, no one has the ability to fight against the other two at the same time. The problem now is that he needs to find a way to break the deadlock. If he could still find a way in the past. But now this plane is under the attention of countless seniors and school leaders. There may be many eyes staring at his incarnation at this time. So he dare not do many things openly. For example, cheating. Although cheating is a skill, this kind of thing is something that can only be understood but not expressed in words. For example, many lax exam invigilators will not mind you doing some small tricks. But you can't just take out the textbook and put it next to the test paper and copy it. So now, he couldn't suddenly take out a bunch of powerful props under the eyes of many people. Although others couldn't see it, they would definitely be curious and pay attention. He didn't want someone to spy on him from time to time. So now the question is, how to break the situation. Don't think about cooperating with someone to kill one of them, and then decide the winner. Even Chao Yichen would not be willing to cooperate with the senior of the third year to expel Lin Xiao first, and then decide the winner. Because the strength of the three of them is different. It's not a situation of one strong and two weak. But one strong, one medium and one weak. One is stronger than the other. But the strong is limited. The strongest can't beat two at the same time. Once one is out, one of the remaining two medium strong ones will definitely be able to easily kill the weak one. So, you can only think of a way to form a situation of one strong and two weak. Or two strong and one weak. So that there is a chance to break the situation. Lin Xiao walked back and forth in the magnificently decorated hall of the temple with his hands behind his back, occasionally looking up at the horizon. His girlfriend and senior sister Chu Mo sat on the other side thinking about what he said. He continued, only in this situation. Either the two weaker ones defeat the strongest first and then fight. Or the two stronger ones defeat the weakest first and then fight. Provided that there are two families that are evenly matched. He looked at his girlfriend and senior sister Chu Mo and asked, do you think we should choose one strong and two weak? Or two strong and one weak? Senior sister Chu Mo asked. What if it is one strong and two weak? And two strong and one weak? One strong and two weak. We deliberately show weakness. In order to make them believe. We need to suffer huge losses in a war. We must make Chao Yichen believe that our strength is greatly damaged and he has a chance. Then he will agree to fight with me against the ancient dragon kingdom. Two strong and one weak. But to show our full strength, let the ancient dragon kingdom see that we have the strength to challenge him. But let him have the confidence to defeat us. So that he will agree to defeat the barbarian kingdom first. And then we will fight 2 by 2. The two women listened and thought for a while. And the girlfriend said, the key should be how to show weakness, and how to make them believe in our strength. Senior Chu Mo also understood and said, if this is the case, we need to let them see our losses. And the core of our dragon country is the 160 legendary Great Naga Lords and 80,000 blood warlocks. We must kill more than 50 legendary Great Naga Lords and more than 30,000 blood warlocks to make them believe that we have really suffered heavy losses and our strength has dropped greatly. This loss, even Lin Xiao, who had this idea, fell into deep thought. After all, there are 50 legendary clansmen, all of whom are devout believers. How much faith power and how powerful combat power can this provide? He really can't bear to let them die like this. But if they don't die, the situation can't be solved, and they can only remain deadlocked until. He suddenly asked Senior Chu Mo, Senior, if I give up the big class and stay in this plane, how long can I stay at most? He didn't ask his girlfriend. She is also a freshman and shouldn't know. Senior Chu Mo knew his plan and understood that this was the best way. So she replied, theoretically, you can stay until the end of this semester. And it is impossible to stay longer. It is not because you have to leave at the end of the semester, but because after you have been deadlocked for a long enough time, generally about 2 or 3 months, that is, within 100 years in the alien plane, they will choose to use additional methods to break the deadlock. For example, invite other friends to enter this plane, or use unconventional powerful props. Now there is no need for too many people to pay attention, and they can't bring themselves to bully you. But if it lasts too long, they will not care about their face. Of course, you can also use tricks outside the plate. But in your situation, it is estimated that you can't beat them. Lin Xiao agreed with this point, because his real body can't move now. So, can you be sure that they won't use tricks outside the plate in 2 or 3 months? Not sure. Senior Chu Mo smiled and said, this is a large plane. with extraordinary power and supreme priesthood. How could they watch you take it away? However, one thing is certain. They will never and have the face to use tricks during the period when the school leaders are paying attention, which is estimated to take about a month. So you must defeat them within a month. Otherwise, once the school leaders and other students lose patience and look away, you basically have no hope of winning. So that's it. Lin Xiao has an idea in his mind. And he has a way. There is about 1 month left, which is 30 years. And he may be able to wait a little longer. According to the growth of the Blood Warlock, it is estimated that 300 or 400 Shura Great Naga Lords will be accumulated in another 20 years. By then, more than 500 legendary Great Naga Lords will be in hand. And it is estimated that there is a possibility of suppressing both of them at the same time. I dare not say it is absolute, but the probability is very high. Then, just keep waiting. Lin Xiao made this helpless decision. However, his decision only lasted for 2 years. On the day when the 30-year period was up, when he was about to give up his classes and continue to stay in this plane, and was preparing to see off his girlfriend in the hall where the space beacon had been built long ago in the capital of the Dragon King, he suddenly received news of several freshmen in this plane visiting him at the same time. Chapter 470 The Last Moment. The capital of the Barbarian Kingdom. The top of the Barbarian Tower. Chao Yichen stood on the top of the tower with his hands behind his back, looking at the sky, where the clouds were constantly changing their shapes. Motionless. After an unknown amount of time, a figure landed from the sky beside him, and he spoke a little. How is the contact going? Li Ran shook his head and said, they didn't agree. And they said? What? After a long while, there was no response. Chao Yichen turned his head and stared at his teammates. He didn't say anything, but his eyes made his teammates feel a little unnatural, and said, they said you are too weak. You can't even handle a freshman, and you dare to come for help. They can't afford to lose face. Bang! The head of the strange beast on the top of one of the stone pillars on the edge of the tower was smashed by a palm, and the broken stone splashed hundreds of meters away. Slowly retracting his hand, Chao Yichen took a deep breath to recover his composure, and said in a deep voice, continue to talk about their conditions. Li Ran nodded and continued. They said that they can only help you in the name of the Void Pirates. They will come in 20 years. But after the matter is completed, we need to pay 10,000 units of divine crystals, which will be settled within 1 year. Let them come within 5 years. Li Ran shook his head and said, they said that it would take 20 years at the earliest. They don't want to appear in front of the school leaders too early. But if they want to come earlier, they need to pay an additional 1,000 units of divine crystals for each year earlier than 20 years. If they come within 5 years, they must pay 10,000 units of divine crystals on top of the additional payment. That is to say, if they come within 5 days, they must pay up to 45,000 units of divine crystals. At this point, Li Ran's eyelids jumped. 45,000 units of divine crystals. Even if they have a good background, they think it is a considerable amount of money, although the family will greatly increase their investment in them after college. There is also a limit. More than 40,000 is almost half of the total investment in 1 semester. 100,000 units of divine power crystals are the total amount of money that wealthy families below the first class invest in their children every semester during college. It's not that they can't afford more. For these wealthy families, millions or tens of millions can afford it. It's that the university has relaxed the restrictions with restrictions, not unlimited. This 100,000 is the upper limit of the amount that ordinary wealthy families have defaulted to give to their children tens of thousands of years ago. Wealthy families are divided into 2 categories. The top wealthy families have powerful divine power, and the ordinary wealthy families do not have powerful divine power. Ordinary wealthy families have a quota of 100,000, and the top wealthy families have a quota of 1 million units of divine power crystals. Of course, the origin of wealthy families is also divided into direct lineage and collateral lineage. The above refers to the direct lineage, and the non-direct lineage has only half of the direct lineage. Chao Yichen and Li Ran both come from ordinary wealthy families, and the quota for 1 semester is 100,000. Think about how a super scholarship like Huiyao, which only has 1 per grade per semester, only has 10,000 units of divine power crystals. You can see how huge the quota of 100,000 is, and how much pressure it puts on students of ordinary origin. Because of this, when you look at the other party's asking price of 45,000 units of divine power crystals, you will know how much it is. No wonder Chao Yichen and Li Ran feel painful. But then again, compared with the value of this plane, 45,000 units of divine power crystals are nothing. Maybe the output is not that much at the moment. But as long as the plane is in hand, let alone other things, the human natives of the plane alone are worth more than this. All the natives of this plane now add up to 50 or 60 million. As long as the plane is unified and managed for dozens or hundreds of years, the population will multiply in large numbers. With the size of this plane, even if it is in the primitive era, it can easily multiply hundreds of millions. In the past few decades, the power of faith harvested alone is more than this number. Not to mention the rich resources in the plane. Because of this, even though I know that the other party is asking for a sky-high price like robbery, I have to agree if I want to win. After all, there are not many people who dare to do this under the noses of school leaders at this stage. He didn't dare to wait for decades. It had only been a month, and the boy had grown to this point right under his nose. If he waited another 30 years, it would be too late. Then Chao Yichen and Li Ran whispered to each other how to cooperate with foreign aid to deal with the other two families. Feng Ziki and Qin Rong, two seniors in the north of the continent, were also discussing how to deal with the challenges of the two waves of juniors. Being forced to this point by the juniors, to be honest, they were not too depressed, but more helpless. It's not that they are not strong enough. After all, they are a whole grade higher, and their background is not bad. The resources they have are not much different from Chao Yiren. With an extra year, they should be stronger than them. In fact, their comprehensive strength is indeed stronger than the previous for sophomores such as Chao Yichen. The main reason for the stalemate is that a large part of their strength cannot be transferred from other planes. To put it simply, the planes they own are not just here. They had conquered other planes in the previous 3 semesters of college. A large part of their strength could not be mobilized to suppress the rebels in other planes. They could only mobilize a part of their strength and were forced to tie up with their juniors. But they did not want to give up this plane. After all, in terms of value, this plane has surpassed all the planes they have mastered before. Before, they thought that after the big class was over, those freshmen who broke and left, they would gradually expand and slowly deal with Chao Yichen. But they did not expect that Lin Xiao would emerge as a dark horse later. It took only 30 years for him to develop to the point where he could challenge himself. This is very embarrassing. Now the situation has entered the most critical moment. They have to consider a very difficult problem. How to quickly clean up the situation. To be precise, how to clean up the situation in a short time. The longer it is delayed, the greater the variables. And losing face is secondary. Anyway, the face has been lost. But the plane cannot be lost. The two discussed for a long time, and also referred to the opinions from other classmates, and finally made a decision. That is, Dragon Country, Dragon Temple. Lin Xiao looked at an acquaintance who walked into the temple in surprise. He was a classmate from class 17, and his name seemed to be Lung Songquan. He had seen him in class before, but he was not familiar with him. Lung Songquan swept his eyes over the 3 people in the hall, and when he swept over Xin Yuexin, his eyes flashed with surprise, and finally fell on Lin Xiao. And he said directly, "My name is Lung Songquan. I am ready to return. Give me 100 units of divine power crystals, and all the totems and more than 400,000 indigenous tribes I have now will belong to you." Lin Xiao looked at his girlfriend and senior sister Chu Mo, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. And he nodded directly. No problem. Lung Songquan also laughed. Then several other freshmen arrived one by one. They belonged to different classes, but their purpose was the same: to trade with Lin Xiao, and trade all their existing territories and totems to him, including several classmates who had conflicts with him before. In their words, they had no chance anyway, so it was better to give it to him than to give it to anyone else. However, Lin Xiao felt that they wanted to see a big show, a tragedy where a freshman defeated a sophomore or even a junior, so they all supported him. This was a sudden and great thing for Lin Xiao. Although 100 units of divine power crystals were not a small amount, it was still worth it. There were a total of 23 classmates, each with a totem. The tribes ranged from 200,000 to 300,000 people to 600,000 to 700,000 people. Most of them were scattered in remote places that were not suitable for marching, as well as on the sea. It took about a year for these tribes to move here one after another. The total population was as high as more than 8 million. which was beyond his expectations. The population increased by nearly half in an instant, and the strength of the tribe increased greatly, almost catching up with the two juniors. Lin Xiao immediately sent an envoy to the ancient Dragon Kingdom. However, beyond his expectations, the ancient Dragon Kingdom rejected his proposal to join forces to defeat Qian first, and even the envoy was detained and killed. He felt bad. This is a bad omen. He quickly interrupted the fusion of totems and asked his girlfriend and senior to discuss. After listening to his words, the two girls thought for a while, and Senior Chumo asked an unrelated question. How many totems have you fused now? Are there 200? What stage are you at now? How far are you from qualitative change? Lin Xiao shook his head and said, how can there be so many? Now there are only more than 160. But if we fuse them next, we should be able to reach about 200. Why do you ask this? Senior said. The current situation is that it is difficult for us to defeat them by force. If it goes as expected, they should be ready to tear their faces and ask for foreign aid. Although we can do so, we are already one step slower. It is too late to ask now, unless you are willing to pay more than 100,000 divine power crystals to speed up, which is definitely too late. So we can only ask for another. Girlfriend suddenly said, I will pay for the divine power crystals. I can pay for less than 1 million divine power crystals now. Can foreign aid support immediately? Senior Chumo kept the same attitude for a while, with a trace of surprise on her face. She didn't react until her girlfriend said it again. She looked at her as if she had just met her. After a moment of silence, she said faintly, Are you sure? Xin Yuexin blinked her big eyes and nodded seriously. Yes. If it is less than 1 million divine power crystals, I can give it out now. If it is more than that, I have to wait until I return to talk to the principal. Lin Xiao. Senior Chumo. At this moment, there is only silence. Well, if that's the case, it's easy to deal with. I will contact them immediately. By the way, money is not a problem. Let them support as soon as possible. Good. Half a year later, the Barbarian Kingdom and the Ancient Dragon Kingdom jointly declared war on the Dragon Kingdom. And the war broke out. The two major forces united, and the Dragon Kingdom was completely defeated after persisting for a year. The remaining troops abandoned the periphery and retreated to the capital circle. At this time, it was the last year of the big class. His girlfriend gave him the Book of All Laws and her own and returned through the space beacon. Lin Xiao gave up the big class and continued to stay here. Half a year later, the armies of both sides arrived at the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. Standing on the high Dragon God Temple, the huge dragon city was clearly visible. More than 50,000 blood magicians, 120,000 elite warriors, and 300,000 indigenous warriors were stationed here. Chapter 471 opened the gate of the divine realm and summoned the family. Before Xin Yuexin returned, she told Lin Xiao that foreign aid would definitely arrive within a year. Now half a year has passed, which means he still needs to hold on for another half a year. However, looking at the huge troops of the Barbarian Kingdom and the Ancient Dragon Kingdom outside the city, he felt that with the current strength, he would not be able to hold on for half a year. Fortunately, he gave up the big class. Lin Xiao sighed and said to senior sister Chumo beside him, I'll take care of the rest. She nodded. Don't worry. I will stop them. At least for 3 months. Lin Xiao smiled and said, It doesn't take 3 months. Half a month will do. Are you so confident? Of course. Wait and see. He smiled confidently and turned to leave the platform. Chumo looked at his firm face and powerful steps, and confidence suddenly appeared in his heart. Soon he came to a secret room inside the Dragon God Temple. There was a teleportation array at the bottom of the secret room. He took out the Book of All Laws handed over by his girlfriend to activate the array. With a flash of light, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he had appeared in a hidden canyon more than 100 kilometers away from the battlefield. This canyon is usually deserted and has no garrisons. It is far from the battlefield, unless a legendary spell is cast here. Even if the third-year senior arrives in person, he will not notice the changes here. Lin Xiao certainly did not come here to cast any legendary spells. He teleported here from a long distance and appeared at the bottom of the valley. What caught his eye was a dark and damp moss and fern plants. A black armored centipede as thick as an arm was poking its head out of the mossy cracks, and its 2 centipede tentacles were dancing back and forth. Looking around, the bottom of the valley was very dark and damp, with poisonous insects and snakes everywhere, and no trace of human activity. At the beginning, he only took a rough look around as a backup location, and did not send anyone here to prepare for the mission, because he was afraid of being noticed by Chao Yichen and others. The spiritual perception of the demigod incarnation is not something that mortals can imagine. As long as there is a trace, it will be noticed. After making sure there was nothing else, he opened his hands and pulled a circle. A light spot in front of him quickly opened to form a halo. A large hand covered with golden scales grabbed the halo and pulled it, and the halo quickly expanded into a light gate. Several tall and handsome star spirits floated out and quickly input energy to open the gate of the god's domain wider. That's right. Lin Zhao's backup plan is to open the god's domain and send out his clans to fight. During the big class, he was not sure whether to give up the big class and open the door of the god's domain. Now that he has decided to give up the big class, he does not have to abide by the big class rules. The seniors can send out their clans, and so can he. When the gate of the god's domain expanded to a full 50 meters high, a group of star spirits flew out and scattered around the gate of the god's domain. The rich energy fluctuations spread, and the surrounding insects and mosquitoes scattered. Buzz! A huge figure walked out of the light gate, and its big feet covered with golden scales sank into the wet ground. A stream of sparks spurted out of its huge nostrils, igniting the surrounding weeds. A figure that was 40 meters tall, with a tail 50 meters long, and made of gold, was not much different in size from Lin Zhao's previous incarnation. The 9th rank Shura Naga overlord crawled out first, and immediately bowed his head to Lin Zhao. Sultan has seen the Supreme Creator. He nodded, reached out, and stroked the head that he stretched out to him, stroking the thick golden scales with a loving face. These were all created by him. Strictly speaking, they are all his children, and they are also the main support for his current strength. Next, 3 9th level Naga lords came out, named Taida female, Mars, Kuda, and Sultan, 3 men and 1 woman. After the 9th level Naga lords, there were more than a dozen 8th level legendary star spirits. Their part-time mage profession was not a professional card, but a mage profession obtained by their own ability. They were truly legendary mage masters. That is, the 8th level legendary rank, and the 8th level legendary professional rank. Combining the two, these 10 legendary star spirits have the ability to challenge the 9th level legend. If they are prepared, even the 10th level demigod can challenge, which is one of the most powerful forces in his hands. In fact, when they were still intelligent goblins, the race upper limit of normal intelligent goblins was very low. At that time, all the 6th and 7th level great mages of the intelligent goblins had reached this level of professional level, and the racial level could be almost ignored, which was of no help to their strength. Even so, they could easily defeat the extraordinary levels of those powerful races. This is the real strength of relying on their own wisdom to advance to the professional level of mages. Hard power. Batches of legendary great Nagas walked out of the door. Batches of extraordinary star spirit great mages walked out of the door. Under the leadership of the leader, the great Nagas were scattered in various corners of the canyon and guarded the valley entrance. The star spirit mages quickly laid a temporary magic circle and established a huge shield to protect the huge gate of the divine domain. With the totem status, he opened the gate of the divine domain and was not rejected by the will of the plane. Fortunately, he had the totem status to open the gate of the divine domain. People like Chao Yichen also came to this plane alone at the beginning. After becoming totem step by step, they dared to open the gate of the divine domain to summon their followers to come. It took 2 whole days for 40,000 star spirits and 60,000 great Nagas to walk out of the gate of the god's domain. This was all the fighting power of Lin Zhao's 2 core clans. Although the number was far less than that of Chao Yichen and Feng Ziqi's clans, the individual strength of the clans was far stronger than them. He had 100% confidence in beating them to pieces if they really fought. Accompanied by a loud dragon roar, the black dragon Nigelram, who had been tempered by the great Nagas in the god's domain and was specially trained by Lin Zhao, flew out of the gate of the god's domain, raised his head and let out a long roar, and spread his wings over 100 meters. Now that he has been promoted to the 9th level and has the opportunity to become a hero, Nigelram has long been his fanatical believer. In his heart, if he had not met the great truth and the Lord of Creation, he would still be a little black dragon who was eating and waiting to die in a small plain. How could he be the strong Nigel Ram, who is now considered a strong man even in the Dragon clan? The anger and resentment he had when he was captured had long since disappeared. He slowly descended with a long roar, and his wings were carefully lowered to prevent the wind from blowing onto Lin Xiao. He smiled slightly, stepped over Nigel Ram's head, and flapped his huge wings gently, and the giant dragon soared into the sky. A golden force field swelled up in the gate of the divine domain below, breaking into the plain, and an inexplicable anger slowly emerged in the sky. Lin Xiuxi pressed his hand down, and the inexplicable anger slowly disappeared. Bang! 2 huge golden claws pressed on the gate of the divine domain, and then a huge golden head that was 50 meters high and difficult for the gate of the divine domain to accommodate appeared at the door. The invisible force impacted, and the gate of the divine domain shook violently and deformed and almost collapsed, with holiness and majesty in his ferociousness. This is Saint Slaughter, since becoming a mythical hero, and officially promoted to a saint, and his whole family was promoted to a legendary species. His strength has been rising wildly. This crazy growth reached its peak when Lin Xiao began to devour the moon sky realm. As the strongest among the Shuranaga, a mythical hero, a saint, and the favored one of the Lord of Truth and Creation, his current strength seems to be no longer able to be evaluated by the general 10th level. At this time, Slarta's true body is already an unimaginable behemoth. The diameter of the head alone is more than 50 meters. When he stands up, his body will be nearly 300 meters high. The tail of the huge dragon body is nearly 400 meters long, and the total length of the stretched body is more than 700 meters. At this time, even Lin Xiao can hardly assess Slarta's true strength. Lin Xiao has a hunch that if he does not have the origin of the creator to suppress Slarta, even if his true body comes out, he may not be able to suppress the current Slarta. At this time, Slarta has become a completely terrifying monster with the addition of many aspects. With such a terrifying size and strength, it is a bit difficult to enter this plane. Even if he now gathers hundreds of totem positions, he cannot suppress the strong rejection of the plane will against him. Star spirits are ready. In this situation, the star spirits can only be relied on to stabilize and expand the gate of the divine domain. It took another 2 days to expand the gate of the divine domain to the point where he could enter and exit. When Slaughter entered the plane with difficulty under the rejection of the plane, a raging fire containing the will of the plane turned into lightning and fell from the sky. Several seniors far away from the capital of the Dragon Kingdom suddenly looked up at this side, with deep doubts on their faces. I felt the anger and rejection of the will of the plane. Did some powerful existence enter this plane? Chao Yichen pressed his eyebrows. He felt his eyelids twitching and had a bad premonition. The 2 junior seniors on the other side also felt something was wrong, but they didn't know what was wrong for a while. Both sides sent a team to explore there. Compared to their confusion here, many brilliant senior avatars outside the plane. Some avatars of former seniors who heard about this specially showed a rare expression of shock at this time. Even the avatars of several school leaders showed a trace of surprise, staring at each other for a long time. And one of them pointed at the huge golden head that emerged from the lush jungle canyon displayed on the light screen and exclaimed, "If I am not mistaken, this is a hero." Although he was asking, his tone was very sure. His eyes penetrated the void and fog, and saw the huge outline in the depths of the huge canyon, as well as the figures rushing out from the feet of this mountain-like behemoth, especially the back of a black dragon with a wingspan of hundreds of meters. All the school leaders focused their eyes on this figure. After a pause of 1 second, one of them said, "I recognize this. It's Lin Xiao from class 17, a second-place player in the high school stage, who was specially recruited to enter the university department." He paused here, with a strange expression on his face, and said, "This kid is actually an elite colonel of the 5th Military Region, the acting commander of the Fury Flame Regiment, and his rank is higher than ours. Lord Xie Tianyan seems to be very optimistic about him. More than being very optimistic about him, he wants to recruit a son-in-law. Right? I also know that the actual controller of the Fury Flame Regiment is the only legitimate daughter of Lord Xie Tianyan. If there is no other purpose, how can such an arrangement be made?" Another school leader said with a look of "I know it very well," and gossiped. As soon as he finished speaking, the only female among the school leaders showed a strange look on her face. Chapter 472 Super Slarta. A small team of eagle knights flew out from the direction of Dragon City. This is a trained giant eagle with strong combat power, but because of its small number, it is generally used as an aerial scout. The Eagle Knights quickly passed through the dense primitive jungle. Although a country has been established on the continent, and the natives have entered the city-state system from the tribal system, most of the villages below the city-state still live in a tribal way, and have not yet been completely city-statized. Except for the vicinity of the city-state, most of the wild has not been developed. The speed of the eagle is very fast. It quickly flew dozens of kilometers, made a big circle, and finally arrived over a vast forest. At this time, their speed slowed down unconsciously. The Eagle Knights on the giant eagle with a wingspan of 7 or 8 meters grabbed the rope and opened their mouths wide, full of shock and disbelief. Many subconsciously clenched their fists and called out the totem of their faith. The supreme ancient dragon is above. What is this? In the distance of the vast forest, a super beast that reflected dazzling golden light, like a mountain, was wading through the forest and crushing a wide road towards the direction of Dragon City. Behind this super beast was a dense army. Those bodies that looked like they were cast in gold were so similar to the terrifying enemies of Dragon City. With just a glance, they knew that this was definitely an enemy. After being shocked for almost half a minute, the Eagle Knight finally reacted and quickly returned as if escaping. Lin Xiao, sitting cross-legged on the back of the black dragon, looked up at the many small black dots leaving in the distance, and had no intention of chasing. Anyway, Slaughter had already entered this plane, and it didn't matter if he was discovered. On the contrary, because of the appearance of this core clan, Chao Yichen and Feng Ziki, who were besieging Dragon City, would be cautious? What did you say? After listening to the scout's report, Feng Ziki frowned into a Chuan character. Xin Rong on the side pinched his eyebrows and said, "He is so courageous that he dares to give up the first big class after entering the freshman year and fight with us. Is he so confident that he can win? If he loses, it will be a big loss." Feng Ziki's face was a little angry at this time, and then he seemed to laugh in anger. "I have heard of this person. He was a Tianju Viceless player in high school. I heard that his ranking was quite high. Maybe this has cultivated the habit of arrogance. But he doesn't know how big the gap is between high school and college. And he doesn't know that the gap between seniors and juniors in college is even greater than the gap between senior and sophomore." He sneered. "A mere freshman dares to challenge 2 sophomores and 2 juniors at the same time. His courage is commendable, but his behavior is stupid." His eyes swept across the chaotic battlefield ahead, and he said in a deep voice, "Give the order to call back the troops. Chao Yichen must have received the news. Tell him to leave a part of the army to continue the siege, and the main force will turn around. Let's go meet this daring junior and teach him a lesson." Qin Rong smiled and said, "Maybe he also knows that many classmates and school leaders, including some graduated seniors from the main base, are paying attention to this place, and he wants to show himself in front of them and leave a good impression. Then let's do as this junior wishes and give him a good stage to show off." Feng Ziki laughed out loud, but his tone was cruel, indicating that he was in a bad mood. Like him, Chao Yichen was in the same mood as Feng Ziki at this time, and laughed angrily. "I became famous by stepping on a senior, and now someone wants to step on me to become famous. It's really a matter of time." Li Ran was also confused for a while, but now he reacted and suggested, "Senior Feng probably found out too. Should we cooperate with him?" "Yes, of course. Since this junior wants to perform a big show, how can we not cooperate? Get ready. I want to meet him in person." As the leaders of both sides gave orders, the army attacking the city outside Longcheng gradually retreated, and the huge army began to separate. Senior sister Chuemo finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this scene. She swept her eyes over the corpses on the ground under the city wall and ordered the mage group to set fire to them all, according to the default unspoken rules of the main world. In the internal disputes of the main world, unless you have the priesthood of death or decide to take the route related to the priesthood of death, you cannot desecrate the corpse. That is, you cannot use the necromancy to manipulate the corpse to fight. But if you are facing natives or foreign enemies, this rule will not take effect, although there are a large number of natives participating in the war at this time. Strictly speaking, it is the 6 sons of the divine domain who are fighting in the civil war. So this ban is in effect. You cannot manipulate the dead spirits to fight, and the corpses must be burned after the battle. Of course, if the corpses of some powerful behemoths are reluctant to burn, you can use space props to save them for later use. Although the tragic siege lasted for several days, it is only a preliminary test now. The deaths of the 3 parties are basically native cannon fodder, and none of the main core families have played. After all, it is a super battle with a total of 1.6 to 7 million people. With this number of people, even if their core families enter the center of the battlefield, they will die. It is definitely impossible to send the main force at the beginning. They must use cannon fodder to consume the enemy's living strength first, according to the number of native soldiers from the three parties. It is estimated that neither side will send its main force to the battlefield for the first half of the month. The defenders on the city watched the enemy's main force withdraw and dared not pursue. The troops left by the enemy were enough to contain the defenders in Longcheng. They might be able to easily defeat the troops left by any party, but as long as the two troops supported each other, it would be difficult to deal with. However, what made senior sister Chu Mo most worried was that the current situation was unclear. She didn't know whether they were really deploying troops or pretending to deploy troops. If it was just a feint, and she thought she had a chance to lead the army out of the city, and then suddenly appeared, then it would collapse directly. Even if Lin Xiao sent a message, she didn't dare to act rashly. At least she had to wait until Lin Xiao and Chao Yichen and Feng Ziki officially fought and confirmed that the main forces were all deployed on the battlefield before they could act. Above the vast forest, Lin Xiao looked at Slaughter's body below, which was like a mountain. Even now, it felt a bit dreamy. It was 300 meters high and 400 meters below the tail. This body was a moving mountain. With this size, mythical hero template, and Shura Naga's bloodline talent, Slardar can't be defeated by ordinary true gods at this time. In this plane without true gods, he is completely unmatched. What kind of experience is it for a demigod to create a family that is more powerful than the object of worship? Lin Xiao said he was a little panicked, but also very happy. At the same time, he has strong confidence. You should know that there is a big difference between the Great Naga in his god's domain and the Great Naga transformed by the bloodline sorcerer. The species are the same, but the Great Naga transformed by the bloodline sorcerer cannot be used part-time with other professions. So the strength of this transformed Great Naga is only the power given by its own species level. And its combat power is far less than that of the Great Naga with the hero profession god warrior in the god's domain. This can be referred to in the game. The gap between a professional player and an ordinary humanoid NPC of the same level is as big as the gap between the Great Naga transformed by the bloodline sorcerer and the Great Naga in the god's domain. And it is even bigger than expected, because the Great Naga in the god's domain is a hero profession, and can also get the bonus of the relics in the god's domain. Now the Great Naga promoted by many blood warlocks in this plane has not returned to the god's domain to be included in the god's domain system. They are not considered god's domain species, and cannot get the bonus of relics. This is also one of the main reasons why he couldn't suppress seniors such as Chao Yichen and Feng Ziki before, because this is a reduced version of the Great Naga. If it is more than 100 legendary Great Naga lords cultivated in the god's domain, with the assistance of hundreds of extraordinary warlocks, it can definitely sweep the plane. Sitting on the black dragon, Nigel Ram slowly circled above the army. He could already see Feng Ziki and Chao Yichen coming, although the people and the army did not see it. They could feel it. With so many totems condensed, their totems are close to the stage of qualitative change. The three of them have a hunch that as long as the totems of any of the other two families are integrated, qualitative changes will occur, thus giving birth to the supreme power. In other words, no matter who is out of the game, if any one of them fuses the totem of another family, the supreme power will be born, thus obtaining the supreme priesthood, without the need to fuse all the totems. The supreme power is an incomplete version of the supreme priesthood. It is because the rules of this plane are imperfect that the supreme priesthood cannot be born. But the effect is the same. Possessing the supreme power is equivalent to being the supreme god of this plane. He has the power to seal a creature as a totem with a word, and also has the ability to deprive a totem of its totem power with a word. He is extremely powerful. Therefore, this battle is extremely critical. I dare not say that it directly determines the ownership of the plane, but no matter who gets the supreme power, he can take the absolute initiative in this plane, even if external forces interfere. As long as there are not several true gods coming, they can't do anything to the owner of the supreme power. Half an hour later, Lin Xiao saw two huge armies on the left and right slowly advancing in the primitive jungle. The primitive jungle did not stop their steps, and crushed large tracts of jungle like a steamroller. Feng Ziki's core family is an extremely rare strong beast man, a mutant of elephant man, a sub-legendary race, the silverback mammoth. This is a powerful species that has a body of up to 5 or 6 meters when it is an adult. And its physique and strength are extremely terrifying. Even among sub-legendary species, it is extremely powerful. Of course, it is definitely not as good as the legendary species Shura Naga. Even the shrunken version of the Great Naga transformed by the Blood Warlock cannot compare. In the previous mini battles, many Blood Warlocks, who are still in human form, can face the Silverback Mammoth Orcs, whose body size is far superior to that of the Blood Warlocks with the blood of the Great Naga. Not to mention that after transforming into a Great Naga, even the shrunken Great Naga Lord without a professional template can suppress the legendary Silverback Mammoth Orcs head-on, if the number is not too small. The powerful strength of the Shura Great Naga could have forcibly defeated one of them 30 years ago. So why wait until now to give up the big class before daring to open the door to the divine domain? Chapter 473 Decisive Battle. At this time, Lin Xiao saw more than 30,000 Silverback Mammoth Orcs and 120,000 elephants. According to the information Lin Xiao had previously obtained, this was about half of Feng Ziqi's core clan in this plane. In addition, there were 100,000 half-orcs and 400,000 elite natives, totaling 650,000 troops. When the siege was made, Feng Ziqi had a huge army of about 1 million, and most of them were here now. The minimum of the more than 30,000 Silverback Mammoths was level 5, which means that the Mammoth Orcs were level 5 when they were adults. There were about 2,000 to 3,000 level 7 Silverback Mammoths, and more than 30 legendary Silverback Mammoths as tall as small buildings. All of them were equipped with 5 cm super thick armor. This defense is estimated to be fine even if they were hit by a stone from the front. Behind such a rough army, there is also a huge war machine army. The all-metal semi-automatic catapult can be operated by only 2 people. The full-metal semi-automatic battering ram as big as a building contains a small room to hide soldiers. And the huge alloy battering ram can easily smash the stone wall. Yes, this thing directly smashes the wall instead of the door. Although the walls of the general foreign plane are thick, they are not reinforced by magic arrays. This pure violent machine can easily smash the hard stone into pieces. And a big pit can be smashed in a few hits to push down the wall. There is also a full-metal semi-automatic crossbow vehicle as big as a room, which can continuously fire finger-thick fine steel crossbow arrows like an automatic rifle, and can replace various armor-piercing crossbows if necessary. 30,000 Silverback Mammoths, 120,000 elephants, 100,000 orcs, 400,000 elite natives, including tens of thousands of totem warriors. On the other side is Chao Yichen's core clan, the Forest Elves Modified Clan. The word modified at the end means that they have undergone enhanced mutations. But the mutation is not too deep. Whether it is talent or appearance, it is the original. For a family mutation like this, the weirder the better. In many cases, if there is no better mutation direction, it will be strengthened on the existing basis. And there is no need to forcibly mutate into other races. Chao Yichen's forest elves have greatly strengthened their physique and strength. Coupled with the agility and wisdom of the elves themselves, they have the physique and strength comparable to orcs, and the agility and wisdom of elves. They are well-rounded and can exert great power in any profession. The composition of Chao Yichen's troops is not that complicated. There are more than 200,000 elves of different professions, more than 400,000 well-equipped indigenous legions, and a large number of combat machines. A total of more than 1.2 million troops pressed towards this side from left to right, and the two sides stopped when they were more than 10 kilometers apart. A total of more than 1 million troops gathered. Even insects and mosquitoes in the primitive jungle could feel the storm that was about to come. They fled from their original places or drilled into the ground. A large number of beasts fled from their original places, and a large number of birds in the sky flew away from this area. Lin Xiao patted his body lightly, and the black dragon Nigel ram flew forward with understanding. Seeing this, Feng Ziqi smiled and said, "Are you bullying us for not having such a cool mount?" He waved his hand, and a loud and long cry came from behind. A dragon eagle with red tail feathers flew over and landed beside him. He said to his assistant Qin Rong, "You wait here and see the situation. If something goes wrong, I will give you instructions." Qin Rong nodded, and the dragon eagle took off. On the other side, Chao Yichen's face was not very good. He snorted and said, "Is this a show of power to me?" Li Ran didn't say anything, but waved a giant crow with shiny black feathers. Chao Yichen turned over and sat on it and flew away. The three gathered above the primitive jungle, about 100 meters apart. It's not that they can't get closer, but neither the dragon eagle nor the black crow dared to get close to the black dragon Nigel ram. He raised his huge head and sprayed a stream of sparks from his nasal cavity into the jungle below. The dark red dragon horn stretched up, and the air around was hot. At this time, Nigelram had been staying in the fire elemental realm for hundreds of years, constantly absorbing the power of fire. And now he has mastered the power of fire, combining corrosion with fire. His strength is far more powerful than his peers. If you don't know their identities, you would think Lin Xiao is the senior just from the appearance. This black dragon with red scales all over his body is really too cool. Lin Xiao bowed to the two and said, Lin Xiao has met the two seniors. Although they are hostile, basic etiquette should still be maintained. Feng Ziki nodded and clasped his fists in return, while Chao Yichen snorted coldly to express his disdain and anger. Lin Xiao ignored it. He had reason to be angry. After all, senior sister Chu Imo, who had come to this plane with him and had an engagement with Chao Yichen, is now with him. This has nothing to do with his mind. Any man can't help it. It's very cultured to come up and swing his fists before meeting. Feng Ziki didn't know about the grudge between them, and he didn't know about it before. He took his eyes off the 40,000 star spirits and 60,000 great Nagas behind Lin Xiao and said, Does Lin Xiao want to use the power of his 100,000 clans, and this powerful clan to resist both of us at the same time? Excuse me. I admit that your clan is very powerful and may be able to resist any of us. But we have 4 seniors on our side, and you can resist at most 3. And your subordinates are not as good as ours. I can't think of how you can win. Lin Xiao smiled and said, How can you think my clan can't beat you without fighting? Hasn't it been proven? Your core clan is indeed powerful and can suppress my legendary mammoth head-on. But your number is too small. How can you fight us with only 100,000? That's not necessarily true. You'll know after fighting. Feng Ziki smiled, spread his hands, and said indifferently, Junior brother is so confident that the senior won't discourage you. So let's see the truth in our hands. He paused. His face became serious, and he said in a deep voice, Although I am your senior, as a respect for the Tianjia list, I will not hold back. If you lose, you will suffer heavy losses. So I will ask you one last time here. Do you want to fight? Lin Xiao put away the smile on his face and nodded in a deep voice. Fight. Very good. The senior patted the dragon eagle under him and turned away. Chao Yichen on the side just made a throat-cutting gesture to Lin Xiao and turned away. Watching them leave, the black dragon Nigelram flapped his huge wings and turned around, quickly flying back to his side. Half an hour later, accompanied by a long horn sounded over the primitive jungle. The vanguards of the two armies began to advance slowly, and large tracts of forests were cut down in pieces by the tall mammoths swinging nearly 10-meter-long swords. The 60,000 Nagas were divided into 2 groups, wielding the same 10-meter-long standard broadswords and easily cutting down the trees in the primitive jungle that required several people to hug, and the vines wrapped around the tree trunks. Their terrifying strength and endurance allowed them to maintain this state for a whole day without getting tired. Compared with the elves wearing exquisite, thin, beautiful and highly defensive magic armor, the silverback mammoths wore 5-centimeter thick refined steel plate armor. The Nagas were not equipped with armor except for weapons and special accessories. Their dragon armor was the best armor. Dragon scales and dragon skins not only have high physical defense, but are also immune to a lot of magic, and do not affect flexibility, which is too advantageous in the chaotic battlefield. Soon the two sides approached less than 2 kilometers, and the elf archers from Chao Yichen's side began to draw their bows. With the sound of countless bowstrings, the first wave of enchanted arrow rain soared into the sky, turning into a black mass that pressed down, completely submerging the tens of thousands of charging Nagas. There was only a series of crisp clanging sounds, and the great Nagas were unharmed. Even the enchanted arrows could not penetrate the hard dragon scales. Chao Yichen and Feng Ziki stood in the sky and looked at each other, then slowly lowered their heads and waved their hands gently. The elf mage group behind them prepared to start joint casting, led by an 8th level legendary elf mage. They led 300 mages with strengths between 5th and 7th levels as a group to jointly cast powerful and lethal legendary spells. Normally, a true legendary mage can cast legendary spells independently, but generally only when they are well prepared, and the casting time is very long. Not that they can be cast at will. Joint casting can greatly reduce the casting conditions and casting time of some powerful spells, and quickly cast legendary spells to kill the enemy on the battlefield, especially when the enemy also has legendary mages. Joint casting is very advantageous. Of course, Chao-Li-Chen's subordinates are only 8th level legendary elf mages, which are professional cards, not the real legendary mages who have mastered the rules. This kind of fake legend cannot cast legendary spells independently, and can only cast legendary spells with the assistance of other mages. Hundreds of elven mages joined forces, and the sky soon swayed with heart-pounding energy fluctuations. A faint red light gathered, and the legendary spell to summon meteorites was about to take shape. Without Lin Zhao's command, the star spirit mages in the back responded spontaneously. Many mages spontaneously gathered around a legendary star spirit and cast spells together, condensing into a huge light star spirit in the air at a much faster speed than the elven mages. The legendary star spirit stretched out his hand and pointed, and the light star spirit condensed by the magic energy in the air also pointed. Advanced Spell Counterattack. This is the legendary version of Spell Counterattack. The effect is to use it on the mage who is casting a spell, directly interrupting the target's spell casting, and unable to use spells for a period of time. The legendary version also comes with the backlash of the target being interrupted in the spell being cast. Therefore, the direct consequence of this summoning meteorite being countered is that the mana that is being condensed explodes out of control. This pseudo-legendary elven mage exploded directly and died, and hundreds of elven mages who cast spells together fell down. This is the difference between a pseudo-legendary and a true legendary wizard. Not only is the casting speed not as fast as a true legendary wizard, but the control over mana is also not good enough. If it is a true legendary wizard, not only can he forcibly withstand this spell counter, but he can forcibly disperse the spell before the opponent casts a spell to avoid being countered. Chapter 474 Inexplicable Madness. Boom! 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 The deafening sound of war drums echoed between heaven and earth. The strong wind blew through the leaves, and the murderous aura made the creatures still in the primitive jungle hide in their nests and dare not move. The two magician groups counterattack back and forth, and neither side has successfully cast a legendary spell. Even if the Protoss magician has an advantage in all aspects, it is too troublesome and time-consuming to cast a legendary spell. There are also many legendary magicians on the opposite side, and it is basically impossible for them to successfully cast it. So until now, when the ground forces of both sides are about to come into contact, neither side has cast a powerful legendary spell to attack the opponent, but has successfully cast several powerful defensive spells. This situation continued until the two sides were about to come into contact in close combat. The magicians of both sides no longer pursued super powerful legendary spells, but instead summoned small and medium power spells such as fire, rain, and lightning, which made it impossible to counter the opponent. In an instant, a rain of fire, blizzard, and lightning fell from the sky, covering the forwards of both sides. The dense blizzard almost submerged the forwards of both sides. It was almost obvious with the naked eye that the forwards of Chao-Li-Chen and Feng Ziki were affected by various spells. Not only did their speed slow down, but some warriors fell down from time to time. Even the mammoth forwards with thick skin and flesh and thick steel armor could not withstand the dense spell coverage. No matter how hard the armor is, no matter how thick the flesh is, there is always one of ice, fire, lightning, and shadow that can restrain them. On the other hand, the Shura Nagas, with their complete dragon bloodline, completely blocked these spells and were directly immune. They rushed out of the spell storm unscathed as if they had taken a bath. Hiss! In a large void ship, more than a dozen seniors from Huiyao were gathered in the hall, looking at the light curtain on the wall, looking at the Shura Naga who rushed out of the sky full of ice and fire but was unscathed. And they all took a breath of cold air at the same time. So powerful. At this time, a huge monster suddenly appeared in the void outside the plane, breaking through the void storm and appearing outside the plane crystal wall. At the same time, on the other side of the plane, a black shadow flew out of the void storm and plunged directly onto the plane crystal wall, quickly blending into it. Primitive and war are the soil for conspiracy and chaos to breed. There was a void ship parked not far away. A demigod seemed to have noticed something and glanced here, but he didn't see anything and didn't get entangled in anything. At this time, this plane attracted a lot of attention. I don't know how many people came. Maybe it was a senior who came quietly. So he retracted his gaze again. The huge monster was a super-floating city, as big as an asteroid. Several void ships outside the plane crystal wall saw it and avoided it, allowing the huge monster to slowly approach the plane crystal wall. Several huge transparent giant palms stretched out from the huge monster and pressed into the void to fix themselves. In the hall at the core of this huge building, the floor is made of transparent crystal. Colorful lights flow inside, refracting through the crystals and blooming into colorful rays of light, which is very beautiful. 5 young men and women with extraordinary temperament and momentum sat around the round table in the hall. At this time, they all looked at the picture in the crystal ball in the center of the round table. In one of the positions sat a handsome man with silver hair. He supported his chin with both hands, squinted his eyes, and looked at the Shura Naga, who was bathed in the magic storm without any injury, with a little light shining. After a while, he looked up at the other 4 companions, who were concentrating on watching the crystal ball, and said in a voice full of special magnetism, "This is one of the 4 candidates observed by the club this semester. The performance of the other 3 candidates has been observed. They all performed very well in this class. This junior named Lin Xiao is the last one. Please observe carefully, and vote later to decide whether to accept him into the club. By the way, the observers from the 4 top clubs, Meteorite, Butterfly, Blood Fawn, and Silver Moon, are here. They seem to be very interested in this junior. So there is not much time for everyone to observe. Please make a decision before Junior Lin Xiao leaves this plane, and vote to accept or give up." The same scene was played out in different places. Although they were not present in person, several top clubs were observing this battle. Challenging sophomores and juniors at the same time as a freshman was very attractive in itself. And it was also a reflection of Lin Xiao's personal strength. This was enough to prove that his strength was strong enough to meet the recruitment standards of even the top clubs. In fact, only the tip of the iceberg that the Shura Naga clan has shown since its appearance has been seen by the sharp-eyed seniors. And many of them are already quite optimistic about him at this time. If he was not fighting with his opponent, and was not suitable for contact, it is estimated that some clubs would have started to contact him long ago. Boom! A big Naga chopped down the big tree blocking the road in front of him with a knife, and then saw a strong mammoth behind the tree also chop down the last tree. His huge eyes were slightly red, and a stream of thick white air spurted out of his nostrils. He bent down and hit him hard. The big Naga was unwilling to be outdone. Since he was promoted to a legendary race, he has never been weak in power confrontation. The 2 sides took heavy steps, causing the ground to splatter with mud and grass. They overlapped at a very fast speed and collided heavily. Bang! In an instant, the airflow at the collision point was deformed, and it exploded into a wave of air, blowing the nearby yellow leaves outward. The powerful force of the 2 sides exploded, causing the air to distort. And such a situation was played out between the big Nagas and the mammoths. From the high altitude, from the first contact point, a group of small air distortions quickly extended to the 2 curved lines of contact on the left and right. The stalemate lasted less than 2 seconds. The mammoth's skin, which was almost 1 finger thick, began to turn red, as if blood was oozing out. Their bulging muscles shook again and roared loudly. Bang! The strong leg sank suddenly into the ground more than 10 centimeters deep, and then slid backwards involuntarily. The big Naga's dragon tail covered with golden scales slammed the ground fiercely, leaving a deep groove. The strong thighs were raised and stepped forward, pushing the mammoth man back more than 2 meters while maintaining the holding posture. Hey! All the big Nagas shouted together, and the huge dragon claws pressed into the steel armor several centimeters thick, deforming and concave inwards. In the eyes of the mammoths who looked at them in disbelief, they hugged them and lifted them up. This was an absolute crushing of strength, which could only be achieved by being absolutely superior to the opponent in terms of strength and physique. In terms of strength, among the billions of races in the entire Chaos Void Sea, only giants and behemoths and a few super races can be compared with dragons. Other species, even the mammoths, which are extremely powerful, cannot compare with dragons. Moreover, the Shura Naga not only completely inherited the blood of the dragon, but also was strengthened and optimized by Lin Xiao, and was better than the real dragon in terms of physique and strength. In the first wave of contact, the mammoths were directly crushed. If it was on a small-scale battlefield, this would have almost decided the outcome. But this was a super large battle with more than 1 million individuals participating in the battle. On such a large battlefield, this only boosted the morale of a small area and could not determine the outcome. Feng Ziki in the air saw all this, and the muscles on his face trembled involuntarily, with a trace of horror in his eyes. As the owner of the silverback mammoth, he knew how powerful his core clan was. Because he knew how powerful it was, he knew how terrible it was for the Golden Nagas to crush his core clan. He looked up at Lin Xiao, who looked normal in the distance, and a dangerous thought subconsciously arose in his mind. But the thought was dispelled as soon as it arose, because he knew it was impossible. At this time, he didn't know how many people's eyes were focused here, including the school leaders, who would never allow him to do anything excessive. The Tianjia list is really well deserved, he murmured to himself and laughed at himself. This is using me, a senior, as a stepping stone to become famous. It's really unpleasant. Qin Rong beside him was even more surprised than him. When he heard his words, an inexplicable black light flashed in his eyes. He lowered his voice and said, "Boss, this guy is using us to become famous. Do you want to teach him a lesson?" Feng Ziki shook his head and said, "No chance. If I guess correctly, his core clan should be a legendary race, and a new legendary race. Do you know what this means? The school leaders will never allow us to do anything excessive. But I am very unhappy." Feng Ziki felt that Qin Rong was a little strange, as if he was a little anxious. But he didn't think too much, just said lightly, "Don't worry. If we don't do it, someone will. Although this plane is important to us, it is not necessary. But it is quite critical to Chao Yichen, and there is a grudge between them. Maybe he will do something. We just have to wait and see. Of course, appropriate suppression is still necessary. Although it cannot be done to the extreme, it is still okay to teach him a lesson." Feng Ziki waved his hand and ordered, "The main force will be transferred back later, and the indigenous army and totem warriors will go up. Since things cannot be done to the extreme, there is no need to consume the main force, while this side is quietly deploying troops." Chao Yichen on the other side did not notice this. Or he noticed it but did not care. It is normal to mobilize troops on the battlefield, and it is not a withdrawal. He can think of what Feng Ziki can think of, but he does not have so many scruples. He said to Li Ran with a gloomy face, "Send a message to Senior Feng. Let them cooperate to encircle from the right, and pay attention to Xiong Chumo in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. I will encircle from the left, and I will deal with Lin Xiao." After a pause, he lowered his voice and said faintly, "I will connect with his divine domain later. You must entangle his main force at any cost and prevent him from withdrawing to the divine domain." Li Ran, who was about to respond, paused suddenly and turned around with a face full of surprise and horror. "You are crazy. You are going to engage in a full-scale war with his divine domain. This is a violation. Regardless of whether you win or lose, you will be severely punished by the school and will most likely be forced to drop out. It will also affect your family." Chapter 475 Conspiracy and Chaos. Chao Yichen looked indifferent. "So what?" Li Ran opened his mouth and suddenly his voice became louder, almost yelling. "Are you crazy? She's just a woman. With your status, you can have any beauty. Do you want to gamble your future for this woman? And I think her relationship with this guy is not what you think. She just deliberately pulled a shield to get rid of you. That guy has a girlfriend, and her status is higher than hers. They can't have that kind of relationship in appearance. You have to be sober." Li Ran pulled his collar, took a breath and continued. "And you have to know that many people are watching here now. You don't have time to destroy his divine domain, in order not to regret it in the future. I can't agree to this decision." Chao Yichen turned his head suddenly, staring at Li Ran with bloodshot pupils, and said loudly, "I know very well, and what I am doing now. I will bear all the consequences myself. Now I order you to execute my orders immediately. You are really insane. I will refuse to execute your orders in this state. If you don't go, I will go by myself." Chao Yichen looked at Li Ran coldly and said word by word, "If you don't want to see me die in battle." But Li Ran had already determined that Chao Yichen had fallen into some kind of insane state for some reason, and his mind seemed to be, "Wait!" He suddenly stared at Chao Yichen's pupils. Golden light flowed out of his pupils, and the dazzling divine light spurted out and looked at Chao Yichen. The power from the divinity made his emotions calm instantly, and he said in a deep voice, "I saw chaos. You are affected by the chaos priesthood, and the god of chaos has sneaked into this plane? No. I want to spread the news." As soon as the voice fell, two black lights suddenly shot out of Chao Yichen's pupils and shot into the eyes of Li Ran, who was caught off guard, quickly drowning the divine golden light in his eyes. Although Li Ran was a little unprepared, the strong warning in his heart made him eject a little golden starlight in his hand and fly up. Chao Yichen subconsciously reached out to grab it, but it was too late. He could only let the starlight soar into the sky and disappear in a flash. A sigh came from the void. It is indeed a brilliant elite. Not easy to influence. That's all. It can only be like this. The voice slowly disappeared. And then, a fierce divine light suddenly burst out in the direction of Chao Yichen. Lin Xiao looked up and saw a figure shrouded in infinite divine light rising slowly. The invisible divine power halo quickly opened and expanded, covering a range of nearly 5 kilometers. Colorful brilliance slowly emerged in the void. These brilliances were twisted around the figure shrouded in infinite divine light by an invisible high-temperature force field. Countless phantoms of fire elves with flame feathers on their backs surrounded the giant of light, chanting loud hymns in their mouths. The hymns containing powerful spiritual power quickly spread to farther places with this strange image. In the sky above the infinite divine light, the heaven and earth darkened imperceptibly, as if night had fallen. An inexplicable fear surged into people's hearts, making people feel uneasy. This is deification? Is the incarnation of a demigod combined with a part of the supreme status so powerful? Feng Ziki looked over there in surprise. It was also a demigod incarnation, and also had a part of the supreme status. He could sense that Chao Yichen's power, which obviously exceeded the power of a demigod, was a symptom of his own demigod incarnation combined with the supreme status. This was nothing. What surprised him was why Chao Yichen exploded now. Normally, the incarnation should appear when the battle of the subordinates and the family below suffered huge losses and could not determine the winner. Only then would they be able to go out in person. How could they go out in person so early? Not to mention lowering the status. There was no need. Of course, whether it was lowering the status or whether it was necessary, there was no rule that it could not be done. So he was just surprised, and did not do anything else. Lin Xiao was also very surprised by Chao Yichen's sudden explosion. But he was not panicked. Although the other party was a sophomore, he was not weak at all. In addition to the family of the gods, the fighting power of gods also includes 3 aspects. One is the external things, generally artifacts, powerful props, etc. The second aspect is divine power, which is the most direct measure of the fighting power of gods. The third aspect is the mastery of rules. The real legends have already mastered the rules and created powerful legendary spells. Of course, the existence above demigods can do this, but they are more violent with divine power. They are too lazy to develop legendary spells. They can solve all enemies with direct bursts of divine power. The most important of these 3 conditions are divine power and mastery of rules, and artifacts rank third. Among them, divine power is direct combat power, and mastery of rules is a bonus to divine power. The higher the mastery of rules, the more powerful the divine power can be. For example, with a standard of 100 divine powers, some demigods can only exert the power of 100 divine powers. Some can exert the power of 150, and some can exert the power of 200 to 300. If those powerful divine powers are used, they can exert the power of 100, even thousands, or even tens of thousands. This is the difference. Of course, different priesthoods have different bonuses to combat power. Generally, combat priesthoods have much higher bonuses than ordinary priesthoods. Lin Xiao's life priesthood does not belong to combat priesthoods, but he has a high degree of mastery. 10% of mastery is the lowest among the priesthoods he has. But for other demigods, this is already exaggerated. This is a mastery that many seniors who are not doing well cannot achieve. Therefore, even if Chao Yichen suddenly explodes and turns into an incarnation with a posture of rolling up his sleeves and doing it himself, Lin Xiao is really not afraid. Everyone is a priesthood incarnation, and everyone has a supreme status. Maybe Chao Yichen's incarnation has higher divine power, but his mastery of rules is far lower than his own. It is still unknown who will win in a real fight, so he can still calmly observe Chao Yichen's incarnation, analyze the target's divine power components through the power displayed by the incarnation, and analyze what priesthood the target incarnation has mastered. When a god masters a priesthood, his divine power will carry elements related to the priesthood. For example, the divine power of Lin Xiao, the incarnation of the priesthood of life, contains a strong life force. If the incarnation of the priesthood of destruction injects divine power into a dead tree, the dead tree will be directly destroyed by ashes. However, if his divine power is injected into the dead tree, then the dead tree will either be reborn in spring or directly activated into a dead tree man. Different priesthoods combined with divine power have different abilities, which are granted by the priesthood and are equivalent to the innate instincts of gods. The divine power of Chao Yichen's incarnation has a very obvious characteristic. That is, high temperature. In normal state, it will increase the temperature in the surrounding area. When Chao Yichen has murderous intentions, the temperature will soar, forming a large-scale high-temperature area. The trees in the range will turn black at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then burn and catch fire. It is not the law of fire, but the pure law of high temperature, which is one of the subordinate branch laws of the law of fire. This is just a low-level priesthood law, but it belongs to the combat priesthood, so it can give him the incarnation of the priesthood. Extremely powerful direct combat power. Chao Yichen quickly shrank his domain into a fireball of divine power with a diameter of more than 100 meters and containing terrifying high temperature. It crashed into Lin Xiao like the sun across the sky. The water in the trees along the way was quickly evaporated, and the color slowly turned yellow and withered. Lin Xiao looked at his opponent, who was rushing towards him without fear. With a thought, divine power burst out, and his body quickly expanded and rose. Soon, a circle of domain aura containing strong life force bloomed. The trees in the primitive jungle below that had withered due to the high temperature were nourished by the divine power of life and quickly regained life, turning from black and yellow to green. Life priesthood? Feng Ziki was surprised again. He felt that he seemed to be surprised a little too many times today, but he was really surprised at this time. Someone was willing to strip the priesthood of life for the priesthood of incarnation. This is a priesthood that can create powerful divine power. Even if they are top elites who can pass the entrance exam to Huiyao, they cannot be so extravagant as to use powerful priesthood to condense the incarnation. Perhaps I have another reason that prompted me to make up my mind. Feng Ziki's eyes flickered constantly, and there were wisps of black air entangled in the brilliance, which meant that his thoughts were as hesitant as the entangled brilliance and black air. At this time, the aura of the life domain on the battlefield had expanded to a diameter of more than 20 kilometers, which was much larger than Chao Yichen's high-temperature domain. This only showed one thing, that his mastery of the life priesthood was very high, much higher than Chao Yichen's mastery of the high-temperature domain. Could he have separated the main priesthood and condensed the priesthood incarnation? It shouldn't be so stupid, right? If he fell here, this priesthood would be gone. Lin Zhao's performance in the life domain was so exaggerated that countless seniors watching the battle outside the plane felt inferior and speculated. However, no matter how they discussed, they had no intention of interfering with the battle in the plane. Even though most of them didn't think Lin Xiao was very optimistic and didn't think that he and his two could stop 4 seniors. This is the rule. Since you choose to give up the big classes and compete with the seniors for this position, you have to bear the consequences of failing in the competition. This is a rule that everyone must abide by. Not to mention that you are under the attention of the school leaders. At the same time, Xiong Chumo, who was far away in Longcheng, finally confirmed that they were not pretending to retreat, but had really transferred their main forces after feeling the divine power burst from both sides. Worried about the danger on Lin Zhao's side, she ordered the troops to hold on, and her incarnation soared into the air and flew to the battlefield. At this time, under the gaze of countless seniors, the high-temperature field representing Chao Yichen, like a long rainbow piercing the sun, pierced through the void and fiercely crashed into Lin Zhao's life field. A light green life force emerged, and the fireball smashed into the light power waves, like crashing into light green water, deeply embedded in the life field, and crashed into the depths of the life field. In the center of the field, Lin Zhao's already deified golden incarnation looked at the light ball seriously. Frowning, the omnipresent life field gave him feedback. At this time, Chao Yichen's state was a little wrong. He felt the breath of conspiracy and chaos from this high-temperature field. Chapter 476 Son of the Void. As we all know, the true body of a god can accommodate multiple priesthoods, but the incarnation of a priesthood can only have one priesthood, which must be unique and cannot be compatible with a second priesthood. This is something that even Lin Xiao cannot do even if he can cheat. The priesthood of Chao Yichen's incarnation must be a high-temperature priesthood, and it is impossible for him to have a second priesthood. Then this atmosphere of conspiracy and chaos is very problematic. Conspiracy and chaos. Lin Xiao immediately suspected Feng Ziki and Qin Rong, who had not yet shown their incarnation priesthoods. Thinking that these two seniors were secretly influencing him, he secretly paid attention in his heart and cheered up to deal with Chao Yichin, who seemed a little abnormal. He focused on the mutual repulsion between the falling sun and his own divine power field. The divine power at the contact between the two produced violent repulsion and fine explosions, like a boiling oil pan. Lin Xiao raised his arms and held them in the air. The huge life field slowly shrank, making the divine power more intense and the power more concentrated. He wanted to swallow Chao Yichin in one gulp. After a short trial, he was sure that Chao Yichin's incarnation was not his opponent, and far from his opponent, although the other incarnation's divine power was more than his own. Everyone's incarnation was limited in strength, and in terms of the mastery of the priesthood, they were far inferior to him. In his estimation, Chao Yichin's mastery of the high-temperature priesthood was just over 5%. For elites like them, it was considered to be up to standard, but it was far inferior to his life priesthood. Not to mention that he was only a low-level priesthood, and the life priesthood was at least a powerful priesthood. With all the differences added up, 1 point of his divine power could exert at least 5 points of power equivalent to Chao Yichin's. In other words, the power that his divine power could exert was more than 5 times that of Chao Yichin. Many adventures and hard work finally paid off, and now it was being fully displayed in front of everyone. When the fireball formed by the high-temperature field fell into the life field, it was constantly suppressed by his life field, consuming each other. The fluctuation of divine power decreased slowly and steadily in the eyes of many spectators. Everyone understood that Chao Yichin, a top elite in the sophomore year, seemed to be unable to beat this junior who had just entered Huiyao University. After being defeated by his junior in front of countless people, Chao Yichin's reputation was ruined. In the floating city, several seniors continued to pay attention to the picture on the transparent light ball in front of them. One of the women wearing a delicate silver mask suddenly said, "I feel that Chao Yichin's current state is a little wrong. He seems to be trying to get close to classmate Lin Xiao." The faces of the others moved slightly, and they looked carefully at the light ball. A few silver-haired men in the main seat nodded and said, "There is this possibility. Pay attention to it. If that is the case, come down and intervene immediately." On the earth, the war is still going on. But since Feng Ziki transferred his family away and sent out the natives, the battle situation has been one-sided. These indigenous warriors were no match for the Great Naga, even though they were all equipped with thick armor and sharp weapons. The Great Naga were unharmed by the rain of arrows. On the contrary, the Great Naga could easily knock the indigenous warriors dozens of meters away with a single blow, breaking their bones and rupturing their internal organs. And they died in a very miserable way. Sweeping like a dead tree, 30,000 Great Nagas penetrated into the hundreds of thousands of native troops. From the sky, it looked like the native troops surrounded them. But in fact, they were crushing and sweeping. Too miserable. Even if it was a giant dragon, tens of thousands of troops equipped with armor-piercing crossbows that could hurt the dragon could grind it to death. But there were too many Great Nagas, tens of thousands of them, which even 1,000,000 troops could not grind to death. Not to mention the huge Protoss mage group behind. And Slardar, who was sitting cross-legged behind the Protoss and emitting a frightening invisible force field, had been staying in the rear and had not fought since the start of the war. With his size and strength, he was no longer suitable for the conventional battlefield. What he had to face was also the order given to him by Lin Xiao, which was to monitor Feng Ziki and stop the opponent immediately if he interfered. With his current strength, even the true god's true body could not do anything to him for a while. Not to mention that there were only 2 demigod incarnations here, so it was most appropriate for him to dominate the scene. Feng Ziki didn't care about the huge loss of his subordinates at all, but stared at the battlefield in the distance. The fireball formed by the high-temperature field was gradually getting smaller, slowly and firmly approaching Lin Xiao, until it finally reached a certain distance, when it shrunk to less than 10 meters. He didn't know when his pupils were covered with most of black, and he looked at the other side with his right hand clenched tightly. As he expected, the high-temperature field was suppressed when it reached a distance not far from Lin Xiao's incarnation. The consumption of divine power was getting bigger and bigger. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that it would be forcibly suppressed by the life field at any time. At this distance, He didn't even have the opportunity to launch a battle of the divine domain against Lin Xiao. This is just an incarnation, not a real body. The conditions for docking with the divine domain are much more stringent than the real body. And it must be closer. And this step looks like a natural chasm. No matter how the high temperature field is urged, it can't go any further. Several seniors watching the battle in the floating city breathed a sigh of relief. But just when the two sides approached a certain moment, Feng Ziki and Li Ran, who were in the high temperature field, opened their eyes at the same time, and their pupils were pitch black. Then Li Ran's incarnation suddenly began to burn with a light red divine power flame. He had been saving his strength and not taking action until now. When he suddenly exploded, the compressed divine power gushed out from the high temperature field, breaking through the life field like a laser, and blasted a huge gap in the field. The high temperature field, which had shrunk by an unknown number of times, quickly filled the gap and approached Lin Xiao. The 5 seniors in the floating city stood up at the same time. At this moment, countless seniors who were watching the battle were alert and looked at the high temperature field in the plane after the last afterglow exploded. 2 unique fluctuations of the divine domain surged from the explosion and spread rapidly. Seeing this from a distance, Feng Ziki raised his hand excitedly and whispered to his companions, "You go to resist Xiong Chumo, and I will go to support." Qin Ran nodded, turned around, and the divine light on his body surged, and his domain blossomed, turning into a huge divine domain and quickly crashing into senior sister Chu Imo, who was rushing from afar. Senior sister Chu Imo had already seen the changes in the distance, and she rushed back decisively. Halfway through, Qin Rong's huge domain crashed straight into her, and the air along the way was distorted by the invisible force, and the ground below was crushed into fine powder. But halfway through, senior sister Chu Imo suddenly disappeared in a flash, and reappeared behind Lin Xiao. And then a huge tornado column quickly formed and crashed straight into Lin Xiao. This is her subordinate priesthood tornado, a low-level priesthood, and also a kind of combat priesthood. The tornado column hit the life domain heavily, and the two quickly merged. The life power quickly merged into the tornado column, just like the wind increasing the fire, causing her tornado column to quickly expand into a wind column that penetrated the sky and rolled directly towards Feng Ziki. In the void hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the plane crystal wall, a giant void ship was quietly parked in the void. The violent void storm hit the void ship fiercely and smashed it to pieces. The shattered energy flowed to the rear along the huge ship body, but the void ship did not move at all. The bridge was silent. A group of officers with military ranks on their shoulders surrounded several figures shrouded in invisible divine light. Everyone's eyes were on the picture displayed on the huge light screen in front of them. The bridge was terribly quiet. One of the figures shrouded in divine light stretched out his finger and pointed forward. The space in the bridge was forcibly torn open, and a black gas spurted out from it. A white jade-like palm grabbed the spurting black gas. The black gas was restrained between the palms and collided back and forth, but could not escape. Xiao Qing's black gas was extinguished. The owner of the palm raised her head and showed a beautiful face. She said in a deep voice, "Conspiracy and chaos. An outsider has sneaked into that plane." One of the school leaders snorted coldly. "I want to see who is so bold that he dares to make trouble in my Huiyao class. Also, check for me who put the outsider into this crystal wall system. Don't let me find out. Otherwise..." "Wait a minute," Jean Cece suddenly said loudly. "This is not the son of God of the human world. This is the son of the void. The true God-level son of the void. And a son of the void from another world has discovered this crystal wall system." All the school leaders and officers in the bridge became extremely serious, and several officers immediately came out to issue various orders. Order: immediately block this plane and terminate the process. Order: immediately apply for a special forces team from the base, and report to the main world base at the same time, and prepare to conduct a comprehensive scan of this crystal wall system. The plane can be blocked, but the process does not need to be terminated. So let Feng Ziki withdraw. It may not work. Feng Ziki is probably also affected. Send support immediately to stop them. It may be too late. It's still in time. Jean Cece's voice was left behind, and the person disappeared. In the plane, Xiong Chumo integrated his domain into Lin Xiao's life domain, and immediately sensed his presence and position. He was instantly teleported to his side, and saw him with his eyes closed and motionless. The power of the divine domains belonging to different origins crossed back and forth, And there was chaos. Obviously, Chao Yichen and Li Ran's divine domains had already connected with him. And now the divine domains of the three parties had entered the connection stage. She wanted to stimulate her own divine domain to help him. But if she also connected with her divine domain, no one outside could protect him. Roar! A deafening roar that even she could feel palpitations came from behind. Slaughter, who had been sitting in the back, began to wake up after Lin Xiao fell asleep. He crossed hundreds of meters in one step and came to them in a few steps. He stretched out a huge dark golden dragon claw and grabbed Lin Xiao's life field and her tornado column and forcibly picked them up in his palm. Feng Ziki, who approached quickly, shouted excitedly, "What a powerful life form!" A black light shot out from his pupils and shot towards Slaughter's huge golden crystal pupils. With a bang, it shattered in the air 10 meters away from Slaughter. How is this possible? Instead, he became more excited. It's worth it to catch you even if there is no gain in this plane. Chapter 477, God's Domain Connection. After saying this, a strong God's domain fluctuation bloomed from Feng Ziki's body. But this God's domain fluctuation had the same essence as Chao Yichen and Li Ran's God's domain fluctuation. And it quickly expanded and spread to them like a layer of black gauze. Under the coverage of this God's domain power, everything was covered with a layer of gray-black shadow, as if the world had lost its color. Soon it spread to Slaughter, and he stretched out a giant claw and pressed it in the air. The void within a few hundred meters of the dark gold dragon claw immediately shattered, and violent void energy surged out from it. But such an attack could not stop the spread of the power of the God's domain at all. This thing was neither a physical entity nor a force. Although Slaughter's power was strong, it could not stop the force field from spreading and wrapping him. Then, the edge of the force field covered by the plane and the intersection of the plane silently cracked. And then the space and the plane within a diameter of more than 10 kilometers covered by the force field separated. Including this space, the earth, creatures and air in the plane were directly peeled off and fell into the void. At this critical moment, the entire plane suddenly paused for a moment. Space and time were stopped. And then an extremely angry will descended. This is the will of the plane. Feng Ziki looked up at the sky and smiled evilly. It's too late. 2 seconds later, the plane slowly changed from static. Time began to continue to pass. And the stripped plane fell rapidly. The speed was quite fast, falling nearly 100 meters in 1 second. At this moment, a golden stream of light flew from a distance and hit the plane fragments covered by gray light. The dazzling golden light exploded, and the plane fragments suddenly paused and broke apart, looking for death, accompanied by an angry roar. The endless black light exploded and spread, and then shrank at a very fast speed to wrap the broken plane fragments in it, shrinking everything inward like a net. And soon a huge black pupil emerged, and everything wrapped by the plane fragments was collected in this black pupil. The golden light also emerged and turned into a golden figure full of awe-inspiring power, like a Valkyrie. The golden light gushed out of her pupils, and she punched the dark pupils with anger. The glass-like surface of the pupils exploded with a circle of golden light waves, and the pupils were not damaged at all. Jean Cece snorted coldly, grabbed with her right hand, and the dazzling golden light gathered in her hand to form a golden spear phantom. In the moon sky realm, Lin Xiao reacted the moment his divine domain was locked. He frowned and remained silent for a while, and his will sank into the divine domain. The situation seems to be out of control? He didn't know what happened to his incarnation at this moment, but he could feel that 3 divine domains were approaching his divine domain quickly. One of them was familiar to senior sister Chu Imo, and the other 2 were not very familiar. However, the strong malice was definitely not from teammates. Although it was a bit unexpected, he was not worried, because the 2 domains he was about to contact were not as strong as himself, or far inferior to himself. At the demigod stage, the battle for the divine realm is not just a battle between clans, but also involves the lord of the divine realm and the divine realm itself. When the son of God's domain advances to demigod, the power of the priesthood is further developed and the domain is obtained. In addition to the bonus of the God's domain, the son of God's domain has the home advantage in his own God's domain, and his strength will be almost qualitatively strengthened. It is almost impossible for the same level to defeat the opponent in the opponent's home God's domain. In other words, when the son of God's domain reaches the first level of demigod, it may cause huge casualties to the family members in the opponent's God's domain and cause huge damage to the God's domain. But it is difficult to kill the son of God's domain. unless the God's domain and the Son of God's domain have a huge advantage. It is possible to kill the opponent one-on-one. Under Lin Zhao's gaze, the 4 God's domains docked, accompanied by a dazzling golden light. Lin Zhao's incarnation took the opportunity of the God's domain docking to return to the God's domain, turned into a golden light, and fell into the center of the God's domain. The next second, an extremely huge figure rose from the center of the God's domain and turned into Lin Zhao's face. A huge and majestic voice sounded. "My people, the God war is about to begin." At the same time, the few priests left in the God's domain were quickly mobilized, summoning all underage followers in the God's domain to retreat to the central main city. And countless little Nagas rushed to the central main city from all directions. Although the main forces of the Great Naga and the Star Spirits have all gone out, the little Nagas and the Red Furnace clan are still there, plus the few heroes stationed in the God's domain. They are not without the power to fight. Although the little Nagas are only a low-level race, they are a supermodel race, with the addition of powerful professions and relics. 2 little Nagas have the strength to challenge ordinary 6th-order extraordinary opponents. Now he has more than 400,000 little Nagas in his God's domain, which is a very powerful force. Of course, this is not enough. With the remaining clans in the God's domain and the home advantage, it is not a problem to hold on. But there will definitely be heavy losses. This is not something Lin Zhao can accept. He needs to teach these 2 people a heavy lesson. So, he swept his eyes across the entire God's domain. And a few seconds later, 5 beams of light fell from the sky and covered the heads of the clans. A little Naga, a Red Furnace clan. 1 fell into the depths of the sea. 1 fell into the water element God's domain. And 1 fell into the fire element God's domain. A huge and majestic voice sounded in the ears of these 5 covered creatures. Life will eventually disappear, but the firm will last forever. And the glory of divinity will last forever. The brave should be praised. The pious should be favored. And my brave warriors should be rewarded. In the name of truth and creation, I grant you immortality. Lin Zhao stretched out his right hand, and dazzling crystal light flashed in his pupils. Countless fine runes condensed by crystal light turned into a vortex in his pupils. An indescribable power surged out. As he slowly pointed, a full 150 units of divinity in the palm of his hand condensed into a dazzling golden light. Small conferring God technique. Conferring God. A full 150 units of divinity and 500,000 divine power in the palm of his hand quickly turned into 5 golden lights of varying thicknesses, rising and falling to 5 different corners in the divine domain. After a few seconds, 5 groups of divine fire that could not be seen but could be truly felt were forcibly ignited. The chief of the Little Naga clan, Tide Lord Akins, possessed the priesthood of the Little Naga race, the priesthood of tides, and the priesthood of the ancient god, the ocean. The leader of the Red Furnace clan, Shenlu, possesses the Red Furnace clan's racial priesthood and forging priesthood, and possesses the ancient god priesthood of earth. Dragon Turtle Shenzi possesses the Dragon Turtle and Deep Sea priesthood, and possesses the ancient god priesthood of balance. Water Element Queen Xiao Dingding possesses the elf racial priesthood, Water Element priesthood, and possesses the ancient god priesthood of water. Fire Lord Culbert possesses the flame, fire element, lava, volcano priesthood, and possesses the ancient god priesthood of flame. The 5 demigods are all the most powerful beings in the current divine domain, or leaders of various tribes. The art of deification can deify mortals, and the small art of deification can confer the highest degree of demigod. Lin Zhao consumed nearly half of his own divinity, and most of the accumulated divine power to confer 5 demigod subordinates. They are all his most core and most devout followers, or followers. After accepting the small god-conferring technique and becoming demigods, especially when they also obtain the ancient god priesthood he bestows, they will rise and fall with Lin Zhao. At the same time as the ancient god priesthood was bestowed, they also obtained the profession of law sorcerer. And naturally there were 5 less places for the 99 law sorcerers. Divinity, divine power, and ancient gods were all bestowed. And the 5 followers turned into a huge golden light cocoon. And waves of laws and divine power belonging to them slowly spread out and quickly became stronger. Unlike his adjustment with the magic cube of creation, the small god-conferring technique bestowed the priesthood, divine power, and divine power to give them the status of demigods. From the beginning, the status has been shaped, and there is no need to slowly adapt, only to merge, So time is very fast. In less than an hour, the first demigod bestowed in Lin Zhao's divine domain has been born. And that is the title Lord Akins. The light cocoon broke open, and a little Naga holding a trident and standing hundreds of meters tall was born. He stepped on the whirlpool of water, and the pure essence of water turned into a water snake that surrounded him. A few minutes later, the second demigod, the Lord of the Earth, was born. He was a giant holding a shield in one hand and a flaming hammer in the other, very similar to the Red Furnace clan. The third demigod was Xiao Dingding, the Lord of the Water Elemental Domain. After becoming a demigod, she was already a stunning beauty of the size of an ordinary person. The blue stars on her transparent wings were dotted, and as she danced, they bloomed and sprinkled. Very beautiful. The fourth demigod was the dragon turtle Shinzhenzi. He had been in the god's domain for nearly 1,000 years, and he had already grown up. Before, he was a dragon turtle with a body of 200 or 300 meters, like a small island. After becoming a demigod, his body suddenly increased a lot. The diameter of the huge turtle SHL exceeded 500 meters, and it was a small island floating on the sea. And this is just its current state. As time goes by, its size will grow at a very fast speed, and this growth will have no end. The last one, and the strongest among the 5 demigods, is Flame Lord Culbert. This Flame Lord possesses 4 priesthoods, namely, Flame, Fire Element, Lava, and Volcano, and the priesthood of the ancient Flame God. His strength is the strongest among the 5 demigods. When he woke up, the Flame God realm set off a huge wave of lava. All the lava in the huge God realm was attracted by an invisible force to form a terrifying vortex with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. The huge body of Flame Lord Culbert slowly emerged from it, roaring loudly. Therefore, when Chao Yichen and Li Ran's divine domain connected with Lin Zhao's divine domain, the channel between the 2 realms opened, and 2 blackened avatars flew out of the channel. Before they could make a declaration, they saw the 5 demigods standing near the divine domain connection channel. The 2 of them were stunned for a long time, and the 5 demigods also looked at them quietly without saying anything. The scene was very awkward for a while. Soon, Lin Zhao's life priesthood incarnation came down, and his eyes swept over Chao Yichen and Li Ran, and he could see that their 2 projections had been polluted. This is not the kind that is affected by conspiracy and chaos priesthood, but the kind that is polluted by other forces and cannot help themselves. Seeing this, Lin Zhao understood why the 2 of them broke the rules of the divine domain connection and fought a full-scale war. It was most likely that they could not help themselves. However, it is their business to be unable to help themselves. Since they have done so, they have to bear the consequences. Therefore, as the will of Lin Zhao's real body in the divine realm moved, the vast divine realm began to tremble slightly, and the influence quickly extended to the divine realm docking channel. The power of the 3 divine realms gathered here, and the projections of the 2 people shook violently and collapsed immediately. Chapter 478 Powerful. And this kind of influence not only affects the channel, but also affects the other party's divine domain. This slight tremor quickly extends to the divine domain of Chao Mansion, and Li Ran through the connecting channel of the 3 divine domains. The difference in the strength of the divine domain of more than one level directly affects and drives their divine domains to tremble. Obviously, their divine domain strength is far inferior to Lin Zhao's divine domain. So there will be such a change. If it is only a little bit worse, it will not be like this. The huge gap in the divine domain shocked Chao Yichen and Li Ran, so that the next step was stopped, and the connection channel did not change for a long time. However, the fact that there is no change here does not mean that Lin Zhao will stop. It is not for show that he has consumed such a huge price to perform the small divine art to confer the 5 followers as demigods. The first to come out of the Earth's Lord, the God Furnace, shouted, "I am the Lord of the Earth, and all things on earth obey my orders." The next second, the surrounding soil began to flow, gathering towards him like water, quickly piling up on him to form a mountain, and soon formed a huge stone giant more than 500 meters high. Then he walked to the gate of the 2 worlds with extremely heavy steps. Lin Zhao stepped forward with both hands to grab the divine power explosion of the 2-world channel. The huge divine power urged him to tear the 2-world channel apart. He felt 2 powerful divine power fluctuations behind the door, but it did not stop him from tearing the 2-world channel apart. However, the automatic resistance from the divine domain showed that they subconsciously wanted to close the two-world channel at this time. But they were controlled and could not help themselves. As the two-world channel slowly opened into a huge space door, the huge Earth Master Furnace stepped into the space door. As soon as he entered, he heard a muffled groan and a dull sound. As soon as the furnace stepped into the opposite divine domain, countless stones on the surface of the body shattered and flew, and the body sank a bit, and his feet sank directly into the ground. This is the suppression of the powerful outsiders full of malice by the God Realm. At this moment, it is equivalent to an unknown amount of God Realm power being pressed on the God Furnace. If he was not already a demigod, if he was still before, he might be crushed into a meat paste in an instant. However, this kind of suppression cannot be used frequently. Every time it is used, it is a huge burden on the God Realm. The most direct manifestation is that this attack cannot kill the God Furnace. Through the channel between the two realms, you can see the turmoil in the opposite God Realm. The earth is shaking, the space is disordered, and the God Realm is in chaos. This is the backlash. It is also that most of the time when the God Realm fights, it rarely uses this kind of power to kill the first enemy entering the God Realm. The weak is wasted, and the powerful cannot kill it, which damages its own God Realm. Of course, although it cannot be killed, the God Furnace is under unimaginable terrifying power at this time. His actions have been greatly affected, and he cannot move for a while. If there are powerful enemies around, it may cause fatal damage to him. Chao Yichen and Li Ran can certainly see this opportunity. In an instant, the divine power gathers on the head of the God Furnace to form a huge fist and smash it down. At the same time, Li Ran raised a golden spear across his divine domain, and it fell towards the divine furnace like a meteor. Of course, Lin Xiao would not watch this happen. Tide Lord Arkans waved the sea god trident in his hand, and a huge hole appeared in the air behind his head. Endless sea water gushed out from it and surrounded him to form a huge vortex. He urged the endless sea water to lift him up, condensing into a sea element larger than the God Furnace, and crashing into the channel between the two worlds. Boom! His head seemed to hit a transparent shield, and the whole world on the opposite side was shocked. The sea elf incarnated by Arkans shook violently, collapsed and transformed into sea water all over the sky, and was quickly gathered by invisible forces to form a large vortex. Tide Lord Arkans raised the trident, and rose from the center of the vortex. The sea god trident in his hand turned into a flash of blue light. Boom! The trident flashed and appeared behind the God Furnace, colliding with the golden spear thrown by Li Ran, exploding with golden light all over the sky. Culbert, Lin Xiao looked at a huge lava lake with a large number of fire elements wandering on the edge of the two-world passage. As soon as he finished speaking, the calm lava lake began to ripple, and the fire elements scattered. The lava in the lake arched up, and Culbert's huge body of fire emerged from it, and said in a buzzing voice, "Supreme Lord of Truth and Creation, Culbert obeys your command." He stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and the turbulent lava flew up and condensed into a huge lava flame hammer in his hand. The huge body walked out of the lava, forming a lava road hundreds of meters wide on the ground that extended all the way to the two-world passage. Before he arrived, he could see that the broken grass and with chips on the ground opposite the two-world passage began to spontaneously ignite without fire, and the temperature soared. Among the 5 demigods, Flame Lord Culbert was the strongest except for Shinjinzi. As the original Flame Lord, he was very compatible with the Flame Clergy. After obtaining the Flame Clergy, he instantly mastered this ancient priesthood, and his strength increase and growth rate were much stronger than the other 4. Even in the entire god's domain, he was second only to Slarda. There was no way. At this time, Slarda seemed to have undergone some inexplicable changes, and his strength had already surpassed the model. When he entered Chao Yichen's god's domain, Lin Xiao could clearly feel Chao Yichen's god's domain's rejection of Culbert. But his god's domain was far less powerful than Lin Xiao's, so this rejection was doomed to be useless. Lin Xiao used the power of his own god's domain to forcibly send Culbert over. Let the flames purify everything. Then, everything Lin Xiao saw turned into a world of flames and lava. Even the god's furnace of the king of the earth could not withstand being forced to retreat to the side, turning into a burning black hill in the land of lava. And the Tide Lord Arkans retreated directly. Water and fire cannot mix. The power of the Flame Lord Culbert was more than a little stronger than him. In that land of flames, he could not fully exert his strength. TSK. He couldn't even beat one of my men. Lin Xiao sighed in his heart, and was also surprised. He knew that this little deification technique would be awesome. But he didn't expect it to be this awesome. 5 demigods were born in an instant, which was too powerful. But then again, although it was very powerful, this ability could not be used casually. The reason was very simple. He could not afford it. The demigods sealed with the small god sealing technique were still demigods. And they also needed the power of faith and divine power to support them. His divine domain was so small that he could not support more than a few. Of course, the first batch of people who were sealed all had the ancient god priesthood. And they would not fall without the power of faith. But the ancient god priesthood, it came from the crystal wall system origin core in Lin Zhao's hand. The upper limit of the ancient god priesthood, and it was extremely low. And basically becoming a demigod was the limit. Now they could not become real ancient gods. Then their power obtained through the ancient god priesthood has basically reached its limit now. And it is estimated that there will be no growth for a long time. Then if they want to become stronger, they can only condense divine power and improve the faith priesthood. In other words, the ancient god priesthood can only ensure that they can survive without faith and will not fall. But improving their strength still depends on the power of faith for the time being. Fortunately, their strength and characteristics are very distinct. Tide Lord Akins can obtain the power of faith provided by the little Naga and marine creatures. The Lord of the Earth, Shenlu, can obtain the power of faith provided by the Red Lu clan. The Queen of Water Elements, Xiao Dingdang, can obtain the power of faith provided by elemental spirits, water elements, and all creatures in the water element divine domain. Dragon Turtle Shinjinzi can obtain the power of faith from a small number of marine intelligent creatures. And he himself is an ancient species. The longer he lives, the stronger he becomes, and the requirements for divine power are not very high. Needless to say, Flame Lord Culbert, flames, fire elements, and all intelligent creatures in the flame divine domain can provide him with the power of faith. And he is the Flame Lord. The power of the Flame Lord itself can continuously provide him with divine power. It can be foreseen that he is extremely powerful both now and in the future. The 5 demigods will take away a considerable part of Lin Zhao's power of faith. But the impact is not great. On the contrary, his strength will become even stronger. As the creator, no matter who the little Naga, the Red Furnace, the Star Spirits, or the Great Naga believe in, he will get a part of the power of faith. This is his basic foundation, and no one can deprive him of it. In addition, as the Lord of the Divine Realm, he can collect a small part of the power of faith from any creature in the Divine Realm. Then, as the Lord of the Divine Realm, any demigod in the Divine Realm, or even the future deified gods, he can directly call on their power. That is, to gather all the power in himself. And the ancient god priesthood, they have comes from the core of the crystal wall system. And this core has been integrated with Lin Zhao and become a part of him. That is, their power comes from him. In theory, as long as he wants, he can deprive them of their godhood at any time and devour their power for himself. The power bestowed is basically impossible to take back. But it is still a trump card. If one day he is forced into a dead end, he may use it as a trump card to turn the tables. Culbert, who holds the ancient priesthood of fire, is unstoppable in Chao Yichen's divine domain. Lin Zhao personally takes action and uses the power of the divine domain to put pressure on Chao Yichen and Li Ran's divine domains at the same time, forcing them to be unable to spare their hands. They can only watch the Lord of Fire wantonly wielding flames and destruction in his own divine domain. Countless fire elements are summoned to form a huge army of fire elements to destroy everywhere in the divine domain and burn the forest where the elves live. Taking advantage of the strength of the divine domain, Lin Zhao suppressed the 2 of them alone, making their real bodies dare not move. And they can't spare their hands to suppress Culbert. As long as their real bodies dare to take action, Lin Zhao dares to directly urge the divine domain to forcibly devour and tear their divine domains. If the divine domains are connected and fully engaged, it will be a life and death battle. If there is no external interference, it will be either you or I, and one side will definitely fall. Lin Zhao doesn't know if anyone will interfere, but he must do his best before no one interferes at this time. The defenders in Chao Yichen's divine domain were defeated one after another. After 2 legendary elves were killed in succession by Culbert, the remaining ones retreated to the depths of the central forest of the divine domain, under a tree of life. Chapter 479 Opportunity. The strength is lower than I thought. Where does the courage come from to connect with the divine domain? Lin Zhao's incarnation stood at the edge of a forest that had turned to ashes, with a huge passage between the two worlds behind him. Not long ago, this was the depths of Chao Yichen's divine domain. But now it is the edge of his divine domain, and the area in between has been swallowed by him. The opponent's resistance was lower than he expected. I don't know if it was because of the real strength or other reasons. Or am I too strong? I wanted to talk to someone, but there was no one around. He could sense the presence of senior sister Chu Mo, but her divine domain was not connected. He knew that senior sister Chu Mo was outside to protect him. After all, there were two seniors, Feng Ziki and Qin Rong, outside, and he didn't know what the battle situation was outside. Lin Zhao couldn't sense that his divine domain and Slaughter were all sucked into the black hole of the incarnation of the Son of the Void. But one thing was certain. His divine domain was now normal, which meant that he was fine. In fact, it was true. After the black hole-like pupil swallowed the plane fragment, Slaughter held him and senior sister Chu Mo and appeared in a void space. The void space was full of violent void storms. As soon as the plane fragment came in, it was swept by the void storm. The trees and soil on it lost the plane protection and were blown by the storm. They were instantly shattered and blown away. Soon the green plane turned yellow, and life was gone. The various clans brought in with the plane cutting were also swept by this violent void storm. Large groups of elves and natives were shattered into blood mud and flew away. The star spirit quickly cast a spell to protect himself, and then cast a spell together to form a huge protection, protecting most of the great nagas in it to form a huge sphere floating in the air. Boom! The plane fragment was dismembered and split into several pieces by a huge void storm and floated into the void. Slaughter stood in the void without support, and the storm that could easily shatter the rocks hit him like a breeze. This space is very similar to the void in the plane, but it is more empty, and the energy is more violent. The miserable state of the family, and the same family attracted Slaughter's attention. He crossed the void, and came to the defense light ball formed by the huge magic circle. Senior sister Chu Mo quickly opened the domain, and temporarily took them into the divine domain. As for the other natives, and elves who were taken in together, and the family of other sons of the divine domain, there was nothing they could do. Hundreds of thousands of natives died within 3 seconds, when the fragments collapsed. The other elves did not last long and died one after another due to exhaustion of power. Now there is no other life in this void except them. No, there is life. As a void storm passed by, a huge black shadow rushed out from behind the void storm. This is a monster that looks like an eyeball, with skin covering the eyeball on the surface and many tentacles on its body. This guy is about 100 meters in diameter, with more than a dozen tentacles, the shortest of which is only a few dozen meters, and the longest is more than 200 meters long. More than a dozen tentacles stretched out from a distance, and the hollow mouth parts lit up with a faint light and shot out black light at Slaughter. The black light was extremely powerful, but it still couldn't do anything to Slaughter. Instead, it angered him, and he opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of phlegm in the direction of the void monster. The terrifying dragon breath sprayed on the void creature, and its surface tentacles and epidermis quickly melted, revealing the white eyeballs that shrank rapidly. At this moment, a thick black light column with a diameter of tens of meters shot out from the void energy in the distance. Slaughter swung out his dragon claws to smash the light column. The thick dragon claws tapped, and the void exploded. A circle of light swept the void energy away, revealing 3 huge eyeballs that were exactly the same as before. Evil wills communicated with each other without concealment, staring at Slaughter with prying eyes. And this was just nearby. As the battle began, evil wills continued to appear in the distance and approached. Outside the void realm, Jean Cece transformed into a Valkyrie and launched a war domain to lock onto the eyeball that looked like a black hole, making it unable to escape. She also continuously condensed golden divine spears and threw them down to bombard. As a weak divine power with a godhood level of 7 and powerful priesthoods such as war and conquest, Jean Cece has the powerful strength to directly confront ordinary medium-level divine powers. The priesthood of war is the most powerful combat priesthood, without a doubt, and all true gods with the priesthood of war have the strength to challenge across levels. It is unknown what the true strength of this true god-level Son of the Void has reached, but judging from the fact that the domain launched by Jean Cece's incarnation can lock onto him, his strength should be a weak divine power with a godhood level lower than level 5 if converted into the true God system. Being locked by Gene Cece's domain made the Son of the Void extremely angry. But he was not good at fighting regardless of conspiracy or chaos priesthood. And he could not get rid of it for a while even with the bonus of his true body and divine domain. Boom! The azure sky was smashed open by an unimaginable force. The space that had just been repaired by the origin of the plane collapsed and turned into countless fragments that merged into the void and disappeared, revealing the dark void outside the crystal wall of the plane. The violent void turbulence poured into the plane from the gap to form a chaotic turbulence. Feng Ziki and Qin Rong, who were recovering their clans, subconsciously looked up and saw that outside the violent void energy, they could vaguely see a huge black shadow slowly approaching. The shadow looked like, outside the void, a dazzling beam of light hit the crystal wall of the plane again, and the gap in the plane that was healing expanded again. A huge metal creation wrapped in surging void energy slowly approached and pressed on the crystal wall of the plane, and the entire plane made an overwhelmed buzzing sound. It was an enormous metal fortress. Huge crystal pillars stretched out from the metal fortress and pointed downward. The energy extended along the pillars to the end and turned into thick lightning. It was restrained by an invisible force to form a huge lightning halo. The void shrank inside the halo, and a terrifying feeling of death came over Feng Ziki. Don't make any moves. A beam of white light was projected into the void not far from them and turned into a handsome man with silver hair. He glanced at the two people, stretched out his right hand, took out 2 jade cards and threw them out. Take it. The two subconsciously took the jade card, and a clear light flew out from the jade card and spread. The two subconsciously snorted, and black air gushed out of their eyes. The next second, the clear light gushed out and wrapped them into a ball of constantly twisting clear light. Soon the clear light disappeared, revealing the two people whose eyes had regained clarity. They remembered everything that had just happened, and they knew what force had controlled and affected them. The two bowed to the silver-haired man. Thank you for your help, Senior. The silver-haired man accepted the greeting calmly, waved his hand and said, now that the Son of the Void has been discovered in this plane, it is not safe for you to stay here. Return to the subspace immediately and accept a comprehensive inspection. By the way, hand over the totem. Feng Ziki and Qin Rong did not want to stay in this plane that had lost face and suffered huge losses for a moment. They took out their own totems and quickly packed up their belongings and left. The silver-haired man held the totem in his hand and smiled. I didn't expect that there is a supreme power in this plane. I am jealous of it. It's a pity that this time it was commissioned by the daughter of that great lord. Otherwise, I would not be able to help but play it black. He looked at the direction where Feng Ziki and Qin Rong disappeared and smiled. Don't offend anyone but women, let alone the daughter of that lord. You are in trouble. The figure flashed and disappeared. And when he appeared again, he was outside the void. He just saw the Valkyrie transformed by Gene Cece shoot a big hole in the surface of the eyeball with a diameter of several kilometers, which was like a black hole. Then a dragon breath that moved him spurted out of the hole, quickly melting the edge of the hole. And a big hand covered with dark gold scales stretched out from the melted hole and grabbed the edge. No! A huge face appeared on the surface of the eyeball, which was exactly the same as Lin Xiao. Seeking death? Gene C mercilessly stabbed the face in the middle of the eyebrows with another shot. Any true god has the ability to see through the truth. This illusion may deceive Shen Yuexin and other women, but it will never deceive her. She can see it at a glance. Boom! The terrifying void energy gushed out from the torn hole, and countless void creature corpses gushed out, including several void monster corpses that were larger than Slaughter and torn into pieces. Slaughter, surrounded by rainbow light in the void, held Lin Gao's divine domain in his hand and walked out of the realm of the Son of the Void. Hiss! What a powerful family. This body is a bit scary. It can actually tear the divine domain by hand. It should have been torn apart by the female war god. That's also very strong. It must have reached the 10th level. There must be. But I don't know which level it belongs to in the 10th level. It feels at least upper. I think so too. The seniors were talking about it, their voices full of envy. But this envy was quickly interrupted by a sentence. I say, are you stupid? What are you talking about? You can't even get in? What the hell? Suddenly, more than a dozen streams of light flew out from the void ship parked outside the plane. And then a large number of streams followed and flew towards the torn void realm. Lin Xiao, who was in the god's domain, felt something after the void realm was torn apart, and immediately understood that this was a good opportunity. At the same time, he could also feel that when the void realm was torn apart, the son of the void was severely injured and lost control of Qian and Li Ran. The two immediately woke up and appeared in front of Lin Xiao in their incarnations at the first time, saying loudly, "Spare me once. I will give you the totem, and pay you 10,000 units of divine power crystals afterwards." "Me too." Lin Xiao agreed almost without hesitation, and said loudly, "Swear by Gaia's will." The two were overjoyed and immediately swore by Gaia's will. Although this money is a lot, it is nothing compared to their own lives. Lin Xiao nodded and ordered the Flame Lord Culbert, who was burning everywhere, to withdraw. The god's domain also stopped suppressing the two of them, and withdrew the power of the god's domain. Of course, he was so easy to talk to because he was kind. But now there was a greater benefit in front of him. Compared with that, the god's domain of the two of them was nothing. And didn't he also get 20,000 god's power crystals to buy his life? Which was a huge income. Of course, there was another reason. That is, if he really killed them, there would be some trouble in the future. If they were still under the control of the Son of the Void, it would not matter if he killed them for self-protection. Even his family would have nothing to say. But now that the realm of the Son of the Void has been broken, if they wake up and kill again, there will be some trouble. Of course, the trouble is not big. He can bear it. But he has more important things now, and no time to waste. And this important thing is naturally to take the opportunity to plunder the god's domain of a true god-level Son of the Void. Chapter 480, Entering the Realm of the Son of the Void. The realm of the Son of the Void is equivalent to the divine realm of the Son of the divine realm of the human race. Once the realm is torn, it is equivalent to the divine realm being torn. Not only will the Son of the Void be severely damaged, but the realm will also be presented to everyone without any protection. This is a good opportunity to plunder. Any son of the divine realm, or a strong man from other divine civilizations has experienced countless opportunities, and obtained countless resources, to grow to the level of a true god. Although they cannot use most of the resources in the realm of the Son of the Void, even if only a part of it is good. Moreover, the realm of the Son of the Void can be plundered and swallowed like the divine realm. Such a large realm can greatly enhance his divine realm even if only a part is swallowed. With the female war god Jean Cece personally suppressing it, the true body of the Son of the Void has no power to resist, which is a good opportunity for them to plunder. Compared with other seniors, Lin Xiao was very close to the Void realm at this time. His life incarnation walked out of the divine realm, first taking all his family members that senior sister Chu Mo had collected back to the divine realm, and then standing on Slaughter's shoulders with her to return to the torn realm. Several seniors' incarnations rushed towards the realm crack like meteors, but were blocked by a golden light shot by Jean Cece. The meteor stopped and revealed several seniors' incarnations with angry faces, but they did not dare to get angry in front of this Valkyrie, and just asked, "I don't know why the teacher stopped us." Jean Cece glanced at them and pointed at Lin Xiao. "Let my students go first." This reason was reasonable and left them speechless. The huge Slaughter crashed into the realm crack, and a thick black light sprayed towards him. Slaughter stretched out his dragon claws to block it, and pointed again, and a circle of ripples exploded in the distance. There are still a large number of void creatures in the torn domain. The weakest ones are all above level 6. And there are a large number of behemoths at the level of level 7, or even level 8 legends. This piece of void is very huge, or the domain of this true god-level Son of Void with conspiracy and chaos priesthood is very huge. As soon as Lin Xiao came in, he began to urge his own divine domain to devour the other party's divine domain source power. And at the same time, he rushed to one of the directions according to the voice of the head teacher in his mind. Over there is an endless sea of void energy. From a distance, you can see many strange-looking void creatures crowding at the edge of the sea of void energy and squeezing in. The appearance of void creatures is strange and varied. The kind that looks like an eyeball with tentacles is just one of the more common ones. In a short while, he saw no less than a dozen void creatures. These void creatures all have high intelligence. They should be the followers of the Son of Void. Both their strength and number are very impressive. However, this time, he met Jean Cece, the female war god. From the outside, it seems that there is only one incarnation blocking the Son of the Void. In fact, inside, she has already sacrificed the divine realm to connect with the realm of the Son of the Void and started a battle in the divine realm. The passage between the two realms is in the depths of this huge sea of void energy. The Son of the Void has gathered most of his followers in his realm here. Lin Xiao carefully observed the vast sea of void energy, his eyes flickering. And he didn't know what he was thinking. Senior Chuimo asked, "What do you want to do?" He pointed to the void creatures that appeared from time to time in the sea of void energy and said, "Now he has been attracted by my class teacher. Most of his power is empty inside. I want to go straight to his core. That's too dangerous. Fortunes are sought in danger. Now there are a bunch of seniors coming over. We have the advantage of the first move. How can we compete with a bunch of people without taking risks?" Senior thought for a few seconds and nodded. "There is no time to lose. Do it now." Lin Xiao laughed, and his mind moved. A circle of invisible waves spread, and the next second another circle of invisible waves spread, and soon circles of invisible waves spread, and a wave from his divine domain spread with him as the center. He directly opened his own divine domain in the realm of the Son of the Void, and the senior sister next to him also opened her own divine domain, and the two divine domain channels slowly opened here. This change was naturally noticed by the Lord of the Realm in an instant, and soon a large piece of the void storm in the distance floated towards this side, which was formed by the gathering of countless void creatures. "I am the incarnation of fire." The huge body of the Flame Lord Culbert walked out of the divine domain, and the infinite flames gathered to form a huge flame vortex suspended in the void. A large number of fire elements drilled out of the flame vortex, and at the same time urged the flames under their feet to lend their power to the Lord. And the surrounding void began to turn red. Then a steady stream of great Nagas flew out of the divine domain. When summoning them, Lin Xiao consumed a lot of divine power to bless them with the ability to fly freely, allowing them to move freely in the void. The sky was full of golden light, and the gray void collided after more than 10 minutes, and instantly turned into a pot of porridge. A large number of priests, who had changed their professions to extraordinary warlocks, gave them various buffs to assist them. A large number of star spirit mages united to form a group of mages, summoning fireballs to kill them from a distance. In a powerful divine domain, it is best not to cast spells above legendary or powerful and difficult to cast spells, which can be easily cracked or even countered by the Lord of the divine domain. This small number of void creatures were quickly killed by them. During this period, he saw several seniors rushing past them to the sea formed by countless void creatures. But they stopped halfway and had to open the divine domain to summon their followers to fight. This huge group of void creatures blocked the way to the center of the realm. If you want to get there, you must kill your way. As time went on, more and more seniors came over, and everyone took a direction to open the divine domain to summon their followers. They seemed to have tacitly accepted this method and competed with their own abilities. 2 hours later, Lin Xiao saw that he had only advanced more than 10 kilometers. He also looked around at the other seniors, whose progress was not even half of his own. So he still felt unsatisfied. The efficiency is too low. There are too many void creatures. Even if there are so many people to share the pressure, there are still so many. He seriously suspected that there was something in the realm that continuously produced void creatures. Otherwise, how could a normal divine realm support so many followers? But this guess is unfounded. You have to kill into the core of the realm to know. Another half an hour passed. Lin Xiao, who was sitting on a metal platform, suddenly turned around and saw a silver-haired man appearing behind him. The man looked at him carefully and said with a smile, "You can call me Pei Ziyuan. I was entrusted by Miss Shin Yuexin to help you." "Yuexin asked you to come? Where is she now?" She had returned to the outpost after the class ended, but she was rushing here after hearing that something strange had happened in this plane. "She is probably here now. She asked you to help me." "How?" Pei Ziyuan threw a ball of golden light in his hand. Lin Xiao reached out to catch it and immediately understood what it was. "This is the last totem. Although you can obtain the supreme power without this one, it will be more complete if you can gather a complete totem. In addition, I can help you." "How?" "Of course." Pei Ziyuan snapped his fingers, and a huge metal fortress appeared behind him. A huge gun barrel slowly stretched out, and streams of energy gathered around the metal fortress with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers. After a while, a dazzling white light spurted out silently, and a huge hollow trajectory was formed in front of him, which remained unchanged for a long time. He pointed to the void in front of him that was cleared by a shot until it was unknown how far away and said, "This shot can make you arrive several hours ahead of others. How about it?" Lin Xiao nodded happily. "Very good. Thank you, senior." You're welcome. By the way, there is one more thing I want to ask you. I am inviting you on behalf of the Tianyuan Club. I wonder if you are willing to join our club. It turns out that the senior is from the Tianyuan Club. I am honored. Well, I'll wait for you to come back to school to find me. I will. Pei Ziyuan nodded, and his figure slowly faded and disappeared. Tianyuan Club. Not bad. Recovering his mind, Lin Xiao pointed forward. This shot directly wiped out all the void creatures within a range of dozens of kilometers ahead, blasting out a huge hollow channel. He instantly led the other seniors by a long distance. No. It should be said that it directly sent him to the vicinity of Jin Cece. The end of the shot had already exploded to the edge of the battlefield between Jin Cece and the Lord of the Realm. Although it was not set directly to the center of the realm. It was not bad either. The main force led by Sada rushed to the edge of the battlefield before the void creatures on the left and right of the channel approached. Sada blew out a breath of dragon and tore open the barrier formed by the void energy laid by the Son of the Void, revealing the huge chaotic battlefield inside. 3 female warriors surrounded by golden divine power stood in the center of the battlefield. These were her 3 incarnations. As a weaker divine power, she could have 5 incarnations at the same time. At this moment, there were 3 of them in charge in her divine domain. On the vast battlefield of the void, countless giants in thick armor were fighting with all kinds of strange void creatures. The void was full of dead bodies, including several super-large void creatures several kilometers high. The remaining breath was close to the level of a true god. It should be that some unlucky native true gods were captured and transformed by the Son of the Void, because they were transformed into void creatures and were no longer true gods. Their strength would be weakened. At this time, they had died in the hands of Jin Cece's incarnation. Jin Cece's core family was the giant species. Although they were not legendary giants such as Titan giants, cloud giants, mountain giants, and storm giants, they were not other common giant species. They should be a mutant giant species, about 7 or 8 meters tall, and looked like an enlarged version of a dwarf. They were extremely strong. Judging from their combat performance, they should be a sub-legendary giant species. Giants, dwarf giants. It can be seen that Jin Cece must have the giant priesthood, and her strength should be stronger than he had imagined before. Relying on the strength of the giant clan and her own combat power, she directly suppressed the Void Sun and most of the powerful void creatures in the realm. If she hadn't been here to contain them, these demigods would never have been able to invade the realm of a true god-level Void Sun. And I'm afraid that as many as they could die would have been killed. A Valkyrie in the center of the realm saw Lin Xiao coming at a glance, stretched out her hand and pressed it, and the void creatures in this area were suppressed and unable to move. Lin Xiao and senior sister Chu Mo took the opportunity to burst out their divine power to kill the void creatures in this area and clear a gap. And the clans came to join Jin Cece's clan. Chapter 481 End. He and the senior sister flew to the center to meet Jin Cece. The senior sister looked up at the majestic Valkyrie and saluted. Jin Cece nodded and said in a deep voice, although his defeat is a foregone conclusion, he can still resist for a long time. You came at the right time. Enter my divine domain. I need to borrow your power. Lin Xiao nodded, and senior sister Chu Mo hesitated and agreed. The so-called borrowing their power means borrowing the power of their divine domain. They need to enter her divine domain, and then connect the divine domain with her divine domain. With their permission, she can temporarily borrow the power of their divine domain, and combine it with the power of her own divine domain to suppress the opponent's divine domain. This is a method that only the sons of the divine domain of the true god level can operate. Those below the true god do not have this ability and authority. The reason why senior sister Chu Mo hesitated is that this operation has certain risks. After all, during this period, it is equivalent to handing over the authority of one's own divine domain to others, although it can be taken back at any time. If the controller has strange thoughts, it is easy to cause great damage to the divine domain before taking it back. At the same time, if they agree, everything in their divine domain will be displayed in Jin Cece's eyes. If they have secrets that are not suitable for outsiders to see, then I don't know why senior sister Chu Mo hesitated. Anyway, Lin Xiao thinks there is no problem. Although there are many good things in his divine domain, it is not a secret to Jin Cece. She knows a lot, and she can't see the magic cube of creation and the core of the crystal wall system that cannot be known to outsiders. So it is impossible to detect it. The two confirmed that Lin Xiao felt that Jin Cece's divine domain extended to include his divine domain. He let go of the divine domain and docked with hers. At the moment of docking, Lin Xiao felt that a behemoth, with a volume far exceeding his own divine domain, was approaching. Until contact. Jin Cece's powerful will extended along the interface of the divine domain that was in contact and entered his divine domain. At this moment, he saw her true body deep in the core of his divine domain. A beautiful goddess standing in the center of the divine domain with infinite power and heroic spirit. As if she noticed his gaze, the beautiful goddess looked over, and Lin Xiao suddenly felt a trance. And when she came to her senses, she had retracted her gaze. The difference in strength was too great, and this was just an incarnation, and she could not withstand the direct gaze of her true body, taking over the divine domain of the two of them. The golden light of the incarnation of the golden silk Valkyrie was even stronger, and the huge war domain centered on her gained new power infusion and began a new round of expansion. Slowly but firmly. With the bonus of their two divine domains, the already dominant golden silk expanded the war domain several times in one go, and the surrounding void was suppressed and pushed away. Lin Xiao also saw the Lord of the Void Realm hiding behind countless void creatures. A group of black shadows in a huge ball of light that kept changing into various forms. It looks like there is a craftwork in a glass ball that keeps changing into various creatures. Sometimes it turns into a magic dragon, sometimes into a fire demon, sometimes into a giant, and sometimes into a stunning beauty. It changes constantly and unpredictably. This is the true form of the Son of the Void. It has no fixed form, but can transform into any creature it has ever seen. This Son of the God Realm called the Son of the Void comes from a special God Realm civilization, the Crystal Wall System. The individuals of that civilization belong to a kind of invisible spiritual body, born with extremely high spiritual power, and can control creatures whose spiritual power and soul strength are not as strong as their own. After opening up the Void Realm, this ability was developed to the extreme, and the controlled creatures can be taken into the realm to transform into void creatures, turning them into their own followers to provide strength and guard the realm. However, because the main body has no entity, the Son of the Void has extremely strange abilities, and is not very strong in frontal combat. They are extremely powerful in sneak attacks and infiltration, but they are not as good as any God Realm civilization in frontal combat. So they always like to sneak in and control quietly, and once they are discovered, they give up everything and escape. This is also the main reason why the existence of this God Realm civilization is not high. This time, it is rare to catch a Son of the Void, and it is a true God-level Son of the Void. Being caught by Jin Cece and forced to reveal his true form, the Void Son was obviously a little flustered, constantly changing into various forms of evil curses. And the speed of change became faster and faster as the divine domain approached. This is not a curse of cursing, but a real curse. This is also one of the ways of fighting of the Void Son. It uses powerful curses to weaken or even directly curse the enemy. The curse from the true God-level Void Son can easily curse the life below the demigod alive. And the demigods and above who have divine fire and divinity are not mortals. Most of the curses that can be used at any time are useless. Powerful curses are easy to be detected. He can quietly influence the demigods, but it is difficult to curse the demigods quietly. Before, he secretly influenced Chao Yichen, Li Ran and others and controlled them. But if he wanted to take them into the Void Realm and transform them into void creatures, it would not work. When their own lives are greatly threatened, they will have a great probability of waking up. This is the main reason why there are not many void creatures above demigod level in this Void Realm. There are only a few, and they are also concentrated here to protect their true bodies and resist Jin Cece. They were killed before, and now there are only a few left. Of course, if they have been taken into the Void Realm, even true gods are in great danger, not to mention demigods. Lin Xiao followed Jin Cece and saw all this. Although there was no fierce battle, there were many hidden dangers. If she hadn't escorted him in front, he would have only one end. He would be captured alive. His will would be wiped out. Everything would be taken away, and he would be turned into a puppet. The enemy in the dark is the most dangerous, but once it is exposed, it is easy to deal with. Jin Cece didn't give the Son of the Void any chance at all. The three God Realms merged into one, and forcibly suppressed the space in the central area of the Void Realm. The Son of the Void couldn't even run. Then Lin Xiao stood behind her, and witnessed with his own eyes how a true God-level Son of the Void was wiped out. 3 female armed figures stood in 3 directions and surrounded it in the center, continuously throwing golden spears containing terrifying divine power that made Lin Xiao feel his scalp tingling, bombarding the transparent light ball. With each strike, the transparent light ball would shrink a little. With each strike, the entire void realm trembled, and a continuous stream of realm source power flew from afar and sank into the light ball, making it grow a little, and then was struck again, over and over again, constantly being consumed. Although he was crushed by force, he was a true god-level son of the void after all, and it would take some effort to kill him. This grinding took a full 6 months, and he continuously threw countless divine power spears, and only then did he forcibly consume the transparent light ball to a diameter of only about 2 meters. And the son of the void inside was also compressed to a very small point. At this time, except for the central area of the void realm, the outer area had already been scooped up by the seniors, and almost everything that could be scooped was scooped up, and even a large part of the void realm was swallowed up. The remaining seniors did not swallow it, because it was Jean Cece's spoils of war, and they did not dare to rob it. At this time, the chaos was basically over. When Jean Cece's golden divine domain slowly shrank and disappeared, Lin Xiao walked out of it. The first thing he saw was his girlfriend's worried and beautiful face. She rushed over from the outpost. There were still many seniors around waiting for the results. Lin Xiao held his girlfriend's soft little hand and found that many seniors looked at him strangely, puzzled, unbelieving, and most surprised. Girlfriend said, "Don't you know yet? The news that you challenged 4 seniors and dozens of classmates is now spreading everywhere. You are famous." Lin Xiao was surprised. "What do you mean by challenging 4 and dozens? Aren't there only Chao Yichen and Li Ran?" It's not strange for him to be spread everywhere. He had expected it before he took action. But it's outrageous to spread it blindly. Who knows? Anyway, this is what is spread outside now. Girlfriend turned and looked at him with a smile. "Isn't this just right? You are famous, and not many people dare to bully you in the future." Looking at the beautiful face and rosy lips in front of him, he stepped forward and gently kissed her soft red lips. Xin Yuexin was stunned for a moment. Blinking her big eyes, her pretty face flushed, but she did not retreat, closing her eyes and letting him kiss her. After a long time, the lips parted. Feeling the taste just now, he licked his lips and smacked his lips and said, "It smells so good." In the envious eyes of the seniors, he hugged her soft waist and disappeared in a flash, and appeared again in the void more than 10 kilometers away. And hundreds of kilometers away, there was the totem plane. Now that the son of the void has been solved and 3 totems have been obtained, it is the supreme power of time synthesis. Well, to be precise, it is to receive this large plane. As the final winner, there are only him and senior sister Chu Mo left in this plane. And just now, he has reached an agreement with senior sister to exchange her share of this plane with the domain origin of the son of the void that he obtained. That is to say, he gave her a part of the origin of the realm that he obtained after killing the son of void, and he only retained the priesthood of chaos. Yes, after killing the son of the void, a total of 5 priesthoods were obtained, namely conspiracy, chaos, and tricks, illusion and deception. Among them, Jean Cece got the 2 priesthoods of conspiracy and tricks. The senior sister got the 2 priesthoods of illusion and deception, and Lin Xiao got the most powerful priesthood of chaos. The class teacher wanted the 2 priesthoods of conspiracy and tricks mainly to split out several lower priesthoods, and then synthesize the priesthood of strategy related to war. The god of war generally has warriors, strength, tactics, strategy, and other related priesthoods. The more complete the domain, the larger the scope, the stronger it will be, and the higher the upper limit of divine power. The priesthood of chaos is a powerful priesthood comparable to war, but it has no effect on the class teacher who has already determined his own route. To be precise, it is not useless. After all, it is a powerful priesthood. Chaos is chaos. As long as chaos is created, divine power will be obtained. Strictly speaking, it is very compatible with war. The addition of 2 powerful priesthoods will definitely be stronger, but the priesthood of chaos will affect her personality, and she doesn't like it. Chapter 482 True God Status. Of course, Lin Xiao would not use this chaotic priesthood for himself. Jean Cece didn't like it, and he didn't like it either. Moreover, he had already determined his own path. Unless it was a powerful priesthood such as fate and judgment, he would do it part-time. Forget about the unsuitable priesthood such as chaos. But it didn't prevent him from selling it or exchanging it for other good things. After all, it was a powerful priesthood, and there were still many people willing to pay a high price for it. Returning to the plane, Lin Xiao took out 3 totems and combined them into the supreme power. There was no ripple, and the will of the plane did not show any abnormality. To be precise, there was no abnormality when the supreme power was combined. But Lin Xiao could feel that when all the totems of the entire plane were combined, some changes seemed to be taking place in the deep level of this plane. He told his guess to the class teacher. After observing for a while, Jean Cece told him that this was the plane growing. To put it bluntly, when all totems are united into the supreme power, the original totem era will end, and the plane will enter the era of gods. In the near future, this plane will no longer give birth to totems, but true gods. Here Jean Cece told him a good news. Because he collected all the totems and possessed the supreme priesthood, he was the supreme being of this plane. If any demigod in this plane wants to take that step to become a true god in the future, he must get his permission. Without his permission, they will not be able to obtain the status and become a true god. After all, this is a plane, not a crystal wall system. There is a limit on the number of true gods that can be born, which is the so-called status. Just like the totem status before. But the number is much smaller. Before, there were hundreds of totems of different sizes in the entire plane. But now there are only 7 true god statuses that can be born after the totems are united. In other words, except for him, the upper limit of the native true gods that can be born in this plane is only 7. And once it is full, the 8th can never be born. However, this is not absolute. Normally, this plane can only produce up to 7 true god positions. But if the existence of this plane can take the path of plundering other planes, plundering the resources and plane origin of other planes to strengthen the will of this plane, it will slowly increase the number of positions. Most planes with plane will can do this, which is not so rare. What is rare about this plane is that it can produce the Lord of the Supreme Plane. And the Lord of the Plane has the right to allocate positions, which is the most valuable part. It is equivalent to this plane being his private plane in the future, and investing all his efforts in development will not lose money. Well, the premise is that it can be protected from being robbed. Now Lin Xiao does not have this kind of trouble. At least during college. The school does not allow outsiders to rob. But after graduating from college, he will lose protection. And then, he will have to rely on his ability to defend the territory. In other words, Lin Xiao still has 4 years of college, which is more than 1,400 years in foreign time to manage this plane. After synthesizing the Supreme Priesthood, Lin Xiao and his girlfriend returned to the Yin Wang No. 1 Super Fortress, an outpost in the Crystal Wall system. The two separated. She had to go back to school with her classmates first, while he had to register this plane, which he named Crescent Moon, under his own name at the outpost. Although everyone knows that he occupies this plane by default. This default only lasts for 1 month. If it is not registered for more than 1 month, it will be taken over by the base. If someone shamelessly uses some tricks, it is possible to take this plane into his own name, which will be a big loss. There are not many people at the registration office. Although this crystal wall system is huge and has many planes, there are not many people who are capable of occupying it. On average, no one may come for several days. For staff members in military uniforms, 2 men and 2 women, are divided into 2 windows. They are chatting boredly at this time. When Lin Xiao came in, they all looked up. The man at the left window waved to him enthusiastically. Is this officer here to register the ownership of the plane? Come here. Are all the information ready? Is the process clear? What information is required and what is the process? You need to prepare a basic information of the occupied plane. And you also need to ask the base survey department to conduct an on-site inspection to confirm your ownership of the current plane and confirm that there are no other competitors. After registration, we will announce it to all explorers of this plane. You can only obtain the ownership of the registered plane if no one objects within 1 month. Lin Xiao was silent for a while and said, "This is very troublesome. It is very troublesome. But it is a necessary process to prevent someone from claiming it. By the way, what is your name? I will register it." Lin Xiao. The registrar paused with his pen in his hand, and raised his head suddenly with surprise, like the 3 staff members around him. Are you Lin Xiao? This should not be fake. No. It's just. The staff member who spoke suddenly raised his thumb and said, I heard that you fought more than 50 seniors alone. And you just entered the freshman year and snatched this plane from the seniors. You also killed a true god-level son of the void with a teacher. It's amazing. More than 50 seniors. Walking out of the office, Lin Zhao's mouth twitched. This rumor was too outrageous. But it was still pretty cool. He pushed his glasses and continued to the next step. After a series of procedures, he knew that he was famous. As long as he said his name. Almost everyone knew him. And the rumors were more outrageous than one. When he finished all the formalities and left the outpost, the latest version was that he broke into the plane where the joint class of the sophomore and junior classes was located alone, and defeated the seniors of the two classes alone, and then killed a son of the void with medium divine power alone. Good guy. If it wasn't for his own experience, Lin Zhao would have thought it was a plot in a novel. Returning to the New Moon realm, he marked his own mark outside the plane. This plane was considered his private property, and he didn't have to worry about someone coming to rob it before graduating from college. But he had to develop this plane before graduating from college. At least, he had the power to protect himself. He already had an idea in mind for this. It was very simple. He would borrow the power of Yushao realm for support, and at the same time immigrate from Yushao realm. It just so happens that the Moon Sky realm will be destroyed in less than 1,000 years. At that time, most of the residents in the Moon Sky realm will be relocated here, which will solve the problem of the difficulty of developing this plane, and the problem of the destruction of the Moon Sky realm. Killing two birds with one stone. However, before that, a platform for the void ship to dock must be built on the crystal wall outside this plane. Otherwise it will be difficult to transport the materials from outside, and the resources produced in the plane cannot be transported out. Once this is done, the subsequent plane development and so on will be easy to handle. He didn't need to do it himself. He contacted the military of the outpost base through the relationship with the class teacher, and directly spent money to hire a military engineering team to package this project for them. With a strong relationship, he didn't need to worry about the quality of the project. Just wait for acceptance. Next, return to the New Moon realm. Reopen the gate of the gods' domain. Send out the clan, and jointly attack the ancient Dragon Kingdom and the Barbarian King Kingdom with the Dragon Kingdom army. Although the totems behind them have left, and the main force has suffered heavy casualties in the previous melee, the two countries have not been conquered. Without the support of seniors and powerful families, it was only a matter of time before these two kingdoms were conquered. Lin Zhao returned to the Dragon God Tower and issued a series of orders in one breath to prepare for the unification of the entire plane. A steady stream of troops were transferred from all over the place. The kingdom's territory continued to expand, and there were constantly lines of faith connecting with him. And the power of faith he obtained was also increasing. There were several uninvited guests in the Dragon God Tower. Several representatives from private consortiums or companies, who sold him private loans. Everyone knows that it will cost a lot to develop an original plane, and it is difficult for an average individual to have enough funds to develop quickly. So private lending companies appeared. Like any lending company in any era, the interest rate of private lending is very high. After listening to the conditions they offered, Lin Zhao directly rejected their proposal. These private lending companies seemed to be very optimistic about him, and the loan amount was very high. The highest amount of 100 million divine power crystals was simply exaggerated, and the interest rate was lower than he imagined, with a minimum of 15% and a maximum of 20%, which can be said to be very conscientious. But Lin Zhao still rejected them. The reason was very simple. He had no shortage of funds for development, not to mention that he had a large plane with enough manpower for development. And he also had no shortage of funds. He had such a rich girlfriend. Wouldn't it be nice to ask her to mortgage and borrow money? And there was no interest. However, just as this wave of customers left, a second wave of customers arrived. This wave was not borrowing money, but a serious chamber of commerce, looking for him to cooperate in developing this plane. Lin Zhao did not refuse this. The plane was so large and the resources were so abundant that it was still very cost-effective to sell a small part of it to recycle some funds. However, a small part of them wanted to buy a few true god positions, which made him hesitant. It was a very normal transaction. Many people who took the route of the Son of God to the semi-god stage were not qualified or capable enough to become true gods, so they would choose to go to the foreign plane to become a native true god, although their combat effectiveness was far inferior to that of the Son of God. and they would be restricted to one plane and unable to leave. They had taken that step after all, and they were immortal. Generally speaking, the market price of a true god status fluctuates greatly, with the lowest being 10 million divine power crystals and the highest being more than 1 billion, with a difference of hundreds of times. Its specific value depends on the size and energy intensity of the current plane. The size of the current crystal wall system is also greatly related, and it is related to the strength of the obtained priesthood. The larger the plane, the higher the upper limit of the godhood level will be in the future, and the stronger the priesthood, the stronger the strength will be. If it is a giant plane or a crystal wall main plane, the price will definitely be much higher than that of an ordinary small plane of an ordinary crystal wall. The crystal wall system, where the new moon realm is located, is a medium to large crystal wall universe. In theory, there are conditions for the birth of great life. This is a watershed, regardless of whether there is the ability and opportunity to peek into the great status. If the conditions are there, the price of the true god status can be greatly increased. Chapter 483, a price that cannot be refused. However, this true god status has not been sold yet. It's not that he doesn't want to sell it. If he sells anyone, he will have enough money to develop this plane. Why not? Just one true god status will not affect the control of the entire plane. Even if he is only a demigod, he can suppress it with the supreme status in his hand. The reason why he didn't sell it is because a new big buyer came. Someone wanted to buy the entire plane, and the price was so high that he couldn't refuse it. A complete high-level relic. A nether core that can be used in any world. 100 high-level energy cores that can create a 9th level constructed golem. And a complete god corpse that contains the godhood, priesthood, and soul. A 6-star ancient quality god domain card that can expand the area of the god domain by about 100 square kilometers. This offer. Let's put it this way. The bidders knew his needs very well. Just like the worms in his stomach. Every offer was in full compliance with his needs. Whether it was personal needs or their own value. Lin Xiao could not refuse it. He told his girlfriend, Jean Cece, about the offer separately, and also sent a message to Xie Yufei, who was far away in Yinhuang Fortress No. 5. When all three women replied, they all replied the same cell, and the answers were almost the same. In Xie Yufei's words, do you know how difficult it is to develop a large plane? Do you know how much it costs to develop a large plane with extraordinary power? Do you know how many people are watching your plane? The most important thing is, if your real body is not here, are you going to separate another divine incarnation to stay here? What really touched him was the last sentence. He really couldn't separate another divine incarnation to stay in this plane for hundreds or thousands of years. Although it is indeed possible to do so. And he would have done so in the past. He changed his mind after experiencing the battle with the true god-level Void Sun. The risk is too great. God knows whether there will be a second Void Sun in this plane. After that battle, the Yinhuang First War Zone had already sent military strongmen into this crystal wall system to start the second large-scale screening. And they really found many abnormalities and traces of other Void Suns. It is estimated that the previous killing of one made them alert and did not catch the second Void Sun. But it is certain that this crystal wall system has indeed been discovered and infiltrated by the Void Sun, which is not very safe. So when someone was willing to pay such a high price to buy it, Lin Xiao actually had the intention in his heart. And their opinions made him determined to sell the plane. So before this plane was warmed up, Lin Xiao went to the outpost base again to handle the transfer procedures. He specially asked a school leader who was still staying in the base to handle the transfer procedures as a witness, and got the treasure that fully met his needs from the buyer. A complete high-level relic, called Gruel's Fury. Relic, Gruel's Fury Level 3 high-level relic. Passive effect 1, loaded to the god's domain. All clan members gain plus 10 strength. Passive effect 2, loaded to the god's domain. All clan members gain plus 10 strength when in anger. Active effect 3, Gruel's Anger. Consumes divine power. Designates one or more clan members, and allows them to gain the power of Gruel the Dragon Slayer. Each designated target consumes 10 units of divine power, and lasts for 60 seconds. Evaluation. The horn of the legendary creature Gruel the Dragon Slayer contains its legendary power. A pure combat type relic. The power bonus to the clan members is extremely exaggerated, which suits his taste. The second item is a universal nether core in any world, which is a modified version of the legendary multiverse nether core. It has the almost endless energy of the real nether core, and can be used in any foreign crystal wall. This thing is a treasure that he can hardly get even if he is an elite colonel. With this and the soul of the true God's corpse. Lin Zhao's first floating city. Well, the astral giant ship that has been gathering dust in his hands for a long time can be activated. That thing was what he had traded with the Lord of all things in the crystal wall system of all things. It was a super war transformer that contained an independent half-plane. Could cross the crystal wall in plane. Could communicate with the planetary world. And could change its form freely. Before, there was no powerful enough energy core to supply it. And no powerful enough soul to be the core. It had been sitting in the warehouse and gathering dust. But now it could finally be put to use. The fourth item was 100 high-level energy cores that could create a 9th-level constructed golem. The fifth item was a complete divine corpse. The divine body had been separated from the divine position, divine nature, and divine soul, and he could manipulate it at will. The last treasure was a 6-star ancient quality divine domain card that could expand the area of the divine domain by about 100 square kilometers. Although this was not very useful to Lin Zhao, who was devouring the divine domain of the moon sky crystal wall system, which was constantly increasing. No one would think that the divine domain was too big. Next, Lin Zhao returned to the new moon realm and took all the subordinates of the dragon kingdom, who had been transferred to bloodline sorcerers, into the divine domain. Although it is impossible to use humans as a family, it is still no problem to temporarily accommodate some transit. Then he went directly back to the Yen Wang No. 5 war zone through the teleportation array between the super war fortresses. Xie Yufei was waiting for him early, and as soon as he landed, he received a message from her asking him to go over. He thought she was telling him about the previous things, but it turned out to tell him a very surprising news. Shortly after his first class, all the super war fortresses in the human world located in the subspace received a distress signal. After investigation, it was found that a crystal wall system that had been closed in the main world more than 60,000 years ago had recently been unsealed. The messenger was one of the rulers of the crystal wall system, a human superpowerful god with a godhood level of up to level 19, who sent a request for help to the human world. The content of the request for help was displayed on the light screen in front of Lin Zhao, which could only be seen by generals or elite majors and above. He carefully checked the content, and the more he read, the more surprised he was. After a long while, he said, "Does this mean that humans are ready to go to war with the nightmare world?" Xie Yufei smiled and said, "It's not a full-scale war. No matter that senior or the other ruler from the nightmare world in the Star Soul Crystal Wall universe, they don't want strong people to intervene in that world. So they set rules. You will know if you read on." Lin Zhao continued to read on, turning several pages in a row, and understood why she said that. Let's put it this way. This world that was closed for 60,000 years, and then opened again, is called the Star Soul Crystal Wall System. 60,000 years ago in the main world, a super god with a godhood level of 19 led his own god system to compete with a ruler of the same level in the nightmare world for this crystal wall system. Later, the competition entered a white-hot state, and both sides chose to give up the origin of the divine body fusion of the crystal wall system, which is commonly known as the Hadao. At that time, everyone thought that this would definitely decide the winner, and when the crystal wall universe reopened, a great god would be born. However, this wait lasted for more than 60,000 years. If it were in a foreign land, it would probably be more than 18 million years. There has been no news of the disappearance of the crystal wall universe, and no one knows the outcome of the fight. The human main world once thought that the human strongman had failed, but unexpectedly, it received news again recently that the winner had not been decided after more than 60,000 years. The result now is that the two sides have been deadlocked until now and are impatient. The two super beings who are the origin of the world have compromised with each other and decided to let external forces break the deadlock. But because of their current state, they dare not let the existence above the true god level enter the Star Soul Crystal Wall system. Even the incarnation of the demigod cannot. They can only send out a projection of will, and must follow their rules. And their rules. Lin Zhao looked weird after reading it. Isn't this the digitalization of the game? Xie Yufei spread her hands and said, "Yes. The rules are like this. You can only descend to the crystal wall system with a little will, and then create a digital body with your little will as the feature, and rely on this digital body to serve that gentleman." Lin Zhao. This is too cautious. It's normal. They have entered the final stage now. As long as they defeat their old rivals, they will enter the great level. Xie Yufei's envy was almost beyond words. An opportunity that is almost certain to enter the great divine power level is in front of them. The first thing any true God-level strongman will do is to find a way to replace them. Even I am no exception. Do you think they can let you enter with your real body? Well, no. No one will change. But if we don't let the outside force in, we can't break the situation. So there is this way. Let them only invest a wisp of consciousness and create a body for them inside the crystal wall universe. In this way, they can easily control the situation. After all, the body is created by them. If someone has a strange idea, they can easily counter it. He doesn't believe that the digital body he created will not have a backhand. After reading all the information, Lin Xiao knew that this operation would involve all the higher education institutions of the 4 major forces in the human main world. All students who had not been promoted to true gods had to separate a little will to descend. And he was the same. Fortunately, only a little consciousness was separated to descend, which had little impact on the real body. After staying with Xie Yufei for a while, he went to the Fury Flame Corps station. In her words, how could the commander of the Fury Flame Corps not understand his subordinates for a long time? Flying to the Fury Flame Corps station in the same aircraft, Lin Xiao smelled a faint fragrance. He looked up in surprise and saw her crystal clear face. It seemed that he had never smelled this kind of fragrance before. She noticed and glanced at him and said, I heard that you did a big thing before. You alone overturned 3 classes of Huiao sophomores and juniors, and killed several true god-level sons of the void? Good guy. You have upgraded again. Lin Xiao covered his face and said, Do you believe it? She smiled slightly. Then suddenly her pretty face turned serious, and she stretched out her hand to pinch his ear, causing him to scream in pain. She seemed to be gritting her teeth and saying, You, the commander of the Fury Corps, were bullied outside, and you didn't come back to call for help? Do you look down on us or forget about us? Chapter 484 Activating the Star Warship. Ah! Lin Xiao was stunned as if struck by thunder, and murmured for a long time. It can still be like this. He really forgot. And he didn't think of this at all at the time. Xie Yufei was also speechless, and slapped him on the forehead and scolded. Next time there is such a thing, report it to me. You are an elite colonel, and the commander of my Fury Flame Regiment can't mobilize people. You even forgot your subordinates. Aren't you ashamed? Lin Xiao was speechless, and could only say that he would never forget next time. Then he and her inspected the Fury Flame Regiment's base again. After not seeing it for a while, the Fury Flame Regiment's base seemed to have expanded a little, and the subordinates were full of energy and looked very good. After a round of inspection, he came to the warehouse of the regiment, an ordinary warehouse made of alloy casting, with an empty room inside and more than a dozen light gates standing on the wall. Xie Yufei introduced to him that behind the light gates were independent half-planes, and all the materials collected by the regiment were stored in this independent space. A captain and a lieutenant were the managers of the warehouse. After reading, Xie Yufei took a storage ring from them and stuffed it into his hand, saying, This is the dividend from the last few operations. Since you didn't come, there is not much. It's okay. After all, I didn't come. Lin Xiao didn't think too much and put it away without even looking at it. Then he walked around the station again and came to the office area of the regiment. She introduced it in front, and he looked at her seductive back and swaying figure in the back. His mind suddenly became active, and what she said went in one ear and out the other. Half an hour later, Xie Yufei saw him off, watching him leave. She couldn't help but blush when she thought of the fiery eyes that had been staring at her back all the way. Humph! Little pervert. After returning to Yishao Realm through the interdimensional teleportation array of the fortress, she saw an incarnation of Lin Hong patrolling outside Yishao Realm from afar. Seeing him, Lin Hong stopped patrolling and flew over. Lin Xiao asked, Have you found anything unusual recently? Except for the occasional chaotic void creatures approaching, there are no abnormalities. Add this to the defense array. He handed a set of arrays to Lin Hong. This was a special array for warning the Son of the Void that he applied to the 5th military region for because he felt that the Son of the Void had infiltrated the crystal wall system where the big class was located. It can be added to the defense array of Yishao Realm. I dare not say that it can be detected completely, but it can greatly increase the probability of detection, which is better than nothing. Back in Yishao Realm, Lin Zhao's avatar automatically merged into the real body when he saw it, and he immediately knew what the avatar had seen and heard during this period, as well as all the gains of the avatar. Book of All Laws, which his girlfriend had lent him, and had not yet returned. Chaos Priesthood. 20,000 Divine Power Crystals. A high-level relic. Gruul's Wrath. A nether core. 110 high-level energy cores. 10 of which were given by his girlfriend before, and have not been used yet. A complete corpse of a god. A 6-star ancient quality card that can increase the area of the god's domain by 100 square kilometers. Of course, there are also hundreds of thousands of natives in the god's domain. This real body has been dealt with on his way back, and all of them have been placed in the main plane of the Moon Sky realm, in a jungle in the south of the plane's main continent. The attempt in the previous plane proved that blood warlocks can indeed transform into great Nagas. So Lin Xiao had an idea to promote the profession of blood warlocks on a large scale in the Moon Sky realm as a church-exclusive profession. About 60,000 blood warlocks can create more than 158th level legendary great Nagas. What if it is 600,000? 6 million? Or even 60 million? And this ratio is not the limit. Before, there was not enough time and resources in that plane. And there was not enough nutritious and energy-rich meat. If there is enough time and enough blood and flesh of monsters, the chance of transformation will be greatly increased. Moreover, he can also specially prepare potions to strengthen blood. The main condition for the transformation of a blood sorcerer's blood is the concentration of blood. There are many potions in the world that can increase the concentration of blood. There was no condition in that plane before. Now the real body can build a laboratory to study this aspect. With his real body's current mastery of the law of creation, he can definitely prepare high-quality blood purification potions to greatly increase the possibility of transformation of blood sorcerers. In this way, the conditions for blood sorcerers to transform into great Naga or star spirits will be greatly reduced in the future. It would be amazing if they can transform from the 8th legendary level to the 7th level. Compared with the difficulty of advancing to the 8th legendary level, the difficulty of blood sorcerers to advance to the 7th level is more than 10 times lower. The God's Domain card first merged into the God's Domain, with an area of 100 square kilometers. The wool was invested in the God's Domain, and the eyes turned around the huge God's Domain, and finally fell on the Water Element God's Domain, and saw the beautiful Water Element Queen in the Water Element God's Domain. After being promoted to demigod, Xiao Dingdang has changed from a palm-sized beauty to a stunning beauty of the same size as an ordinary person. Seeing him coming, she flew over with joy, surrounded by blue starlight, looking very beautiful, and threw herself into his arms as usual, holding the boneless beauty who looked like water, with her delicate little face raised and her big eyes full of his own reflection. Lin Xiao wanted to hold her tighter. When he left the Water Element Divine Realm, the Water Element Divine Realm had expanded several times, and the land of this Divine Realm card was all integrated into the Water Element Divine Realm. Then he returned to the core of the Divine Palace and integrated the high-level relic Gruul's Wrath into the Divine Realm, so that Lin Xiao would have the Shield of Truth, the Balanced Scale, 2 4th-level top-level relic treasures, and 1 3rd-level high-level relic treasure. There were not many, but they were all high-level goods. The high-level energy core will be put aside for the time being, and can be used by the Protoss to create high-level constructed golems. There are now more than a dozen legendary Protoss in the Protoss, who are already capable of creating powerful legendary golems such as diamond golems and arcane golems. The Chaos Priesthood will be kept for now, as it is very valuable, and it will take some time for a buyer to be found. The complete corpse of the god is also temporarily stored. The idea is to use it to create several powerful heroes, or to create a group of legendary strongmen. The flesh and blood of the demigod can create heroes, not to mention the corpse of the true god. If you don't create heroes, separate the flesh and blood of the god into many parts, and give them to those Shura Naga, or the Red Furnace clan, or the Little Naga, who have reached the peak of the 7th level. They can break through the limit and become legends, or transform the Little Naga into a big Naga, which is very useful. A huge corpse of the god that is hundreds of meters high can create countless legends or Little Nagas. Well, Lin Xiao thinks it seems better to give it to the Little Naga. He is not in urgent need of legendary level combat power now, although he has lost tens of thousands of big Nagas in the previous battle, including more than 100 legendary level followers. He still has more than 200 legendary level followers. With the talent of the big Naga, it will not take long for it to recover to the previous state of more than 300. What he lacks is the big Naga race. As long as the race base is high, legendary big Naga lords will be born continuously. It is more cost-effective to share this huge corpse of hundreds of meters high with the little Nagas and create tens of thousands of big Nagas than to create hundreds of legendary big Nagas. After all, this is a philosophical question of whether the chicken or the egg comes first. If there are tens of thousands of big Nagas, more new big Nagas can be bred in the future, as long as a certain amount of time is given. The legendary level big Nagas born from here will definitely be more than the 8 level big Naga lords directly created. This consumes only time. Very good. That's it. Write this decision down in a small notebook and prepare to take time to implement it. Then, Lin Xiao took out the Star Realm giant ship that had been gathering dust in the warehouse for a long time. A wooden ship model that was smaller than a palm. And came to the void outside the main plane of Yushao, and threw it lightly. The Star Realm giant ship turned into a stream of light, and fell into the void storm and disappeared. After a few seconds, the void storm expanded rapidly and exploded. And an extremely large ancient sailing ship appeared in front of him. It was still the same as when I first saw it. It looked like an ancient ship that had experienced billions of years of vicissitudes. However, unlike the previous appearance of death and ominousness, the death and ominous aura on this star warship had long disappeared. There was nothing unusual except that it looked full of ancient aura. This star warship was a very advanced warship, which was higher than the various void ships used in the army now, and also higher than the ships he was equipped with now. It was a ship built by the big guys for themselves. This star warship had the ability to change its appearance, whether it was a void ship, a floating city, or a huge void creature, etc. But the premise was that it had a control center and a power core. That is, a nether core. This thing, like the floating city, needed a nether core with endless energy as the power core to exert the full power of this warship. Now the appearance of this ancient wooden hull was the last change of this star warship, which did not quite meet Lin Zhao's aesthetics. He walked onto the warship, stretched out his hand and waved it, and a ball of light composed of countless fine runes connected into a rune chain appeared in his palm. This was the nicer core. This thing involved the application of rules and had no entity. Pressing this thing into the star warship, the ball of light directly sank into the hull. A few seconds later, dazzling light gushed out from the hull and spread rapidly along the surface of the wooden ship. Wherever it passed, the surface of the wooden ship seemed to have a layer of something peeled off, turning from gray to bright, and the entire hull became brand new. Buzz! The void shook slightly, and Lin Zhao's eyebrows jumped. In his perception, this Star Wars giant ship sank for a moment just now and directly merged into the void. Star Wars giant ship. So this is it. Lin Xiao sighed, stretched out his hand, and a ball of light that was slightly dimmer than the nicer core appeared in his palm. As soon as a layer of golden light appeared, it quickly spread, and the phantom of the him angel slowly emerged in the surrounding void. This is the soul of a true god, whose soul and will have been wiped out long ago. Now it is just a pure soul. The golden light and the phantom of the him angel are just the characteristics of the soul. This is also a good treasure, but not everyone can use it. The soul has been wiped out of its will, and was thrown into the core array inside the star ship without resistance. Lin Xiao stretched out his hand to hold the star ship, and began to edit the star ship core. Chapter 485 Dragon Alliance. Editing the core of a starship is the same as constructing the Mage Tatar spirit. In fact, this core is the ship spirit of the Star World giant ship. By editing its core, its behavior standards are formulated so that the Star World giant ship can be better controlled in the future. This only takes a little effort. With the experience of editing the Mage Tatar spirit, the ship spirit can be edited quickly. Then, a 10-kilometer-long super wooden ship crashed into a void storm and disappeared into the void. 10 minutes later, a giant void ship flew from a distance and circled the moon sky realm, and disappeared into the void again. An hour later, a floating city made of metal with a diameter of nearly 10 kilometers appeared in front of a small plane. A silver dragon sleeping on the crystal wall at the edge of the plane looked up and was startled by the behemoth, and quickly tore open the crystal wall of the plane and drilled in. Lin Xiao stood on the bridge and looked at the picture on the light screen in front of him, and let the floating city stop above the plane with interest. This plane is what the natives of the moon sky main plane call the Dragon Realm. He had taken a look at it before. There are hundreds of giant dragons living in it, as well as a large number of various sub-dragon species. These giant dragons were captured by the big guys from other crystal wall universes and placed in this world to reproduce. Most of the first batch of giant dragons died, And now there are only 2 left. They have been promoted to ancient dragons comparable to top demigods, and even some indigenous true gods, who have just been deified. In the past, Lin Xiao did not have the strength to take down these giant dragons without damage. So he ignored them, and did not investigate them seriously. Now that this star worship is in hand, with the nether core as the energy core, it can absorb endless energy from the void, thereby exerting all the power of this star worship except for a few superpowers that are not strong enough to use now, allowing him to face these 2 ancient dragons head-on. Of course, now he has 2 true god-level guards under his command, and he can also forcefully suppress these dragons. But he just didn't do so. It just so happens that he has time now. So Lin Xiao decided to conquer these dragons. But before he did it, he separated the incarnation of the life priesthood again and went back to school first. If it went as expected, the second big class in school would be about what Xie Yufei told him about the advent of the Star Soul Crystal Wall system. The interior of the Star Realm giant ship was empty. There was nothing. Of course, there was no machinery for reconnaissance. He tried to open a hole in the crystal wall, and as soon as he opened it, he saw a hideous dragon face, and a flaming dragon breath sprayed towards him. These dragons could see him outside the plane. Pretty fierce. Lin Xiao was not polite, and directly opened the gate of the divine domain in the Star Realm giant ship to summon many clans, including more than 200 legendary great Naga lords, as well as the 2 demigods, the Lord of the Earth, the Lord of the Tide, Archons, and Slaughter. After thinking about it, he also summoned the guard leader Lin Bao to support the battle. After gathering the army, he directly drove the floating city to crash into the crystal wall of the plane. There was a deafening noise, and all the dragons and sub-dragons in the plane looked up and saw a corner of a huge metal floating city in the sky embedded in the plane. Although the plane was trying its best to repel it, there was a strange light on the surface of the floating city, which could easily melt the plane crystal wall and force its way in. Dozens of dragons rushed into the sky from their nests, gathered around an ancient red dragon with a very large body, dark red scales, and red flames and lava flowing in the gaps between the scales, and looked at the floating city gradually descending from the sky. The dragons did not attack directly, and another bronze ancient dragon stopped them. The one who sprayed dragon breath before was a non-legendary red dragon, one of the descendants of the ancient red dragon. So when the huge floating city slowly squeezed open the plane crystal wall, it took almost half an hour to slowly squeeze in. But it was found that it had not been attacked during this period. It took so long mainly because this plane was not big, and his starry ship was so big, which was equivalent to a large hole pacifier stuffed into a baby's mouth, which would definitely be uncomfortable and choking. And it would take some time to adapt. An hour later, Lin Xiao saw the bronze ancient dragon in human form in the Star Realm battleship. A middle-aged man with bronze skin. The bronze ancient dragon put his hand on his chest and saluted Lin Xiao, saying in a deep voice, "Bronze Dragon Elnos meets the respected Lord of Crystal Wall." Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "Do you know me? I saw His Majesty from a distance when I was wandering in the void." Oh! He had no doubt that as an ancient dragon, he did have the ability to wander in the void. A trace of divine thoughts wandered in the void, and could be transformed into a projection and landed in any plane at any time. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. This ancient bronze dragon El Nasla came with obvious goodwill, and Lin Xiao was embarrassed to do it. Rubbing his chin, he was about to speak, but Elnos took the initiative to say, "Respected Lord of Crystal Wall, are you here to conquer us this time?" Lin Xiao nodded. "Yes. This world does not need power outside of my control. I can understand your Majesty's thoughts. We are willing to sign a Dragon Clan covenant with your Majesty, and my people are willing to fight for your Majesty." Lin Xiao rubbed his chin hard and asked curiously, "You want to sign a Dragon Clan covenant with me?" "Yes." He couldn't handle it for a while, but after thinking about it, it seemed natural. As long as this Dragon Clan didn't want to be exterminated, they had to obey him. Maybe the other Dragon Clans gave him too much impression of being overbearing and arrogant, and he didn't expect this branch to be so easy to talk to, since they were so proactive. Lin Xiao couldn't do it. The Dragon Clan Covenant was the best way to borrow their power. Normally, the best way is of course to conquer and then take it into the divine domain. But his previous behavior offended the Dragon Clan's ancestor, the 8-sided dragon god Aio, and it was not appropriate to get a batch of giant dragons and put them in the divine domain. The Dragon Covenant also known as the Dragon Contract, is a special agreement. After signing the Dragon Covenant, you can cast the summoning spell Dragon Covenant to summon the signed dragon to fight for you, as long as the tribute is enough. The summoned dragon will not refuse to fight. As for the tribute, of course, it is the various gold gems that the Dragon Clan likes most. The problem was solved so easily that Lin Xiao felt like he punched the air, and he didn't know what to do next. Fortunately, the Bronze Ancient Dragon invited him to visit the Dragon World, and he readily agreed. At Huiyao University, Lin Xiao's life incarnation returned to the campus. As expected, he received a message from the class teacher as soon as he entered the campus. The content was as he expected, and the same as what Xie Yufei had told him before. In the second class 5 days later, all the students in the school, from freshmen to seniors, as long as they have not been deified, must divide a little will to go to the Star Soul Crystal Wall system. Compared with the information he got from Xie Yufei, the information given by the school lacked a lot of key information, and the students did not know the specific situation of the Star Soul Crystal Wall system. Of course, if there are students who have the same relationship as Lin Xiao, or if the family has reached a certain level, they can also know the specific inside story. Although it is useless. This time, only a little consciousness descended, which was more rigorous than the last time he descended into the Totem Crystal Wall universe. Basically, there was nothing to prepare. These days, he was either with his girlfriend or called by Jean Cece to remind him of something he already knew. 5 days later, all the students went to the major super war fortresses in the subspace in batches and began to descend from there. How to descend is now quite familiar to them, and there is no extra treatment. The only thing is that the teleportation array is a bit special. It has layers of runes added to it, including the power from the Nightmare World. It is estimated that it was jointly refined by the human master of the Star Soul Crystal Wall system and the master of the Nightmare World. Whether it is the human side or the Nightmare World, people can only go through this teleportation array when they descend. When Lin Xiao's life incarnation and his classmates returned to school, his little consciousness had already entered the chaotic void through the special teleportation array and went to an unknown place. His little consciousness was completely unable to perceive what was outside the force field that enveloped them, and even the passage of time was not very clear. It was vaguely unknown how long it had been, and the high-speed shuttle gradually slowed down until it stopped. Soon after, his eyes lit up, and he found himself in a space out of thin air. Below his floating consciousness was an unknown octagonal altar carved from white marble. There were 3 floors in total, and below the 3rd floor was a bottomless abyss. The gray fog was surging, and he couldn't see what was underneath. Just as he was wondering, a light curtain popped up in front of him, and a voice that couldn't be distinguished between male and female sounded. Adventurers from the human main world, please create your character and choose a preset profession. Then the light curtain flashed, and 5 light phantoms were cast in front of him. A closer look showed that they were a human phantom, a Shura Great Naga phantom, a Star Spirit phantom, a Red Furnace Clan phantom, and a small Naga phantom. He was wondering, and each of these phantoms lit up slightly, and a series of data appeared on the small Naga that he looked at. Race, Little Naga. Category, Subhuman. Talent, Hegemony Pseudo. Negative status and effects reduced by 20%. Critical damage reduced by 50%. Defense level plus 10. Life limit plus 20%. Natural expertise, advanced swimming. Holding breath time in water plus 200%. Swimming speed in water plus 150%. Evaluation, a combat race with great potential. Racial talent obtains extremely high bonus when employed in melee professions. Racial nature makes Little Naga unable to work in magic professions, but there is a very small probability of working in the warlock profession exclusive to Little Naga. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up after reading it. Isn't this the current situation of the Little Naga? His family and his divine domain? He quickly set his eyes on the Great Naga, and his eyes lit up immediately. Race, Shura Naga. Category, Legendary Humanoid Dragon. Talent, Shura Hegemony. Immune to critical hits. Immune to lethality. Immune to deceleration. Negative status and effects reduced by 50%. All damage reduced by 40%. All attributes plus 3. Health plus 50% for each level. 1% of maximum health restored per second. Physical damage absorbed by 1% of constitution. Spell damage absorbed by 1% of constitution. Natural expertise, Shura's Fury. For every 1% reduction in health. Increase movement speed by 1%. Attack speed by 2%. And attack power by 2%. Evaluation. Super strong fighting race. Highly recommended for melee physical profession. Chapter 486 Super Talent. In other words, the race you can choose is related to the clan in your own divine domain? Lin Xiao looked at the remaining race options and looked at the human race first. Race, human. Talent, perception. Human spirit. Selfishness. Diplomacy. Expertise, sword mastery. Hammer mastery. Evaluation, common race. Can work in most professions. Lin Xiao suddenly found that there was a line of small words behind the evaluation. Looking carefully, it said that the human race level is usually capped at level 70. He quickly checked the little naga he had seen before. And there was also a line of small words that he almost didn't notice, which said that the little naga species level is usually capped at level 55. Looking at the Shura naga again, the small word said that the Shura naga species level is usually capped at level 75. Different races have different level caps. Is this true? He looked at the Red Furnace clan again. Race, Red Furnace clan. Category, Dwarf subspecies. Talent, Forging spirit. Forging skills plus 30. Forging consumption minus 50%. There is a chance to forge items better than the recipe when forging equipment. Talent, Red Furnace. Immune to fire and bleeding. Poisoning. Curse. Disease. Spell resistance plus 100. Fire spell damage plus 20%. Evaluation. A powerful forging race and fighting race. Suitable for melee physics and fire specialized mages. There is also a line of small words behind the evaluation of the Red Furnace clan, which says that the Red Furnace clan's level is usually capped at level 65. Finally, it is the Star Spirit clan. Lin Xiao is quite looking forward to this sub-legendary race. Race, Star Spirit. Category, Advanced Humanoid Race. Talent, Son of the Stars. Reduce all spell damage and effects and duration by 50%. Intelligence plus 5. Spirit plus 5. Maximum mana plus 100%. Mana recovery speed plus 500% for each level increase. Talent, True Academic Master status. All spells cost minus 50%. No materials required for casting. Spell power. Effect and casting distance plus 200%. Talent skill, Essence Transmutation. Use. Extract 2% of the target plus intelligence-related maximum health, mana and energy per second to yourself. Or transfer your own energy to teammates. Lasting 8 seconds. Cooldown time 2 hours. Expertise, Dexterity. All professional skill levels plus 15. Evaluation. This is a race that is naturally energy-friendly and has a unique talent for controlling energy. Similarly, there is a line of small words behind the evaluation of the Protoss clan, which says that the regular upper limit of the Protoss clan level is 70. Like humans. But it is obvious that the Protoss clan with powerful talents is far stronger than humans. Seeing this, Lin Xiao was basically certain that the race that players could choose was the clan within their own divine domain. This was good news for the sons of the divine domain who had powerful clans. But it was not good news for those sons of the divine domain whose main clans were only advanced races such as orcs and dwarves, born 5 or 10 levels lower than others. They lose at the starting line. But this is other people's business. He has no right to care. Now Lin Xiao needs to consider which race to choose. Or, which one to choose between Shura Naga and Protoss. There is no need to consider anything else. Only these two races. Normally, Shura Naga is definitely the best choice. After all, its professional talent is too awesome. But Protoss is not bad either. Except that Shura Naga is 5 levels higher than Protoss in terms of racial level cap. Protoss is not inferior to Naga in terms of talent. Except that one is a magic system, and the other is a combat system. The key factor that caused him to be entangled is that Protoss is a magic system, and Shura Naga is a pure kitchen knife profession. According to the rules of almost all games, and even the real world, the mage profession is the son of the family. And the title of mage is not for nothing. Although the Advent this time is digitized like a game. It is actually a real world. Just digitized. And the rules must be similar to other worlds. Since there is a mage profession, it can't be much worse. Therefore, Lin Xiao's choice is the Star Spirit. Of course, there is another important reason for choosing the Star Spirit. That is, the Star Spirit is exactly the same as humans. And is very handsome. and has such a powerful magic talent. It is a perfect tall, rich and handsome race. Who else can I choose if not this one? When he made the decision, 4 of the 5 races in front of him disappeared, and a white light lit up at the edge of the altar below. The altar was activated, and his consciousness was directly invested in the star spirit's shadow. Beams of white light like lightning flew out of the altar and sank into the star spirit's shadow, making it slowly solid. And a faint glow emerged from the star spirit's shadow. As the star spirit's pupils lit up, the star spirit, which had turned into a light man, soared into the sky and disappeared. In the Silver Moon Valley, an ancient tree stood in the valley. The huge tree canopy with a diameter of nearly 1,000 meters covered most of the valley. From time to time, starlight fell from the sky through the tree canopy and fell to the ground, turning into various races wearing simple clothes. At a glance, there are all kinds of minotaurs, bear men, tiger men, moon elves, sun elves, golden dwarves, humans, dragon turtles, etc. Noisy like a vegetable market, with all kinds of strange names squeezed together. Lin Xiao's star race, with its handsome appearance and perfect figure, is particularly conspicuous among a group of monster-like races, and it attracts the attention of a large group of people. Most of the sons of the gods' domain who can enter the university have good main families. At least they are high-level races. But there are also some sons of the gods' domain who do not follow the ordinary path, and choose strange races such as murlocs, gnolls, frogmen, crocodiles, and ogres. Maybe they want to see if these ordinary races will have any special encounters. But Lin Xiao thinks they are more likely to regret it in the future, because the star race is unique. There is no race novice village. He can only randomly go to this novice village called Silver Moon Valley, where all the strange races in the valley are randomly descended, according to the process in his memory. Lin Xiao first checked his attribute panel, which was basically the same at level 0. Open the package again. There is a hearthstone bound to the return point and a letter in the 20 grid package. Click it, and a light screen pops up in front of you. It says, "Children from Gaia. You can call me the system. You need to spend the next 100 years in this game world. You cannot go offline. If you die, you will be resurrected in the nearest cemetery. Or you can ask a priest with resurrection skills to resurrect you. Your current task is to become stronger and stronger. You have 10 years to prepare. After 10 years, the gate to the outer domain will open, and you will face the challenge from the Son of Nightmare. In the game, you can get honor points and honor gems in various ways, such as killing the Son of Nightmare, being the first kill or killing in a powerful team copy, defeating a powerful world challenger, completing super difficult achievements, etc. I have prepared a wealth of rewards for you, including Godhood, Super Energy Core, Super Void Battleship, and even elite military ranks. Please check them all for specific rewards. This game world simulates the Titan Crystal Wall universe, which is also the Azeroth Crystal Wall universe. Some places or world plots in it are similar to it. Children who know this world may have certain advantages. Finally, I promise that if I can achieve the final victory, every student who has performed well in this 100 years will receive 100 honor points. And the top 10,000 students with the best performance will receive 1,000 honor points, 10 third-level honor gems, and 2 second-level honor gems. Among them, the top 100 students will receive 10,000 honor points, 10 second-level honor gems, and 1 first-level honor gem. In addition, if anyone can play an outstanding or key role in my victory, they will receive a favor and extra rewards from me. This is a big investment. Lin Xiao looked at them all. 500 honor points plus a second-level honor gem can be exchanged for a godhead without a priesthood. In other words, the top 10,000 students can exchange 2 godheads without a priesthood with just the basic rewards. The total is too exaggerated. But if you think about the pursuit of this big guy, this expenditure is nothing. As long as he can defeat the opponent and seize this crystal wall system, he will immediately enter the great level. If it were Lin Xiao, he would also be willing to pay so much, even if it would bankrupt him. After reading this letter, you can see that everyone's expressions have become eager and full of expectations. Then these newly arrived players took action to go around in this novice village. Accept tasks, find mentors to learn skills, go out to level up, etc. Lin Xiao was no exception. He first completed a novice continuous task according to the novice guidance, and obtained a cloth 3-piece set, a cloth robe belt and cloth shoes, a set of 20 breads, and a pot of mountain spring water that can be drunk 20 times. Bread restores blood and mountain spring water restores mana. This game is quite real. Or it is the real world itself. In addition to restoring blood, bread can also satisfy hunger, and mountain spring water can restore mana and quench thirst. In addition, he also received a silver coin, equivalent to 100 copper coins. Following the instructions, he came to the professional training place under the ancient tree. There were trainers of magic professions such as priests, mages, warlocks, shamans, etc. Here, he could choose a magic profession to switch to. At the beginning of this game, there is no determined profession, only preset professions, such as preset magic professions. Then these magic professions can be selected. But once you choose a magic profession, it is officially determined, and you cannot have multiple professions. Lin Xiao chose the magician, of course, with 2 spells at level 1. The first spell is the classic fireball, which casts a blazing fireball at the target within 30 yards, causing 15 to 20 points of fire damage and 3 points of continuous damage within 6 seconds. Mana consumption is 30 points, and the casting time is 1.5 seconds. The second is Frost Armor, which casts a frost armor that lasts for 30 minutes, increases 30 points of armor, reduces the movement speed of melee attackers by 70%, and the attack speed by 20%, and lasts for 5 seconds. Mana consumption is 60 points. Instant. After the addition of the Star Spirit talent, these 2 spells become what they are now. Fireball casts a blazing fireball at the target, and casts a blazing fireball at the target within 90 yards, causing 45 to 60 fire damage and 9 continuous damage within 6 seconds. Mana consumption 15 points. Casting time 1.5 seconds. Frost Armor casts a frost armor that lasts for 30 minutes, increases armor by 90 points, reduces the movement speed of melee attackers by 70%, and the attack speed by 20%, and lasts for 5 seconds. Mana consumption 30 points. Instant. Chapter 487. Choose a specialization. Boom! A fist-sized red fireball exploded on the head of a level 1 gray wolf cub 80 yards away, instantly killing the gray wolf cub with 52 HP. Oh my! A jackal and dragon vein dogman team was so surprised that they even forgot to attack the monster in front of them, seeing him kill 4 or 5 monsters in one breath with a fireball. The two looked at each other, and the dragon vein dogman shouted, "Brother, let's team up." He smiled and said nothing, just picked up the fallen fur and went to hand in the task. The novice village is full of tasks and players, and there are more people than monsters, which broke his idea of a all the way up. At first, he wanted to use triple spell damage to kill monsters of higher levels, but there were more people than monsters in the novice village, and the monsters outside the village were more than 5 levels higher than him. His hit rate was worrying, and he only hit one after firing 4 or 5 shots. His efficiency was pitifully low, so he had to come back to do the task honestly. According to the game, this is called level suppression. After the real world is digitized, the level and template are used to measure the strength gap between monsters and players. There will be a series of suppressions when the low level faces the high level. For example, it is impossible to hit, the spell is resisted, and the player will be crushed by the high level monster to cause extra damage, etc. The landing is random. There is no way to know how many novice villages there are in this world. Anyway, he didn't see any acquaintances, and his girlfriend didn't know which novice village she landed in. With super high spell damage, he solved the tasks one by one with extremely fast efficiency. When others were only level 3 or 4, he was already level 6, and took the letter from the novice village elder and left Silver Moon Valley along the village path. Outside the Silver Moon Valley is a forest called Silver Moon. There is a road that passes through the Silver Moon Forest. There are towering trees with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters, or even 5 or 6 meters everywhere. The huge treetops are open, and the sun cannot shine down. It is cool and dark under the shade of the trees. The grass and vines in the forest are lush, and small animals and insects are drilling around from time to time, and occasionally wild beasts are seen passing by. Walking on the road, Lin Xiao stretched out his hand and clenched it. The super talent given by the Star Spirit allowed him to feel the moonlight and shadow energy under the shade of the tree, as well as a small amount of earth, sacred and other energies. He was sure that ordinary people could not directly sense these energies, but the Star Spirits could sense them. The monsters near the entrance of the Silver Moon Valley are all large crows. Killing them can obtain bird feathers or bird meat. Many level 3 and 4 players are killing monsters in groups of 3 or 5. But the fewer people there are, and there are no players after walking about 2 or 3 kilometers. The road was relatively safe, with knights of level 40 patrolling from time to time on warhorses. Guards of this level could kill nearby monsters of less than level 10 with one sword. However, it was impossible for only one team of knights to cover all places, so they would occasionally encounter monsters rushing out of the jungle on the roadside. He, who was level 6, could easily kill them with 2 fireballs. After walking about 5 kilometers, he came to a village called Xingyue, where there were a lot of tasks again. This time, no one competed with him, and he completed the tasks quickly, one after another, gaining a lot of experience and coins, and occasionally rewarding some equipment. Lin Xiao found that most of the tasks at this stage were to guide them to familiarize themselves with the general gameplay of this game world, and slowly reveal the background of the world through one task after another. At the beginning, he completed the tasks at the fastest speed. Later, he found that many tasks had detailed introductions to the background of the world, so he gradually slowed down. However, this slowdown is relative. The powerful magic damage makes his task efficiency super fast, unless some tasks that do not consider combat power will slow down. He stayed in Xingyue village for half a day. When other players reached level 5 or 6 and came to Xingyue village, his level had exceeded level 11, and the tasks here were basically completed. He took a new letter again and went to a nearby town called Moon Town, where many novice villages gathered nearby. At the same time, he needed to determine his specialization and choose his professional talent there. The so-called specialization refers to which element he is good at, such as the common fire, frost, arcane, and the rare earth, lightning, shadow, etc. Professional talent is the enhancement of the current specialization. When you choose a specialization, the professional talent tree will be opened. There are many professional talents on it. After passing the 10th level, 1 talent point per level will be used to strengthen the talent. Lin Xiao now has 2 talent points at level 11, but he has no specialization yet and cannot choose. At the gate of Usa town, he was surprised to see a half-dragon warrior with a dragon head and a dragon tail talking to the town guard. Seeing Lin Xiao, the half-dragon warrior was stunned for a moment, looked at Lin Xiao carefully, and walked over and said, "You are the 3rd person I have seen coming here. Add a friend first, and we will have a chance to play the game together in the future." Play the game? While agreeing to the friend request, he wondered, is there a copy in this world? The half-dragon named himself Quiet Knight. He smiled and said, since the world data is gamified, there must be. But we haven't encountered it yet. When we encounter it, we will play the game and upgrade it. The speed is much faster than doing tasks. That's fine. No one mentioned doing the quest together. They all had strong racial talents. They could do the quest very quickly alone without having to go with others. Entering the town, following the path guided by the guards, we came to a spire in the town. This is where the mages gather in the town. Many trainers of magic professions such as mages, priests, warlocks, etc. are here. May the light of magic shine on you. A middle-aged man in a blue robe said to Lin Xiao. To become a master overnight, please choose an element of specialization. Below are 3 common specializations: fire, frost, and arcane. Looking at the 3 specializations, Lin Xiao tried to ask, are there other specializations? Surprisingly, the middle-aged man really answered, if you are not satisfied with the following specializations, you can choose different locations to find different specialization instructors to complete the job transfer. Note that you only have 1 chance to become a master overnight. If you fail, you can only choose one of the following 3 specializations. Lin Xiao saw 5 different coordinates on the screen in front of him. A closer look revealed that they were 5 different specialization routes, namely, Holy, Earth, Lightning, Shadow, and Undead. Then the middle-aged man said that in addition to these 5 rare specializations, there were other extremely rare and powerful specialization routes in this world, which required special methods to obtain. He could change his job or take on a new specialization after encountering it in the future. This was too far away. He didn't think too much about it. He carefully checked the coordinates. Only one of the 5 locations was in the town, and the other 4 were all outside the town, and they were still very far away. at least across one map. Among them, the location of Undead and Shadow was the farthest from Moonlight Town. From the world map, it was necessary to cross 2 maps. And there were monsters between levels 30 and 37. Shadow and Undead were directly passed by him. They were not pleasing in themselves, and were so far away. At his current level, it was impossible for him to run so far. The remaining 3 specializations were Holy, Earth, and Lightning. Earth and Lightning are easy to understand. Holy is not a priest, but the same energy as priest. Priest is good at healing and auxiliary, while Holy Mage is good at attacking. Of course, since it is holy, it also has certain healing methods, which is the healing in the mage system. At first glance, it is neither good nor bad. It is both healing and output, but neither is strong. If it is really strong, it will take away the priest's job. So Lin Xiao considered it, and ruled it out. Earth and Lightning. 1 defense and 1 attack. Thunder and Lightning are violent output at any time. For him who has triple magic damage, choosing Lightning can best play the effect of his talent. The Lightning Mastery is located in the next map to the north of Moonlight Town, called Lightning Hills, where the monsters are between level 20 and 30. After buying some supplies and 4 6-grid small bags in Moonlight Town, he went out and walked straight north along the road. The map in this game is very large. Before, the total distance from the novice village to Moonlight Town was more than 10 kilometers. The large map was dozens of kilometers long. It was difficult to run on foot. Although the world is digitalized, it often follows basic rules, such as day and night. When the sun sets at night, the wild quickly becomes dark. Although it is a highway, there is only one light far away. It is pitch black in the middle. Walking alone in the dark night, a huge black shadow rushed out of the jungle beside the road and knocked him down. With a slap, he knocked down 2/3 of his 200 HP. He reacted very quickly, and the Frost Nova was instantly released. A circle of cold frost exploded from his feet, freezing the black shadow and the flying insects on the grass in place. Quickly pull away and instantly release the frost armor. A fireball saw the target clearly. It was a level 21 beast called the Garrote Magic Leopard. The level difference made it take the Magic Leopard only 3 seconds to break free from the ice and pounce on him again, and slapped him to death with a slap. When he woke up again in the soul state, he was in an unknown cemetery. It looked like an abandoned altar. The collapsed stones were covered with moss, and strange runes and handwriting could be vaguely seen on the stone slabs. When he opened the map, he was already in Lightning Hills. Before he died, he had just crossed 2 maps and was in Lightning Hills. So the resurrection point after death was in Lightning Hills. But it was quite far from the main road, so it would take some time to run the corpse. Fortunately, the soul state would not be attacked by monsters, and he could also run the map safely, especially the main road to take next. However, although this idea was good, the soul could not move forward after a distance from the corpse, and a negative buff of soul weakness would appear. A countdown appeared in front of him. He tried to move forward hard, and the countdown accelerated. When the time was up, his eyes went dark and his soul disappeared. When he regained consciousness again, he was standing on the lawn of Silver Moon Valley, and there were many players around him sitting on the stone steps chatting with the lights on the lawn. Quickly checking the log, it showed that the soul was too weak to return to the corpse, and he was resurrected directly at the location bound to the Hearthstone. His default Hearthstone binding location was the Novice Village. So he went out for a day and a half and returned to the Novice Village again. Oh my god! After working hard for a day and a half, I'm back to the starting point. What a waste of time. He didn't know what to say for a moment. What can he do? He can only run again. Chapter 488 Lightning Specialization. Then I had to run away honestly. After resting for a night in my birthplace, I set out again. When I returned to Moonlight Town, I found that many players had already come here. When I walked out of the town, I found that many players had already chosen specializations. For example, a warrior can be transferred to a weapon warrior who is good at using various weapons and has a balanced offense and defense. A violent warrior who is good at bursting, commonly known as a berserker, and a defensive warrior who is good at defense. These are the 3 conventional warrior routes. Like mages, warriors have various rare specialization routes, such as the famous magic swordsman, the knight who can cooperate with mounts, and so on. Half a day later, He left Moonlight Town again and entered the Lightning Hills. This time he walked during the day. He only encountered monsters twice along the way and died once. This time he didn't dare to die, and ran to the corpse to revive honestly. Compared to Moonlight Town, which is a large forest, Lightning Hill is a typically hill terrain. It looks desolate at first glance. There are few plants on the rolling hills. The biggest wonder is that you can see thick lightning from the sky from time to time in the distance, even in the bright daytime. According to the coordinates, the place he needs to go is located in the deepest part of Lightning Hill where there are the most lightning. There is no road there, and he must cross the wilderness full of monsters above level 30. Damn. This is too outrageous. He has the intention of giving up and returning to choose a specialization at random. But he has been running for so long. It is not worth giving up directly. So he can only bite the bullet and move forward. After running along the avenue to the point closest to the coordinates, he left the road and entered the wilderness. From a distance, he saw the sand arching up 100 meters away, and soon a sand scorpion bigger than a tiger came out, turned around and looked at him from a distance without moving. The warning distance is so far? Looking at his current level again, he smiled bitterly. Okay, this is normal. It's level suppression. The sand scorpion is level 32, and he is only level 11. The level difference of 20 levels can make the other party discover him from a distance. Just like when he was level 6 in the novice village and passed through the level 1 and 2 wild areas. He passed directly by a gray wolf. The gray wolf not only did not attack him, but also avoided him a little. He tried to go around the edge and move forward. After a few steps, the sand scorpion quietly crouched down, and a pair of brown eyes stared at this side. Good guy. There is no way to survive. Lin Xiao simply retreated, and the sand scorpion stood up again and stared at this side. Forget it. He simply turned around. The level difference was too big. It was impossible to cross this wasteland and enter the depths of the Lightning Hills. Sighing, he stood up and walked towards the sand scorpion, ready to let the sand scorpion kill it, and then directly revive it in the cemetery between the hills and Moonlight Town, which could save a few hours of running time. The death penalty in this game varies according to the resurrection method. If you are resurrected by running corpses, you will only drop 1/10 of the current level of experience, and a part of the equipment will be damaged. That is, the durability of the equipment will be reduced. If the durability is lost, the equipment will be scrapped and cannot be used. You must spend a lot of money to repair it before you can continue to use it. If he is resurrected by the resurrection spell, only part of the equipment will be damaged, and no experience will be lost. If he abandons the body in the cemetery and resurrects directly, or like his previous soul decay forced resurrection at the Hearthstone binding point, in addition to the loss of running corpses to resurrect, there will be a 10-minute weakness period, and all attributes will be reduced by 75%. If he dies once in the later stage, he will definitely suffer heavy losses. But now the level is low and the upgrade is fast, and the loss of 1/10 of experience is nothing, and it can be made up quickly. However, when the sand scorpion pounced on him and pressed him down, his eyes went black and gray again, and Lin Xiao was stunned to find that he was not resurrected in the expected cemetery, but in another cemetery he had never seen. Damn! I ran too far. There are several cemeteries on each map for players to resurrect their souls and run their corpses. Generally, the place where the soul is resurrected is the cemetery closest to the place where he died. Obviously, this cemetery is closer than the previous one. This is embarrassing. He opened the map in silence, but his eyes lit up, and he blurted out a sentence after a long while. Damn! Is this considered a dead end? But there is a new village? The small map shows that he was resurrected directly in the middle of the Lightning Hills, which is quite close to the coordinate location. South close that. Lin Xiao ran the corpse 7 times in a row and finally found a huge stone tower. The so-called running corpse means rushing out from the resurrection point as fast as possible. Don't be afraid of monsters. Just keep running until you die. Then the soul will look for the corpse to resurrect. In the short few seconds of resurrection, the player is in an invisible and unattackable state, and will not be attacked by monsters. Take this opportunity to run out of the monster's alert range and continue running until the next monster is killed, and then continue to run the corpse in this way until you reach the destination. This tower is located in the most densely lightning-filled place deep in the Lightning Hills. Almost every few seconds, a thick lightning will fall from the sky and hit the tower. Occasionally, when it is dense, More than a dozen lightning strikes at the same time in an instant. And the scene is quite spectacular. There were no monsters near the tower. After walking around the tower, he only saw a closed stone door. There were two huge stone beast statues standing at the door, with two huge sapphires as eyes. He approached the stone door, and the statue on the left lit up. The sapphire in the pupil glowed and looked at him. A voice rang out. "Please show me your pass." Pass? Lin Xiao was wondering. And the pupil of the statue on the right glowed red at him. The red light became brighter and brighter, and Lin Xiao felt inexplicably palpitating. What pass? Seeing that the dangerous atmosphere was getting stronger and stronger, he quickly took out the token he had received from the mage mentor in Moonlight Town and handed it over. The light swept over, and the red light flashed and disappeared. And the stone door retracted silently. Pass detected. Pass allowed? Entering the tower, there was an empty hall. Two NPCs were chatting. One was called Junior Lighting Mage Phil, and the other was called Intermediate Lighting Mage Dahlia. There was a centaur servant cleaning nearby. When they heard the stone door open, the two NPCs turned around. Junior Lighting Mage Phil said, "It's been a long time since I saw a young apprentice. Are you here to learn lightning spells?" Lin Xiao nodded seriously. "Yes. I heard that lightning spells are very powerful, so I came from afar to learn." Phil, the Junior Lightning Mage, smiled and said, "Wise choice. Then you can come to us to learn lightning spells now." "Can you learn now?" "Yes. You can learn now." This was really beyond Lin Xiao's expectations. He thought there would be some tasks before, but he didn't expect that he could learn directly. But thinking about it carefully, it's normal. It's a big test for a player in his early 10th level to come here from the novice village through the monster area of more than 30 levels. The real test has long passed. Then he talked to Phil, and a light screen appeared in front of him, showing the various lightning spells he could learn. Compared with other systems, the number of lightning specialization spells is not large, but they are all powerful spells. However, he is only level 11 now, and can only learn 4 lightning spells, namely Lightning Chain, Lightning Shield, Lightning Strike, and Lightning Force Field. And the level is not high, because he has no money to learn higher levels. Level 2 Lightning Chain. Cast a lightning chain that can bounce 4 times to the target within 90 yards, causing 55 to 75 lightning damage to the first target. And then the damage to each target is reduced by 15%. Up to 4 targets. Mana consumption 35 points. Casting time 2 seconds. Level 1 Lightning Shield. Cast a lightning shield for yourself or teammates for 15 minutes, reducing 50% lightning damage and 120 armor points, and causing lightning damage equivalent to the caster's intelligence *0.6 to any melee attacker, and causing a slight paralysis effect. The paralysis effect lasts for 3 seconds. Mana consumption 45 points. Instant. Cooldown time 15 seconds. Level 1 Lightning Strike. Summon a thunder to bombard enemies within 120 yards, causing 375 lightning damage and interrupting the target's spell casting. Mana consumption 60 points. Casting time 3 seconds. Cooldown time 5 seconds. Level 1 Lightning Field. Summon a lightning ring to impact surrounding enemies, causing 128 lightning damage to all enemies within 60 yards. Stunning for 2 seconds, and then paralyzing for 4 seconds. Mana consumption 60 points. Instant. Cooldown time 10 seconds. These are all the effects after the addition of the Star Spirit talent. Compared with other specializations, the Lightning specialization has fewer spells, but greater power. After he chose the specialization, the several spells he had learned before all disappeared. He now only knows these 4 spells. And the professional talent tree has also been opened. Lin Xiao opened the talent tree and found that there were 2 talent trees. One called Sky Wrath, and the other called Thor. After carefully checking the talents in the 2 talent trees, he knew what the 2 talent trees meant. The Sky Wrath talent tree takes the root of single burst. The Thor talent tree root takes the root of group and large range. You can have both talent trees, but because of the limited professional talent points, you can only focus on one of the talent roots. If you have a part-time job, you can only be weak in both. After checking the 2 talent trees, Lin Xiao decided to go with the Thor talent tree root. Initially, there are 2 talent options to choose from, namely Lightning Extension and Strengthened Lightning Chain. Lightning Extension talent has 5 levels, and each level increases the range of lightning spells by 1 yard. Strengthened Lightning Chain has 3 levels, and each level increases one ricochet target. There is no need to consider this. He already has a threefold range advantage. So why would he choose this? Just choose Strengthen Lightning Chain, and click on both points. 2 additional ricochet targets can be added. The 2-level Lightning Chain can ricochet 4 targets, and now it can ricochet 6. After learning the skills, he cannot learn new skills for the time being. So he directly rubs the Hearthstone to teleport to Moonlight Town. Learning from the previous lesson, he bound the Hearthstone to Moonlight Town. After a continuous spellcasting lasting 10 seconds, he appeared in the Moonlight Town Inn. He heard a burst of brisk music. The hotel was full of people, both NPCs and players. After wasting a few days, many players had already caught up with the level and arrived here. There were more people in the square outside the hotel. There was a small box under his eyes. This was a variety of channels. At this time, the regional channel was full of information about players' exchanges, including chats, team formation, transactions, etc. Among them, the one that attracted his attention the most was a message about team formation and dungeon clearing. Chapter 489 many years later. Has someone discovered the dungeon so soon? After reading for a while, I roughly figured out the situation of this dungeon based on the information shared by the players. This is a low-level dungeon called Jungle Cave, which tells the story of an underground kingdom of creatures in the forest near Moonlight Town. One day, the kingdom was corrupted by the dark power of the devil, and specialized in hunting nearby hunters and caravans. The sheriff of Moonlight Town commissioned the player to kill the devil deep in the Spider Kingdom. The mission starts with the sheriff of Moonlight Town, and a series of tasks need to be completed before the dungeon can be opened. Lin Xiao found the sheriff according to the strategy, and started the task chain. The first wave was to investigate the forest spiders that rioted in the depths of Silver Moon Forest. Normally, this is a task that requires a team to complete, but his magic damage is too high. The first lightning chain is a group damage. Even if the basic damage is lower than the normal second-level fireball, the lightning chain can hurt 6 targets at the same time, plus 200% additional magic damage. This output is very fierce. First, cast a lightning shield on yourself, and then pull more than a dozen monsters together in one go. A wave of lightning force field will stun and paralyze them for 6 seconds, and then turn around and cast a lightning chain. The health of a level 12 or 13 monster is about 170 or 80, and a wave of lightning force field will cause more than 120 damage. In addition, when he was attacked by the small lightning shot by the lightning shield, he was gifted with an extra plus 5 intelligence at level 1, and 55 extra intelligence at level 11. With normal upgrades and basics, he has 88 intelligence. The normal extra damage of the lightning shield is intelligence asterisk 0.2, and after the bonus, it is intelligence asterisk 0.6. 88 intelligence is about 52 spell damage, which is quite considerable. Basically, if a group of people pull a wave of lightning force field, these monsters are basically left with residual health, and a lightning chain can harvest them. With this method of group pulling, he leveled up before the task was completed. It took almost 2 days to finally complete this task chain and get the key to enter the dungeon. The main reason for taking so long is that I can't help wasting time on attacking monsters and running. I'm only a dozen levels now, and don't have a mount, so I have to rely on my legs to go everywhere. At this time, his level is exactly level 13. Although the dungeon requires level 15, you can enter at level 13. The Jungle Cave is located deep in the Silver Moon Forest. A light gate emitting a faint green light stands in an arch composed of countless spider silk. Jungle spiders refresh from time to time at the door, but they are killed by nearby players as soon as they come out. As the most popular dungeon, hundreds of players gather here, and all regional channels are team-based. Looking at this lively scene, Lin Xiao has the illusion of going back to play a game called World of Warcraft before crossing. Speaking of this game, in addition to the different world background, many game settings are very similar to World of Warcraft. I don't know if the master has also played this game. I randomly found a team looking for a team and sent an application. After a few seconds, the other party asked 3 questions. What level? What profession? What specialization? Level 13 Lightning Specialization Mage. Lightning Specialization? The other party was silent for a while and said, the level is a bit low, but you can fight once. Let me make it clear that if your magic damage is not enough, I will kick you out. Okay. A team was invited over. There are already 4 people in the team. including him, 2 mages, a priest, and 2 warriors. 2 mages and another one is an elf fire mage. 2 warriors, 1 bear defense warrior. 1 is a Tauren weapon warrior. And the priest is a human holy priest. The races are very popular. There are no very powerful races. And there are no non-mainstream races. Lin Zhao's star spirit is also classified as a human. But he is super handsome. Entering the dungeon, the first thing you see is 2 big spiders hanging upside down under a tree. They are level 16 elite monsters with more than 800 HP. The Bearman defense warrior pulled out the hammer behind him and walked forward while saying, "These 2 gate gods are very strong. Wait for me to attract hatred. I will start fighting in 3 seconds. Be careful not to panic if you are caught in the net. Cast spells on the spot." 10 seconds later, there was a loud rumble in the cave, and a thick lightning bolt hit the spider on the left. The huge magic damage directly knocked off half of the HP of this elite monster. The monster was directly OT. The monster screamed and shook off the MT who was trying to swing the shield and rushed towards him. The fire mage next to him immediately added a flame shot to control the monster. The warrior tried hard to attract hatred, but the output was insufficient and the taunt skill was on CD. So he could only watch the elite monster chasing Lin Zhao. Fortunately, the monster's HP was less than 1/3, and it was quickly killed in a round of siege. After that, several people looked at him in surprise, and the mage asked in surprise, "Brother, is the lightning specialization so powerful?" He shook his head and said, "This is because my talent has too high a bonus to lightning spells. And of course, the burst of lightning specialization itself is very high. I regret choosing the fire specialization. I can change it later." The captain is very familiar with the dungeon. He led them to the boss with the least monsters. With his super high burst, he killed all the way to the end and killed the final boss of the dungeon, a demon warlock. There is no additional plot in the dungeon. After killing a total of 5 bosses, the level was cleared. A total of 2 blue equipment and more than 90 silver coins were obtained. Almost 1 gold. After coming out of the dungeon, he rejected the captain's proposal to continue, but went back to sell the sundries, bought some potions, and entered the dungeon alone. He wanted to play alone. Previously, he analyzed the attack power, health and terrain of the dungeon elite monsters, and found that he had the basis for playing alone with his output. First, he put on the lightning shield and went around to lure a large number of elite monsters. During this period, he could continuously cause a lot of damage. Then, he controlled the field with a lightning force field every 10 seconds to save his life. He used a lightning chain every 2 seconds. As long as he was not surrounded and killed, it was easy to kill a wave. By playing the dungeon alone, he leveled up before he finished the level. Then, he could play the dungeon alone every hour or so. And he could get about 11 or 12 blue equipment and 5 or 6 gold equipment each time, as he got higher in level and became more skilled. The time for solo play was shortened, and he could play once in half an hour. 6 days later, his level reached 20. The main reason was that his level was higher than the monsters in the dungeon. He didn't get much experience from solo play, but he did get a lot of money and equipment. So he stopped solo play and led others to play the dungeon to upgrade. Each person got 1 gold each time, and 4 people got an extra 4 gold. This unlimited play lasted for almost a month. He led a group of players to level 18 or 19 and graduated and left Moonlight Town. He continued to stay here and play until he accumulated more than 5,000 gold coins. This was a huge sum of money when other players of the same level had only a few gold coins. It was enough for him to have money for a long time. After all, although this world is like a game, it is not a real game. There is no so-called studio to make gold. And you can't spend money to buy gold. You have to earn it all by yourself. Money is very valuable and value-preserving. It is difficult to move anywhere without money, whether it is leveling up or learning skills and buying equipment. It costs money. Spending 1.5 months here to earn 5,000 gold is quite worthwhile in the long run. Now that I have money, I will naturally go to the Lightning Tower to learn all the remaining skills. In addition to upgrading the existing skill levels, I also learned 2 new skills, namely Lightning Shock and the group skill Thundercloud that can only be learned at level 20. Level 1 Lightning Shock. Concentrate the power of lightning to strike a target, causing 450 points of direct lightning damage while stunning the target for 2 seconds, and causing lightning damage every 3 seconds in the next 15 seconds, with a total damage equal to the first strike. Mana consumption 55 points. Instant. Cooldown time 15 seconds. Level 1 Thundercloud. Summons a thundercloud with a range of 60 yards and lasts for 15 seconds, causing up to 1,500 points of lightning damage to all enemies within the range. Mana consumption 112. Instant. Requires continuous casting. At the same time, he maxed out the 2 talents of Strengthen Lightning Chain and Lightning Extension, consuming a total of 8 talent points. The remaining 3 points were all on the newly appeared talent Lightning Spark. There were 5 levels in total, and each level of Lightning Chain and Lightning Strike had a casting time of 0.1. The full level could reduce the casting time by 0.5. With enough money, he no longer had to worry about making money. He spent a lot of money to buy 4 12-grid packages, bought a full of mana replenishing water, and went out to start the road of attacking monsters and upgrading. It was too troublesome for him to do tasks. Especially many tasks were not to kill monsters, but to run errands to collect task items. And the explosion rate of some task items was terrible. Time passed unknowingly, and many players started from the novice villages and spread to the whole world. There were new discoveries in the World Channel every day, and dungeons or new maps were constantly discovered. As the exchanges increased, acquaintances met, and everyone began to form groups. Many seniors in the 3rd and 4th years established guilds in the main city and called on classmates from the same school to gather and form groups. In the World Channel, Lin Xiao often saw information about some familiar top universities establishing guilds, including Huiyao. 3.5 years after the advent, Lin Xiao, who had reached level 55, finally saw a message from his girlfriend looking for him on the World Channel. At this time, he had come to a map called Cursed Land, which was full of powerful undead monsters of level 50 or 60, and had been brushing here for a full 6 months. The later you go, the harder it is to level up, and the more experience you need. Even with his super high efficiency, he has only reached level 55. The endless brushing of monsters almost made him sick, and when he saw the message from his girlfriend looking for him, he simply stopped brushing and went back to find his girlfriend. By the way, learn some skills, a major in writing skills, update equipment, etc. He was so confused from brushing monsters that he could not compare to other players in their 40s except for his level. And many things had not been updated. His current state is like the level of a leveler in the game. He has nothing but level. But in the game, level is everything. When the level is high, everything else is easy to deal with. Just spending some time. Open a portal and teleport directly to the Lightning Tower. This is a teleportation skill learned at level 30. It can teleport directly to the Lightning Tower. You can learn all the skills that can be learned in one go, and then learn 2 majors, namely tailoring and enchanting, which are the most common majors learned by the magic department. Chapter 490, Ailment. The Lord of Energy. Shin Yueshin is in Stormwind City, the main city of the human kingdom in the eastern continent, and he is in Lightning Hills in the western continent, with an endless ocean in between. If it was in the game in Lin Xiao's memory, he could cross the endless ocean by taking a boat or airship. But it is definitely not that simple in this real world. The huge endless ocean feels wider than the Pacific Ocean. It is a delusion to want to take a boat across such a wide distance. Ordinary ships cannot withstand the ravages of storms in the ocean. After asking in the World Channel for a few days, I found that no one has been able to cross the continent from one side to another by their own ability. The few who can cross the continent are all through special tasks, and then teleported by powerful wizards. The problem is that these tasks are mostly released occasionally, not daily tasks. Not only do they require extremely high reputation requirements, but there are also daily quantity limits. But the most troublesome thing for Lin Xiao is that there are too many people who want to cross the continent. There are so many people waiting in line, and he may not be able to grab it. Moreover, he does not have the time to wait all the time. He can't just spend several months or even longer here. So I discussed with my girlfriend and decided not to be so anxious. I will level up first. It is said that after the mage reaches level 60, he will learn various portal spells and can teleport directly to the major main cities by himself. Level 55 is only 5 levels away from level 60. But the difficulty of upgrading to these 5 levels is more difficult than anyone can imagine. There is no level cap in this real game, so upgrading is much more difficult than his impression of World of Warcraft. Of course, although there is no level cap, when their level is raised to the limit of the race. For example, The level cap of a kobold is only level 50. After reaching level 50, they can still continue to gain experience to increase their level. But the experience required will be 10 times that of before. That is, after reaching the upper limit of the race level, it takes 10 times the effort to upgrade. And the multiplier is 1 level at 5. It takes 10 times the experience for a kobold to upgrade from level 50 to level 55. And 100 times the normal experience for a kobold to upgrade from level 55 to level 60. In the future, it will increase tenfold on the existing basis, such as 1,000 times, 10,000 times. According to this geometric increase, it is basically difficult for low-level race players, like kobolds, to have a future, unless the race is changed, or the race blood evolves. For example, a kobold becomes a dragon vein kobold, and a goblin obtains powerful demon blood to become a demon goblin, which improves the strength of the race and increases the level cap. I went to Moonlight Town to learn riding skills. You can only learn junior knights at level 30, and you can buy a warhorse with a 60% increase in movement speed. However, because the movement speed of different races and professions is slightly different, the speed of different people riding the same mount is slightly different. But the difference is not very large. I went to Ulma, the main city of the Western continent, and Lin Xiao stayed here for a few months, mainly practicing the two professions of tailoring and enchanting. Mainly practicing tailoring, buying materials directly from the auction house, and sitting on the ground to Krypton skills. Enchantment is just a side job. This profession requires constant decomposition of equipment to obtain materials to make enchantment materials, which is very expensive. After buying some low-level and cheap equipment at the auction house and decomposing them, I didn't continue to practice. I plan to decompose them by the way after the equipment is exploded by monsters and dungeons in the future. Yushao Crystal Wall System. Yushao Main Plane. Standing in the void, Lin Xiao looked at the main plane. At some point, the entire main plane began to experience various natural disasters from time to time. Earthquakes, tornadoes, tsunamis caused by earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions. The frequency was getting higher and higher, and it had begun to affect the spatial structure of the entire main plane. He knew that this was the result of his continuous extraction of the origin of the world. As he continued to extract, this natural disaster would become more and more frequent, and would continue to destroy the entire world until the world was destroyed. This was an irreversible trend. Lin Xiao had begun to consciously promote the rumors of the end of the world among his believers, but not many people believed it now. But it can be foreseen that as the natural disasters became more and more intense, they would have to believe it even if they didn't believe it. The problem facing Lin Xiao now is how to settle these believers in the future. The New Moon Realm was a good plane before, but he couldn't hold it, and the people gave too much. He couldn't help it, and now he feels a little ashamed. In the south of the main plane of Yushao, hundreds of thousands of natives from the New Moon Realm have been safely integrated into this new plane. Under the guidance of the priest, they completely gave up their previous tribal lifestyle and built a city in the mountains of the southern plateau. They cut down trees and cultivated fields, resisted the attacks of underground insects, and developed in a good way. This place was specially selected by Lin Xiao. There is a huge underground world under the southern plateau, where a large number of insects live. He deliberately put them here to hone them with underground insects. Blood warlocks need constant combat training to maximize their blood promotion. There is a human kingdom more than 1,000 kilometers north of the Dragon City State. This 1,000 kilometers is the buffer zone and development range he gave to the Dragon City State and the humans of this world. When their population grows and their territory expands to here, they can communicate with the human kingdom. According to his estimation, if the Dragon City State can develop to this point, it will probably be able to breed a population of several million, and have enough strength to resist the covetousness of the human kingdom. The initial communication must be accompanied by war. Only when they cannot rob them will they sit down to communicate. If you want the human kingdom in the main plane of Yushao to abandon the existing power system and adopt the blood warlock system, you must make them convinced, which will take a long time. I hope it can be done before the plane is destroyed. Retracting his gaze, Lin Xiao put his consciousness into his own divine domain. In the main divine domain, two huge light balls, one large and one small, one gold and one silver, are hanging in two different places in the main divine domain. The light ball with dazzling silver starlight is hanging in the center of the Protoss clan. This is the leader of the Protoss. Ailment. On the other side, The huge golden metal ball, with a diameter of more than 2 kilometers, and located in the center of the divine domain is Slarda. After returning to the gods' domain after the war, Lin Xiao gave them 50 and 100 units of divinity respectively, as well as all the divine power accumulated during this period, and gave them divinity and priesthood with the small god sealing technique and the supreme power, and forced them to ignite the divine fire to promote them to demigods. But the two of them were too powerful, with extraordinary potential, stronger than anyone in the god's domain. After the divinity and priesthood were given and the divine fire was ignited, they turned into two huge light cocoons, and there has been no other reaction until now. This wait lasted for years, until today. He felt that the silver light ball incarnated by the star spirit ailment suddenly had a slight fluctuation, and he was about to wake up. Silently watching the light ball, the ripples became stronger and stronger. The blooming silver starlight became stronger and stronger, and the looming power fluctuations became stronger and stronger. This was a more powerful divine power than the Fire Lord Culbert. After an unknown period of time, the silver light ball suddenly exploded, and the surging star power exploded. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, and I clearly saw a huge light man slowly stretching out in the infinite divine power starlight. After being promoted to demigod, Ailment's form changed drastically, and he completely turned into an energy body. Ailment, he has the priesthood of the Protoss race, the priesthood of magic, the priesthood of mages, the priesthood of stars, and the power of the ancient god priesthood. As the leader of the Protoss clan and the first demigod of the clan, he can gain the faith of the Protoss and all the mages. At the same time, he has the power of the ancient god priesthood, which is one of the 4 basic original priesthoods that constitute the world. As long as the world exists, it can continuously obtain divine power. The 4 basic original priesthoods that constitute the world are time, space, energy, and matter, and earth, fire, wind and water are the 4 original energies. These 4 original energies and positive and negative energies constitute the original priesthood of energy. Lin Xiao has very high expectations for the Protoss clan, and even the original ancient priesthood of energy is given to them. As for Slarda, the ancient priesthoods he prepared are matter and war. That's right. Slarda will have both the ancient priesthoods of war and matter. Fortunately, he merged with the core of the crystal wall system. He was the newly born micro-crystal wall system itself. As the crystal wall system itself, he was qualified to grant all the ancient priesthoods. At the same time, he was the lord of the divine realm, possessing the small sealing god technique and the supreme power. The combination of the two could directly condense the seeds of almost all priesthoods. Yes, whether it was the various priesthoods of the previously granted demigods, or the priesthoods of Ailment's magic stars, they were only seeds now. They had to consume divine power or obtain real priesthood refinement in the future to completely obtain these priesthoods. For example, the Flame Lord Culbert was the Flame Lord, so he would have the formal flame priesthood from the beginning, which was very powerful. But the 3 priesthoods of fire element and lava volcano were only seeds now, which meant that he only needed to consume enough divine power to deduce, and he could gradually master these new priesthoods without other harsh conditions. This was the magic of the small sealing god technique plus the supreme power, which directly granted them the priesthood templates. Ailment, who had just transformed, could not beat the Flame Lord Culbert, but his potential exceeded that of Culbert. It can be predicted that as long as a few priesthoods are condensed, his strength will surpass that of the Flame Lord. As for Slarda, it goes without saying, Slarda, who has not yet ignited the divine fire, is stronger than the current Flame Lord, let alone after the transformation. However, Slarda is too powerful. He has not yet completed the transformation, and is still in the light cocoon. In the induction, the energy intensity in the light cocoon where he is has been rising, and there is no sign of stopping. Lin Xiao did not wait all the time, and ignored it for the time being, and went to do other things first. His will returned to the core palace of the god's domain, and he tried to contact the consciousness that descended on the star soul crystal wall system. The consciousness that had been extremely vague in the induction has become a little stronger recently, but it has not yet reached the point where it can communicate directly. I don't know if that consciousness is too weak, or the shielding and suppression of the star soul crystal wall system is too strong. When he first descended, he tried to communicate, but that consciousness had no response, as if there was a mountain in between.